The survival game commences, and each individual will draw their identity card. 90% of the populace will draw the zombie card, descending into a state of half-life. 9% will obtain the player card, awakening their skills that a mere 1% will receive the NPC card, becoming the non-player characters of item shops, food stalls, and weapon stores. In his previous life, Lin Yan exhausted his fortune, drawing 2 player cards and 1 NPC card for himself and his family, only to be schemed against and turned into a zombie. While those he cherished most sought to extract his energy crystal after his transformation, upon discovering his true heritage, Lin Yan ultimately perished alongside this family. In this new life, Lin Yan draws but a single card, which astonishingly is none of the known identity cards. The card bears only a symbol and a line of text. The beginning of divinity starts with the humblest of beliefs. Chapter 1. A rebirth without vengeance is utterly meaningless. What's wrong with owing $1 million? You are my son. It is your duty to help me repay the debt. How dare you speak of your father? Just wait until I return. I will teach you a lesson. The impotently furious voice of Lin Guangshan reverberates through the video call. I in the room. Lin Yan, just give the money if Dad asks for it. You always hesitate. Can't you even come up with this little amount? You're truly useless. Yan, my heart is aching again. Your brother is still young and doesn't understand. You are the eldest. You are the head of our family. Your father is angry. Please. Endure it for now, all right? Lin Yan's unfocused gaze suddenly sharpens, sweeping over the 3 grotesque faces before him. Jin Jicheng, repaying debts, a cheap motel. He has been reborn. Astonishingly, he has returned to the day when he had exhausted all credit and future prospects, burdened with debts, just to rescue his gambling father from the casino. In his past life, it was here that he used every penny he could gather to redeem Lin Guangshan. 3 days later, a bizarre machine known as the Identity Drawing Machine inexplicably appeared in every city worldwide, heralding the imminent end of an era of peace. Each person must draw a card to determine their identity in the face of the impending apocalypse, zombie, player, or NPC. This identity would be revealed 10 days after the machine's manifestation. While many still clung to hope, the very next day, officials urgently announced that everyone must complete their identity card draw, 1 card per person, and under no circumstances should one draw for another. Each draw would deplete the luck of the participant. Yet, for the sake of this family, his gambling-addicted father, his ailing mother, and his blood-sucking brother, Lin Yan risked everything not only to scavenge supplies, but also to draw 4 identity cards for them. What was the outcome? When the 10-day deadline arrived, the 4 identity cards were unveiled. Among them appeared an exceedingly rare NPC card, 2 player cards, and 1 zombie card, which 99% of individuals would draw. On that fateful day, Mother Xiaowan revealed to him a bloody truth that utterly negated his past 25 years. Lin Yan was not the biological child of Xiaowan and Lin Guangshan. He was merely a child taken from a family in the mountains due to Xiaowan's previous inability to conceive. In his moment of disbelief, Xiaowan unhesitatingly slapped the soul zombie card upon him. In the agony of his transformation, the 3 family members he had desperately protected, upon hearing the announcement that the energy crystal within zombies could upgrade identity cards, joyfully plunged a knife into his chest in an attempt to extract his crystal. However, transformed into a zombie, Lin Yan possessed a physique far superior to that of a human, ultimately slaying 2 of them amidst their vengeful gazes. In the end, he was also met with betrayal by Lin Zimao, the brother he had cared for since childhood, who opened his chest to retrieve the crystal. At the same moment, Lin Yan, with his sharp nails, slashed Lin Zimao's throat. They perished together, burdened with overwhelming hatred and resentment. He descended into darkness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself back at the starting point. The day he had taken on immense loans and sold himself for 100,000, preparing to fill that bottomless pit. In his final moments of his previous life, he had often fantasized. Had he not exhausted everything to repay Lin Guangshan's debts, he could have hoarded supplies and seized the initiative. Had he not drawn cards for those 3, with his extraordinary luck, he might have drawn an identity stronger than the NPC card. Now, heaven has shown him mercy. Lin Yan slowly closed his eyes, suppressing the icy murderous intent and relief surging within him. Xiaowan feigned a dramatic display of pain, but upon noticing Lin Yan's lack of response, she composed herself and inquired, Yan, your father is just speaking out of anger. There is no overnight enmity between father and son. The most important thing now is to safely bring your father back. Tell your mother honestly, how much did you borrow? Is it enough for $1 million? In the past, Lin Yan would have immediately reassured her, But the Lin Yan of now only craved revenge that a rebirth without vengeance is utterly meaningless. Feigning difficulty in speaking, he hesitated. Beside him, Lin Zimao, already impatient, demanded with entitlement. Lin Yan, how much did you manage to get? Stop stalling. Hurry up and repay Dad's debt, and give me 20,000. I have an appointment tonight. Lin Yan scoffed inwardly. This good-for-nothing had always lived off him, yet he was so brazen. He sighed, delivering his performance with finesse. I've exhausted all online loans and borrowed from friends. I could only gather 36,000. Mom, Zimao, for Dad's sake, you need to think of a way to borrow some loans too. His face radiated sincere concern. We must rescue Dad, or those lenders will do anything. What? Only 36,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Zimao exploded, yelling in outrage. Aren't you supposed to be so capable? How are you so useless? With a resounding slap, infused with the hatred of 2 lifetimes, Lin Yan struck Lin Zimao's face, leaving 5 crimson imprints. Lin Zimao staggered, dazed, then roaring incredulously, You dare hit me? How dare you? Before he could finish, Lin Yan delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Lin Zimao's debauched body, as if a kite with a severed string, flew backward, crashing into the motel wall with a thud, curling on the ground, gasping for breath. Only then did Xiaowan react, screaming as she rushed over. Zimao? My son, are you all right? She abruptly turned, her gaze towards Lin Yan filled with the malice she had only glimpsed before his death. Lin Yan, have you lost your mind? Why did you hit your brother? Lin Yan lowered his head slightly, feigning profound disappointment. Dad is in such dire straits. I have exhausted all my strength to borrow money. You know how much I have spent on Dad and Zimao over the years. If Zimao can utter such words, is he truly my brother? Of course, Zimao is your brother. You are the eldest son. It is your responsibility. Xiaowan's voice was somewhat shrill, her chest rising and falling erratically, clearly indicating that Lin Zimao's suffering had caused her to abandon her usual facade of insincerity. Lin Yan did not raise his gaze, yet his voice resonated with a chilling calmness. I am aware of that. Thus, I have always devoted myself wholeheartedly. You all have witnessed it. However, the lenders no longer grant us time. If you believe that having an additional disabled person to care for in the family is tolerable, then I have nothing further to say. The implication was stark. Without prompt repayment, the fate that awaited Lin Guangshan at the hands of those who dared to seize him was all too evident. These words fell upon Xia Wan like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing her fury and jolting her back to reality. She understood better than anyone that this household had long been drained by Lin Guangshan and Lin Zimao. Were it not for Lin Yan, their cash cow, they would not even be able to afford this shabby inn. Lin Zimao's future home, car, and bridal price all depended on Lin Yan. She could not afford to sever ties at this moment. Xiaowan immediately softened her tone, even managing to squeeze out a few choked sobs, reverting to her familiar tactic of moral coercion. Again, Mother knows you are the most filial of children, and both your father and I have always taken pride in you. Now that our family is in distress, we rely entirely on you. Without you, we would truly struggle to survive. Are you truly able to stand by and watch your father come to harm, to see your mother perish? Again, this family cannot fall apart. As she spoke, she once again, as was customary, clutched her chest and began to weep softly. Chapter 2. The Identity Lottery Machine. Rules and Probabilities. Lin Yan remained silent. He had heard these words countless times over the years. Countless instances of filial piety's coercion. And countless times he had fought desperately to support this family. Yet what had he gained in return? He had merely been discarded after they had wrung him dry of his utility. Throughout these years, whether it was the scholarship he received every year since childhood, the tutoring fees he earned from helping his classmates, or the meager savings he accumulated while juggling work and study in college, all had been used to fill the family's coffers. Had it not been for the shackles of his identities as son and brother, he would have long escaped this predicament. And the lives of Xiao Wan and the others would not be as tranquil as they were now. As he observed Lin Zimao sheltered behind Xiao Wan, glaring at him with palpable hatred, Lin Yan turned away, fearful that he might lose control and lash out at the two of them. However, he had already taken a life 3 times before his rebirth. This vendetta could not be quelled by merely eliminating these two once. The animosity in his heart required a far deeper reckoning. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan spoke, I will negotiate a long-term labor contract with my employer and request an advance on my salary. However, that requires a process that cannot be completed in just a few days. We must gather the funds within the next 2 days, and I will repay you what you owe afterward. As for my own share, I will devise a plan. With that, he turned and exited the dilapidated inn. Stepping into the scorching sunlight, Lin Yan smiled, though the expression appeared chillingly cold beneath the brightness. Indeed, Lin Yan was deceiving Xiaowan. She had always believed she held absolute control over him. She could never fathom that Lin Yan would betray her, nor doubt that he would repay their debts. After all, over the years, Lin Yan had always been a compliant and obedient child, never once disappointing her. Xiaowan might even think that his recent outburst against Lin Zimao was merely a manifestation of his anxiety and excessive concern, resulting in an uncontrollable emotional reaction. With such reasoning, Xiaowan would undoubtedly strive to gather the money, allowing Lin Yan to retrieve Lin Guangshan first, before returning to the matter of debts. Yet Lin Yan had no intention of rescuing Lin Guangshan again. Once he acquired the funds, he envisioned Lin Guangshan suffering a fate worse than death at the hands of those thugs, unable to repay his debts. He longed to make Lin Guangshan experience the despair of being utterly abandoned, suffering an agonizing demise. As for Xiaowan and Lin Zimao, Lin Yan wished to witness their financial ruin and familial strife, leading them into the depths of hell. By that time, the pain and torment they endured would bring him far greater satisfaction than simply ending their lives in his previous existence. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved his phone and dialed a nearby agency he found online. "Hello, is this the real estate agency? I wish to rent a high-rise duplex. I have no qualms about the location being less desirable. I prefer tranquility, so it should not be near hospitals, schools, or commercial streets. But it must have a rooftop terrace." Renting the top floor of a residential complex was an unassuming choice amidst a sea of households, providing him with relative anonymity for his supplies. It was far less likely to become a target for robbery than a standalone building in the suburbs. The undead would possess heightened senses, and a higher floor could distance him from ground-level threats. In the event of a power outage, the stairwell would be easily defensible. Living neighbors would act as natural buffers and early warning systems, diverting attention from both the undead and human marauders. For a human intruder to ascend from the ground floor to the top would inevitably alert the lower-level residents. Methodically clearing out each floor would incur significant difficulty, high costs, and uncertain returns. Comparatively, those isolated suburban villas or villagers hoarding supplies in the countryside, along with the major wholesale markets, would be far more appealing targets for marauders. As for the concern of residents turning into the undead, the security doors of each household would keep most of them confined within. Moreover, if any undead appeared in the stairwell, lower-floor residents would likely take the initiative to clear them out while seeking supplies. The rooftop terrace would also afford Lin Yan, who possessed outdoor climbing skills, an irreplaceable escape route, and strategic space. Even without venturing outside, he could remain hidden, using the terrace as a lookout point to observe the surroundings. "I will increase the agency fee by 30%. If you can show me the property within an hour, I will add an extra 1,000 as a reward. If we sign the contract today, the reward will double." After calmly outlining his demands to the agent, Lin Yan hung up the phone. Fewer than 3 days remained. Lin Yan understood better than anyone the madness that would descend upon this seemingly peaceful world. Soon, countless silver identity lottery machines would materialize in every corner of the globe. The cold mechanical voice of the lottery machine would echo through the streets. All living beings must complete their identity card draw within 10 days. Those failing to possess a card after the deadline will automatically be transformed into mindless undead. The lottery machine clearly indicated the probabilities associated with each identity card, and it would take 10 days after drawing a card to learn its identity and integrate it. Among these, 90 were undead cards, a death sentence for the vast majority. Lin Yan's mind conjured memories from his previous life. Initially, people dismissed it as a cruel prank until they realized that these machines appeared simultaneously across urban landscapes, deserts, deep mountains, and isolated islands, spreading panic in a scientifically impossible manner, much like a plague. Authorities attempted to intervene and study the phenomenon, only to discover that the machines were an indissoluble entity, impossible to dismantle, with an unknown power source and a technological level far beyond human comprehension. All efforts proved futile. What followed was the chaotic revelry before the collapse of order: looting, arson, violence, and the frantic pursuit of the slim chance of survival. Countless individuals surged toward the lottery machines, attempting to gamble their fortunes against probability. Yet they were swiftly halted by emergency warnings from the authorities. Research had indicated that each draw consumed an individual's luck. Excessive draws without the transformation of blank cards into identity cards would lead to misfortune, resulting in various accidents and untimely deaths on the streets. In his previous life, Lin Yan had taken the risk of drawing 4 cards, and, before their identities were revealed, encountered a series of unfortunate events, culminating in being struck by a runaway vehicle on the final day, which cost him a leg. It was this very misfortune that allowed Lin Guangshan and Xiaowan to prevail. Lin Yan exhaled slowly, suppressing the chaotic memories. Although he could not predict the identity card he would draw this time, he was determined to draw only one card, refusing to expend his luck for Xiaowan and the others again. The identity derived from a single card, requiring substantial luck, would assuredly surpass the outcomes of 4 cards drawn in his previous life. Now, with the advantage of knowledge of the rules, Lin Yan sought ways to enhance his luck, thereby increasing the probability of obtaining a rare identity card. But how could one cultivate such an elusive thing as luck? A glimmer of realization crossed his mind, and a name surfaced in his thoughts: Zhang Xiaoqian, his former high school classmate, who had enrolled in Xianmin Academy after graduation. Chapter 3. He will certainly repay. Zhang Xiaoqian had originally lived next to the village where Lin Yan grew up. The two had attended elementary, middle, and high school together. However, after both entered university, Zhang Xiaoqian's family moved to the city within a year. The two had lost touch since then. As the impending apocalypse loomed closer, Lin Yan found himself in a fierce struggle for resources against the frenzied citizens, all for the sake of Xiaowan and her companions. During this tumultuous time, he chanced upon Zhang Xiaoqian at an abandoned housing estate, engaged in a rather peculiar ritual at a card machine. Surrounding her were an incense burner and coins, with 3 sticks of incense placed within the burner. However, Lin Yan, being pursued, could not engage with Zhang Xiaoqian. Subsequently, Lin Yan met his untimely demise and was reborn. The occurrence of such a resurrection stirred thoughts within him. Could metaphysics truly influence the odds of drawing cards? Even a mere 1 in 10,000 chance compelled Lin Yan to take a leap of faith. With that in mind, he dialed a long untouched number. When the call connected, Zhang Xiaoqian's voice, tinged with impatience, greeted him. Hello? Within the confines of a budget hotel, the atmosphere weighed heavily, suffocatingly tense. Xiaowan strained to help Lin Zimao, who had been knocked to the ground by Lin Yan, back to his feet. Her expression had shifted from the usual facade of delicate helplessness or anxiety to a dark, brooding demeanor that Lin Yan had never witnessed before. Damn it! I must kill that worthless scoundrel. Lin Zimao groaned, clutching his painfully injured abdomen, desperately attempting to rise. Frustrated fury led him to kick a nearby wooden chair, producing a resounding crash. Noticing his mother's silence and somber countenance, Lin Zimao felt a twinge of uncertainty and queried with skepticism, Mom, you can't actually be considering his words, can you? We should seek a loan ourselves. That Lin Yan, albeit inept, has always had bizarre luck, right? Let him buy a lottery ticket. Or scratch cards. That's the quickest way to cash. Enough. Xiaowan sharply reprimanded him, casting a piercing glance toward the door. Lowering her voice, keep it down. He may not have gone far. We mustn't let him overhear. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to suppress the roiling anger. Her mind racing. Lin Yan had always been obedient. This sudden rebellion, even resorting to physical confrontation, indicated they had pushed him too hard, causing him to lash out. Upon hearing this, Lin Zimao acknowledged the validity of her observation, yet he felt apprehensive. So what do we do now? Do not rush. Xiaowan's gaze turned cold and calculating, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. He cannot escape my grasp. Since he is momentarily unable to procure the cash he claims to need, we shall follow his suggestion and borrow a small amount. Really? We're actually going to borrow? What if he defaults on the repayment? I cannot shoulder such a large debt. Don't expect me to. Lin Zimao's anxiety surged. He only desired to spend, never considering repayment. Xiaowan glanced at her son, who had been rendered ineffectual, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. She patiently, as she had done countless times before, explained, rest assured, he dares not default. He will repay. I have raised Lin Yan. I know him well. He appears independent. Yet he craves familial affection and values this home above all. For years, I have intentionally estranged him from any close companions, ensuring that no woman would ever consider a man burdened by a family like ours. Who else would show him kindness but us? Lin Zimao could not help but murmur, but we haven't been kind to him either. What do you know? He needs the warmth of a family. He requires a spiritual anchor. We are his very anchor, do you understand? A life devoid of aspirations is akin to a death sentence. We provide him the motivation to live. In her relentless pursuit of total control over the son she had adopted, extracting every last drop of value from him, Xiaowan had meticulously orchestrated her plans over the years. As long as Lin Yan remained of use, he would forever be the Lin family's eldest son. Half an hour after Lin Yan concluded his call with the real estate agent, bolstered by financial resources, he swiftly found himself in the car of agent Xiao Lu. As Xiao Lu elaborated on various properties, Lin Yan utilized the time efficiently, scanning the internet for essential supplies, energy sources, medicinal items, outdoor survival gear, even potential weapons. Everything conceivable was added to his cart. Before long, Agent Xiao Lu halted the vehicle, announcing, "Mr. Lin, we have arrived. This is the property I mentioned that best suits your requirements." Upon entering the community, Lin Yan paid little heed to the extravagant pitches regarding opulent decor and comprehensive amenities. His eyes diligently assessed the robustness of the exterior walls and the width of the emergency exits, contemplating the setup of potential obstacles. The community, though not new, boasted commendable structural integrity. The residence, positioned on the eastern side facing the river, was a duplex suite on the 28th floor, encompassing 400 square meters of usable space, adorned in a new Chinese style with numerous solid wood furnishings. Hastily, he ascended to the rooftop, instantly affirming his decision. The view was expansive, with resilient crops such as tomatoes and potatoes thriving in neglected patches. Ample space remained for Lin Yan to install solar panels and construct a water reservoir. "This is Mr. Chun, the landlord's son. He has come today to collect some items," Agent Xiao Lu introduced. The landlord's son, a young man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, dressed meticulously, appeared only slightly older than Lin Yan. He discreetly assessed Lin Yan's modest attire and carelessly glanced at his wrist and shoes, deducing that Lin Yan did not seem capable of renting his father's property. His demeanor grew markedly frosty. "The monthly rent is 10,000, payable annually, with a deposit of 3 months' rent, and the contract must be for at least 3 years. A total of 150,000. Had it been in the past, Lin Yan would undoubtedly have found the rent exorbitant. However, now, he felt no trepidation, as if the money were not his own. "That is acceptable," Lin Yan replied without a hint of negotiation. The landlord's son, clearly affluent, would not be swayed by bargaining. So Lin Yan promptly opened his banking app. "I can transfer the funds now. Let us proceed with the contract." The landlord's son was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yan's straightforwardness, but quickly regained composure. "You must not damage or remove any items from the property. I have recorded video and taken photographs. Should there be any damage or loss, I will hold you accountable." Lin Yan merely smiled and nodded, not taking the warning to heart. Minutes later, he stood in the empty room, cold keys in hand. Outside, the city bustled, serene as ever. Yet Lin Yan understood that in 3 days, everything would change. In the subsequent half-day, Lin Yan tirelessly ordered a security door, arranged for a contractor to seal windows, repair the rooftop reservoir, and procure rebar, cutting machines, welding tools, and an array of supplies. He also purchased a plethora of daily necessities, depleting his savings to a mere 300,000 before finally succumbing to a deep slumber late at night. The following day, Lin Yan was jolted awake by the shrill ring of his phone. After glancing at the caller ID, he calmly completed his morning routine before answering. "Yan, why haven't you been answering your phone? Where were you yesterday? Mom was worried sick about you all night." Xiao Wan's voice resonated with evident urgency, not for Lin Yan's safety, but for whether he had managed to gather enough money. Lin Yan's voice was devoid of pretense, tinged with fatigue. "I visited several places yesterday, pleading with an old friend in the city, and after much persuasion, he finally agreed to lend me some money. But I must accompany him to the bank for the transfer today." He shifted the topic. "How are things on your end? How much have you gathered?" Lin Yan had instructed Xiao Wan and Lin Zimao to raise funds, naturally intending to push them to their limits. Once the money in Xiao Wan's hands reached Lin Yan, Lin Guangshan would never have the chance to return home before the identity card was revealed, just as in his past life. Similarly, after Xiao Wan and Xie Zimao, this deeply bonded mother-son duo ran out of money without Lin Yan's tireless efforts. They wouldn't even be able to accumulate sufficient supplies, let alone safeguard their own stored grain from being seized. Furthermore, once the card-drawing machine arrived, those who lent money to Xiao Wan and Lin Zimao would inevitably come knocking for repayment. Xiao Wan's voice sounded as though she had wept throughout the night. Raspy and worn. "I've borrowed all I could from online loans with your brother, and even used the land of the old house as collateral, managed to gather 400,000 in total. Yan, didn't you say you had 360,000 yesterday? How much more can you borrow from your friends? Can you get 250,000? A cold smile curved Lin Yan's lips, his gaze piercingly frigid. He could easily borrow the money, but in his previous life, they had placed the entire burden of this 1 million debt solely on him, watching him humble himself and exhaust all his resources. The family was undoubtedly out of money. Otherwise, Lin Guangshan and Lin Zimao would have squandered it all long ago. Lin Yan was taken aback by the amount Xie Wan had managed to gather and probed cautiously. "My friend can only advance me 50,000 for now. but that is all right. I'll reach out to some old classmates in the next couple of days to see if I can raise another 190,000. Mom, please transfer that 400,000 to me first, and as soon as I gather enough, I'll go to rescue him. Hearing that only 190,000 was needed, Xiaowan quietly sighed in relief. But upon realizing it would take another 2 days, she grew anxious again, biting her lip. A yen? Should I ask your second uncle for more? Let us raise the money today and bring your dad back. We don't know what he is suffering outside. And I'm terribly worried. Where are you now? Come home. Lin Guangshan had lost money at an underground casino and borrowed from loan sharks, and had already been detained for 5 days. In his past life, Lin Yan had repaid Lin Guangshan in time and brought him back. Thus he had not truly suffered. But this time was different. Hearing the heightened panic in Xiaowan's voice, Lin Yan surmised that those people had already contacted Lin Guangshan and might have even sent Xiaowan some alarming videos. Lin Yan would not return. His voice resolute. No, those people are too dangerous. If anyone is going, it's me. You and your brother must not take any risks. Rest assured, I will bring Dad back safely. On the other end, Xiaowan fell silent. 590,000 was no small sum, and even for a son known for his filial piety, she could not entirely trust him with such a large amount. Lin Yan keenly sensed her hesitation, knowing her concerns well. Xiaowan appeared weak on the outside, yet her thoughts were profound. Apart from Lin Guangshan, whom she had spent decades with, and her biological son Lin Zimao, she had likely never fully trusted Lin Yan, her obedient son. Thus, he said, Chapter 5. Hello, I am Lin Zimao. Mom, my boss has agreed to sign a 10-year long-term labor contract with me tomorrow. In 10 days, the finance department will advance 400,000 to my account, and my 200,000 fixed deposit will mature on the 10th of next month. I will use that to repay your and Zimao's online loans and the debts to your uncles. I am the pillar of this family. I will not let you and your brother bear this burden. Lin Yan understood Xiaowan all too well, just as she mistakenly believed she understood him. Indeed, mere hours after he spoke those words, Lin Yan received a notification from his payment app. 590,000 had arrived. Again, I have entrusted the lives of our family to you. At 9 o'clock, please reach out to those people and bring your dad back. You are the pride and hope of our family. Do not let me down. Xiaowan began her familiar emotional manipulation, binding Lin Yan with her sentiments. He replied affirmatively, smiling as he ended the call. Yet, that smile was insipid and cold. He could already imagine Xiaowan's fury upon realizing she had been outmaneuvered by her most obedient son. The son she had always held tightly in her grasp had suddenly slipped from her control. Lin Yan did not hang up. He blacklisted Xiaowan and Lin Zimao's numbers, as well as everyone associated with them, before slowly retrieving the contact of a debt collector named Huang Go from his previous life and dialing the number. Before long, the call connected, and a nonchalant voice greeted him. Lin Yan cleared his throat and declared, Listen well, I am Lin Zimao, the son of Lin Guangshan. We will not repay the 1 million owed to you. Tell him, the one who owes the money must repay it. If Lin Guangshan has no money, then you can deal with it as you wish. Without waiting for the furious response from the other end, Lin Yan hung up the call and immediately blacklisted the number. Repaying the debt was out of the question. He was curious to see what means the other party would employ to extract more money from Xiaowan. He glanced at his account balance of over 800,000, feeling satisfied with the ample funds at his disposal. The following day, Lin Yan spent the entire morning and afternoon gathering every conceivable supply. After his shopping spree, the money in his hands flowed away like water. In the afternoon, while Lin Yan took a moment to dine at a restaurant, his phone began to vibrate violently in his pocket, just as he had anticipated. A strange number flashed on the screen. He had not changed his number, as he still needed to receive items he had ordered online since yesterday and contact the various installers. When he answered the call, Lin Zimao's furious voice erupted from the other end. Lin Yan, where the hell have you been? Where's my dad? You bastard. Why did you blacklist my and my mom's number? Where's our money? Did you tell those people we aren't paying? It was Lin Zimao's voice, mingled with Xiaowan's sharp urging in the background. Zimao, put it on speaker. Let me talk to him. Lin Zimao's friends, a rowdy bunch, egged him on. Brother Mao, call him out, beat him up. He must have run off with the money. Lin Yan, expressionless, replied coolly into the microphone. What else with the barking? If you're so filial, why don't you go to the casino and rescue your dad yourself? Oh, I forgot. You're nothing but a man-child who can only eat, drink, gamble, and shout, with no other skills. A moment of silence fell on the other end, as Lin Zimao seemed utterly flabbergasted that his spineless brother would dare speak in such a manner. But soon, a torrent of curses erupted from Lin Zimao's mouth. You son of a. Yet, Lin Yan did not allow him to finish his tirade, directly cutting off the call. The world fell silent for less than 10 seconds before the relentless number dialed in again. Lin Yan answered the call again, this time hearing the voice of Xia Wan. Her tone was noticeably calmer than that of Lin Zimao. Yet, Lin Yan could still detect the barely restrained fury and a hint of unnoticeable panic in Xia Wan's voice. Yin, where on earth are you? Have you encountered some trouble? Tell Mom not to be stubborn. Just transfer that 1 million to me. I will send your brother to rescue your father. Look at what they have done to him. They said if the money is not repaid soon, they will take your father's organs as repayment. Mom is nearly frantic. Please listen to me. I know you are the most sensible child in our family. Listening to Xia Wan struggling to maintain her usual maternal tone while becoming increasingly incoherent, Lin Yan chuckled softly. He could easily imagine her face contorting in frustration while forcing a smile. He casually fabricated a story. Money? Oh, I accidentally bumped into an old man this morning. He claimed his son was involved in some unsavory dealings and demanded 100,000 for medical expenses. Or else he would break my leg. I had no choice. I already gave him the money. I currently don't have a single penny left and owe over 100,000 in debt. How about you borrow some more? Lin Yan. Yu Xiaowan's voice brimmed with incredulity and fury at being toyed with. Fine. If you are not going to send me money, don't bother calling me again. With that, she hung up decisively. Lin Yan leisurely finished his last bite of food, wiped his mouth, glanced at the time, and then slowly rose to head towards the milk tea shop where he had arranged to meet Zhang Xiaoqian. At the entrance of Mi Bing Shuecheng milk tea shop, Zhang Xiaoqian, clad in new Chinese-style casual wear, leaned against a lamp post. As Lin Yan approached, Zhang Xiaoqian seemed to sense him and turned to look. Just one glance caused him to pause slightly before exclaiming, Lin Yan, it seems you have changed. Ever since Zhang Xiaoqian went to that Taoist academy and moved, the bond between them had visibly weakened. Whenever Lin Yan reached out, he mostly received silence in return. I have changed, what about you? Lin Yan replied, observing him. Just over 20, Zhang Xiaoqian appeared to already bear the marks of hardship on his face. Indeed. Upon hearing Lin Yan's question, Zhang Xiaoqian pressed his lips together and averted his gaze, shoving one cup of milk tea into Lin Yan's hands while he took a sip from another cup, saying, what do you want? Just say it. I have things to do later. Lin Yan accepted the milk tea and got straight to the point. Do you have any way to improve luck in a short time? Chapter 6. Without Lin Yan, who will support them in the future? How? Zhang Xiaoqian's expression was not warm, yet a glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes. You, a robot-like person, have started believing in such mystical things? Lin Yan met his gaze directly. Is there a way? If not, I will seek help elsewhere. With that, he feigned turning to leave. Wait, Zhang Xiaoqian called out, taking a sip of his milk tea, his tone vague yet pointed. First, tell me why you need luck. Don't say it's for the lottery. That relies on luck and is useless. It's not for the lottery. Lin Yan turned around, speaking earnestly. But it's somewhat similar. I want to participate in a draw. Since the card machine relies on luck and probability, in principle, it is akin to a lottery. Huh. You still need to improve your luck? Zhang Xiaoqian raised an eyebrow, a complex light dancing in his eyes, tinged with envy, from childhood to now. Hasn't your luck been sufficient? His words linked their shared past. Back in high school, every time I invited you for milk tea under the pretense of a second cup at half price, you couldn't even spare a few bucks but stubbornly refused to accept my generosity. Until later, I happened to see that whenever you entered a scratch-off shop, you would emerge having money to repay me. With your kind of luck, do you still need my help? Lin Yan smiled. Zhang Xiaoqian spoke the truth. However, what Zhang Xiaoqian did not know was that Lin Yan's luck had not always been so favorable. According to the patterns he had discerned, his luck would occasionally peak, only to return to normal at other times. In his previous life, he had drawn cards during his calculated peak luck, only to be toyed with by fate. Just tell me, yes or no? Yes, but it will require a considerable amount of money. Zhang Xiaoqian extended 5 fingers, his tone turning more pragmatic. Talismans and tools aren't free, they are quite expensive. We generally only take orders from the wealthy. 50,000, 500,000. Lin Yan was taken aback. Isn't that too expensive? Zhang Xiaoqian scoffed, knowing Lin Yan's financial situation, confidently asserting that Lin Yan could not muster such an amount. Thus, if it's just for something like a refrigerator or phone, it's entirely unnecessary. However, Lin Yan remained silent for a moment before nodding. Deal. How long will the effect last? What kind of improvement can I expect? This time, Zhang Xiaoqian was momentarily stunned, nearly choking on his milk tea. Did you hear me clearly? It's 500,000, not 50,000. The effect can only last for a very short time. I heard you clearly. I said I can do it. Lin Yan watched Zhang Xiaoqian's expression change. wanting to say more, but decisively interrupted. Just tell me if it's possible. Yes. Good. The money can be given to you. But it will only be a deposit for now. By the way, if there are conditions, you might as well prepare 2 sets. Lin Yan added nonchalantly. I might need it again in a while. He remembered clearly that in his previous life, Zhang Xiaoqian only went to draw cards on the last day of the countdown. If Zhang Xiaoqian's method of enhancing luck was effective, then in his previous life, he must have paid a considerable price to gather the necessary items, delaying until the last day. By having Zhang Xiaoqian prepare 2 sets, he could use one, while Zhang Xiaoqian could keep the other for himself. However, Lin Yan would not elaborate. In this life, he dared not trust anyone again. Therefore, he would never mention the card machine or his rebirth to anyone. Lin Yan transferred the deposit to Zhang Xiaoqian via payment app. He had already prepared most of the other things. Money had become less significant to him. All right, get the items as soon as possible. Contact me immediately once ready. I have things to attend to, so I will take my leave. Lin Yan waved his hand and left with the milk tea. Yet, after reaching the corner, he glanced back and tossed the milk tea into the trash bin. Upon returning to his rental apartment, the steel bars he had ordered the previous day had already been delivered, and the movers were currently transporting them into the living room. The spacious living room of this duplex could easily accommodate these construction materials after stacking the wooden furniture in another room. The food and water he had ordered in the morning had yet to arrive. He paid the workers and asked them to clear out the furniture from the other bedrooms as well, creating space for the survival supplies he intended to purchase. The community had 1 unit per floor, mostly inhabited by elderly residents who retired early. Thus, he had paid extra for the large items to be delivered at night. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, in Qingshan village, Xiaowan held a borrowed phone, her entire being trembling like a sieve. Her gaunt chest heaved violently, fingers tightly gripping the flimsy, low-quality phone, her nails nearly sinking into the inferior screen. Mom, what happened? What did that bastard say? Where's the money? Lin Zimao urgently pressed for answers. When the subject of money arose, Xiaowan became enraged, hurling her phone to the ground, startling the nearby ruffians. She abruptly turned her head, seizing Lin Zimao's arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh, demanding, "Find Lin Yan. Bring him to me." What? Lin Zimao winced in pain, forcefully shaking her off, his face etched with disbelief and a frantic desire to evade responsibility. Does he really dare? Where does he get the audacity to swindle our money? Mother, did you say something that pushed him too far? Isn't he supposed to listen to you the most? Xiaowan trembled with rage at her son's deflection. She could not comprehend why Lin Yan, who had been fine just days ago, had suddenly transformed into this. For the past 20 years, everything concerning Lin Yan had been under her control. Yet, after he struck her beloved son yesterday, it seemed as though something had irrevocably changed. Xiaowan struggled to calm her rapid breathing, but her contorted expression betrayed her suppressed fury. What good is it to discuss this now? He has turned malicious. We must find him and retrieve the money. Otherwise, your father is finished. Mentioning Lin Guangshan momentarily flickered a fleeting worry in Lin Zimao's eyes, which was quickly supplanted by a more pressing panic. While his father could be disregarded, who would support them if Lin Yan vanished? Mother, we still need Lin Yan to resolve Dad's situation. Do you have any money left? Lend me some. I have a dinner with my brothers tonight. I can't lose face. He boldly extended his hand. How could I still have money? The little savings I had were all sent to redeem your father. Xiaowan's eyes brimmed with tears as she cried out. Lin Zimao cast a glance at his onlooking companions, feeling his pride wounded, and erupted at Xiaowan. No money? Are you trying to fool me? Lin Yan has brought back so much money over the years. Where have you hidden it? You must not want to give it to me. Xiaowan felt as if struck by lightning, unable to believe her own flesh and blood would utter such words. Your father's life is uncertain. I have lost all my money to Lin Yan. Shouldn't you be more concerned about your parents? Damn it. When have you ever cared about me? Every time. I have to grovel like a dog to that bastard. I've had enough. That old bastard lost everything gambling and has the nerve to drag me down with him. I've been a good son by not cursing him out. Lin Zimao violently kicked over a nearby stool, the loud crash silencing Xiaowan's cries. He then stormed into the house, rummaging through everything, and Xiaowan hurriedly rushed to stop him. Soon, the room was filled with shouts, scuffles, and the sounds of items crashing to the ground. Chapter 7. The call from the Public Security Bureau. 2 days swiftly passed. Lin Yan, pulling a small trailer laden with numerous packages ordered days prior, made his way to Building 9, where he resided. At noon the following day, the identity card lottery machine of the apocalypse would be unveiled. This was the 6th batch of packages he had retrieved today, with more to arrive in the next couple of days. Lin Yan carefully unpacked the boxes, categorizing the contents methodically. The debris in the living room had been cleared, replaced by neatly arranged steel bars of varying lengths. While the bricklayers had been busy constructing walls, Lin Yan had not been idle. He had drawn numerous blueprints, some for barricades, others for iron gates and weapons. He began cutting the steel bars purchased from the hardware market to prepare barricades for the hallway, preventing the undead or others from ascending. The sound of cutting would attract the undead if they appeared, so he needed to prepare before the chaos began. At precisely 4:10 in the afternoon, while Lin Yan was still organizing his belongings, a call from the Qingshan District Public Security Bureau came through on his phone. Xiaowan had finally succumbed to calling the police. Lin Yan gazed at the caller ID, his expression sharpening, though he displayed little surprise. He pressed the answer button, his tone calm and collected. "Hello, this is Lin Yan." On the other end, a steady and formal voice responded. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Yan? I am Officer Wang from the Qingshan District Public Security Bureau. We need to verify some details. Your mother, Xiaowan, has reported that you deceived her into transferring 1 million RMB, which she and Lin Guangshan were using for retirement, and that you subsequently blocked all her contact information. Do you wish to explain?" Lin Yan internally scoffed. Xiaowan had indeed distorted the truth, neglecting to mention that the money was borrowed to redeem Lin Guangshan. Labeling it as theft, he infused his voice with an appropriately measured surprise, feigned helplessness, and an undercurrent of annoyance at being disturbed, while maintaining composure and politeness. "Officer Wang, good day. First, I must clarify that no deception has occurred. My mother, Ms. Xiaowan, may be quite agitated, and her account diverges significantly from the facts." He paused, speaking with steady cadence and clear logic. "Firstly, the money in question is what I have earned over the years, set aside by Ms. Xiaowan for marriage and children, part of which I sourced through various means. I possess transaction records as evidence of the funds I have transferred to my parents over the years. Secondly, I requested the money back upon hearing that Ms. Xiaowan had been scammed. If you don't believe me, you may investigate whether Ms. Xiaowan has had any recent dealings with unsavory individuals. Finally, if the police deem it necessary to formally investigate this familial financial dispute, I completely understand and am willing to cooperate. However, I suggest you advise Ms. Xiaowan to pursue legal avenues, such as filing a civil suit, rather than occupying valuable police resources." Lin Yan's articulate reasoning and calm demeanor momentarily silenced Officer Wang on the other end. After a brief pause, the officer replied, "Understood. I have grasped the basic situation. We will further verify Ms. Xiaowan's claims, and should we require your cooperation, we hope you will continue to assist our bureau." "Of course," Lin Yan replied with a smile before hanging up. As the screen dimmed, it reflected his cold, unwavering gaze. Such familial disputes could only be mediated by the Public Security Bureau. If Xiaowan wished to reclaim the money, her only legitimate recourse was to file a lawsuit. However, he suspected that Xiaowan, unable to reach him, sought to intimidate him through the police to elicit a concession. Given Lin Guangshan's situation, she likely knew that if he remained unperturbed, she would soon retract her report. There was also the possibility that Lin Guangshan's circumstances had deteriorated significantly, driving Xiaowan to resort to a self-destructive strategy to resolve the crisis. Aside from tomorrow's packages, no further useful calls would come through. Lin Yan promptly set his phone to airplane mode, severing all external noise. At noon tomorrow, the identity card lottery machine would be unveiled, and he felt a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Chapter 8. Are you fooling me? Splash. A bucket of cold water doused Lin Guangshan, awakening him from unconsciousness. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar sight of a metal roof and stained walls. Before him stood several men, one of whom was smoking a cigarette and regarding him with ill intent. He finally reached his breaking point. "Stop. Please, I beg you, do not strike me any further." Lin Guangshan's voice was hoarse and broken, tinged with desperation as he repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. "The 1 million. I will certainly repay it. My family will help me repay it. I implore you, grant me a little more time." Lin Guangshan had never envisioned himself in such a predicament. Over the past 3 days, he had endured a relentless barrage of beatings, his body now a canvas of bruises, devoid of any unscathed flesh. Yet that wretched Xiaowan had not come to rescue him even now. "Repay the money? Do you truly believe your family would fill this bottomless pit?" The leading thug scoffed, turning to a companion beside him. "Huang Zai, repeat to this old man what his son said yesterday." Huang Go quickly nodded and turned to Lin Guangshan, spitting a mouthful of phlegm in response to his hopeful gaze. "Listen well, old man. Your precious son Lin Zimao said on the phone yesterday that they won't return a single cent of that 1 million. Whoever owes the debt must bear it themselves. Let us see how you handle it." Huang Go had deliberately saved Lin Zimao's number and, recalling the other's arrogant attitude when he had hung up and blocked him. Felt a surge of rage. He had already resolved to have his brothers find that brat and teach him a lesson. No, that's impossible. My son Lin Zimao. Lin Guangshan instinctively wanted to retort, to assert that his son would never treat him this way. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, the selfish visage of Lin Zimao flashed before his eyes, silencing him. Inwardly cursing Lin Zimao, he desperately grasped at straws, shouting, I still have another son. My eldest son. His name is Lin Yan. He is the most filial. He will definitely repay the money for me. Call him. Try calling him. The men exchanged skeptical glances. After all, if that 1 million truly could not be retrieved, the loss would be theirs as well. Very well, we shall grant you one last chance, Lin Guangshan. Do not blame us, your old acquaintances, for being harsh. Who told you to owe so much money without the means to repay it? We too need to eat. Yes, I am foolish, big brother. You are magnanimous. Grant me another chance. My eldest son will certainly repay the money. He will. Lin Guangshan's heart seethed with hatred. Yet he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. The leading thug nodded, signaling Huang Go to make another call. Reluctantly, Huang Go pulled out his phone and grumbled, What's the number? Lin Guangshan hastily, as if offering a treasure, recited a series of numbers he knew by heart. It was indeed Lin Yan's number. Huang Go entered the digits one by one, but when the last digit was keyed in, the contact name that flashed on the screen sent him into a furious rage. Lin Zimao. Huang Go's temples bulged, nearly smashing the phone into Lin Guangshan's face. You're playing me for a fool. Big brother, this old man is deceiving us. The number he provided is not that of his eldest son, but rather that of the very Lin Zimao who called us yesterday. The leading thug, now devoid of all patience, turned on his heel to leave. The other thugs, witnessing this, retrieved their weapons and approached the terrified Lin Guangshan, who was trembling and unable to articulate a word. No, that is not it. He is not my son. He is not Lin Zimao. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Yan awoke punctually, influenced by his biological clock. The room was enveloped in darkness due to closed windows, mirroring the impending darkness of the outside world. He turned on the lights and commenced his morning exercises, knowing he would spend most of his time in this apartment. He had ordered a treadmill, dumbbells, and other fitness equipment online, and downloaded numerous combat and physical training tutorials the previous night. He did not seek to become a master overnight, but merely wished to possess a body capable of enduring longer and running faster when danger approached. After completing his morning routine and washing off the sweat, he prepared a quick breakfast from the refrigerator and finally deactivated his phone's airplane mode. The voicemail greeted him with several missed calls. Glancing at the unfamiliar numbers and the late-night timestamps, Lin Yan immediately knew who had called. Choosing to ignore them, he first checked the day's news. Far-off wars, the neighboring election farce, various sensational social news, and divisive gender issues. All was as usual, without a hint of any abnormalities. After browsing for a moment, Lin Yan found it uninteresting and closed the app, opting instead to message Zhang Xiaoqian for an update. Zhang Xiaoqian quickly replied, We still need 2 sets of Daowu Diqian. I've scoured my connections and finally reached an old Taoist priest, but it will take at least 2 days. Lin Yan pondered for a moment and urged, Hurry, it would be best if we could gather everything today. He planned to time the card draw for the 4th day after the machine's emergence, leaving him ample time. What truly concerned him was that once the truth of the card drawing machine became widely recognized, the esoteric items required for Zhang Xiaoqian's methods would undoubtedly become scarce, with prices skyrocketing, perhaps even becoming impossible to acquire. By then, gathering them would likely cost far more than mere money. As for whether this method might be entirely useless, Lin Yan had already considered that. What he was betting on was not a certainty, but a possibility, a glimmer of hope that might pry the gears of fate and allow a sliver of survival in the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqian's reply was succinct. All right, I'll do my best. Next, Lin Yan had only to wait for the emergence of the card drawing machine, for Zhang Xiaoqian to finish preparations, and for the optimal moment to draw cards. In his previous life, his luck peaked on the 5th day after the machine appeared. This time, he aimed for a similar time frame for his draw. In the days that followed, he would likely refrain from venturing out frequently, for many water towers had been installed upstairs, along with a water reservoir, ensuring there would be no water shortage in the short term. Food would also remain plentiful, as 90 of people would draw the zombie cards. Initially, there would not be a shortage of food. Thus, most of Lin Yan's preparations were rooted in caution and foresight. When crisis did strike, the most reliable factor would still be his own strength. The key determinant of strength, however, would hinge on the mysterious card drawing machine that was about to make its appearance. The identity card drawing machine initially dispensed blank cards, leaving everyone in the dark about what they had drawn. Only after the countdown of 10 days would the cards transform into various identity cards: zombie cards, player cards, NPC cards. These were the three types Lin Yan was aware of. He recalled the day the cards transformed into identity cards. Chapter 9. The identity card drawing machine emerges. It was noon. According to the official emergency announcement, every household secured their doors and windows, leaving only one window as the final escape route. Lin Yan and his family of four sat gathered in front of the television, which broadcasted live news from around the world. Yet all eyes were fixated on the 4 blank cards laid on the coffee table. As the clock struck noon, it was as if an invisible brush had swept across the canvas, swiftly infusing the blank spaces with color. On 2 of the cards, distinct human silhouettes emerged, representing the identities of players imbued with survival and hope. One card bore a mysterious architectural emblem alongside a blurred figure, signifying a more elusive and ambiguous NPC identity. The final card, however, was instantly shrouded by decaying limbs, crimson eyeballs, and a palpable aura of death. It was a card of the undead. At that moment, the 4 cards lay before the 4 individuals, with the NPC card quietly resting in front of Lin Yan. Almost instinctively, he reached out. But just as his fingertips were about to graze the card, a voice pierced the air. Xiaowan's voice, abrupt and tinged with a nauseating, false sorrow. Actually, you are the child I brought back from the mountains. I'm sorry, we deceived you for over 20 years. I am not your biological mother, nor is Zi Mao your true brother. We have no blood relation whatsoever. These words shattered Lin Yan's entire understanding. His hand froze midair, and his mind fell into a brief stupor. Every effort he had made, every sacrifice he had endured, stemmed from a belief he had never questioned. He was the eldest son of this family, and Xiaowan, Lin Guangshan, and Lin Zimao were the relatives he should cherish above all else. It was the concept of family that had compelled him to shoulder every burden without concern for gain or loss. Even though he had long sensed the favoritism of Xiaowan and Lin Guangshan, even after countless doubts about their love for him, he had never harbored hatred nor ceased his efforts for the sake of this family. Yet, all of this turned out to be a meticulously orchestrated deception spanning over 20 years. With a single airy remark, Xiaowan had invalidated his faith. He was not theirs. He had been stolen, seized. They had usurped his life, severing his ties with his biological parents, only to exploit him for all his worth under the guise of filial piety and familial affection. As Lin Yan stood engulfed in shock and dismay, Xiaowan, Lin Guangshan, and Lin Zimao, as if rehearsed, swiftly and synchronously seized the 2 player cards and the NPC card. Almost immediately, the ominous undead card was snatched by Xiaowan and forcefully slapped against Lin Yan's chest. Ha ha ha. The triumphant cackles of the trio echoed throughout the living room. Lin Zimao, in a state of twisted excitement, shouted, "Dad! Mom! Hurry! Extract his core. This will upgrade our cards." Meanwhile, Lin Guangshan thrust a cold blade, which he had seemingly acquired from nowhere, toward Lin Yan. At this juncture, memories abruptly ceased. The warm summer breeze in the park contrasted sharply with the coldness emanating from Lin Yan's core. The betrayal from those he had once trusted most. The searing pain of a blade piercing his chest felt as if it had never left him. Fortunately, he had a chance to rectify his wrongs and had come to know the truth. Lin Yan clenched his bony fingers. Everything that family had taken, deceived, and extracted from him, he would reclaim it all, with interest. As the time on his phone approached 11:50, Lin Yan finally set aside all his belongings and rose to his feet. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a high-powered telescope he had prepared earlier and stepped onto the balcony with a sense of trepidation. One of the reasons for choosing the top floor was the excellent vantage point it provided, allowing him to survey the surrounding area for miles. He intended to witness this historic moment in its entirety. Tick, tick, tick. The second hand of the clock moved slowly. There were no earth-shattering sounds, no beams of concentrated energy. It was as if these phenomena had always existed, merely overlooked by everyone until now. In the blink of an eye or the span of a breath, the heart of bustling cities, narrow alleyways, tranquil rural threshing floors, the center of a desolate desert, and the peaks of distant snow-capped mountains appeared simultaneously across the globe. They may have partially embedded within structures without causing any damage or materialized above rivers or intersections, defying gravity. They could emerge in crowded marketplaces without any descent or collision with people or vehicles, as if they existed on an entirely different plane of reality. The sleek, seamless silver structures resembled abstract game props, refreshing across the planet at that moment. Standing at the edge of the balcony, Lin Yan required no telescope. With the naked eye, He could clearly see several identity card machines materializing out of thin air within a few kilometers of the city. Below, on the streets, there was no clamor, no shrieks, no chaos. Most people had yet to comprehend the situation, instinctively halting their steps, staring vacantly at the sudden appearances around them. Their minds struggled to process this extraordinary sight that exceeded their comprehension. Perhaps the only one somewhat prepared for this was Lin Yan, who had previously witnessed a similar occurrence and had mentally braced himself. However, when Lin Yan turned to glance at the cityscape on the other side of the balcony, he felt as if someone had pressed the pause button on his very being. Behind him stood a silver machine, an eerie coincidence, silently towering next to the water tower on the balcony, having seemingly appeared without notice. The cold silver surface of the card machine reflected Lin Yan's astonished face. Caught off guard, facing the card machine at such close range, even Lin Yan, with the formidable heartbeat of a reborn individual, felt his heart skip a beat. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he cautiously approached, scrutinizing the machine. This card machine was just as he had seen in his past life. Apart from its fluid design and a massive screen, it bore no superfluous features. Yet, there was one notable difference. A portion of the machine's body was inexplicably fused with the water tower. The two appeared to share an uncanny harmony, as if they were meant to be one. Just as Lin Yan leaned in closer to examine the connection between the water tower and the machine, the screen of the card machine suddenly illuminated. Chapter 10, The Chaos Approaches. As Lin Yan approached, a large card draw button appeared on the screen, alongside an eye-catching countdown timer ticking down from 10 days. A cold, clear mechanical voice followed. All life forms must complete their identity card draw within 10 days. Those who fail to possess a card by the deadline will automatically transform into mindless undead. Hearing this familiar and nightmarish voice, Lin Yan, usually composed, couldn't help but utter a curse. He clearly remembered that this notification would loop day and night for the next 10 days, essentially alerting everyone in the vicinity. Hey, come look over here. Lin Yan glanced around. For the moment, it seemed no one had noticed this commotion. He hurriedly searched the machine's body and screen for any option to silence the sound. Fortunately, after Lin Yan's diligent search, he managed to locate a button to mute the sound. With the mechanical noises of the Chu Kaji fading into silence, Lin Yan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Had the noise been incessant, he might have been compelled to consider disposing of both the water tower and the Chu Kaji from the rooftop. Once the sound was silenced, Lin Yan inspected the Chu Kaji for any undisclosed features, but found none. Next to the Chu Ka button, the probabilities were inscribed in fine print: a 90 chance of drawing a Shinka, a 9 chance of drawing a player card, and a mere 1 chance of obtaining an NPC card. Beyond this, there were no additional displays. If there were any special functions, the officials from his previous life would have clearly stated them during the announcement. Given the unexpected presence of the Chu Kaji on the rooftop, Lin Yan had no intention of lingering there any longer and promptly returned indoors. As Lin Yan descended from the top floor, a stout middle-aged man in the 8th building, 25th floor, quietly withdrew his telescope from behind the curtains. At that moment, the city square remained bustling with hurried crowds. A group of young people were engaged in animated conversation when one of them abruptly halted, vigorously rubbing his eyes. "What's wrong, Xiaochong? Your eyes are about to pop out. Did you see a fairy?" His companions teased, nudging him playfully. However, the young man named Xiaochong seemed oblivious to their banter. Incredulously pointing towards the center of the square, "That thing. It just appeared out of thin air." His friends glanced in the direction he indicated, skeptical. "What? Is it performance art? Or perhaps a sculpture bought by some wealthy local?" Yet, another bespectacled youth grew intrigued. Adjusting his glasses for a closer look, "This design resembles a new interactive gaming machine, right? Wow, what a metallic finish. Which company has such extravagant resources? Look, there seems to be another one around the corner." "Are you kidding? Gaming machines in the square? More like a public service." One of them retorted. "Wager on it. Loser buys milk tea. Let us go check it out." The sudden cacophony outside shattered the afternoon tranquility in the old residential building. A boy, troubled over his homework, curiously peeked out and was instantly captivated by the futuristic machine below. "Dad, come quick. There's an ultra-cool machine downstairs. It's silver," he exclaimed, rushing to the living room. His middle-aged father, without lifting his gaze from the newspaper, shook the pages with an air of undeniable authority. "Don't make a fuss. It's probably just one of those flashy things your generation concocts to attract attention online. Focus now. Have you finished your physics problems? There are so many people taking pictures. My classmates are downstairs too." Finally, the father raised his eyes from the newspaper, glaring at his son. "I said no. Those vendors are just scheming to swindle your time and money. Go back and finish your homework." The arrival of the Chlu Karji initially failed to stir significant commotion. Many young people stopped to observe, raising their phones to fervently discuss and speculate on social networks, playfully guessing the latest marketing ploy of some tech company. Meanwhile, the elderly remained entrenched in their retirement lives, largely indifferent to the novelty. However, as time ticked by, and as identical images echoed from every corner of the globe, the cold, synthetic voice of the machines disregarded time zones and day-night cycles, broadcasting synchronously across all devices. An unexplainable chill finally penetrated the initial curiosity of the masses, gripping the heart of every individual. All living beings must complete the Chokar within 10 days. Failure to possess a card by the deadline will result in automatic transformation into mindless Xingxue. All living beings must complete the Chokar within 10 days. Failure to possess a card by the deadline will result in automatic transformation into mindless Xingxue. More alarmingly, the distribution map of these machines resembled a fishing net, evenly spread across the globe, from bustling urban squares to secluded rural courtyards. They even appeared in areas inaccessible to ordinary people. In the evening, Lin Yan ascended to the balcony once more, raising his telescope. The situation at several Chokaji locations had markedly changed. The majority of the populace chose to circumvent them. Nevertheless, there were always bold individuals and opportunists. Through the telescope, Lin Yan observed a gin of young people gathered around one Chokaji, approaching it with a mix of excitement and trepidation, treating it as a challenge of courage. Meanwhile, numerous internet celebrities seemed to sense the potential for viral content, commencing live broadcasts and earnestly narrating the Chu-Ka process. Lin Yan maintained a calm demeanor, swiftly perusing the information online. Panic was gradually brewing, yet confusion and skepticism prevailed. Before nightfall, Lin Yan visited the station to collect a batch of freshly arrived parcels. Upon exiting the corridor, he immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere compared to usual. The community was filled with hurried figures, and the relaxed expressions of the people were replaced by a vague anxiety. In the elevator, he encountered a resident from his building, who was panting while struggling to carry a large bag of rice, with another bag filled with cooking oil, canned goods, and instant noodles. The confined space was suffused with a mixture of the scent of fresh flour and anxiety. Upon seeing Lin Yan, who was similarly burdened with several parcels, the man seemed to find a kindred spirit, nodding with difficulty, his gaze conveying a silent understanding of "you know too, right?" Lin Yan slightly nodded in response. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from Zhang Xiaoqian. "Boss Lin, everything is ready. When would it be convenient for you?" Chapter 11. Official actions. Lin Yan succinctly replied, "Bring me the items. Where to trade?" Zhang Xiaoqian responded, "This must be performed by me for it to be effective. Do you need it right now?" Lin Yan paused for a moment. His peak luck was slated for 4 days later. Thus, he had already resolved to show Car in 4 days. Considering his interaction with Zhang Xiaoqian merely a gamble on uncertain odds, in comparison, he placed greater faith in his own luck. Therefore, he would not advance the Choka date. 4 days from now, I will send you the location. Zhang Xiaoqian acknowledged with a received and did not inquire further. On the second day of the Chukaji's appearance, the atmosphere inside and outside the community visibly intensified. Long lines formed at the supermarket entrance, with shopping carts filled not with snacks and drinks, but with rice, flour, cooking oil, bottled water, and various long-lasting canned goods. A silent wave of panic buying was sweeping through. As everyone busily stockpiled supplies, Lin Yan, who had long been prepared, found himself in the last calm before the storm. His routine became highly regimented, focusing on physical exercise, studying downloaded combat tutorials, consuming stored food, and closely monitoring the news and online updates. As in his previous life, at exactly 10 o'clock a.m., the authorities synchronized all channels to announce the Chokar mechanism of the Chokaji. Lin Yan sat alone in the spacious living room, the only illumination emanating from the television screen. This was the official emergency management headquarters. The familiar opening remarks resonated, perfectly aligning with Lin Yan's memories from before his rebirth. Currently, the peculiar artifact known as the Shinfen Zhaokaji has emerged on a global scale. Our foremost research institutions and expert teams have engaged in relentless collaboration for countless hours and have preliminarily analyzed its core operational mechanism. Important information is hereby announced to the public. We implore everyone to remain composed and adhere strictly to the following guidance. In summary, the act of drawing cards is not merely a random probability event. Each draw is intrinsically linked to an individual's luck parameter. Repeated and multiple draws will continuously deplete this parameter. This indicates that an increase in the number of draws does not necessarily enhance one's chances of obtaining a secure identity. On the contrary, it may lead to unforeseen adverse effects. Therefore, it is not advisable to have others draw on your behalf. Ideally, each individual should draw only once. The authorities have commenced the establishment of safety zones. Relevant location information and access guidelines will be disclosed in the coming days. Upon hearing the announcement, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one from his previous life, Lin Yan raised his hand to turn off the television, plunging the room into silence. The authorities would indeed announce the locations of the safety zones 3 days hence. However, the stipulation that individuals must wait until the countdown concludes before proceeding had previously sparked considerable controversy. Lin Yan distinctly recalled that during the final 3 days of the countdown, when panic overwhelmed rationality, certain areas inevitably descended into chaos. The final directive issued by the authorities mandated that all citizens remain confined to their homes, awaiting the activation of their identity cards and promising to prioritize the rescue of those who were deemed normal survivors. The word promise lingered in Lin Yan's mind, casting a shadow over his expression. He understood better than anyone that when a true national crisis loomed, even the authorities' assurances would become insipid. The official announcement temporarily quelled the unrest in people's hearts. On this day, armed security personnel began patrolling the streets. Law enforcement agencies across various regions hastily received official shipments of weaponry to prepare for the impending turmoil. Patrol vehicles traversed city roads, and in some areas, military forces had already assembled. Meanwhile, engineering units were racing to designated locations, reinforcing the safety zones that had long been secretly constructed in anticipation of war and natural disasters. The commotion on the streets subsided, replaced by a stifled order. With the reminder from the official announcement, those who once believed that drawing more cards would enhance their odds, as well as those attention-seeking influencers live-streaming their draws, no longer dared to act recklessly. Nonetheless, the announcement shattered the last vestige of hope in people's hearts. The existence of the card-drawing machine was no mere jest. It was all too real. The key to one's fate lay firmly in each individual's grasp. Schools officially suspended classes, and countless parents rushed frantically to retrieve their children. Airports and train stations were instantaneously overwhelmed, as university students and migrant workers spared no effort to secure tickets home, yearning for familial reunion under one roof, in pursuit of that elusive sense of safety. Blood ties, in the face of the sudden upheaval, seemed to become the last bastion of trust. Suddenly, a chime echoed as Lin Yan's phone screen illuminated, revealing a message from an unfamiliar number. The text message that flashed across Lin Yan's screen felt glaringly ironic. Yan, Zimao understands his mistakes, and so does Mother. Chapter 12. Helping Xie with card drawing? Yan, Mother acknowledges her errors, and Zimao does as well. We apologize. It has always been our fault. Since we are family, we should not burden you alone with all the pressure. Now that the outside world has turned into this, Mother is terrified. There has been no word from your father, and it is just the two of us relying on one another. Zimao is your younger brother. He knows nothing, and Mother can only count on you now. After all, family ties are strong. No matter how angry you are with us, you are still our closest kin. Since you have not returned in these days, Mother feels as if she is being consumed by fire. Yan, where are you now? It's too dangerous outside. Please come home. I will prepare your favorite red braised pork. We can face the challenges together as a family. By the way, you have always had good luck. When the time comes, I will need you to help Mother and Zimao draw cards. I cannot trust anyone else. I only trust you. As Lin Yan read the lengthy and calculating message, he could almost see Xie feigned sorrow, masking her true intent. He paused for a moment before breaking into a low laugh, which grew louder, tinged with unrestrained mockery and coldness. While others sought ways to protect their families in times of disaster, his family seemed to be focused solely on extracting the last vestiges of value from him. After living together for 20 years, one would expect to develop some semblance of affection, yet he felt like a tattered rag, used for dusting when convenient and deemed filthy when not. Even without repaying Lin Guangshan's debts, Xie continued to envision him laboring tirelessly, exhausting his luck to draw cards for them. Had he not awakened to their true natures after his rebirth, he might have been deceived once more by their incessant declarations of family and affection. Lin Yan lowered his gaze, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, leaving only a profound darkness. He opened a forum on his phone and precisely located a post titled, "I drew over 10 identity cards at the card drawing machine. Is anyone interested? Urgent sale." He sent a private message to the poster. Subsequently, he replied to Xie with a simple message. "All right, I will draw cards for you. Have Lin Zimao wait for me at this address tomorrow at 2 p.m. Setting his phone aside, Lin Yan opened his computer and messaged someone on a post titled "Urgent sale of blank identity cards." This individual, driven by panic and greed on the very first day of the card-drawing machine's emergence, had drawn over 10 cards and was now languishing in a hospital, awaiting death. Urgently in need of funds, Lin Yan specifically inquired whether the cards purchased were drawn later in the sequence. The person, having assumed Lin Yan was interested in the first card drawn, stammered that it was the second and third cards. When Lin Yan expressed his desire for only the later drawn cards, the individual readily admitted that they were indeed the last few drawn cards, having set aside the earlier ones upon realizing they were drawn at the cost of his luck. The hidden rule of the card-drawing machine is that the more cards one draws, the more luck one expends. For example, if an individual's luck is initially 100, drawing one card may require 80 of that luck. Thus, when this person attempts to draw a second card, the maximum they can expend is the remaining 20 luck. By the time they attempt the third card, they may still draw, but their luck would have plunged into the negative. If one exhausts all their luck with subsequent draws, the outcome will be a Xing Shi Ka, walking corpse card. This conclusion was derived from Lin Yan's experience with drawing 4 cards in his previous life. Therefore, drawing only one card is indeed the most prudent course of action. As for whether this person might lie, there is no necessity for such, having drawn over 10 cards. Their demise is imminent. This individual is clearly aware that losing all luck equates to being marked by death itself. The man candidly expressed his intention to sell the cards in order to leave some money for his family. As for whether these 2 cards were certainly the undead cards, Lin Yan was neither the creator of the card-drawing machine nor the arbiter of its rules, and thus he could not ascertain with absolute certainty. He merely speculated based on a pre-established conclusion that, given the luck parameters of an ordinary person, the probability of drawing undead cards would approach near certainty from the second or third card onward. In his past life, during the pinnacle of his fortune, even drawing 4 cards resulted in 1 undead card, let alone the last few cards drawn under the strain of overextending oneself. As long as Xie Wan and her son believed that these were the cards he had drawn, his success rate would be exceedingly high. A smile crept across Lin Yan's lips as he contacted a delivery boy who was in dire need of money for supplies. Chapter 13. Lin Yan. Are you playing me for a fool? At the prearranged time, Lin Zimao stood outside a small convenience store, smoking a cigarette. He impatiently awaited Lin Yan's arrival while watching the official news broadcast on the store's television. Damn, why hasn't he shown up? That bastard wouldn't dare stand me up. Would he? By the time Lin Zimao extinguished his 5th cigarette, Lin Yan was still nowhere to be seen. Just as his patience was wearing thin and he was ready to unleash a torrent of curses, the sound of a beeping electric scooter horn pierced the air. A delivery boy clad in a blue uniform, phone in hand, and still engaged in a call, stopped beside Lin Zimao. Excuse me, are you Lin Zimao? Lin Zimao furrowed his brow. Who are you? Are you Lin Zimao? I am Lin Zimao. How do you know my name? The rider offered no response, merely confirming with the person on the other end of the line. Hello, he says he is. The collection code is. Okay, understood. After ending the call, the rider shoved a nondescript paper bag into Lin Zimao's arms and turned to leave. Hey, what is this? What are you giving me? Lin Zimao shouted in confusion at the retreating figure. The rider did not look back, swiftly disappearing down the now desolate street. In a world where delivery workers had become few and far between, it was not that they were unafraid of the impending apocalypse, but rather that the exorbitantly increased delivery fees had become a heavy bargaining chip that outweighed their fears. Numbness, at times, breeds a more profound despair than panic. After the delivery boy had vanished, Lin Zimao could only curse as he opened the paper bag in his hands. To his astonishment, it contained 2 blank identity cards and a note in Lin Yan's handwriting. Cards have been drawn on your behalf, 2 in total. I am currently unable to attend. Do not worry. Lin Zimao was furious, nearly bursting with rage. Lin Yan, you are playing me for a fool. He furiously threw the 2 cards and the note to the ground, stomping on them repeatedly in a fit of anger. After venting his frustration, he begrudgingly picked up the cards and signaled for his brothers hiding in the shadows to return. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, who had remained indoors, hung up the call with the delivery boy, smiling. Having concluded this matter, he reached out to Zhang Xiaoqian. Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. at the abandoned building in the eastern suburbs. The following day marked the period of Lin Yan's peak luck in his past life. During this time, his fortune would be conspicuously favorable, making nearly every endeavor remarkably smooth, as if the entire world were clearing a path for him. More importantly, this day represented the greatest opportunity to alter his fate in this life. At dawn the next day, Lin Yan rose from bed, donned his prepared backpack, and stepped outside. The backpack contained minimal supplies, a few bottles of water, some easily portable food, and an axe ordered online. He had rented a car for the day from a rental company. With the apocalypse looming, both the owner and the renters were harboring ulterior motives. Aware that the end was nigh, many sought to rent accommodations and vehicles in preparation for the impending disaster, while the rental owner aimed to collect additional deposits before the vehicles became obsolete. Both parties believed they were benefiting. Upon arriving at the dilapidated building in the eastern suburbs, Lin Yan found Zhang Xiaoqian already waiting. At the entrance of the crumbling structure, Zhang Xiaoqian, burdened with a backpack larger than Lin Yan's, was vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Spotting Lin Yan approaching, he waved him over. "Let's go." Lin Yan's tone was nonchalant as he led the way towards the lone card-drawing machine beside the abandoned building. "Is this the place?" Zhang Xiaoqian followed closely, unable to suppress his curiosity as he surveyed the desolate environment. Weeds flourished amidst the vacant building, where only the wind could be heard lamenting through the steel framework. As the silver card-drawing machine came into view, leaning against the wall of the crumbling edifice, Zhang Xiaoqian suddenly halted, turning to Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, did you already know the card-drawing machine would appear?" Lin Yan's footsteps faltered, and he slowly turned around. His expression shifted to one of perfectly feigned confusion, tinged with an absurdity at being suspected. "What kind of joke is that? How could I possibly know?" Yet Zhang Xiaoqian did not avert his gaze. Instead, he scrutinized Lin Yan's eyes, searching for any hint of deceit. "Then tell me, why did you spend 500,000 to have me prepare these items? What were you aiming to achieve with your luck? You've been completely drained by that family. Where did you find the money?" Lin Yan was notoriously filial, often left with nothing after his family. Lin Guangshan, Xia Wan, and Lin Zimao exploited him in various ways. For someone like him to suddenly invest heavily in the elusive notion of luck, coupled with the emergence of the card-drawing machine and Lin Yan's unusual behavior, led Zhang Xiaoqian to harbor a suspicion that felt improbable, even absurd. Lin Yan remained silent, not immediately responding. The brief stillness rendered the atmosphere between them somewhat delicate. Sensing Lin Yan's reticence, Zhang Xiaoqian stepped forward, feigning intimacy as he patted Lin Yan's shoulder, forcing a knowing smile onto his face, his tone becoming warmer. "Lin Yan, since you trust me now, why not trust me once more? Let us be honest with each other. We grew up together. What is there that we cannot discuss?" Chapter 14. Draw the Cards. Lin Yan was well aware of Zhang Xiaoqian's probing. He had already prepared a half-truthful explanation, lowering his gaze as he began to speak. "I am not the biological son of Xia Wan and Lin Guangshan. Rather, they took me from elsewhere. Thus, I intended to use my own money for a significant gamble. However, before I could make my move, this card-drawing machine appeared." Zhang Xiaoqian's eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback by Lin Yan's revelation. If what Lin Yan said was true, it would provide a rational explanation for his sudden transformation. Anyone who had been deceived and enslaved for 20 years, only to discover that all their sacrifices were based on a colossal lie, would find it impossible to remain unperturbed. Not resorting to violence could be considered a testament to his resilience. "Lin Yan." Zhang Xiaoqian opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. The complexity in his gaze reflected a shared understanding of suffering. After a moment of silence, Lin Yan finally spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "Let us draw the cards first." Zhang Xiaoqian refrained from further words, nodding slightly as he deftly set down the oversized backpack and began to arrange items around the cold card-drawing machine. The incense burner, copper coins, and talismans were identical to those Lin Yan had inadvertently glimpsed in his previous life. He then gritted his teeth, producing a sharp knife from his backpack, and without hesitation, made a cut across his palm. Blood gushed forth instantaneously. He endured the pain and let the crimson droplets fall onto the ancient incense burner. This scene was one Lin Yan had never witnessed in his former life. Zhang Xiaoqian swiftly wrapped his bleeding palm with a prepared bandage, his movements so practiced they were unsettling. He then handed 3 newly lit incense sticks, wreathed in curling smoke, to Lin Yan, his tone imbued with the certainty of having completed a ritual. "It's ready. You hold the incense, insert it into the burner, and with a clear mind, wait for about 30 seconds. Then, you may proceed to draw your card." However, Lin Yan did not immediately take it. His gaze drifted from the still wet bloodstains on the incense burner back to Zhang Xiaoqian's face. "You go first." Earlier, when Zhang Xiaoqian had opened his backpack to retrieve the items, Lin Yan had clearly seen that, as he had reminded. Zhang Xiaoqian had prepared a double portion of materials. Thus, he felt no urgency and instead wished to observe how Zhang Xiaoqian would conduct this luck-evoking ceremony. Zhang Xiaoqian, upon hearing this, nodded without hesitation and inserted the 3 incense sticks into the burner himself. As the 30 seconds swiftly elapsed, Zhang Xiaoqian placed his hand on the screen of the card-drawing machine, pressing the draw card button. There were no dazzling effects or astonishing sounds. Merely a few seconds later, a palm-sized card, made of a special material and glowing faintly, slowly emerged from the center of the screen, landing in Zhang Xiaoqian's palm. He said nothing, stowed the card, and efficiently tidied up the area before retrieving the second set of materials from his backpack, meticulously repeating the previous process. This time, he offered the newly lit incense to Lin Yan. Just as Lin Yan accepted the incense, yet before he had the chance to insert it, Zhang Xiaoqian, who had stepped back a few paces, spoke up. This method was passed down from my master. The incense burner is ordinary, but the ash within is derived from a Taoist temple that has burned incense for 100 years, imbued with genuine intention. This Dawu Di Qian has withstood the test of time, resonating with the righteous energies of the 5 elements and the cardinal directions, capable of warding off evil, attracting fortune, and harmonizing one's aura. By using incense as a guide, the 5 emperors as a formation, supplemented with the vital essence of our lineage, we can resonate with the universe's luck and assist you in your endeavors. He paused, adding, of course, this is merely the perspective of U.S. practitioners of the Xianmen. Most modern individuals who believe in science do not subscribe to such notions. Since Lin Yan had managed to find Zhang Xiaoqian and offered a substantial reward, he naturally accepted this logic in his heart. After all, having experienced reincarnation, what else was truly impossible in this world? He silently nodded, ignited the incense, and inserted it into the burner in the same manner. 30 seconds of silence passed. Suddenly, Lin Yan felt an indescribable sensation enveloping him. Before he could fully comprehend it, Zhang Xiaoqian abruptly exclaimed, "Someone is coming." Lin Yan snapped back to attention, straining to listen as the distant rumble of an approaching car engine grew louder. He immediately pressed his palm against the cold, smooth touchpad of the car drawing machine. In the next moment, a peculiar sense of withdrawal surged from the deepest recesses of his heart. It was not physical pain, but rather a more fundamental, subtle yet undeniable feeling of loss. As if an invisible support sustaining him was being forcefully extracted by some unseen force and funneled into the machine before him. This sensation was far more intense than when he had drawn cards in his previous life. Moments later, Lin Yan felt a slight movement in his palm, and a cold card materialized in his hand. He barely had time to glance at it, instinctively stowing the card away as crude footsteps echoed from outside the dilapidated building, approaching them without discretion, crashing through the waist-high weeds, drawing near. The footsteps drew closer with rapidity. 3 unfamiliar men burst into Lin Yan and Zhang Xiaoqian's line of sight. Leading them was a stout man in his 30s, his expression unfriendly, with shrewdness glinting in his small eyes, flanked by 2 burly, muscular bodyguards who exuded an intimidating presence. The stout man's small eyes scanned the ruins before locking onto Lin Yan, pointing at him. "That's him." Zhang Xiaoqian quickly moved closer to Lin Yan, casting him a questioning look. Lin Yan slowly shook his head, his gaze warily fixed on the 3 unexpected guests. He did not recognize these individuals. "Who are you?" Lin Yan's voice was remarkably calm. Having faced death once, he could maintain an unflinching demeanor in the face of such scrutiny. "Kid, quit playing games." The stout man, Ma Ren-yi, spat disdainfully. "You live on the 28th floor of Building 9, right? I've been watching you for several days, and it took considerable effort to check the community surveillance just to find you. Now, you can either obediently show us around or hand over the keys. If I'm in a good mood, I might even give you a little compensation. Otherwise," he chuckled, the flesh on his face quivering, "this place is desolate, and the world is in chaos. By the time the authorities discover 2 more corpses here, the apocalypse will have long since arrived. I'm not fond of bloodshed, so I advise you to comply. Both of my bodyguards are quite skilled." Lin Yan understood all too well. His resource transport and the comings and goings of workers could be concealed from ordinary neighbors, yet they would undoubtedly be scrutinized by those with ulterior motives through surveillance. He was not entirely unprepared for this. His mind raced, devising a countermeasure while feigning to buy time. "If I give you the keys, will you truly let us go? You have no right to negotiate with me. That kid, why are you hiding your hand behind your back?" Ma Ren-yi suddenly noticed Zhang Xiaoqian's subtle movement, losing his patience and beckoning to his muscular companions. The 2 bodyguards, receiving the command, approached Lin Yan with menacing expressions. Yet, in the midst of their idle chatter, Lin Yan had already stealthily reached into his backpack. At the very moment the 2 bodyguards advanced, he swiftly withdrew a sharpened axe from the bag. The razor-sharp blade was positioned before him, his gaze icy and devoid of warmth. "No matter how skilled you are, you should fear a kitchen knife. I wonder if your skills can withstand this sharpened axe." Chapter 15. The surge of malice. The 2 advancing bodyguards were momentarily intimidated by the raw, violent aura emanating from Lin Yan's weapon, causing them to instinctively halt. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqian gripped the small knife that had just cut his palm tightly in his hand. Observing this, the bodyguards exchanged glances, and one of them addressed Zhang Xiaoqian. "Kid, this doesn't concern you. You can leave." It was easier to handle one than two. They were well paid for this job and were eager to return to stockpiling supplies, confident that no one would hold them accountable once the apocalypse descended. After all, an ordinary person, even wielding a weapon, lacked the skill to defend themselves, and they believed they could swiftly subdue their target with minimal effort. Zhang Xiaoqian's expression was grave, a flicker of panic in his eyes, yet he did not choose to flee. Instead, he shook his head slightly and declared, "I have already called the police." The expressions of the two individuals instantly turned tense as they cast their gaze towards Ma Reni, who stood several meters away. A flash of anger flickered in Ma Reni's eyes. "What are you still dawdling for? The Public Security Bureau will take some time to arrive. And with such a long wait, can't you handle two mere youths?" Ever since he detected unusual sounds coming from the top floor of Building 9 and caught a glimpse of Lin Yan, an instinct had seized him. Upon discovering that Lin Yan not only hoarded substantial supplies, but also invested heavily in renovating the structure of his residence, the burning desire quickly extinguished all his hesitations. Supplies could always be procured, but a sanctuary as fortified as this one, in its current state, could not be hastily replicated, no matter how much money one had. Since he could not construct another, he should not let this opportunity slip away. Having discovered the ready-made refuge, it was only fitting that he take possession of it. In chaotic times, the rules become simpler: starve the begging wild dogs and nourish the wolves that dare to strike decisively. Thus, Ma Reni employed two heavily compensated bodyguards. Seeking professionals to deal with an ordinary person, he could almost envision the scene of the young man pleading for mercy before being silenced forever. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, Ma Reni had never contemplated sparing Lin Yan. He did not wish for his possessions to fall under another's gaze. Noticing the murderous intent flickering in their employer's eyes, the two bodyguards exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, and charged toward Lin Yan and Zhang Xiaoqian from either side. One lunged fiercely at Lin Yan, who wielded an axe, while the other aimed a punch at Zhang Xiaoqian, who held a small knife. Attempting to eliminate the seemingly weaker Zhang Xiaoqian before assisting his partner in subduing Lin Yan. As the burly man charged forward, Lin Yan's heart raced wildly within his chest, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of fear. There was only a chilling calmness, akin to that of one who had faced death before. He vividly recalled the excruciating pain of being betrayed and stabbed by someone he once trusted, and compared to that, the fists and feet before him were utterly trivial. The bodyguard, evidently possessing considerable combat experience, sidestepped to avoid the axe's edge, aiming a punch at Lin Yan's neck while extending his other hand like an iron claw, seeking to seize Lin Yan's wrist. Had it been the Lin Yan of a few days prior, he would have likely been subdued swiftly. However, after days of training and swinging the axe, Lin Yan was no longer an ordinary individual devoid of fighting skills. The axe in his hand had become an extension of his will. As the burly man evaded the incoming axe swing, Lin Yan adeptly sidestepped, causing the opponent's attack to miss its mark. With the threat of the axe looming, the burly man dared not approach Lin Yan too closely, instead searching for an opening to confront him. He sought to intimidate Lin Yan into revealing a flaw. Yet, Lin Yan was the first to strike. With a low growl, he tightened his grip on the axe handle and swung down fiercely towards the man's shoulder and chest. Startled by Lin Yan's aggression, the burly man hastily tried to dodge, but Lin Yan denied him the chance, swiftly pivoting to strike at the man's lower regions. His eyes were filled with a ruthless determination towards his foe. At that moment, Lin Yan disregarded the hand reaching for him, even ignoring the punch that might come his way, instead opting for a reckless onslaught aimed at his opponent. The burly man, taken aback, found himself defenseless against such pure ferocity. All his combat experience faltered under Lin Yan's relentless assault. He could only awkwardly twist and retreat. However, evasion was not always a guarantee. With a slicing sound, although he avoided the fatal blow, Lin Yan's heavy axe still struck his arm with a ferocious force. Blood gushing forth, the man let out a muffled groan of pain as his entire right arm drooped limply, significantly diminishing his combat ability. For the first time, shock appeared on his face. This individual was a madman capable of murder. Meanwhile, the other bodyguard had effortlessly disarmed Zhang Xiaoqian, knocking the small knife from his grasp before delivering a punch to his abdomen. Zhang Xiaoqian gasped in pain, curling up on the ground like a shrimp, rendered incapable of resistance. After subduing Zhang Xiaoqian, the bodyguard prepared to retrieve the fallen knife. However, a shadow loomed behind him. Believing it to be his comrade coming to assist, he turned only to witness his partner retreating in a spray of blood and the axe approaching. With a surge of strength, Lin Yan swung the bloodied axe upward, delivering a vicious upward slash aimed directly at the unprotected chest and abdomen of the bodyguard. Caught off guard by Lin Yan's decisive and brutal attack, and with no time left to block or evade, the bodyguard could only watch in horror as the axe, stained with his partner's blood, drove deep into his side. A pitiful scream echoed through the dilapidated building as the axe blade embedded itself within his torso, nearly disemboweling him. The bodyguard instantly lost his capacity for movement. Lin Yan, panting heavily, withdrew the axe, torrents of blood gushing from the horrific wound. In merely a brief moment, one bodyguard lay gravely injured, while the other teetered on the brink of death. The scene was gruesome enough to induce nausea. Warm blood dripped from the axe blade as he turned, his cold, emotionless gaze sweeping over the injured bodyguard, clutching his arm and fleeing in terror. Finally, his eyes settled upon the pale and petrified Ma Reni. Chapter 16. Lin Yan, your luck is always so fortuitous. Upon meeting Lin Yan's cold, murderous gaze, Ma Reni felt his entire body tremble, a large wet patch forming in his pants, accompanied by a foul odor. He stared at Lin Yan, who approached him like a figure from hell, his teeth chattering, unable to utter a coherent word. Attempting to flee, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. Lin Yan, gripping the dripping axe, strode purposefully towards Ma Reni. Each step through the grass felt like a crushing blow to Ma Reni's heart. No, please don't kill me. I was wrong. I realize my mistake. My name is Ma Reni. I am wealthy. I can offer you money. Lin Yan remained silent. The only response to Ma Reni's pleas came in the form of the axe's back striking him, with a thud akin to a pumpkin being smashed open by brute force. The cries for mercy abruptly ceased. Zhang Xiaoqian, clutching his abdomen, rose to his feet. He glanced at the bodyguard beside him, who had begun to convulse from excessive blood loss, then at the lifeless, mutilated form of the middle-aged man who had met his end by Lin Yan's hand. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Finally, he managed to utter, "There is still one more trying to escape." Zhang Xiaoqian's gaze towards Lin Yan held an unprecedented reverence. Lin Yan's methods were ruthless, yet in that moment, it was clear that their adversaries had no intention of allowing them to leave unscathed, leaving no room for blame against Lin Yan. Lin Yan, holding the axe smeared with blood and unknown substances, regained his focus, directing his attention towards the retreating figure of the burly man fleeing from the abandoned building, and uttered a single word, "Pursue." Zhang Xiaoqian immediately began to gather their belongings. Lin Yan pondered for a moment, then began to search through Ma Reni's belongings. He soon discovered a car key and a wallet. Without examining them closely, he grabbed his backpack and, still clutching the bloodied axe, pursued the fleeing man. The man's arm had been severed, leaving a gaping wound through which blood flowed uncontrollably. Upon reaching their vehicle, he realized he had no car keys. The car belonged to Ma Reni, who had already met his end at Lin Yan's hands. Lin Yan and Zhang Xiaoqian effortlessly caught up to the injured bodyguard, who had fainted from excessive blood loss in the driver's seat. Lin Yan halted his steps, turning his gaze toward Zhang Xiaoqian, remaining silent. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoqian felt an epiphany, understanding the chill in Lin Yan's eyes, his voice trembling. Should I? Lin Yan had already taken the lives of 2 men. There was no way he would let this last survivor escape. Zhang Xiaoqian, feeling the weight of Lin Yan's unwavering gaze, found that look far more imposing than any words could convey. He swallowed hard, drawing out his own knife stained with his blood, taking a deep breath as if resolving to do something, and approached the unconscious figure within the car. Minutes later, Zhang Xiaoqian stumbled out of the vehicle, rushing to the roadside to vomit violently, nearly expelling his bile. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, with an impassive expression, used Ma Reni's car key to start the vehicle, driving it deeper into the concealed wasteland behind the abandoned building. Upon his return, he found Zhang Xiaoqian weakly leaning against a concrete block, his complexion pale. Seeing Lin Yan return, he abruptly raised his head, his expression a tapestry of complexity. "Lin Yan, you're not going to kill me to silence me, are you?" Zhang Xiaoqian managed a weak smile, his gaze falling on the axe still in Lin Yan's hand. Having just committed murder, Zhang Xiaoqian had discarded his small knife in the car, while Lin Yan still wielded a formidable weapon. Lin Yan did not respond. Instead, before Zhang Xiaoqian's eyes, he stowed the axe deep within his backpack and zipped it closed, shaking his head. "Let us go." With that, he turned and headed toward the car he had rented. Zhang Xiaoqian paused for a moment, then seemingly relieved, followed Lin Yan with faltering steps. The The two walked in succession. Lin Yan retrieved the wallet he had pilfered from Ma Rini, inspecting its contents, appearing completely unguarded against Zhang Xiaoqian trailing behind. Observing this, Zhang Xiaoqian's lips curled into a sinister smile. Slowly, he reached into his pocket and produced a spring-loaded knife concealed within. He stumbled slightly, closing the distance to Lin Yan significantly, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Pretending to trip again, he accelerated towards Lin Yan, his intent to plunge the knife into Lin Yan's back with all his might. However, a sickening thud echoed as the blade met flesh. But the one who felt the searing pain was none other than Zhang Xiaoqian himself. The spring-loaded knife clattered to the ground as he looked down in disbelief. The very knife he had once shown Lin Yan to lower his guard, now embedded deep in his own chest. Zhang Xiaoqian lifted his gaze to find Lin Yan, who had silently turned to face him, his eyes icy as if they could freeze the soul. You win? Blood surged in his throat, rendering his voice hoarse. When did you see through me? When did you take this knife? Have you always been on guard? Lin Yan, with calm movements, supported the entirely weakened Zhang Xiaoqian as he slumped to the ground, coolly extracting the bloodied knife. Watching Zhang Xiaoqian futilely clutching his bleeding chest, his face a collage of resentment, despair, and immense pain, Lin Yan looked down from his elevated position, his tone unyielding. Why? This question should be posed by me. We were once friends. Had Zhang Xiaoqian maintained a safe distance and refrained from attacking when Lin Yan had lowered his guard, they could have departed together. From the very beginning, Lin Yan had remained vigilant towards Zhang Xiaoqian. Although Zhang Xiaoqian had not acted against him during the ritual, their relationship had long since deteriorated. Zhang Xiaoqian's decision to confront the two bodyguards had already raised Lin Yan's suspicions. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaoqian waiting for Lin Yan's return while he dealt with the bodyguard's corpse only deepened those doubts. A normal friend, upon witnessing another friend commit murder and then dispose of the body, would stand in place, awaiting their return, even if Zhang Xiaoqian had also taken a life. A rational person would consider silencing the witness to be a more secure option than colluding in crime. Of course, Lin Yan had harbored a glimmer of hope for the 110,000, believing he might be overthinking. Yet, the cruel truth of reality and the unfolding of fate proved to be merciless. Friends? Zhang Xiaoqian forced a bitter smile, his face contorting as years of suppressed resentment poured forth. You call me brother while speaking ill of me behind my back? If you considered me a friend, would you have deliberately revealed my secret crush on the class flower to those thugs, allowing them to teach me a lesson? Recalling the inexplicable ridicule he suffered in school, a fierce hatred ignited in Zhang Xiaoqian's eyes. Lin Yan's brow furrowed tightly. I never did such things. In his memories, it was Zhang Xiaoqian who gradually distanced himself. Zhang Xiaoqian's breath grew weaker, his will to argue fading. Who else, but you could know me so well? Know my past. I only confided in you about that matter. His dazed gaze turned toward the overcast sky, harboring final grievances and unfulfilled desires. Lin Yan, you always draw the best cards. I wish I could have one. Then, I could change my fate completely. Why is your luck so good? This world is so unjust. Zhang Xiaoqian slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Chapter 17. Despicable Excuses. Countdown to conclusion. So my fortune is enviable enough to incite your jealousy? Connecting Zhang Xiaoqian's words, Lin Yan deduced the truth. Those despicable acts he had been accused of, he had indeed not committed. However, the person who masqueraded as a nurturing mother, fully aware of his interpersonal relationships, Xiaowan, could very likely have acted in his name. Xiaowan had countless opportunities to sow discord among any friends who might assist him, recalling friendships that had initially seemed promising but gradually faded over the years. Lin Yan felt he had found his answer. From the moment of my birth, I was stolen from my biological parents, raised by imposters. For over 20 years, I have lived under Xiaowan's schemes and control, like a marionette, exploited for every ounce of worth. Even in my past life, I was pushed into the abyss by those I considered closest. In the past, when you came to my home to play, I never deliberately avoided Xiaowan. Yet you assumed I had spoken out. Lin Yan recalled the moments of laughter shared with Zhang Xiaoqian in his yard, alongside Xiaowan's seemingly casual presence. From the moment I revealed my true identity to you, it may not have escaped your notice that the sordid deeds of the past were orchestrated by Xiaowan. Yet you still chose to strike me down. Do you believe that my fortune surpasses yours, hence the cards I draw hold greater value, ensuring your safety? Zhang Xiaoqian, you are merely fabricating excuses for your own despicable actions. Taking lives and seizing cards is a different matter from seeking revenge out of disdain, Lin Yan stated coldly, exposing the truth. While Xiaowan may have sown the seeds of suspicion, it was ultimately Zhang Xiaoqian who chose to plunge the dagger from behind. Can the misunderstandings of student days transform into lethal betrayal years later? It is merely a matter of self-preservation and self-interest. The identity card is indeed a powerful tool capable of altering fate and ensuring survival. Zhang Xiaoqian's last desperate attempt to justify his actions was merely an attempt to exploit Lin Yan's vulnerabilities. However, Lin Yan laid everything bare. Zhang Xiaoqian's eyelids fluttered, as if he wished to open his eyes, but ultimately his head tilted, and he perished. Lin Yan knelt, his fingers resting on Zhang Xiaoqian's carotid artery, which showed no signs of life. The death of Zhang Xiaoqian stirred little emotion within Lin Yan, let alone guilt. The so-called old grievances were merely excuses Zhang Xiaoqian used to rationalize his murderous intent. Ultimately, it is greed and selfishness at play. Relatives? Friends? Lin Yan's face was a mask of derision. Am I truly fortunate? If I were lucky, how would I have fallen into the hands of individuals like Lin Guangshan and Xia Wan, only to meet the same fate as in my past life? Perhaps you are not entirely wrong, Zhang Xiaoqian. Indeed, one's destiny should be seized by any means necessary. It is simply that you lost, and I triumphed. Zhang Xiaoqian's final betrayal completely severed Lin Yan's last shred of faith in humanity. After disposing of the body, Lin Yan drove away from that semblance of safety. As for Zhang Xiaoqian's blank card, Lin Yan chose not to take it. He placed greater trust in his own potential and would not risk holding onto a card fraught with uncertainty. From that day forward, Lin Yan never left the sanctuary he had constructed. He discovered that after drawing the cards, his luck had taken a turn for the worse. To what extent? You may ask. It was as if even drinking water could cause discomfort. Clearly, the so-called luck index had been excessively depleted. This only heightened Lin Yan's anticipation for the card he would draw. To prevent a recurrence of the incident in his past life where he was struck by a car before the apocalypse, Lin Yan resolved to remain safely at home until the day of reckoning arrived. The countdown on the card drawing machine screen, a staggering 240 hours, was but a fleeting moment in the vast expanse of human civilization. Finally, the moment arrived. On the 10th day, every silver-white card-drawing machine around the globe displayed a crimson number, counting down the final 10 minutes. Countless individuals cowered in what they believed to be safe corners of their homes, basements, or even trembling beneath their blankets. Their eyes were fixated on their phones, televisions, wall clocks, or tightly grasping that blank card that would determine their fate, their nails digging into their flesh. The last few minutes were stretched thin by despair and hope. Some had completely surrendered, waiting with hollow eyes for doomsday to descend. Others trembled with excitement, viewing their identity cards and the impending apocalypse as a chance to turn their destinies around. The streets were emptier than ever before. All cars were neatly parked by the roadside or in parking lots. Yet amidst this cleanliness, a suffocating panic permeated the air. Civilization itself held its breath, awaiting an unknown transformation. Meanwhile, within Qingshan village, all the villagers had tightly shut their doors and windows. Xia Wan's home was barricaded from the inside with wooden boards and heavy objects, casting the interior into darkness. The space where a television once stood was now eerily vacant. The coffee table bore fine cracks, and several tiles on the floor had shattered. Xia Wan and her son Lin Zimao sat across from each other at the coffee table, their gazes fixed on the two blank identity cards before them, their breaths heavy with tension and a morbid anticipation. Had Lin Yan been present, he would have found this scene starkly different from what he had witnessed in his past life. The most significant difference was the absence of two individuals. Lin Yan and Lin Guangshan were gone, leaving only this genuine mother-son duo. Moreover, both of their appearances had become haggard, a far cry from the allure they had exhibited mere days prior. In recent days, creditors had been knocking on Xia Wan's door. Upon learning of their financial plight, they had begun to seize their possessions and food supplies. Lin Zimao bore fresh scratches and bloodstains on his exposed skin, remnants of conflicts with those intruders. Had he not resorted to wielding a knife to drive them away, the two might have faced an even graver ordeal. Presently, Lin Zimao's expression was dark, his eyes brimming with agitation. Mother, can Lin Yan truly draw something worthwhile from those cards? You insist I follow your every command, but I cannot afford to perish. With Lin Yan, the family's reliable laborer, no longer around, all burdens had fallen upon Lin Zimao's shoulders. Despite his reluctance, Xia Wan had countless ways to coerce and entice him into risking his life, while constantly guarding against creditors breaking down the door. He had never endured such hardship before. Xia Wan's complexion was equally sallow and drawn, her eyes marked by deepening wrinkles. If Lin Yan was like a finely sharpened blade that she could direct at will, then Lin Zimao, whom she had doted on since childhood, was a stubborn stone that refused to be shaped, and could even inflict harm upon her. In these recent days, she had exhausted every means to compel her son into action, leaving her mentally and physically drained. Even so, she could sense the mounting resentment within her son teetering on the edge of eruption. Were it not for the genuine bond of blood that tethered them, her son would have long since broken free from her control. As for Ling Guangshan, she could no longer afford to concern herself with him. Both of them were struggling for survival, let alone raising the 1 million yuan needed for him. Furthermore, in these past few days, Xiaowan had felt an escalating sense of unease. Suppressing her anxiety and trepidation, she glanced at the increasingly restless Lin Zimao and spoke in a tone almost hypnotic. Rest assured, you have witnessed Lin Yan's luck throughout your life. Such ill fortune from overextending luck is not something we should invite upon ourselves. The consequences of inviting misfortune are unimaginable. Lin Zimao pondered for a moment, seemingly finding some merit in her words. After all, he had never drawn even a single bottle of luck himself. With this thought, his anticipation for the blank cards before him reignited, momentarily overshadowing his discontent. Online, it was said that player cards were bound to possess the power to contend against the undead. Only such strength could ensure survival in this apocalypse, perhaps even elevate one above others. He lifted the card, his eyes gleaming with avarice and fantasy, already envisioning how he would revel in his newfound power. Unbeknownst to him, a complex emotion flickered across Xiaowan's face, and she subtly clenched the hand she had hidden beneath the table. In his grasp lay yet another blank identity card. As the countdown on all card-drawing machines around the world synchronized to 0, the once radiant sky outside transformed as if shrouded by an invisible giant hand. A dense, ominous shadow devoured the light at an unnatural speed, plunging the world into sudden darkness. Those who failed to draw their cards in time, or who did not possess any cards, experienced the first signs of transformation. Their skin rapidly decayed to a ghastly gray, the spark in their eyes replaced by a bloodthirsty murk, and they emitted meaningless hissing sounds as they lunged at the nearest living beings. Meanwhile, those who held blank cards watched in terror as their cards morphed into various identity cards before their eyes. At that moment, Lin Yan, fully armed in his luxurious multi-story safe house, felt his gaze shift, fixated on the card in his hand that began to change. Chapter 18. Divine Card, Fusion. The card, once entirely blank, was now being rapidly engulfed by a pure blackness. Lin Yan's expression shifted. In his memories from a past life, among the player cards, NPC cards, and the despairing zombie cards, only the latter were cloaked in darkness. Was it possible that in this life, even if he drew just one card, he could not escape the fate of becoming a monster? This suffocating thought barely flickered in his mind before being replaced by astonishment. For on the surface of the card appeared a transformation Lin Yan had never witnessed. The card did not merely turn a simple black, it appeared to absorb all light, resembling a miniature black hole that threatened to consume one's very essence. Subsequently, against this profound darkness, a soft yet undeniable pure white light began to emerge, outlining a simple yet infinitely looping symbol. This symbol was not printed on the surface. Rather, it seemed to float within the card, rotating gently, exuding a cold, ancient authority utterly alien to this world. At the very moment this symbol manifested, the silver card drawing machine on the rooftop closest to Lin Yan, connected to a water tank, suddenly had all the text on its screen vanish, the entire display transforming into the same infinite symbol for about 2 or 3 seconds before returning to normal. Within 100 meters of Lin Yan, the zombies that had been howling and transforming suddenly halted. The bloody madness in their eyes momentarily receded, replaced by a flicker of painful clarity and a deeper, incomprehensible fervor. Although this strange phenomenon was fleeting, it soon succumbed again to their bloodthirsty instincts. Meanwhile, fragments of entirely unfamiliar images flashed through Lin Yan's mind, so swiftly that he could not grasp them, leading him to believe he was hallucinating. Gazing at the fully formed, utterly foreign card before him, Lin Yan displayed his first expression of astonishment and confusion since his rebirth. What manner of card was this? It was unlike any identity card he had ever known. Not a player card, not an NPC card, certainly not a zombie card. His heart raced violently, yet his face remained eerily calm. Lin Yan flipped the card over, examining its reverse side. A line of small text surfaced like an inscription. Quietly emerging on the card's surface, the origin of divinity begins from the most humble of beliefs. The script was ancient and beautiful, imbued with an indescribable charm. The moment he finished reading this line, the special identity card suddenly transformed into countless specks of light, dispersing within his palm. Akin to the fusion of zombie cards in his previous life, the fusion began silently. As Lin Yan fused with the divine card, distinct fates unfolded synchronously across the globe. The vast majority of cards in people's hands were instantly consumed by an ominous blackness, revealing ghastly, roaring zombie patterns on their surfaces. Holders, terrified, cast away the zombie cards, desperate to escape zombification. However, the discarded cards, as if animated, floated back to life and sought the last holder's breath, autonomously merging into their bodies. The next moment, a shriek that was all too human echoed across countless corners. These individuals involuntarily began their transformation into zombies. A fortunate few, however, witnessed human silhouettes materializing on their cards. As they trembled and touched the card surfaces, the outlines morphed rapidly, ultimately solidifying into their own faces. The cards then transformed into a warm white light, flooding into their bodies. An unprecedented sense of power surged through their limbs. Simultaneously, a simple message manifested in their minds. Player identity established. Player name, level 1. Initial ability, Flame, 55, Shield Ice Spike. Accumulated crystal energy, 010. Identity trait, Growth. The fusion of identity cards would reveal these attributes. All other information directly appeared in their minds. Each player possessed an initial ability. The numbers following the ability denoted usage counts, while accumulated crystal energy represented upgrade progress. Identity trait indicated passive abilities or innate talents. According to the information within the player cards, humanity understood an exhilarating truth. As long as they could continue upgrading their player cards, they could attain powers approaching that of the divine. Not only would their abilities grow, but their physical attributes and lifespans would also significantly enhance. The energy required for upgrades stemmed from the crystal cores within the chests of those recently transformed from humans to zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, driven by survival instincts and a thirst for power, some individuals cast greedy and fearful glances at their family members, who were undergoing horrific transformations. Chaos, slaughter, screams, ecstasy, and despair. Humanity's most extreme facets were laid bare at that moment, sweeping across every corner of the globe like a plague. The apocalypse descended with the bloodiest of precision. In the meantime, within Qingshan village, Lin Zimao and Xia Wan gazed at the slowly forming identity cards before them. As the patterns on the card surfaces became utterly clear, their expressions changed dramatically. Both cards had transformed into the despairing zombie cards adorned with rotting corpses. No. Lin Zimao leaped up as if struck by lightning, sending his chair crashing to the ground. His eyes bulged as he fixated on the two cards symbolizing death. Every muscle in his face contorted with sheer terror. How could they be zombie cards? How could both be? Did you not say that, Lin Yan? That scoundrel would draw good cards. You lied to me. He screamed incoherently, frantically denying reality, his gaze toward Xia Wan laced with murderous intent. Yet, soon overwhelmed by paralyzing fear, he futilely turned to flee through the door. I refuse to become a monster. I refuse. However, once a zombie card was generated, it locked onto the holder's essence. Unless the holder perished or another card bearing a closer essence was obtained, the transformation was irrevocable. The black glowing zombie card shot toward Lin Zimao with a swift motion. She was absorbed into his body. The transformation into a mindless creature began. In stark contrast to Lin Zimao's frenzied breakdown, Xia Wan remained frozen in her seat. Though her complexion was equally pale, her eyes sparkled not with despair, but with calculated calmness under pressure. At that moment, Xia Wan trembled as she retrieved another card from beneath the coffee table. In her hand, she clutched a third identity card, a final trump card she had secretly hidden from everyone, including her own son. The surface of the card clearly displayed a human silhouette, and the features swiftly sharpened into the likeness of her own face. It was a player card. As the player card merged with Xia Wan's body, another mindless card on the coffee table slowly disintegrated into dust. She felt a surge of youthful vitality infusing her once frail body. A look of ecstatic joy spread across Xia Wan's face. Chapter 19. The Nameless God. Meanwhile, Lin Zimao, who had rushed to the door, was undergoing a horrific transformation. His skin was decaying and gray, his joints emitting grotesque cracking sounds, and the excruciating pain forced inhuman gasps from his throat. His bloodshot eyes, gradually losing their humanity, caught sight of the white light dissipating from his mother's hand and the lingering ecstasy on her face. He had gone mad. I will kill her. The fury of betrayal from his closest kin even overshadowed the agony of his transformation. His vocal cords, altered by the metamorphosis, rendered him incapable of voicing the madness and murderous intent boiling within. Yet, the hatred and bloodlust in his crimson eyes, along with his unsteady steps towards Xia Wan, spoke volumes. He sought to kill Xiaowan. Xiaowan jumped back as if struck by lightning, retreating repeatedly, her face a vivid tableau of fear and sorrow. Her voice quivering with anguish. Zimao, my son, listen to your mother. Let me explain. This identity card was something I found in the grass by the roadside in the village. I had no idea what it was. And you know how I have cherished you like my heart since you were little. How could I possibly risk your life with a card of unknown origin? However, this card was one she had discreetly drawn from the card machine when Lin Zimao was absent. As Lin Zimao's movement slowed, Xiaowan continued to retreat, her tone laden with persuasion. Zimao, do not fear. Your mother will never abandon you. No matter what you become, you will always be my son. I will find you flesh to eat, and I will care for you for the rest of your life. Yet, as she backed against the table, her hand had already gripped a thick kitchen knife from behind her. We can still survive together in this apocalypse. Perhaps the promise of flesh and lifelong care stirred something within Lin Zimao. His pounce faltered. The madness and hatred in his bloodshot eyes slightly receded, replaced by a bewilderment mingled with primal hunger and lingering rationality. The mindless creatures transformed by the card retain a portion of their memories and shallow reasoning from their former lives. Lin Yan had been aware of this in his previous life. This was the fundamental difference between a mindless creature with an identity card and one without. Seeing Lin Zimao halt his advance, Xiaowan felt a slight relief in her heart, though the kitchen knife remained tightly clutched in her hand. Her lips pressed together. Her eyes first filled with pain, then shifted to struggle, yet the sight of Lin Zimao in his current state ignited an inextinguishable fear within her. Thus, all of this ultimately culminated in a desperate and ruthless determination. With a swift motion, the knife plunged into Lin Zimao's neck. Xiaowan ultimately chose herself. She turned the blade against the son she had cherished since childhood, severing a significant portion of his neck. After killing Lin Zimao, Xiaowan collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Yet, as her tears flowed, a venomous bitterness seeped into her cries. She suddenly lifted her head, her blood-red eyes fixed fiercely on the door. As if Lin Yan stood there. It was all Lin Yan's fault. Repeatedly, she muttered Lin Yan's name, as if by hating him thoroughly, she could escape even a fraction of the sin of killing her son. Meanwhile, in an old residential area 2 major roads away from the Hanlin Fuyuan community where Lin Yan resided, a chubby otaku with a face full of acne watched as the NPC card in his hand dissolved into his body. In an instant, his once acne-ridden face and over 500 degrees of nearsightedness vanished completely. Zhu Chengqing trembled as he opened the newly materialized NPC card, revealing the information on the back. Food NPC, Zhu Chengqing, energy points, 10 abilities, food production, fair trade, shop management, identity trait, absolute neutrality, immune to damage from players and mindless creatures, enhanced resistance, an NPC card, a rare identity with only one in the entire world. Zhu Chengqing's voice quivered with excitement. He instinctively waved his hand, and a loaf of bread exuding a tempting wheat aroma materialized in his grasp. Ha! My ability is food production. Ha! I can also be immune to attacks. Does that mean I can walk through this apocalypse with ease? I can trade food for anything I desire. Wealth, power, women. Isn't this apocalypse a paradise tailored just for me? However, his laughter abruptly ceased. Zhu Chengqing felt the absence of specific NPC traits in the information stream. No upgrades, no growth, not even the ability to attack. His face turned ashen. Once I open a shop, I can never leave it more than 100 meters. He comprehended fully. The price of absolute neutrality was absolute confinement. Once he attacked, that invulnerable neutrality would vanish in an instant. What am I, but an NPC who can only repeat a few phrases? His self-talk came to an abrupt halt as a more terrifying realization struck him. NPC card? I am an NPC. A profound sense of loss crashed down on him, leaving him limp on the ground. His earlier ambitions dissipated, replaced by endless confusion and despair. Yet, the instinct for survival, along with the experience gained from years immersed in the virtual world, soon urged him to struggle and raise his head. No, wait. A faint glimmer reignited in his eyes. Since that unknown entity chose conscious beings to become NPCs, it did not erase our thoughts and memories. Given the rarity of this identity, it cannot be so simple. Surely, there must be hidden rules that I have yet to discover. The NPC card cannot merely be a wooden post for production and service. Moreover, at least in this apocalypse, I am safe. I need not worry about food and drink. I can survive securely. I have time to ponder. A sensation entirely different from the hellish agony experienced during the integration of the mindless card began to spread through Lin Yan's body. There was no pain, only a sense of majesty, of vast will, like a gentle tide flowing into his limbs and bones. It was not a mere infusion of power, but a deeper transformation and elevation derived from the essence of life. Lin Yan felt as though his body was being immersed in a peculiar energy field. Each cell and every thread of the soul undergoes a profound cleansing and transformation. An unprecedented sense of clarity and transparency supplants all the filth and heaviness brought forth by the apocalypse. When he opens his eyes once more, a phantom card, visible only to him, hovers before him, its reverse side displaying information that only he can perceive. Unnamed God. Level 1 Divine Power Capacity. 1010 Inherent Abilities. Fate Guidance. Identity Bestowal. Divine Authority Development. Number of followers. 03. Accumulated Willpower. 030. Divine Traits. Formless. Luck Bias. The card Lin Yan acquires is astonishingly not any of the known identity cards indicated in the card drawing machine's probabilities, but rather a divine card. Chapter 20. Descent. The first follower. This special identity card, upgraded through followers and willpower, reveals an abundance of information through the divine card that naturally manifests in Lin Yan's mind, allowing him to instantly grasp the capabilities bestowed by his newfound identity. Fate Guidance. Your will shall randomly descend upon a being harboring intense desires, in need of guidance and assistance, unveiling their deepest longings and obsessions. Identity Bestowal. You can inscribe a unique divine mark upon all who worship and believe in your divine name, transforming them into your followers. Each time Lin Yan successfully acquires a follower, he receives a lump sum of willpower. Willpower can be converted into divine power, serving as one of the primary sources of a deity's strength. As long as followers offer sufficient energy to Lin Yan or achieve breakthroughs in their own capabilities, he will be rewarded with sustained willpower. Moreover, the number of followers and the extent of Lin Yan's influence will jointly determine whether this unnamed god can accumulate divine rank and ultimately ascend to become a true deity. As for Luck Bias and Formless, these are two passive abilities that do not require divine power to activate. Luck Bias. Your will can, to a certain extent, skew the predetermined probabilities of events, ensuring that a touch of luck accompanies you. Formless. Transcending the mundane observations. Your existence cannot be directly seen or located by any inferior means. Upon seeing these two traits, Lin Yan paused in contemplation. Are these traits a manifestation of qualities I inherently possess? It seems that his own luck, coupled with the unnoticed presence he has carried since childhood, has generated these two traits that resonate deeply with him. Furthermore, according to the feedback from the divine card, as his level increases, this divine identity will unlock additional abilities that require divine power to activate. However, traits may only change or expand if he encounters sufficiently powerful opportunities or upheavals. Beyond this, upon acquiring this identity, Lin Yan has also gained some instinctive abilities. For instance, if his divine power is sufficiently formidable, he can continuously expend this divine power to heal his own injuries. The exact amount of divine power required depends on the severity of his injuries and the strength of his physical form. The utility of divine power does not end there. The basic consumption for invoking Fate Guidance is 3 points of divine power, while Identity Bestowal requires 5 points. The greater the target's strength, the more divine power consumed. Thus, under the current conditions of ample resources, Lin Yan's most pressing concern is to complete his advancement and achieve a higher limit of divine power. Having clarified his present circumstances, Lin Yan did not hesitate and activated his first ability, Fate Guidance. In an instant, a scene reminiscent of a black hole appeared before him, drawing his consciousness within. When clarity returned, Lin Yan found himself engulfed in a sea of crimson. He stood in a completely unfamiliar location. On the desolate street, the remnants of an electric scooter lay scattered across the ground, and dark crimson stains marred the pavement, a disturbing sight. As he attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through his leg, causing him to collapse once more. A viscous liquid trickled down from his forehead. Simultaneously, fragments of memories that did not belong to Lin Yan surged violently into his mind. For Li Jianjun, the apocalypse began the moment his son, Li Xiaobao, fell prey to an unrelenting fever. Outside the alley, someone was shouting about the countdown to the card drawing machine. Yet, the shrieks and chaos paled in comparison to the terror of his son's rising temperature in his arms. His 6-year-old son had suddenly developed a high fever the previous night, and it showed no signs of abating. At that moment, online shopping, food delivery, courier services, physical pharmacies, and even hospitals had all succumbed to paralysis or closure. With no fever-reducing medicine at home, Li Jianjun spent the night wiping his son down, desperately trying to bring the fever down, but to no avail. This desperate father set down his son, who was too ill to speak, and a flicker of resolve crossed his eyes. "Hold on, Xiaobao, Daddy will be back soon." Li Jianjun grabbed a hammer from the house and snatched up the keys to the electric scooter, bursting out of the door. The street had descended into a bizarre chaos, with some people sprinting frantically, others frozen in place, and many rushing towards the flickering car-drawing machines. Li Jianjun paid no heed to any of it. In his world, there was but one goal: the pharmacy at the corner that had closed just days before. The authorities had prohibited riots within the city. Over the past few days, those who committed acts of violence in the streets were shot dead by armed security personnel. But at this moment, even the prospect of arrest or death was insignificant to Li Jianjun. He had to retrieve medicine for Xiaobao. Upon reaching the pharmacy, he forcefully smashed the door open and scrambled through the nearly empty shelves for the last few boxes of children's fever-reducing medicine. Clutching the medicine tightly in his hand, he felt a fleeting moment of relief. He stuffed the fever-reducing medicine into his pocket and was about to leave. However, just then, a rush of wind swept past him. A heavy stick struck Li Jianjun on the head. He collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. The pharmacy owner, emerging from within, brandished a solid iron rod, cursing and warning Li Jianjun about something. Yet, with his head ringing and his vision blurred, Li Jianjun could barely comprehend the owner's words. Time was against him. He instinctively crawled towards the pharmacy's exit, driven by desperation. Seeing himself ignored, the pharmacy owner struck again, this time hitting Li Jianjun's leg. "I'll make you pay for stealing. I'll make you pay for robbing. You think you can escape? Wait here for the security personnel." Li Jianjun let out a pained scream, but remained undeterred, crawling towards the exit, gritting his teeth against the agony and dizziness. He managed to escape the pharmacy, only to realize that his leg was broken when he tried to mount the old electric scooter. Nevertheless, he leaned on one leg, twisting the throttle, and raced towards home. He failed to notice the final countdown of a card-drawing machine by the roadside. The blank card in his pocket radiated a faint warmth through the fabric, but he paid it no mind, until an indescribable, soul-rending agony erupted from his chest, engulfing his entire being in an instant. Something was relentlessly consuming his consciousness, forcefully embedding a frigid, lifeless entity filled with bloodthirsty desire into every cell of his being. Li Jianjun emitted a silent howl, his body convulsing violently within the vehicle. His vision rapidly blurred, and the world before him was shrouded in a blood-red haze. His skin lost warmth at a terrifying pace, turning an ashen gray and becoming rigid. He could no longer control the speeding electric scooter, which crashed with a resounding thud into a parked vehicle by the roadside. His skull split open, and his neck twisted grotesquely. Li Jianjun could barely stand, his consciousness and memories devoured by a ravenous desire. Yet, the solitary coherent thought in his mind remained: the medicine for Xiaobao, I must return home. Xiaobao was still waiting for him, but he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Deep within his soul, a sense of despair, fear, and a desperate plea for assistance from some existence emerged, leading to a silent will manifesting in the void. Lin Yan, inhabiting this body, sensed the almost desperate obsession within. To bring fever-reducing medicine to your son, is this your fixation? Lin Yan mused internally, I can fulfill your obsession. Chapter 21. The Believer. The zombie Li Jianjun's consciousness seemed to hear Lin Yan's voice. The faint thought within him conveyed a fervent gratitude and joyous plea to Lin Yan. Then, Lin Yan took complete control of this body. However, upon seizing control, he felt as if the body had been filled with lead, burdened and heavy. He discovered that one of its legs was broken, and a large hole marred its head. Yet, he felt no pain, only a numb and heavy pull. He understood that this was due to the body having fully transformed into a zombie. Because of this, the body was engulfed in despair. The apocalypse had arrived. Unable to steer the electric scooter or control this body to return home quickly, Li Jianjun knew his sick son still awaited him. For a father deeply devoted to his child, this was immense despair. As Lin Yan controlled the body, only he could see the ethereal image of the divine card coalescing before him. A message emanated from the divine card to his consciousness. One point of divine power can be consumed to restore this body. Divine power, as long as it was not fully restored, could gradually recover over time. Without hesitation, Lin Yan chose to expend it. As his thought crystallized, a strand of power flowed from the divine card into the zombie-like body. Li Jianjun's injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Surrounding vehicles obscured the view, and no one noticed the significant transformation occurring in a corner of the city. Even if someone glanced over, the blood-soaked appearance of the zombie would obscure the specifics. Soon, the restoration was complete. Lin Yan felt the body lighten considerably, no longer burdened and stiff as before. He maneuvered the body to stoop down and retrieve the box of fever medicine that had been ejected during the impact, then set off at a brisk pace. Following the direction etched in Li Jianjun's memory, before long, he arrived at the familiar old tenement at the end of the alley. Lin Yan attempted to extract the key from his pocket, but his fingers remained somewhat stiff, causing the keychain to clatter to the ground. The metallic sound drew the attention of two other zombies in the alley, which turned their heads numbly. However, upon recognizing Lin Yan as one of their kind, they apathetically diverted their gaze. Just then, a faint rustling sound emanated from within the door. Lin Yan involuntarily smiled faintly. He picked up the key again, aligning it with the lock. The lock clicked softly as he gently pushed the door open. Yet, in the next moment, his movements abruptly stilled. A tender, yet ashen little head cautiously peeked out from the crack of the door. A pair of hollow, murky eyes stared blankly upwards, locking onto Lin Yan's gaze. In the next instant, Lin Yan's consciousness was violently pulled away. He stared blankly at the familiar living room of the duplex safe house, momentarily disoriented. Still not fully detached from the desperate paternal love embodied in that body. A glance at the time revealed that merely half an hour had passed. Perfectly in sync with his arrival, Lin Yan's expression shifted as he summoned the divine card. The divine card hovered in the air, emanating a soft glow. However, unlike before, a small, faint point of thought now accompanied the divine card, cautiously conveying gratitude and reverence to Lin Yan. Yet, within this thought, an unmistakable sorrow lingered. It was Li Jianjun, who, despite his consciousness nearly dissipating, still sent forth a remnant of acknowledgement. Lin Yan instinctively pondered. Should he accept this existence and grant it the identity of a believer? Identity granted. Lin Yan silently intoned within. In an instant, an invisible bridge was established between him and the zombie Li Jianjun, who lingered within the dilapidated tenement. Believer, Li Jianjun status, zombie level 1, traits, flesh consumption, accelerates recovery through the consumption of flesh and blood, with a certain probability of promoting mutation and evolution. Divine believer, as a follower recognized by the divine, physical strength and mental resilience are significantly enhanced. This was a unique ability of the divine. Lin Yan could sense the state and loyalty of his believers at any time. He could also convey divine edicts through this connection, instructing them to act according to his will. Lin Yan turned the divine card over, noticing subtle changes on the reverse side. Nameless God, beginner level 1, divine power capacity, 410, inherent abilities, destiny guidance, identity granting, divine authority development, number of believers, 13, accumulated will, 330, divine traits, formless, luck bias. A total of 9 points of divine power had been consumed. However, due to successfully acquiring a believer, he received 3 points of will. The will swiftly transformed into pure divine power, flowing back into the divine card. Lin Yan currently had 4 points of divine power remaining. According to instinctive feedback, the consumed divine power would require approximately 12 hours for natural recovery. Lin Yan could also choose to take advantage of the moment and directly command Li Jianjun to offer the residual energy within him to himself. Yet, as a newly transformed level 1 zombie, his energy was exceedingly scant. Even if Li Jianjun were willing to exhaust everything, he could not provide Lin Yan with even 1 point of divine power. If I wish to accelerate the recovery of divine power, the best approach is to guide Li Jianjun to consume humans or zombies, continually leveling him up. The stronger he becomes, the more he will yield, and he can eventually contribute more energy. As long as I possess a sufficient number of believers, divine power will flow ceaselessly. Just relying on the ability to recover injuries through divine power makes me almost immortal. Lin Yan mused softly, his eyes gleaming ever brighter. At present, we are still in the early stages of the apocalypse, with billions of humans and zombies across the globe. As long as I continually activate destiny guidance, there will be countless believers in waiting for my arrival. I am here to save them. In this moment, the glimmer in Lin Yan's eyes shone with the deep and fervent light of a malevolent god. Chapter 22. Li Jianjun's enlightenment. As Li Jianjun languished in a state of despair, the ethereal yet solemn voice seemed to descend directly into the depths of his soul. Bring fever-reducing medicine to your son and return to his side. Is this your obsession? I can fulfill your obsession on your behalf. At that moment, Li Jianjun grasped this lifeline like a drowning man, desperately crying out within, "Please, help me." Subsequently, he gazed in bewilderment as his bodily injuries began to heal. Although still shrouded in a deadened hue of gray, they were no longer in tatters. He sensed a warm yet majestic afterglow gradually dissipating from this corporeal shell, leaving behind a sensation of complete purification and comfort. The chaotic, frigid, and bloody darkness receded like a tide. Li Jianjun, consumed by a bloody thirst, had never yearned so intensely for that clarity of consciousness, for the ability to think independently. When this overwhelming will descended upon him, it was akin to the first ray of sunlight breaking through the ice, pulling his muddled awareness from the mire. He could think clearly, no longer driven solely by instinctual bloodlust, but by thoughts genuinely belonging to him, Li Jianjun. He then beheld his body returning home. Yet, at the moment he opened the door, despair engulfed him. His son, Li Xiaobao, had become a lifeless shell that would never again call him dad. As the presence departed, Li Jianjun reclaimed control of his body. He reached out with stiff yet eager arms, embracing his son tightly. The sound of a child's throat emitting a tender yet unconscious gurgle reached his ears. Suddenly, Li Jianjun realized he too was a shell. If his Xiaobao were still human, a 6-year-old child could not survive in such a world. Moreover, that presence not only delivered medicine back home, but also restored his body, returning to him the most precious gift of clarity. An overwhelming wave of gratitude surged through Li Jianjun, instantly replacing all his thoughts. Divine being. It must be a divine being. In his most desperate and darkest hour, it descended upon his broken form, guiding this decaying shell to fulfill his unfinished obsession. It had brought him home, delivered the medicine, repaired his shattered body, and awakened him from his zombified state. He was at a loss for words, only able to summon all his revived consciousness to offer the most humble and devout worship and prayer to that supreme will, which seemed to exist beyond time. At the moment his gratitude peaked, a clear, majestic, and vast thought resonated directly within his consciousness. Devour the undead, grow stronger, protect your son. Li Jianjun abruptly raised his head, scanning his surroundings. Apart from himself and his son Xiaobao, there was no one else in sight. It was a divine oracle. It was the divine being's directive to him. Without hesitation, Li Jianjun's consciousness was instantly filled with fervent belief. Yes, although he was already a shell, he still possessed a lucid consciousness. He could devour his kind to evolve and grow stronger. He could protect his son. He could become a faithful servant of that presence. In that moment, Li Jianjun's previously tumultuous and confused heart suddenly became steadfast and clear. To repay the grace of the divine being, to protect his son, he needed strength. He must acquire strength. With a roar that was no longer a meaningless shout, a low growl imbued with resolute will emanated from Li Jianjun's throat. His crimson eyes fixated on the outside, locking onto a wandering undead at the other end of the alley. In the next instant, he lunged toward the former neighbor with newfound strength. For his son, to repay the divine. After successfully claiming Li Jianjun as his first believer and imparting to him the oracle of strength, Lin Yan turned his attention back to reality. Focusing on training his own body, he trained his strength, speed, resilience, and combat techniques capable of slaying both humans and the undead. Relying solely on external forces had never been Lin Yan's style. With the apocalypse upon them, he had to seize every moment, exerting himself to become stronger. However, the human body ultimately has physiological limits. The tearing of muscle fibers and their subsequent recovery require time. Continuous high-intensity training not only yields diminishing returns, but can also lead to decreased performance due to lactic acid buildup, microscopic muscle damage, and nerve fatigue, even resulting in injury. Thus, Lin Yan's effective training hours each day were quite limited. Until this time, when he pushed his body to the brink of exhaustion once more, his arms trembling, breath scorching, nearly unable to maintain standard movements. His gaze swept over the floating, divine card beside him, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He tentatively spoke, "Consume 1 point of divine power to restore state." No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a warm, yet overwhelming energy surged forth from the divine card, swiftly flowing through his limbs and bones. In an instant, his previously sore and swollen muscles felt as though they had been thoroughly refreshed. The sensation of fatigue vanished, replaced by renewed vigor. Even the mental exhaustion dissipated completely. Lin Yan restored his body to its optimal state. Divine power could bypass the body's normal recovery cycle, disregarding physiological limitations, instantaneously resetting his physical condition to its peak. Moreover, Lin Yan felt a distinct change in his body. With a low shout, he swung his fist, creating a whoosh of wind. He swiftly practiced several sets of movements in the living room, confirming that not only strength but also speed, explosive power, and overall physical quality had evidently surpassed previous limits. Is this the essence of divine power? He slowly clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with light. This means that as long as I possess sufficient divine power, I can continually break through limits and grow stronger. His desire for divine power surged once more. With 3 points of divine power remaining, Lin Yan wasted no time and plunged into another round of extreme training until the night deepened. After exhausting all his divine power, an unprecedented wave of intense hunger swept over him. Lin Yan retrieved 2 pounds of fresh meat and some vegetables from the refrigerator, hastily cooking them into a pot of boiled meat, consuming it alongside half a pot of rice. After the meal, he stealthily made his way to the rooftop under the cover of night, raising his night vision binoculars to survey the surroundings. Indeed, the number of undead wandering in the community and nearby streets was not substantial. Lin Yan mused to himself. The authorities' initiative to have everyone reinforce doors and windows and remain at home while awaiting their identification cards had evidently been effective. Most of the undead had initially been confined indoors. Furthermore, the transformation into undead beings was a process. Those who had drawn player cards, if prepared in advance, still had a significant chance of escaping. Here, Lin Yan could not help but admire the wisdom of the authorities. By segregating the undead into individual households, the subsequent task of clearing them would be much more manageable. Just then, Lin Yan spotted 2 men and a woman downstairs in his community, each carrying a large package. Hastily fleeing from Building 6 ahead, they kept glancing back, seemingly pursued by something terrifying. One of the men stumbled over his own leg in panic and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 23. Li Jianjun's upgrade will feedback. Zhang Liang emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his entire body crashing heavily to the ground. The supplies he had just scavenged scattered and rolled away in all directions. His male companion, Zhou Wei, who had been running ahead, was startled by the cry, his soul nearly fleeing in terror. He shot an angry glare back at Zhang, but dared not linger. Swiftly turning and sprinting in the opposite direction, vanishing in an instant. A woman, who had been trailing behind Zhang, saw him fall and became even more flustered, scrambling aimlessly. In a frantic attempt to rise, Zhang neglected to gather his belongings, grasping a half-empty bag as he sought to follow her. However, his scream had already attracted the wandering corpses lurking downstairs. In an instant, several scattered undead turned their heads simultaneously, their ashen eyes locking onto the source of the sound, and began to wobble towards him from different directions. The woman had once had a chance to escape through the gaps before the undead encircled them. But upon raising her head, she was met with several decayed faces and hollow gazes, causing her legs to weaken in fear. Rather than charging forward, she retreated repeatedly, shrinking back beside Zhang Liang. The extreme terror swiftly morphed into resentment, and with a sobbing voice, she struck Zhang, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. Why did you scream? You were going to get us killed." No, don't be afraid, Xiaolon. We still have our abilities." Zhang Liang forced himself to appear calm, extending his hand towards an approaching corpse, desperately attempting to activate his power. In the dim light, a faint flicker of flame suddenly appeared, igniting the clothing of the undead. Yet, the engulfed corpse remained oblivious, feeling no pain, and continued to advance relentlessly. "It's useless. Completely useless. Only Zhou Wei's ability works." The woman broke down entirely, hysterically clutching Zhang Liang's clothing and screaming. The Zhou Wei she mentioned was the very man who had fled without a backward glance. In despair, she threw everything she had just collected at the approaching corpses, trying to deter them, but it was all in vain. The undead swiftly closed in, completely enclosing the two, and the feast of death seemed inevitable. Lin Yan stood atop the building, calmly observing everything through his night vision binoculars. He intended to utilize this opportunity to meticulously analyze the attack patterns of the undead, along with the abilities of these 2 human players. As it stood, the initial player's abilities appeared quite feeble, though it remained uncertain whether this was a commonality. If this hypothesis held true, then the threat posed by the undead to ordinary individuals could be stronger than anticipated. Speaking of which, Lin Yan's divine card currently lacked any direct offensive capabilities. Once ensnared in a tide of corpses, his situation would be equally perilous. Because of this, he would not easily abandon his safe haven until he possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities. Just as Lin Yan believed the 2 downstairs to be doomed, 2 figures suddenly burst forth from the building he occupied. Number 9. One was an elderly man and the other a youth. The young man, wielding a fire axe, charged ahead with keen eyes, closely followed by an older man with graying hair, gripping a machete tightly. Without hesitation, they rushed directly towards the horde of undead, encircling Zhang Liang and the woman. Lin Yan watched quietly for a moment before coldly averting his gaze. They were saved, truly fortunate. However, for the pair who had come to their aid, this might not bode well. If that man and woman were grateful, it would be one thing, but if they were ungrateful, this act of kindness could invite calamity. Of course, This was beyond Lin Yan's concern. He turned away from the rooftop. It was time to rest. His divine power needed time to replenish. That night, within the safety of his self-made sanctuary, Lin Yan slept exceptionally soundly. The thick walls and height effectively filtered out the potential howls and chaos of the night, allowing him to remain undisturbed throughout. Upon awakening in the morning, he felt refreshed, both his body and spirit in a robust state. He first sensed his divine card. The divine power that had been depleted the previous day had now fully replenished, 1010. The additional 4 points of willpower came from his soul believer, Li Jianjun. The swift effect of yesterday's divine revelation took Lin Yan by surprise. Merely one night had passed, and Li Jianjun had risen from a level 1 corpse to level 2, returning 4 points of willpower to Lin Yan. How had he accomplished this? Lin Yan's thoughts stirred, his consciousness quietly connecting to Li Jianjun. In an instant, fragmented images of Li Jianjun's bloody battle from the previous night flooded into Lin Yan's perception. In the darkness, on the streets, and in the alleys, Li Jianjun seized isolated corpses, ambushing them when they were unprepared, devouring them, and engaging in desperate combat with his kind. He also discerned Li Jianjun's current state. Believer, Li Jianjun's status, level 2 corpse, injured, left arm severed, trait, flesh devourer, divine believer, severed limb reattachment. Had he consumed 10 of his kind's cores to complete his upgrade? Lin Yan pondered. It seemed that a predatory relationship existed among the undead, one where they could devour each other. However, at this stage, the newly transformed undead mostly exhibited chaotic awareness, with a far stronger impulse to hunt humans than anything else. During last night's fierce battle, particularly against the last powerful corpse encountered, Li Jianjun had suffered the almost severing of his left arm. Yet, simultaneously, Li Jianjun had awakened a new trait, severed limb reattachment. Was it truly that simple to acquire a trait? Or was it because the undead lacked proactive abilities, making it easier for them to awaken passive traits? Lin Yan mused. Now that Li Jianjun had reached level 2, he possessed a certain advantage over the level 1 corpses, which still wandered naively like newborns. He no longer required Lin Yan to expend divine power to assist in repairing his body. With his new trait, Li Jianjun could reattach his own severed limbs. As a deity, Lin Yan needed to maintain a distance and an air of authority, guiding only in critical moments. Rather than involving himself in every matter, Lin Yan transmitted a thought of encouragement to Li Jianjun, affirming his efforts. Upon sensing the surge of emotion and anxiety from the other side, he calmly withdrew his consciousness. After breakfast, with everything ready, Lin Yan concentrated once more, preparing to activate fate guidance. This time, he hoped to bestow it upon a target that was closer. He couldn't help but recall the mother and son, Xia Wan and Lin Zimiao. He wondered if they had received the surprise he had meticulously prepared for them yesterday. Perhaps he should find the time to call and check on them. Lin Yan slowly closed his eyes, initiating a new round of fate guidance. Chapter 24. The Arrival of Human Players. In the suburbs of Jinjishi, a temporary safe zone had finally taken shape. At this moment, figures moved within the safe zone, appearing somewhat frantic yet infused with a semblance of order born from survival. Yesterday evening, the villagers from Shishui Village and Shanyao Village, closest to the safe zone, were the first to be brought in by the troops and settled here. With a limited population, the remaining villagers were predominantly elderly. Over 90% had succumbed to the mutation, transforming into corpses dealt with on-site by the guards. Ultimately, fewer than 200 individuals managed to enter the settlement. However, in the morning, a girl's piercing cries shattered the tranquility of the settlement. "Let me go! Get away from me!" Many villagers were drawn to the commotion, converging around the scene. Before me stood Fong Mingming, a girl recently accused of theft, desperately grappling with a frail old man. Observing the growing crowd, Lao Zhang feigned deep sorrow and loudly exclaimed, "Oh dear, why must this girl bite? I merely advised her against stealing. If she encounters difficulties in the future, both I and the villagers can assist her. Why is she so ungrateful, turning against me? At my age, I could be her grandfather." Fong Mingming, trembling in disbelief, stared at the old man, her face streaked with tears, reflecting terror and despair. Just yesterday, amidst her dazed state due to her parents' transformation into lifeless shells, this old man had approached her with feigned concern. Yet, he quickly accused her of stealing his money, even though she had inexplicably found an extra 200 yuan in her pocket. No matter how she pleaded and defended herself, she was met with suspicion and indifference from those around her. Children without parental guidance are easily led astray. "She seems so honest, yet her hands are so unclean," murmured the onlookers. The whispers echoed in Fong Mingming's ears, reminiscent of the scene from the previous day. That morning, while fetching water, The old man had even touched her from behind, causing her to feel nauseated and scream in protest, which attracted the crowd's attention. Countless gazes pierced her, laden with skepticism and blame, some even relishing the spectacle. I did not steal the money. He is lying. He just touched me. Her voice quivered, choked with overwhelming injustice and fear, rendering her arguments feeble. Oh, heavens above. Lao Zhang pounded his chest and slapped his own face, appearing genuinely distressed. At my age, if I were to commit such a wicked act, may I be struck by lightning. Please, judge me fairly. I cannot live with this kind of reputation. A local matron chimed in. Oh, we cannot doubt you, Lao Zhang. If you had such intentions, you would have sought a wife long ago. Why remain single? Others concurred. This girl is young. Perhaps she mistook your kindness for something else. A child without parents is indeed at a disadvantage. The crowd's murmurs tilted in favor of Lao Zhang. Even a young guard, called to maintain order, furrowed his brow, his gaze toward Fong Mengmeng laden with scrutiny. Young lady, please remain calm and clarify the situation. We cannot wrongfully accuse someone. Do you have any evidence? Evidence. She had been too preoccupied with her surroundings while fetching water, and there were no surveillance cameras to provide proof. Fong Mengmeng felt as though the light of the world had dimmed around her. The agony of losing her parents still lingered, and now she faced slander and bullying, with no one willing to believe her. Would she be condemned to live in such despair for the rest of her life? She shook her head repeatedly, cold despair washing over her like a tidal wave. Mom and Dad, why didn't you take me with you? Yet her throat felt constricted, silencing her cries. In that moment, Fong Mengmeng even longed to become a lifeless shell like her parents, to escape the humiliation she endured. With thoughts of surrendering to death, her vision blurred, and she began to fall backward. Time seemed to freeze. As she fell, the moment hung suspended in midair. Within her slender, tear-streaked eyes, the humiliation and despair that once belonged to a young girl receded, replaced by a chilling calmness. Fate's guidance activated. Lin Yan felt himself falling backward, stumbling to regain his balance. In front of him lay a player card, and he marveled at having arrived in the body of a human with a player identity. Player name, Fong Mengmeng, Level 1. Initial ability, Metal Spike, 55. Accumulated Crystal Energy, 05. Identity trait, Rapid Growth. The loud voice of a nearby matron reached Lin Yan's ears. We're all from the same village. We must uphold reason and conscience. We cannot show favoritism just because someone appears pitiable. Little Meng, do not stray from the right path just because your parents are gone. Although your family has just moved to the village, your parents were decent people. Do not tarnish their legacy. Flashes of memories surged through Lin Yan's mind. Fong Mengmeng's pain over her parents' death, the despair of being falsely accused and humiliated with no recourse. He immediately grasped the predicament of this body and understood the girl's fervent desire was not merely to clear her name, but also to find a way to survive in this merciless world. Then let it be as you wish. Witness how I will act. As Lao Zhang, facing Fong Mengmeng yet turned away from the crowd, reveled in his perceived triumph. His wrinkled face exhibited a fleeting satisfaction. He feigned innocence, appearing feeble while greedily eyeing Fong Mengmeng's delicate neck and trembling shoulders, already plotting how to completely dominate this helpless girl. Once this day passed, and her reputation as a thief and liar was solidified, he would have complete control within this safe zone. After all, the girl from the village who lost her parents had been similarly ensnared by him. Unfortunately, that naive girl had soon taken her own life by the lake. Now, with his newfound player identity card and rejuvenation of youth, he relished the thought of experiencing that youthful body once more. A smile crept across Lao Zhang's lips as he eagerly sought the panic and despair in Fong Mengmeng's eyes, only to be met with a gaze that resembled that of a lifeless being. Chapter 25. Returning the filth. Lin Yan controlled the body. The girl's eyes, though filled with tears, now radiated a resolute calmness. She ceased her futile defenses and addressed the loudest matron in the crowd. Auntie, may I ask, what does it mean to enter the small grove? The crowd fell silent. The elders present undoubtedly understood the connotation, yet Fong Mengmeng was merely a young girl. Before the matron could respond, Fong Mengmeng turned to the instigator, Lao Zhang, and said, Uncle Zhang, you claim that I lost my parents and thus have no support. So you offered me 200 yuan to accompany you to the small grove. I did not wish to go, and now you accuse me of stealing your money. I have already returned the money to you. Why do you still insist on labeling me a thief? Defending herself was futile. Lao Zhang relied solely on Fong Mengmeng's youth and lack of parental support, intending to coerce her step by step. Once the crowd gathered, they easily fell into the sheep effect, blindly following the majority, preferring to believe in a reality they wished to accept. Since the other party insists on slinging mud, why not retaliate with an even more turbulent deluge of filth? The plump woman who was questioned suddenly froze, a look of guilt flickering across her face. What do you mean by going into the woods? What nonsense are you spouting, child? Meanwhile, the previously boisterous Lao Zhang's face paled dramatically. The expression of grief and outrage that had been etched on his face became fixed, and he instinctively shouted, "You're talking nonsense. When did I ever say such a thing? Everyone listen. This girl not only stole money, but now has resorted to slandering me." However, this time, the murmurs around them shifted direction. Fang Mingming's explosive revelation was far more impactful than any vague physical altercation. The specific terms "going into the woods" and $200 painted a picture of a premeditated, sordid transaction. Going into the woods? He paid her $200 to accompany him? This can't be true. How could Mingming know such things? Unless... The glances directed at Lao Zhang transformed from sympathy and trust to suspicion, scrutiny, and even a hint of disdain. The words uttered by a 13-year-old girl, in a moment of extreme grievance, carried more weight than any feeble defense. The young guard's expression grew serious as he fixed a sharp gaze on Lao Zhang. "Sir, please explain what exactly is going on here." Under the weight of the guard's stare, Lao Zhang trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I didn't tea. She's framing me. How can you trust the words of a thief? Comrade, you must believe me. Yet Fang Mingming merely raised her slightly trembling hand, pointing to the inner pocket of Lao Zhang's old coat, her voice quivering yet distinctly clear. "The $200 are in that pocket. He just said it was a deposit and promised to give me more later." Lao Zhang instinctively clutched his chest tightly. He indeed had such intentions, planning to use money and rumors to compel Fang Mingming to comply, but he hadn't yet had the chance to entice her again. Little did he know that during their tussle, Fang Mingming had already glimpsed the stack of money. Before Lao Zhang could react, the guard had already taken action, swiftly subduing him and unceremoniously extracting the $200 from the inner pocket he had been desperately guarding. The crowd erupted in chaos. A deposit? This old fool. My heavens. He just swore he had no such intentions. This is truly a thunderous revelation. How could this beast, who hasn't remarried since his wife died 30 years ago, be engaging in such dealings behind closed doors? Countless expressions of scorn, curses, and fury descended upon Lao Zhang. His face turned ashen, bewildered by how the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. In a fit of rage, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed stiffly to the ground. For an elderly man of his age, fainting from anger was a grave matter, causing immediate pandemonium among the crowd. Only Fang Mingming stood quietly in place, her downcast gaze betraying a calmness that eluded everyone else. Lao Zhang was hoisted away by the crowd to the medical room. As anticipated, despite the slight enhancement to his physique, Lao Zhang, already frail with age, suffered a stroke and was left partially paralyzed due to the shock. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, who controlled Fang Mingming's body, seized this rare opportunity to observe the temporary safe zone that was closest to him. The number of guards within the zone was scant, barely 1 in 10, yet sufficient to maintain order. Most of the forces had been dispatched to nearby towns to exterminate the undead and escort survivors back. Lin Yan noted the notices posted within the area. One promised to reassure the populace by guaranteeing basic food and water. The other explicitly outlined the method for enhancing player levels by killing the undead and absorbing the core energy within them. 10 points of core energy could elevate one to level 2, while 20 points could raise them to level 3. Moreover, upon leveling up, both physical attributes and supernatural abilities would be enhanced. It seemed that the military had already cultivated players of level 3 and above. Lin Yan pondered privately, relying on organizational efficiency and concentrating resources to rapidly elevate individual levels was indeed an advantage of the military. The specific augmentation and strength post-leveling required further intelligence. In a world where no one could truly remain unscathed, even Lin Yan, who currently lacked for resources, would eventually have to interact or negotiate with other humans. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. He needed information, particularly regarding the safe zone in close proximity to him in Jinji City. The present opportunity lay in the body of Fang Mingming, who had just arrived. As long as he could make this girl his follower, he could leverage her abilities to continuously gather information from this place. With this thought, Lin Yan suddenly recognized the terrifying potential of his power. If followers were scattered throughout the world, it would mean that the entire world would be under his watchful gaze and influence. As for whether utilizing a young girl was despicable, he had contemplated this long ago when he took in Li Jianjun. The relationship between a deity and a follower is neither that of master and servant nor of controller and controlled. Followers possess their own thoughts. Lin Yan could only influence, not manipulate. For Lin Yan, This relationship constituted a mutually beneficial exchange of value. He aided those who were on the brink of despair, whether they were individuals or the undead, and in return, they formed a spiritual connection with him, repaying him for his life-saving grace. The existence of a deity serves as a spiritual anchor for followers and a redemption in dire circumstances. For those who have escaped the abyss thanks to him, he is their sole savior. They willingly offer him what they have received, rather than him coercively extracting benefits from them. Naturally, apart from goodwill and information, Lin Yan harbored no malicious intentions towards his followers. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Yan turned his attention to another notice, an enlistment announcement. It called for all players with offensive abilities to join the military. The highest officer was named Kai Shuming, with the registration office located in the commander's office. As for the terms of enlistment, they would be discussed based on ability. Lin Yan strolled through the safe zone and noted the presence of several concealed armories. Taking advantage of the girl's identity to observe the heavily guarded locations from a distance before quietly departing. At present, he had more pressing matters to attend to. How to empower a young girl to possess the strength to survive independently in this brutal apocalypse. If his follower lacked even the ability to protect herself, she would hold no value to him. Chapter 26, Safe Zone. Call to enlist. The morning's turmoil did not stir lasting ripples within the safe zone. The entanglement between an orphan girl and a paralyzed old man was regarded by most as merely a poignant tale of the apocalypse. Something to listen to and discuss before moving on. In this uncertain world, everyone's primary concern was how to survive and thrive. Many villagers, like Fong Mingming, took note of the notices posted in the safe zone. Soon, a dozen young adults mustered their courage and headed toward the commander's office. Fong Mingming silently trailed at the end of the line. "Hey, Xiaoming." A young man hailing from Shishui village noticed her and teasingly remarked with mild surprise. "Are you planning to enlist as well? With your petite frame, I doubt you could even carry a firearm." Fong Mingming remained silent, merely nodding gently, appearing as though she had yet to recover from some prior setback. Observing her demeanor, the young man chose to say no more. However, the gazes of others directed at Fong Mingming were predominantly laced with unabashed disdain and mockery. A girl with yellow hair attempting to join the military? It was nothing short of a farce. Yet, Lin Yan, who was in control of this body, possessed an exceptionally clear mindset. The apocalypse would not show mercy simply because Fong Mingming was a child. Even if she could fortuitously remain in the safe zone until adulthood, the price that a young woman, alone and unprotected, would have to pay to survive in this shattered world could be far more harrowing. One might trust in the inherent goodness of humanity, but one must never underestimate its darker aspects. Another crucial factor was the existence of the player card, which, to some extent, diminished the absolute disparities in age and physical capability. It granted all survivors a relatively equitable starting point for evolution. From the fragmented memories of Fong Mingming, Lin Yan confirmed that the basic enhancements of the player card had substantially improved individual physical attributes. With continuous leveling, Fong Mingming's combat prowess could very well surpass that of an average adult, perhaps even rivaling elite soldiers. Given the current abundance of firepower and equipment provided by the authorities, and the relatively low levels of the zombies, allowing Fong Mingming to join the ranks would be the most effective means for her to quickly acquire the ability to protect herself. The group soon arrived at the command room. The door stood ajar, revealing a tall man clad in faded, old military garb, quietly briefing several squad leaders. Although he bore no insignia, his aura of competence was unmistakable. His brow was furrowed, his gaze sharp as an eagle. And though fatigue etched his features from days of labor, he displayed no sign of slackness. Upon noticing the crowd gathered at the entrance, he promptly ceased his conversation, gestured for his subordinates to disperse, and strode purposefully to the doorway. Kai Shuming's voice resonated, imbued with a reassuring steadiness. "Are you all here to enlist? Come in, and we shall converse." The villagers, upon encountering this evidently high-ranking official, felt a wave of trepidation. Yet, witnessing his amiable demeanor, some attempted to ingratiate themselves, even offering wrinkled cigarettes. Kai Shuming politely declined all overtures, his gaze lingering on Fong Mingming for a brief moment in mild surprise, but quickly returned to normal. He steered the conversation back on course. "Everyone's time is precious. Since you are here, I shall get straight to the point. I trust you all understand what the player card is. Our current recruitment is not for the regular forces, but to form a special operations team, aptly named the Yizhandui. Selection will be based on your unique abilities. Those who qualify will undergo systematic training and undertake specialized missions. In terms of provisions, 3 meals a day will be prioritized. Standard combat gear will be provided, and additional resources and crystal cores will be allocated based on mission performance. Immediately, someone inquired, "Commander, what kind of abilities are eligible for selection? If we pass the screening, will we be required to confront zombies daily like the soldiers?" Kai Shuming patiently elucidated. Confronting zombies is indeed the primary objective, but it is not limited to that. This world now requires unique powers to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Control, defense, reconnaissance, support, and even abilities for special purposes can all be of necessity if utilized correctly. Upon hearing the possibility of facing zombies daily, some visibly faltered, reconsidering their choices. Why venture outside to face death when they could remain within the safe zone, where they were fed and protected? Yet, others contemplated further. If this state of affairs persisted, the existing social hierarchy would inevitably undergo a reshuffle. In the future, worth would no longer be measured by wealth, but by personal strength. If they did not seize the opportunity while the authorities still had resources, the chance for resurgence might be lost forever, relegating them to the oppressed lower strata. Kai Shuming's gaze, piercing and deliberate, swept across each individual present. Apart from Fong Mengmeng, who consistently kept her head bowed, he discerned hesitation, indecision, and fear etched upon the faces of most. Those willing to attempt, "Follow me to the nearby open area and demonstrate your abilities one by one." Some stepped forward, while others remained rooted in place, exchanging glances before ultimately retreating. Fong Mengmeng joined the throng as they made their way to the open area. Kai Shuming pointed to the person at the front of the line. "You start. State your ability and demonstrate." The chosen one was the young man who had previously spoken with Fong Mengmeng. He smiled shyly. "My ability is wind manipulation." Upon saying this, he unleashed his power into the open area. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a small cloud of dust before dissipating. The onlookers could not suppress their laughter. "Huh? This ability comes to enlist? What good is a mere gust of wind?" However, Kai Shuming nodded affirmatively. "Acceptable. You have passed. Stand over there." The young man was elated, while the others looked on in disbelief. Kai Shuming remarked, "His ability may be weak now, but it holds great potential. What I value is not immediate combat power, but growth potential." The next participant was a middle-aged man who, upon opening his mouth, boisterously boasted about the greatness of his ability until Kai Shuming interrupted him coldly. "State the name of your ability directly." The man, startled, quickly replied, "It's called Sleepless. I can go without sleep." Unsurprisingly, he was eliminated. The subsequent candidate possessed the ability, Water Manipulation, but the logistics of the team already had several individuals with the same capability, resulting in elimination. The next was Fire Gathering, which appeared to have some offensive potential, yet its growth prospects were limited. Perhaps it might enhance at higher levels, but in Kai Shuming's view, this foundational ability lacked cultivation value, leading to disqualification. Fong Mengmeng stood still, observing as each participant before her was eliminated. She gleaned some understanding of the abilities held by other candidates. Ultimately, only 4 individuals were selected. Undoubtedly, the abilities of those chosen had merits or potential value to the team and the authorities. The team itself still had numerous soldiers. In truth, only those with abilities not represented among the soldiers stood a chance of being selected by Kai Shuming. The eliminated candidates remained in place, curious to witness the abilities of others that warranted selection. Finally, it was Fong Mengmeng's turn. Chapter 27. Rules of the Dark Jungle. Why is this girl still standing there? Does she truly believe this is child's play? A burly middle-aged man crossed his arms, scoffing, his tone laced with unabashed malice. He had just been dismissed due to the ordinariness of his water manipulation ability, and now he harbored a bellyful of pent-up frustration. Nearby, another rejected candidate chimed in mockingly. "A little girl like her hasn't even grown up. What does she know about abilities? She should hurry home and play in the mud. Don't embarrass yourself here." They had all failed, so how could a small girl possibly have the right to stand among them? Did she truly think she could rise above them? Another villager pointed an accusatory finger, exclaiming, "This is a man's affair. It's a matter of facing monsters in battle. You're just a girl. Don't come crying to us when you're scared and need someone to carry you home. Hurry back to your mother." The malice and discrimination pierced Fong Mengmeng's heart, as if those belittling her felt they could reclaim their pathetic sense of pride by demeaning her. Fong Mengmeng raised her gaze, calmly surveying the men who had been the most vociferous in their taunts. She did not pay attention to the screams and curses of the men, but rather turned to the silent observer, Kai Su-ming. The girl's delicate voice coincided almost perfectly with the activation of her ability. "My power is metal spikes." In the next instant, cold metallic spikes, each the length of a palm, erupted from the ground without warning, piercing the feet of the men with precision and ferocity. No one present had anticipated that such a seemingly frail girl would take direct action against this group of men. "Ah, my foot!" The shrill cries instantly shattered the air in the clearing. The previously arrogant men were now rolling on the ground, clutching their bloodied feet, creating a scene of chaos and brutality. This sudden and ruthless counterattack left the 4 villagers who had been selected earlier pale with fear. When they looked at the girl again, their eyes reflected sheer terror. Kai Su Ming's expression also shifted, but it was not one of anger. Instead, a fleeting glimmer of admiration crossed his face. "Commander, this wretched girl dares to hurt people. Quickly arrest her. Execute her. She must be executed." The men on the ground wailed an accusation. However, Kai Su Ming paid them no heed. His gaze was fixed on Fong Meng Meng, his voice carrying a barely perceptible note of approval. "You have passed." Kai Su Ming was astonished that the first person to catch his eye was a young girl. Although his soldiers were competent, they had been constrained by rules for too long. He needed individuals who could break the mold. After a moment's pause, he added, his tone leaving no room for debate, "Your ability is commendable. However, do not use it against your own." Fong Meng Meng nodded quietly, understanding the implication behind his words. Kai Su Ming referred to one's own, and not to the noisy, writhing survivors on the ground, but rather to true teammates. "Starting tomorrow, I will personally train you 5. You have half a day to inform your families. This evening, someone will take you to the communal dormitory. Now disperse." After the 5 left the training ground, a soldier jogged over to Kai Su Ming, reporting, "Commander, the team responsible for supporting Qingshan village has returned, bringing back 123 individuals. Among them, there are 78 elderly and children, and 45 able-bodied adults." Kai Su Ming nodded, directing his gaze towards the departing Fong Meng Meng and instructing the soldier, "In the future, do not differentiate between the elderly and the children. All survivors shall be treated equally." "Yes, Commander." On the way back to the settlement, the other 4 selected villagers maintained a deliberate distance from Fong Meng Meng. Their glances towards her had completely transformed. No longer did they regard her with disdain as an inconsequential little girl. Instead, their looks were imbued with a hint of unmistakable fear, coupled with a cautious, equal appraisal of a teammate. This was precisely the effect Lin Yan sought to achieve. "Do you see?" Lin Yan's voice resonated in Fong Meng Meng's consciousness. "From this day forth, fear will become your armor. The nature of humanity is to bully the weak, to fear the strong, or to keep a distance from the mad. If you cannot become strong enough, then at the very least, make them believe you are reckless, even insane." Fong Meng Meng's consciousness remained acutely aware of everything happening around her. Lin Yan's actions today had violently torn apart her previous 13 years of teachings regarding kindness and morality. "Are you a god?" A faint, trembling thought cautiously emerged. It was the true Fong Meng Meng. "Must I really kill that old man Zhang?" Indeed, the moment Lin Yan descended, his first instinct was to obliterate the scum who dared to harm the little girl. It was Fong Meng Meng's consciousness that instinctively restrained him. She loathed old Zhang. Yet within her ingrained understanding, the means of dealing with evil did not include murder. This was the most straightforward thinking of a girl raised under normal circumstances. Lin Yan could certainly forcefully kill, but his primary purpose here was to harvest faith, not to pass judgment on evil. And he would not easily squander his precious divine power for such. Therefore, he opted for a more tempered approach, returning the harm to the perpetrator, leading that old scoundrel to disgrace and suffering worse than death. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. What he needed was not a compassionate believer, but a follower capable of surviving independently in the apocalypse. How could a frail, defenseless little rabbit survive in a world rife with wolves? It was imperative to make those potential wolves recognize that this rabbit not only possessed fangs, but could also transform into a frenzied beast at any moment. Only thus would the malice be deterred from approaching with ease, whether in an apocalypse or not. The fundamental rules of this world had never changed. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. In the past, there was a semblance of order and law to tenuously protect the weak, but now, Lin Yan's voice carried a chilling calm. The apocalypse will strip the strong of their disguises, allowing them to bully the weak without restraint. Remember, no one can protect you forever, except for yourself. Now answer me. Should that old man who tormented you be killed? Fong Meng Meng's consciousness fell into silence, evidently still contemplating. Although she was merely a teenager, children of this age, aside from their naivety, can truly comprehend many things. However, Fong Meng Meng had yet to recover from the blow of losing her parents. Had Lin Yan not appeared, children like Fong Meng Meng would have faced 2 potential fates. One possibility is that, lacking sufficient time to grow and adapt to this cruel world, they would gradually succumb to darkness, consumed by despair and hatred towards the world. losing trust and kindness towards others, becoming cold, withdrawn, and even resorting to extreme actions to protect themselves. The other, more likely fate, would be death. In a harsh survival environment, without the protection of reliable and capable individuals, these children would have no time to grow and would become the earliest victims of the apocalypse. Fang Mingming pondered for a long time before finally saying, "Actually, at that time, he wronged me. When he treated me that way, I hated him deeply, wishing he would die. Now that my parents are gone, if I want to survive, I must have the strength to protect myself and make them fear me, so they dare not bully me." Seeing that this little rabbit had begun to understand the harshness of reality, Lin Yan knew it was time for him to depart. A pull emanated from his consciousness, signifying that Lin Yan's fate guidance had been perfectly completed. In the next moment, Lin Yan's consciousness returned to his safe house. Chapter 28. The third follower. Before departing, Lin Yan left a final remark. Act according to your own judgment, and find a way to survive. Lin Yan returned to his safe house. Before him, the divine card once again coalesced. At this moment, a new light point appeared beside the divine card. This light point emanated feelings of gratitude and reverence. After considering for a moment, Lin Yan ultimately chose to grant Fang Mingming the status of a follower. Although this follower might very well perish midway, Fang Mingming's trait of rapid growth was exceptionally rare. Rapid growth, compared to ordinary growth traits. Players with this trait require half the crystal energy for growth. This characteristic implies that as long as Fang Mingming has the time and space to grow, her rate of advancement will be extraordinarily formidable. With the establishment of a connection with Fang Mingming, Lin Yan has once again received feedback of willpower. To Lin Yan's surprise, the amount of willpower obtained this time exceeded his expectations. The activation of fate guidance and identity bestowal consumed a total of 8 divine power points. Presently, Nameless God, initial level 1, divine power capacity, 710, inherent powers, fate guidance, identity bestowal, divine authority development, number of followers, 23, accumulated willpower, 1230 divine traits, formless, luck bias. The willpower feedback from Fang Mingming reached as high as 5 points, surpassing the previous 3 points from Li Jianjun by 2 points. Was it due to the uniqueness of her human identity, or perhaps the purity of her faith was greater? Lin Yan found himself briefly contemplative. The mechanism of willpower generation is not something the divine card could provide him with specific details about. He could only explore the patterns based on the subsequent willpower generated by the followers. Lin Yan temporarily set aside this question and refocused on the present. He had 7 points of divine power remaining. Lin Yan now faced 2 choices. He could rest for several hours, allowing his divine power to recover to 8 or 9 points before activating fate guidance, again, attempting to recruit a third follower. Alternatively, he could utilize all 7 points of divine power to refine himself, enhancing his strength. Lin Yan's gaze swept across the floating divine card interface. The Divine Authority Development section clearly displayed. Number of followers, 23, willpower, 1230. He needed just 1 more follower, an additional 18 points of willpower, for the divine card to achieve its first advancement. After a brief consideration, Lin Yan decided to prioritize upgrading the divine card. He was curious to discover what changes would occur after the divine card was upgraded. This would determine whether the primary future use of divine power would be for self-refinement or to elevate the card level. Thus, Lin Yan found a comfortable position and began to rest his eyes. As 4 hours passed, Lin Yan's divine power finally recovered by 2 points. A little surprise, divine card. Lin Yan concentrated once more, his consciousness sinking into the card. Fate guidance, activate. Lin Yan's will once again transcended the barriers of space, descending into a dim and rudimentary basement. At that moment, within the basement, a disheveled man with deep-set eyes was kneeling on the ground. In stark contrast to the man's unkempt appearance, the few offerings laid out on the table before him appeared exquisite and orderly. The walls of the entire basement were covered in various strange symbols. This scene seemed absurd, yet exuded an air of grotesqueness. Yukong had once been a historian. However, at some unknown point, he had veered onto a path deemed misguided by his peers. He abandoned the verification of orthodox human history, squandering his fortune solely to prove one thing, that deities truly exist in this world. Because of this obsession, he was labeled a madman, losing his wife and children, and becoming estranged from society. Yet Yukong paid no heed to the judgment of the world. He yearned for a genuine revelation from the divine, desiring to witness a miracle with his own eyes. The arrival of the apocalypse, which others viewed as a terrifying disaster, felt to him like the fulfillment of a prophecy, further igniting his pathological quest. If not for the power of the divine, how could a card-drawing machine exist? How could the apocalypse occur? All these phenomena that transcend science are the best proof of the existence of deities, are they not? The current Yukong had long since discarded rational logic, completely immersed in the esotericism he had constructed for himself. 2 days into the apocalypse, Yukong remained in the meticulously arranged basement, refraining from food and drink. He knelt on the cold floor, incessantly praying, "O God, I beseech your true spirit to descend upon this humble sinner. Let me feel your presence even once, and I, Yukong, shall die without regrets. I shall unconditionally become your most humble apostle, dedicating myself entirely to serve you until my last breath." Continuous prayers for 2 days without rest had left his lips chapped and his voice hoarse. Yet he believed that only such extreme piety could capture the attention of the divine. Just as he prayed with almost mad fervor, his body nearing its limits, an overwhelming, majestic will, completely beyond his comprehension, suddenly enveloped him. Yukong froze, trembling violently, tears streaming down his face. It was not fear, but an indescribable ecstasy and a reverent awe akin to a pilgrimage. He felt it. That cold yet grand presence directly descended into the depths of his soul. The deity had heard his pleas and prayers and had come. "Ah!" Yukong emitted a choked cry, nearly unable to form words. He could only adopt the most humble posture, pressing his forehead firmly against the cold ground, opening himself up entirely to express his utmost submission and excitement. No words were necessary, no proof was required. For someone who had devoted his life to seeking miracles, this moment, the arrival of that will, was the singular and ultimate answer. When Lin Yan descended into Yukong's nearly exhausted body, he sensed this very intent. Lin Yan realized that it seemed there was nothing more he needed to do. The process unfolded smoothly beyond imagination, requiring no effort from Lin Yan whatsoever. Yukong's obsession and faith in the divine had reached a level of almost paranoid purity. His sole obsession was to personally experience and prove the existence of the divine, as if the very essence of living was to await this moment, to welcome the deity's claim. Lin Yan's arrival perfectly fulfilled Yukong's obsession. "In my name, I bestow upon you the identity of a follower, granting you the privilege to walk within my glory." Upon hearing Lin Yan's voice, Yukong was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of gratitude flowing freely. In an instant, Lin Yan's consciousness returned to his safe haven. Identity bestowal, third follower acquired successfully. Chapter 29. Item NPC. After successfully acquiring the third follower, Lin Yan also received Yukong's basic information. Item NPC. Yukong, available energy, 10 points, inherent abilities, item creation, fair trade, store management, identity traits, absolute neutrality, resistance enhancement, divine follower. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, then a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. What Yukong possessed was an exceedingly rare NPC identity card. Item NPC. He murmured to himself, a profound interest swelling within him. He immediately issued a divine decree, prompting Yukong to create an item for him to observe. Naturally, Yukong complied without hesitation. In the dim basement, Yukong focused and held his breath, slowly raising his hands. With the expenditure of 2 points of energy, a soft glow swirled in his palms, rapidly coalescing into a capsule-shaped object, wholly white, subtly radiating a gentle light. Simultaneously, clear information about the item directly entered Yukong's consciousness. Healing capsule can rapidly restore the physical injuries sustained by the user. Suggested price, 24 crystal cores. Yukong dared not be negligent, sincerely relaying this information in full to Lin Yan. Upon receiving the information, Lin Yan felt a stirring in his heart, an unusual premonition arising within him. The seemingly inconspicuous devotee may, in the future, become an invaluable ally for him. Instinctively, he flipped open the divine card, hovering before him, his gaze sweeping over the information on the reverse side. Further affirming his conjecture, nameless God. Initial stage level 1, divine power capacity. 810, inherent powers, fate guidance, identity bestowal, divine authority development. Number of devotees, 33. Accumulated willpower, 1930. Divine traits, formless, luck inclined. To his astonishment, there were 7 points of willpower. Lin Yan's gaze lingered on the willpower value for a moment. Previously, his divine power had restored to 9 points, with fate guidance and identity bestowal, consuming 8 points, leaving him with only 1 point. However, this time, collecting a devotee had restored 7 points of divine power. This meant that Yukong alone had contributed a full 7 points of willpower, nearly equaling the divine power consumed by his activation of fate guidance. This far exceeded his previous accumulation of willpower. As Lin Yan examined the divine card, Another message came through the unbroken connection of faith from Yukong. Devotee Yukong requests to offer you a healing capsule. Generally, for a devotee to communicate with a deity or present an offering, Lin Yan must actively establish a connection of consciousness. Ordinary prayers can only evoke a vague sensing from the deity, and whether to respond is entirely at Lin Yan's discretion. At this moment, Yukong's humble and fervent thoughts were crystal clear to Lin Yan. My God, please forgive your humble servant for having nothing of value. Only this crude creation to offer you. Lin Yan's thoughts stirred slightly as he chose to accept. In the next moment, the healing capsule that had originally been in Yukong's possession appeared before Lin Yan in the air through the divine card. Lin Yan reached out to catch it. The capsule was significantly larger than regular medication, its surface smooth and seamless, emanating a faint energy wave. Lin Yan felt a sense of novelty. Messages continued to arrive from Yukong, who planned to leverage his own NPC abilities and traits to promptly find a suitable location to formally establish an item store. As an NPC, Yukong could not level up through the crystal cores like players, but he could continuously obtain energy by trading and managing, using this energy to produce items. A portion of the energy must be allocated for maintaining the daily operations of the store and meeting his basic survival needs. However, the specific disposal of surplus energy was described rather vaguely in the NPC card's rules. In fact, the rules clearly restrict NPCs from giving energy or items to any player for free. Yet, Lin Yan's identity transcended the constraints of the NPC card rules. Yukong wished to accumulate more energy through store management and craft better offerings for Lin Yan. He conveyed his intentions, along with the NPC information, to Lin Yan without reservation. As Lin Yan processed this information, a brilliant idea gradually took shape in his mind. His identity as a deity must remain concealed in the shadows for now. However, if circumstances necessitated stepping into the limelight in the near future, he would require a plausible disguise that would not raise suspicion. Perhaps an item NPC would be an almost perfect choice. One of the core traits of NPCs is absolute neutrality, which implies immunity to all harm from players and zombies. If this disguise could be established, who would waste precious energy attacking a neutral NPC who could neither be harmed nor provide supplies and trading services? Nevertheless, this remained merely a preliminary concept in Lin Yan's mind. At this stage, he had no intention of stepping into the spotlight. Remaining in the shadows allowed him to maintain the mystery and authority befitting a deity, while also enabling him to observe the evolution of the apocalypse's circumstances calmly, avoiding unnecessary troubles and risks. Yukong was quite useful at present. Should he bring him to Jinji City? Lin Yan pondered for a moment, then dismissed the thought. Yukong was currently located over 200 kilometers away in Fengming City, a detail Lin Yan had gleaned when he activated Fate Guidance to summon Yukong. Such a distance would have been trivial before the apocalypse. However, now, the operational rules of the world had been utterly upended. Since the disaster struck yesterday, when 90% of humanity was transformed into zombies by an unknown force, long-distance transportation systems had nearly collapsed. In the face of survival, humanity could not swiftly return to a time when one could easily travel across the globe for a small fee. On the ground, the roaming hordes of zombies made road travel perilous. Perhaps maritime transport could still manage, provided no mutated zombie creatures had appeared in the oceans. Most importantly, the primary reason Lin Yan rejected the idea was that he would never risk exposing his location, even for the slightest possibility. Lin Yan gazed at the divine card, glowing softly before him, and smiled. The human reverence for deities and the insatiable greed to slay them are difficult to determine which prevails. Deep within human nature, the awe of the divine and the desire to vanquish them are like the two ends of a balance scale, challenging to assess which side holds greater weight. Although deities have been regarded since ancient times as entities surpassing humanity, possessing boundless power and wisdom, people often beseech divine protection and guidance in the face of natural disasters, diseases, and wars, phenomena beyond explanation. Conversely, human greed is equally entrenched. When some individuals witness the might and status of the divine, an inevitable desire to surpass and replace them arises. This greed may stem from the pursuit of power, wealth, or immortality, or it could be an impulse driven by curiosity and exploration of the unknown. Regardless of the reason, once the thought of slaying deities takes root in the human heart, it is challenging to erase. Thus, this question does not have a simple answer. Consequently, Lin Yan did not command Yukong to converge at Jinji City or establish a store. Instead, he granted the other party significant autonomy, merely informing Yukong of how to allow the deity to sense him, then decisively severed the connection. Currently, 3 devotees had been successfully acquired. The upgrade progress of the divine card indicated accumulated willpower 1930, still lacking 11 points. Due to his divine tier limitations, he could not accept new devotees until he accumulated sufficient willpower to complete the upgrade. Given this, Lin Yan resolved to invest all his current divine power into self-refinement. Consume, restore, then consume again, and restore once more. Throughout the second day of the apocalypse, Lin Yan repeated this process until he had squeezed every last drop of divine power. His body and spirit repeatedly tempered at the edge of their limits. Only when night fell and his divine power was once again exhausted did Lin Yan suddenly remember to contact Xia Wan. Chapter 30. What? Are you afraid? Lin Yan took out the mobile phone that still had a signal. His fingertip paused momentarily above the screen before dragging Xia Wan's name out of the blacklist and pressing the dial key. The phone connected, but no one answered for an extended period. Just as the busy tone was about to sound and Lin Yan prepared to hang up, a faint sound of connection came through the receiver. Immediately thereafter, a voice, seemingly aged overnight, hesitantly emerged, laced with a tremor. Ian? Is that you? Lin Yan did not respond immediately, his heart flickering with astonishment. How could Xia Wan have not transformed into a walking corpse? Was it possible that amidst the carefully prepared identity cards, one fortuitously contained a good one? Or had Xia Wan ultimately left a contingency plan, preparing herself for an eventuality? Lin Yan leaned towards the latter. From what he knew of Xia Wan, she would not assume their relationship had irreparably shattered without understanding his motives. Although Lin Yan had previously taken the money and severed all contact, effectively tearing their relationship apart, Xia Wan did not possess the memories of her past life. She remained unaware of the extent to which Lin Yan's hatred had escalated to the point of wanting her dead. After all, the dutiful and easily manageable persona Lin Yan had maintained over the years was deeply ingrained in people's minds. Yet, at the same time, Xia Wan was inherently calculative and suspicious, even if she believed Lin Yan had no reason to wish her harm. It was entirely plausible that she had secretly prepared a secondary plan. Ian, are you all right? It's truly wonderful to hear you're safe. On the other end of the line, Xia Wan noticed his silence and continued her practiced act, her voice choked with a maternal concern. Ian, I miss you. Where are you now? Are you safe? Xia Wan's tone was impeccably disguised, almost indistinguishable from her previous self. However, Lin Yan, having undergone continuous refinement of his senses and spirit through divine power, had become remarkably perceptive. He keenly detected the venomous hatred concealed beneath her meticulously crafted vocal facade. A silent smile crept onto Lin Yan's lips, and after activating the call recording, he uttered his first words. Is it Lin Zimao who is dead, or Lin Guangshan? The other end of the line was instantly enveloped in silence. Even the pretense of sobbing ceased abruptly. Upon seeing Lin Yan's incoming call, Xia Wan's first instinct was to maintain her maternal guise, attempting to negotiate with him, hoping to extract his location. She had spent quite some time preparing herself before answering Lin Yan's call, yet she had not anticipated his directness, which tore through her facade in an instant. At this juncture, if Xia Wan could not perceive the fundamental transformation that had occurred within Lin Yan, or realize that he might already know something, she would be exceedingly foolish. Lin Yan, you truly have discovered something. Xia Wan finally abandoned her disguise, her voice turning sharp and piercing, filled with malice. For the treachery against your parents and brother, I will ensure you meet a miserable end, avenging my Zimao. Oh, so it was Lin Zimao who has perished. Lin Yan's tone remained calm and unruffled, as if merely confirming a previously anticipated outcome, disregarding Xia Wan's threats. Let me guess. He has become a walking corpse, hasn't he? Or did you personally deal with your precious son? The truth Lin Yan articulated in a playful manner caused Xia Wan's breathing to become labored, plunging her into a chilling silence. In reality, it was not difficult for Lin Yan to infer how Lin Zimao had met his demise. Although he was uncertain whether Xia Wan had prepared a backup plan for Lin Zimao as well, he understood her. This woman was still alive, while Lin Zimao was dead. Most likely because he had failed to escape the transformation of identity cards. A walking corpse and a human, even if they were mother and son, could no longer rekindle their maternal bond. Moreover, Xia Wan was an exceedingly selfish and ruthless individual, adept at scheming and concealing her true intentions. Such a person would always prioritize her own survival above all else and would never allow anything to threaten her life. Therefore, the manner in which Lin Zimao had perished became apparent. However, one aspect remained beyond Lin Yan's complete anticipation. That was whether, after he withdrew, Lin Zimao, who perfectly inherited the traits of Xia Wan and Lin Guangshan, could coexist harmoniously with Xia Wan amidst turmoil. The answer was no. After losing all their wealth and having their home ransacked, Xiaowan's control over Lin Zimao had already reached its limits. Even without the transformation into a corpse, she realized that she would eventually lose control over a son who resembled both her and Lin Guangshan. Thus, the outcome had been predetermined since Lin Yan had ceased to exist in that household. No, it was not me. It was you who caused Zimao's death. I merely liberated him from his suffering. Xiaowan, perhaps attempting to convince herself with this statement, suddenly let out a sinister laugh and said to Lin Yan, "You little bastard, rest assured, you will soon accompany Zimao. Although I do not know where you are now, you must still be in Jinji City." Xiaowan seemed to have a sudden realization, her once hateful tone shifting to one of triumph. "You are still unaware, aren't you? I am currently in the safe zone of Jinji City. Initially, upon hearing the military was recruiting personnel, I intended to join the forces. Once you appear in the safe zone, I would surprise you." Xiaowan's voice carried a distorted edge, "But now, I have changed my mind. I want you to live in constant fear outside, hiding from the threat of walking corpses, enduring nightmares every night. I will personally track you down, skin you layer by layer, and extract your bones one by one to quench my thirst for vengeance." Lin Yan's expression turned peculiar. "You are in the outskirts of the safe zone in Jinji City? What? Are you afraid now? Ha ha ha, it's too late." On the other end of the line, Xiaowan's voice was piercing. "Are you now like a rat in a sewer, playing hide and seek with the walking corpses? Do not fear, my dear son. When I find you, I will ensure you are torn to pieces, so you can atone to Zimao." Xiaowan's words had begun to take on a frenzied tone. Lin Yan paused, unsure how to inform Xiaowan that he did not need to squeeze into the safe zone, nor engage in a battle of wits with survivors for resources, much less live in constant dread of walking corpses. He was not only living a life far superior to what she had envisioned, comfortably residing in a duplex mansion, drinking clean water, and savoring delicious meals, but he was also well protected by Feng Mengmeng, who acted as his eyes within the safe zone of Jinji City, making it impossible for Xiaowan to locate him until her dying breath. Lin Yan no longer wished to continue conversing with this madwoman. The current state of Xiaowan was precisely what he had hoped to see. A malicious smile suddenly crossed his face. "Perhaps you are unaware of one thing. Humans transformed by walking corpse cards can gradually regain their human memories, meaning those who have become walking corpses are not truly dead. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Zimao was raised by me with great effort. How surprising that you would so carelessly disregard the fruits of others' labor, killing him at will. It is a pity I could not witness the scene of you, who posed as a loving mother for over 20 years, slaying your own flesh and blood. If Lin Guangshan were still alive, he would surely wish to kill you, the one who destroyed his only offspring. Oh, I forgot, Lin Zimao was also your only descendant." Before Xiaowan could descend into madness on the other end of the line, Lin Yan chuckled and hung up, blocking her number yet again. One single call had confirmed the fates of Xiaowan and Lin Zimao, which was enough to elevate Lin Yan's spirits. Out of a sense of mischief, before discarding the phone card, Lin Yan sent the recording of his recent conversation with Xiaowan to the uncertain fate of Lin Guangshan and casually forwarded it to Huang Go, the creditor who had detained Lin Guangshan. After completing all of this, Lin Yan removed the SIM card from his phone and replaced it with another one he had prepared in advance. He then set about preparing a sumptuous meal to conclude this splendid day. Just as Lin Yan casually sent out the recorded call with Xiaowan in an abandoned factory, a bloodstained phone screen flickered to life. From the shadows, a grayish hand emerged to pick up the phone. Chapter 31. The Special Zombie, Lin Guangshan? It then opened the recording sent by Lin Yan. The screen illuminated a grotesque face, resembling a corpse that had been soaked for 3 days and nights. Its entire body was coated in a viscous slime, as if it had just emerged from a pool of mucus. Yet, there was a vague semblance to Lin Guangshan's visage. It fixated intently on the call recording, and upon hearing that Xiaowan had killed Lin Zimao, a crack was heard. The phone screen shattered in that grayish hand, the entire device crushed with a brutal grip. Ha! Ha ha! Lin Guangshan let out a hoarse roar of fury, slime erupting from him in a violent spray, piercing through the stacks of supplies in the warehouse like arrows. Surrounding him lay the dismembered limbs of either humans or zombies, remnants of Huang Go and his gang. This group had originally planned to transform the abandoned factory into their doomsday stronghold, gradually expanding their influence. However, they never anticipated that their grand ambitions would be thwarted before they even began, falling victim to the transformed Lin Guangshan. At this moment, Lin Guangshan was far from an ordinary zombie who had only just transformed 2 days prior. If anyone could see Lin Guangshan now, they would observe the following information: Zombie, Level 3, Special Variant. Traits: Flesh Devourer, Slime Symbiosis. Ability: Special, Mimetic Disguise. capable of temporarily restoring human form. Duration correlated with energy levels. Ha ha ha. A message arrived on Huanggo's phone, marked with the name Lin Zimao. At this moment, Lin Guangshan had lost the calm rationality of humanity, unable to ponder how the deceased Lin Zimao had sent the recording to Huanggo's phone. His entire focus was consumed by one thought. Xiaowan had killed his only son. Xiaowan had killed his only son. Kill that woman. Kill that woman. He moved his slime-coated body towards the fortified warehouse door reinforced by Huanggo and his companions. Boom. Boom. Ha ha. Ha. The corrosive slime splattered onto the metal door with each movement, emitting a sizzling sound of erosion. The entire factory seemed to tremble. The crashing noises, reminiscent of a trapped beast fighting for its life, echoed into several nearby dilapidated residential buildings, inducing a night filled with nightmares for the survivors within, only to cease with a final thunderous sound at dawn. The following day, Lin Yan refrained from activating fate's guidance again, instead concentrating all his recovered divine power on enhancing himself. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lin Yan felt that his skin, though still elastic, had acquired a resilience unlike that of a human. To confirm his sensation, Lin Yan retrieved a small knife and gently drew it across a fleshy part of his hand. A light stroke left no mark from the knife. This prompted Lin Yan to relax and apply a bit more pressure. This time, although the knife sank into his arm, it did not break the skin. Lin Yan halted, placing the knife back in its place. He had no inclination toward self-harm, merely seeking to verify whether his skin had indeed become tougher. Now that his feeling had been validated, it was good news for him. With this newfound resilience, even if his divine identity did not directly confer offensive capabilities, he was sufficiently equipped for self-defense. Glancing at the mechanical watch on his wrist, he noted that it was mealtime. Lin Yan retrieved some ingredients from the refrigerator and began preparing lunch. His appetite had increased, and he had consumed a considerable amount of the fresh ingredients stored within. However, this consumption paled in comparison to his overall stockpile. After his meal, he routinely opened his computer to browse information from various sources. Over the past 3 days, he had been refining his body while continuously monitoring the status of his 3 followers and external developments. Firstly, regarding the official channels, the communication and power systems were still striving to maintain functionality. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the authorities had been broadcasting coordinates of safe zones through all available channels, urging survivors to seek shelter and dispatching scattered troops to escort the populace. This measure had indeed ensured the survival of many survivors with weaker offensive abilities. Yet, not all planned safe zones were successfully established. Some had fallen, with even the pre-deployed troops being annihilated. Part of the reason lay in the emergence of powerful zombies possessing special abilities in certain areas. These zombies killed and devoured at an extraordinary speed, rapidly advancing their capabilities, their threat soon surpassing the limits of conventional weapons and basic abilities. Furthermore, as these zombies regained memories from their human past, they learned to lurk and often appeared in densely populated areas, causing the authorities to hesitate in deploying large-scale lethal weapons. They could only send heavily armed soldiers and the currently established special operations teams to eradicate them. On another front, internal human crises began to manifest. In some areas, private factions arose, challenging the authorities for population and resources. They gathered survivors, formed groups, and secretly expanded their influence, revealing their ambitions and fangs. These factions not only fragmented but also disrupted infrastructure, slaughtering those who refused to join their ranks, even casting their gaze toward nearby official safe zones. At present, the authorities had devoted most of their efforts to eliminating zombies and safeguarding safe zones, temporarily unable to comprehensively eradicate these lurking factions akin to sewer rats. They repeatedly warned the public against easily joining such organizations and urged caution to avoid going out alone when hunting zombies. Indeed, upon learning that zombie cores could be utilized for upgrades and recognizing the accelerating threat posed by certain zombies over time, an increasing number of people had begun to organize or spontaneously hunt zombies. Concurrently, various NPC shops such as food stores, equipment shops, weapon shops, and armor shops began to emerge, significantly stimulating the engagement of players. At this moment, Yukong, Lin Yan's 3rd follower, had also opened a popular equipment shop in Fengming City. Chapter 32, Yukong's Equipment Shop. After becoming Lin Yan's follower, Yukong selected a location near the safe zone in Fengming City to establish a shop specializing in selling healing capsules. This was not a traditional store opening. Instead, upon choosing the site, Yukong activated his shop opening ability. In an instant, the energy points on the NPC card surged by a staggering 100 negative points. An invisible barrier, reminiscent of a protective enchantment, emanated from the NPC card, enveloping the surrounding area of 100 meters. Suddenly, a peculiar yet fully equipped shop materialized on the vacant ground before him. Inside the shop, an array of conventional shelves, tables, and chairs, along with a dedicated living area, appeared in perfect order. As for the 100 points of debt, they would not be deducted from Yu Kang's base of 10 energy points. Only the energy exceeding 10 points would be utilized to settle the debt. Upon witnessing this miraculous scene, Yu Kang was left in awe. Thus, for the past 2 days, he had tirelessly crafted healing capsules, eager to repay his debts and offer tribute to his omnipotent deity. Outside, a team of hunters, returning from slaying zombies, approached the counter. "Ah, who do we have here? Is this not the renowned Yu Kang, the scholar of Foaming City?" remarked a man with a buzz cut, flanked by 4 or 5 companions, all smeared with grime and dried blood. Clearly, they had come to purchase healing capsules after their hunt. Although they were there to buy, it did not deter them from seeking amusement at Yu Kang's expense, fully aware that NPCs could not retaliate against these valiant players. After all, were they not merely in the role of a service assistant? Yu Kang remained silent, engrossed in the creation of the capsules. "What's the matter, scholar?" Another individual chimed in, grinning as he exaggeratedly mimicked a prayer posture, his hands clasped together. "Have you offered your devout prayers to your deity today? Did the divine grant you any responses?" Laughter erupted from the group. "You better not jest. The deity truly has manifested. Otherwise, how could one attain such an impressive NPC identity and operate a shop so securely? While we risk our lives battling zombies, you sit and chant, feasting and drinking. Now that is divine power." The laughter intensified. Yu Kang's name indeed held notoriety in Foaming City. Once a historian whose credentials could be verified online, he had devolved into a figure consumed by delusions of the divine. Before the apocalypse, he had sold his possessions and lost his family, incessantly murmuring tales of divine existence, becoming a source of jest and gossip among the locals. Now, in this precarious world, Yu Kang's fortune in acquiring a rare identity card had struck a nerve, turning him into a target for their repressed jealousy and disdain. Yet, Yu Kang offered not even a glance in their direction. As their laughter continued without a response from him, they felt like a troop of clowns. And an awkward silence ensued. Bang! The man who had initiated the mockery slammed his palm down on the table before Yu Kang, causing the objects atop to jolt. "Damn it! I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" His spittle sprayed across Yu Kang's face. Only then did Yu Kang slowly place down the capsules he was organizing. Raising his gaze towards the man, a smile of compassion mixed with a hint of excitement gracing his lips. "For damaging the table, you owe a compensation of 2 crystal nuclei." "What the hell?" The buzzcut man exploded. "I merely tapped it. This shabby table hasn't even lost any paint. Are you trying to swindle me? Do you know who I am?" With only 3 crystal nuclei to his name, he had come here, having heard of the miraculous effects of the healing capsules, hoping to purchase one for survival. Yet, before he could obtain the life-saving item, this madman demanded 2 nuclei in compensation. Yu Kang's gaze remained steadfast as he spoke solemnly. "Your strike has compromised the internal wooden fiber structure of this table, damaging its overall stability. According to Fair Trade Rule Number 3, I have the right to request appropriate compensation for any property damage incurred within this establishment." Leaning slightly forward, his once scholarly eyes now filled with fervor and obsession, Yu Kang regarded the man. "You may choose not to compensate. However, should you refuse, you will not leave this shop today." As the proprietor and owner of the shop, the NPC possessed the authority to confine the perpetrator within the premises. Otherwise, any actual damage would necessitate a deduction from the NPC's own energy to repair it. This was the coercive force granted by the NPC card's fair trade rules. The buzzcut man's expression shifted to one of visible panic. "What kind of rule is this? I had no idea before." "Now you do," Yu Kang replied. "You and your friends have blasphemed against my deity, a grievous sin, and this is the punishment you must face. However, if you humbly kneel and pledge your faith to my deity, I shall, in the name of the divine, forgive your transgressions and absolve you of your penalty." At that moment, a blond youth stepped forward, brazenly pointing at Yu Kang's nose. "My brother here isn't paying you a dime. What can you do about it?" "Old man, rambling on about this god and that god. What gods exist in this world? If there were a god, why wouldn't they come to save us?" "Bah." Yu Kang shook his head, his fervor unwavering. "The existence of my deity requires no validation from sinners. The divine retribution is merely to cleanse the sins of all sinners. You and I are both sinners. Without faith in my deity, you will never grasp the greatness and compassion of the divine." Yu Kang felt a sense of helplessness and sorrow for those who held no reverence for the divine. Regardless of their insults, He gazed upon them with compassion, hoping that one day they might comprehend his earnest intentions. Soon, the buzzcut man realized a terrifying truth. He could not leave this place. Reluctantly, he cursed under his breath and produced 2 crystal nuclei as compensation for Yukong. His companions, upon discovering that the NPC indeed possessed the ability to restrict their exit, ceased their insults and hurriedly purchased capsules before hastily departing. Yukong watched their retreating figures, shaking his head. To lack faith in my deity is your own loss. After surrendering the newly acquired crystal nuclei to the NPC card, Yukong glanced at his NPC card. Item NPC. Yukong, energy points. 53 abilities. Item creation, fair trade. Shop management, identity traits. Absolute neutrality, enhanced resistance, believer of the divine. The energy value on the card finally shifted from negative to positive, resting at 53 points. A radiant smile blossomed upon Yukong's face. He turned and entered the modest resting area of the shop, meticulously cleansing himself and donning a set of prepared clean garments. Subsequently, he solemnly knelt upon the ground, hands clasped, facing the void, and began his fervent prayer. Great One, your most humble servant is finally able to present a worthy offering unto you. Chapter 33. The upgrade of the divine card. Within the fortified safe house. Due to Yukong's prayer, Lin Yan immediately sensed the feedback from the divine card, an appeal from Yukong. Believer Yukong requests to offer you 50 energy points. The divine card responded, indicating that 10 points of energy equated to 1 point of will. Lin Yan gazed at the divine card before him, his eyes flickering. Is it finally here? He chose to accept. In the evening of yesterday, the devotee Li Jianjun successfully elevated his level to 3, granting him a total of 8 points of willpower. This brought his divine card tantalizingly close to the upgrade threshold, needing only 3 more points of accumulated willpower. Meanwhile, Yukong's offering of 50 energy points translated into 5 points of willpower, filling the final gap in the required 30 points. As the willpower infused into the divine card, it emanated a mysterious aura once more before Lin Yan. A vague question arose within him. What ability does he desire? Attack. Unparalleled attacking power. Lin Yan resolutely articulated his answer within his heart. He yearned for absolute strength, longing to seize his fate entirely within his grasp. He wished for all who dared to covet and all who attempted to meddle in his life to be reduced to ashes before his overwhelming might. Only thus would his rebirth in this life be justified. Only thus could he become the true master of his destiny. As if in response to Lin Yan's fervent will, the divine card hovering before him erupted with a profound light. A surging power, far surpassing the divine energy he normally cultivated during training, flowed from the divine card into Lin Yan's body. He was lifted by an invisible force, suspended in midair alongside the divine card. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning erupted from within him without warning. Like electric serpents, they danced wildly around him, illuminating Lin Yan as if he were a deity of thunder descending upon the earth. Boom! The world outside suddenly changed color. Dense dark clouds gathered from thin air, swiftly enveloping the sky, and a thunderous roar resonated, shaking the entire city. Amidst the clouds, the rolling lightning flashed and flickered, echoing the radiant bolts emanating from Lin Yan. Just as Lin Yan's divine card was undergoing its upgrade, downstairs, 5 individuals stood at the entrance of Building 9 in Hanlin Fuyuan. The leader among them, impeccably dressed even in the apocalypse, bore a familiar air of arrogance. He was none other than Jin Xiaohua, the landlord's son who had initially rented the property to Lin Yan. Following him were 4 or 5 others, all robust in stature, with sharp gazes and an aura of lingering bloodlust and faint energy fluctuations. Clearly, they were awakened players who had experienced real combat. Xiaohua, is this the building you mentioned? The penthouse? A scarred man asked gruffly, flexing his wrist with a crackling sound. Jin Xiaohua nodded eagerly, adjusting his glasses and pointing upwards. Yes, it's that unit on the top floor. The tenant is just an ordinary office worker who got incredibly lucky renting my house just before the apocalypse. And he even recklessly made alterations. I originally planned to wait until he finished to demand compensation and boot him out, but the apocalypse came, allowing him to escape a calamity. However, it's quite fortuitous. I heard the organization needs a suitable initial base, and this place is just perfect. So I brought you all along. I've already had someone hack the surveillance and saw that this kid hoarded quite a lot of good stuff before the apocalypse. And he has been holed up in the house these past few days, probably treating it as a safe haven. Such a prime location should not be occupied by a worthless individual. Another tall, slender man with a tang knife on his back scoffed. One person? Just a coward afraid for his life? Is it really necessary for our entire team to mobilize for this? Second brother, it's better to be cautious. Life is precious in this world, Jin Xiaohua replied with a forced smile. The group exchanged glances, their faces filled with ease and disdain. They had fought their way through hordes of zombies, and now they just needed to deal with a coward hiding at home. Breaking down the door would be the most arduous part, after which it would be an effortless endeavor. This task felt almost like a vacation. The group ascended the secure staircase, soon reaching the 28th floor, only to be halted by an obstacle. Lin Yan had constructed a barricade using steel rods procured before the apocalypse, the sharp steel bars menacingly blocking the central passageway. To pass through, they would either need to forcibly bend the rods or cut them with a tool. Naturally, they were not equipped with a cutting machine. However, the obstacle did not deter them. The scarred man spat disdainfully. Huh, you actually set this up? A mouse is still a mouse. Second brother, it's your turn. The slender man, referred to as the second brother, lazily drew his tang knife and mockingly mimicked a character from an anime. Exuding a youthful bravado, watch as your second brother performs high-frequency cutting. With that, he swung the knife toward the steel rods. Despite the knife's sharpness, it should not have been able to cut through steel, yet in the hands of the slender man, it sliced through the rods with ease. As he continued to chop, he finally exhaled a long breath, cursing, done. Damn it. When I see that kid, I'll turn him into a puppet. How dare he waste my energy? After this, I'm not stepping in again. I can't afford to drain all my level 2 energy. All right, second brother, once we get in, you can have your fun with him, Jin Xiaohua said, bypassing the remaining barricades and arriving at the pristine security door. This is it. He even changed the door. Who's going in? The scarred man grinned wickedly, stepping forward, his fist tightening as his arm muscles bulged, faintly glimmering with a metallic sheen. His ability was body steelization. Just as he prepared to unleash all his strength to smash through the door along with the frame, a soft click echoed. The lock opened from the inside. The heavy security doors slowly creaked open, revealing not the panic-stricken faces they had anticipated, but only a profound darkness. A calm voice, devoid of excess emotion, drifted from the crack of the door. You all as the door swung wider. Lin Yan's figure gradually came into view. Clad in clean home attire, he gazed at the fully armed intruders outside with a tranquil expression, as if he were an ordinary person in a peaceful world, assessing the threatening strangers. However, the words that escaped Lin Yan's lips were anything but peaceful. You've disturbed my rest. Do you seek death? Chapter 34. Identity Reversal. Upon opening the door, Lin Yan revealed another steel-welded barrier separating him from Jin Xiaohua and his group. The scarred man's fist froze in midair due to the sudden opening of the door. He scrutinized Lin Yan behind the barrier, his expression shifting as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Dramatically digging at his ears and turning to his companions with a bewildered cry. Did I just hear that right? Did this pretty boy just say we disturbed his sleep? His companions erupted in laughter, one chiming in with a mocking tone. Brother Dao, you heard correctly. He is not awake yet. He is still dreaming of peaceful days. He probably thinks this flimsy barrier can actually stop us. If we hadn't known about the door, Brother Dao would smashed this security door to bits. Jin Xiaohua stepped forward, adjusting his glasses, his gaze growing colder as it fell upon Lin Yan. His demeanor was now more arrogant than when he had rented the house to Lin Yan, or perhaps this time, it was entirely unmasked. You are Lin Yan, correct? He began. Now, I am reclaiming this property. In light of your previous rental payments, I am extending to you one final act of decency. Depart on your own accord, and not a single item within is to be disturbed. I permit you to leave in your entirety. The tone conveyed an unmistakable command. Upon hearing these words, the individuals behind Jin Xiaohua exchanged a furtive yet cruel glance. To leave a survivor? Absolutely impossible. If they managed to leave with their corpses intact, it would be considered a benevolent act on their part. Lin Yan's gaze swept indifferently over the faces of those behind Jin Xiaohua, each etched with malice and disdain. Before returning to Jin Xiaohua, his voice remaining unwavering. Thus, are you here today on behalf of the authorities, as individuals, or perhaps some nefarious organization? A fleeting expression of extreme impatience and revulsion crossed Jin Xiaohua's face, as though he had been asked an unseemly question by something vile. This is not a matter for someone of your ilk to inquire about. Do not presume that because you have rented a space, you possess the right to engage with me as an equal, nor do you think this barrier can shield you? Do you believe we have come all this way to negotiate with you? Waste no more words with him. You are unworthy of knowing who we are. If you do not come out, I shall dismantle every bone in your body. Let Ergo cleave this troublesome object in two. The man known as Ergo, tall and gaunt, stepped forward with a cold smirk, unsheathing a Tang Dao once more, directing its blade towards the welding points of the barrier, poised to cleave it with a single stroke. The others displayed cruel grins or expressions of eager anticipation, their gazes toward Lin Yan akin to that of spectators observing a corpse. In their minds, they had already envisioned the visceral scene of Lin Yan and the barrier being severed together. At that moment, as all attention was drawn to the descending blade, a thunderous roar erupted from outside. With a blinding flash, a fierce bolt of lightning pierced through the gaps in the steel barrier, striking the gaunt man. The sound of the Tang Dao clattering to the ground echoed. The gaunt man emitted not a sound, his body convulsing and collapsing in an instant under the radiance of the lightning. Ergo, someone reached to check the gaunt man's breath. At that moment, smoke began to billow from his mouth and nose, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. He was dead, instantaneously. The group that had been so brazenly taunting just moments ago fell into an eerie silence. The scarred face's clenched fist froze midair. The cruel grin on his face solidified. Jin Xiaohua's haughty and icy demeanor shattered in an instant, leaving only disbelief and terror, his pupils constricting violently in sheer fright. What just happened? Did Ergo get struck by lightning? Was it the thunder from outside? The lightning struck in here. If not for Lin Yan slowly retracting his hand, with faint arcs of electricity still dancing around, the group might have found it hard to believe that the strike had come from the very individual they had dismissed. Lin Yan, through the barrier, calmly regarded the utterly dazed individuals outside, as if he had merely swatted a fly with a flick of his hand. His gaze inadvertently swept over the floating divine card beside him. At this moment, the divine card indicated that his level had reached level 2, and the information displayed read, Unnamed God. Initial stage level 2, Divine Power Capacity, 1820, Inherent Abilities, Fate Guidance, Identity Bestowal, Elemental Sovereignty, Divine Authority Development, Number of Followers, 36. Accumulated Will Power, 3,260, Divine Traits, Formless, Lucky Bias, Elemental Sovereignty. You can generate and manipulate elemental powers with divine power. The primal element, lightning, has been unlocked. Now, may I inquire which faction you represent? Lin Yan's voice was calm, yet to the ears of those present, it carried a chilling intent of lethal finality. His desire for the answer to this question was not born from a wish to spare them. With his safety compromised, if he could not eliminate future threats, he must gather intelligence on his enemies in advance. Jin Xiaohua swallowed hard, his gaze flickering. We are. Just as Jin Xiaohua was about to claim they were representatives of the authorities, the scarred face's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, subtly signaling to the sole remaining accomplice behind him. The accomplice understood, discreetly revealing a handgun from his palm. As he silently passed the gun to the scarred face, the latter tightened his grip on its other end. With no warning, another violent bolt of lightning tore through the air. This time, the target was the scarred face, who was acting in secrecy. At such a close range, the scarred face did not even have time to display a shocked expression before his body contorted, his senses replaced by paralysis, transforming into a surge of energy that erupted violently within his chest. After a muffled grunt, the scarred face collapsed to the ground, emitting a pained cry. His ability, body steelization, a formidable blend of offense and defense, could not wholly protect him from the wrath of lightning. A portion of his body was singed, yet much remained flesh and blood, plunging him into a torment worse than death. Witnessing the scarred face suffer in agony, the last accomplice of Jin Xiaohua lost all composure, turning and sprinting frantically toward the staircase. Yet how could he outrun the thunder? Another icy flash of electricity, like the spear of death, struck with precision into the fleeing man's back. The man's running form instantly froze, then he fell forward in silence, crashing heavily onto the cold ground, following in the footsteps of his predecessor. The thud of the lifeless body hitting the ground resonated like a death knell in Jin Xiaohua's heart. In the blink of an eye, he realized that behind him, there was no one left. In the silent corridor, only his labored and fearful breaths remained. Stiffly, he turned back, little by little, his gaze traversing the frigid steel barrier. Beyond the barrier, Lin Yan stood, calm and composed, his figure upright, untouched by dust, not even a wrinkle in his casual attire. Before the apocalypse, this tenant had seemed nothing more than an inconsequential figure in his eyes. Yet in this moment, Jin Xiaohua felt as though he had become a trembling insect beneath the thunderous grip of another, his life and death no longer his own to command. The roles of the two had irrevocably reversed. Chapter 35. You are not one of the authorities. With a thud, Jin Xiaohua knelt before Lin Yan. Please, do not kill me. I beg you, do not kill me. In the shadow of his fallen companions, any trace of arrogance had vanished from Jin Xiaohua's demeanor. He crawled directly to the barrier, gripping the cold steel bars, as if eager to prove his worth. I will tell you everything. I know high-ranking officials in the official safe zone. I possess intelligence and weaknesses on many powerful ability users. I am useful. I am truly invaluable. Oh, Lin Yan's voice revealed no emotion. You are representatives of the authorities? Jin Xiaohuan nodded fervently, his words spilling forth in a rush. Yes. Yes, we are. We are official members of the newly formed Yijian Durd in the Jinji City safe zone. Truly. Jin Xiaohua was certain that Lin Yan had not ventured outside since the onset of the apocalypse, nor had he ever visited the Jinji City safe zone, making it impossible for him to expose the truth. Jin Xiaohua sought to leverage his official status to extricate himself from the dire situation. However, cunning as he was, he hastily pointed to the corpse behind him, attempting to distance himself from the matter and mitigate the risk of being silenced. They are not affiliated with the authorities. Only I am. They are merely acquaintances. Lin Yan's gaze swept over the agonized figure on the ground, eyes rolling back in pain. He feigned, I recognize him. He seems familiar, perhaps from some post online. He appears to be associated with an organization. Gold Xiaohua's eyes flickered wildly, internally cursing. Yet his face contorted into a sycophantic smile as he half-heartedly replied. He seems to be a member of the Anya organization. In truth, I barely know him. Upon realizing he might be linked to the Anya organization, I intended to feign acquaintance to extract information for the authorities. This credit, I now present to you. I implore you, grant me a chance for survival. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth as he scrutinized Gold Xiaohua with profound meaning. Had it not been for the reliable source of information from Feng Mingming in the Jinjishi safe zone, he might have granted some credence to Gold Xiaohua's words. If you were indeed affiliated with the authorities, I could certainly allow your departure. Upon hearing Lin Yan's statement, Gold Xiaohua's face erupted with the euphoric relief of survival. Nearly collapsing to the ground, he quickly averted his gaze, masking the surging resentment within his eyes. If only he could escape. He vowed to rally the full strength of his organization to repay the humiliation suffered today 1,000-fold, ensuring Lin Yan met a gruesome fate. Thank you so much. Gold Xiaohua began to express his gratitude, but Lin Yan interrupted. However, you are not one of them. The servile smile on Gold Xiaohua's face instantly froze. He wished to struggle and argue, but his pupils were soon filled with a blinding, destructive flash of light. Ziz. He could not utter another syllable, even in death. He failed to comprehend why Lin Yan was so assured of his disconnection from the authorities. Before unlocking the barrier, Lin Yan expended 1 point of divine power, transforming it into a bolt of lightning that accurately extinguished the remaining breath of the scarred face on the ground. He then leisurely opened the inner barrier door. He kicked the charred corpse at his feet and surveyed the 5 bodies sprawled across the floor. A faint burnt odor wafted through the air, prompting Lin Yan to furrow his brow in brief contemplation. How should he manage these corpses? If left unattended, the stench might attract wandering corpses. To dispose of them, he could either toss the bodies from the upper floors, which would likewise draw the attention of the undead below, or descend to bury them in a dirt-laden spot. The thought of having to traverse 28 floors to deal with these individuals, who had also damaged his barricades, filled Lin Yan with disdain. These individuals had disrupted his critical moment of upgrading the divine card to acquire new abilities. Had they not made such a ruckus, he would have emerged much sooner. Thankfully, the anomaly surrounding the divine card had concluded in a timely manner. At least the security door had not been breached. It appeared that the current safe house defenses were somewhat lacking. They could withstand ordinary individuals and the undead, but could not deter those with formidable abilities. Lin Yan shook his head, realizing he had yet to devise a satisfactory solution to this dilemma, just as he resolved to descend once more to handle the corpses. Faint footsteps echoed in the corridor. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed as he turned his attention to the staircase. It seemed another visitor had arrived. The newcomers were residents of the building. The earlier commotion caused by the scarred individuals had alerted the tenants below. At this moment, a group of 4 cautiously peered around the staircase. Come out, Lin Yan bellowed, startling one individual into an immediate exclamation. To his surprise, Lin Yan recognized this person. It was the man from the first day of the apocalypse, who had been surrounded by the undead alongside a woman. Lin Yan had observed them from the rooftop, convinced they were doomed, only for an elderly man and a child to rush out and rescue them moments later. Thus, the identities of the 4 became apparent. With Zhang Liang exposed, Song Wanshan and his grandson Song and no longer concealed themselves. Yet the woman, Zhou Xiaolan, who had accompanied Zhang Liang, hesitated and retreated. The sight of the 5 corpses strewn at the entrance of the 28th floor had alarmed them all. The gruesome state of the bodies, coupled with Lin Yan's commanding shout, had startled Zhang Liang into a cry. Among the 4, The eldest, Song Wanshan, stepped forward and waved his hands in a placating gesture. Young man, please do not misunderstand. We are also residents of this community. We came to see if you needed any assistance. Had anyone else uttered such words, Lin Yan would not have believed them. However, having witnessed the elderly man's act of heroism, Lin Yan's demeanor softened somewhat, though he remained vigilant. You see, I had to eliminate these intruders who intended to seize my home. I must deal with the bodies, and you wish to assist? Upon hearing Lin Yan had single-handedly and decisively dealt with 5 capable individuals in such a brief span, Zhang Liang instinctively swallowed hard, a cold sweat trickling down his back. These 5 were clearly outsiders, implying they had methodically dispatched the undead to reach this location, and their strength was indisputable. Song Wanshan internally felt a surge of trepidation. Yet his demeanor grew increasingly sincere. We apologize for our intrusion. How about this, young man? If you trust us, we will take care of the disposal here, ensuring it is done thoroughly, leaving you without a trace of trouble. Consider it our way of making amends for the disturbance. Chapter 36. Inviting wolves into the house. Lin Yan graciously accepted their apology. Then I shall leave it to you. After searching the bodies for any surplus spoils, he unceremoniously made his way inside. The heavy security door clicked shut with a decisive lock. Observing Lin Yan retreat into his dwelling, Zhang Liang, who had been standing behind Song Wanshan, whispered, "Old Song, do we really have to help him with the bodies? Isn't this beyond our responsibility?" The task seemed laborious and thankless. Although the residents had cleared the undead from the vicinity, it was uncertain whether any stragglers remained, potentially drawn in by the scent of the bodies. Why would they willingly assist a stranger with such a precarious and troublesome undertaking? Song Wanshan glanced at Zhang Liang, shaking his head without further comment. "Let us go. We'll help carry them." Zhang Liang was reluctant. Meanwhile, Song Yin, Song Wanshan's grandson, stepped forward silently, disregarding the foul odor of the corpses as he hoisted one under each arm and began down the stairs. Upon reaching the staircase, he noticed Zhou Xiaolan still lurking below. Frowning, he called out, "Didn't you hear? My grandfather asked you to help carry the bodies. Get moving." Zhou Xiaolan recoiled at the nauseating stench from the 2 corpses Song Yin carried, stepping back and exclaiming, "Why should I? You all agreed, but I did not. I'm still a girl. You expect me to carry corpses? Huh? Do you think the undead will spare you because of your gender? Or that others will refrain from attacking you simply because you are female?" Song Yin displayed no sentimentality, especially not towards a woman over a decade his senior. "Since you believe you are independent, then let your actions reflect that independence. Leave my home today." Zhou Xiaolan fell silent, biting her lip in frustration, her whole body trembling with anger as she watched Song Yin's figure disappear down the corridor, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Zhang Liang, helpless, dragged down a corpse and handed it to Zhou Xiaolan, who was still fuming in place. "Hurry up, move it, and get back quickly. If we attract any zombies, it will be troublesome." Zhou Xiaolan shot Zhang Liang a fierce glare, reluctantly suppressing her nausea to carry the corpse down the stairs, the scent of roasted meat lingering unpleasantly. 5 corpses were transported down in one trip by the 4 of them. However, in the safety passage from the 5th to 6th floor, 2 corpses lay sprawled across the corridor, their necks grotesquely twisted, having been dead for some time. Alas, what a tragedy for these individuals. These 2 had been residents who came out to investigate the noise when the scar-faced man and Jin Xiaohua had gone upstairs to kill. Elder Song Wanshan lifted another corpse from the ground, instructing Zhang Liang to help carry another down for burial. By the time the 3 reached downstairs, Song Yin was already digging a pit with a shovel in hand. The stench of death overwhelmed Zhou Xiaolan, prompting her to retch. "I need to go back first. I can't stand this smell." As Song Yin continued to dig, Elder Song Wanshan felt uneasy about leaving him alone. Yet, seeing Zhou Xiaolan so distressed, he softened. "All right, you 2 can go back first." Zhou Xiaolan's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, Elder. Grandpa." Song Yin thrust the shovel into the ground, looking disapprovingly at his grandfather. Elder Song Wanshan shook his head at him. "Girls tend to be cleaner. Let them freshen up first. You are strong and can dig quickly. It will be done in no time." Taking a deep breath, Song Yin resumed digging, deliberately putting more force into each thrust of the shovel. Zhou Xiaolan and Zhang Liang paid no mind to Song Yin's displeasure. They understood that this tall, slender boy was merely 19 and always heeded his grandfather's wishes. Once the 2 disappeared into Building 9, Elder Song Wanshan sighed deeply. "Grandpa, those 2 aren't good people. Aren't we inviting trouble?" Song Yin continued his work, the sound of the shovel nearly drowning out his words. Only Elder Song Wanshan could hear his concerns. Elder Song Wanshan shook his head, lamenting, "It's my fault for being soft-hearted at that time. I only thought of saving lives without considering the consequences. Grandpa, those two are ungrateful. They have been living off us for so long, consuming our food, yet they won't even take out the trash. I can't stand it any longer. They should be kicked out. Elder Song Wanshan appeared troubled, his brow furrowing as he replied slowly, Shaoan. There is a saying, a grain of kindness will be repaid with a grain of revenge. It means that when you offer a little help to someone, they will be grateful. But if you offer too much, they may take it for granted. That is our current predicament. We have allowed them to stay for so long and provided them with food. If we suddenly demand they leave, it may not be so simple. What is so complicated about it? Just tell them to leave. They don't even dare confront a few zombies. How could that pose a problem? Song'an did not contemplate the matter as deeply as Elder Song Wanshan, though he only muttered his thoughts aloud. Elder Song Wanshan was Song'an's only relative, and he always listened to him. By the way, Grandpa, why have you been so kind to that person upstairs? Upon mentioning Lin Yan, Elder Song Wanshan's demeanor turned serious. His gaze wary as it swept across the corpses claimed by Lin Yan. That is a presence we cannot provoke. Do not go upstairs unless it is a matter of life and death. He paused before adding, in such cases, we would have to risk everything. Song'an did not fully comprehend, but he nodded in agreement. Soon, a large pit was dug under Song'an's diligent efforts, and the elderly and the youth hastily disposed of the corpses into the grave. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaolan had returned early to Elder Song Wanshan's residence. Freshly washed and dressed in clean clothes, comfortably nestled in bed, enjoying a series she had downloaded on her tablet. The door was gently pushed open, and Zhang Liang slipped in, carefully shutting the door behind him. Zhou Xiaolan immediately paused the video, casting a vigilant glance his way. Zhang Liang's eyes swept over Zhou Xiaolan. But upon meeting her discontented gaze, he quickly averted his eyes, awkwardly rubbing his hands together as he spoke in a hushed tone. Xiaolan, I just checked the kitchen. There isn't much food left. Should we consider going to the official safe zone? I hear they provide free lodging and meals. Zhou Xiaolan frowned at his suggestion, rolling her eyes in annoyance. What is the point of going to the safe zone? Haven't you seen what people are posting online? They're packed in like sardines, living off instant noodles and sleeping in large communal spaces. I'm perfectly fine here with a bed and something to watch. Why would I go out to suffer? She pouted, her tone resolute. Rest assured, that old man and that boy must still have food hidden. I wouldn't leave until we've eaten everything they've got. But I isn't it inappropriate to keep imposing on them when we have no ties? Zhou Xiaolan raised her voice, firmly rebutting. What do you mean no ties? They saved us. Don't they understand the principle of saving lives and treating them with respect? With zombies roaming outside and those who kill indiscriminately, I refuse to go out. As she mentioned the killer, the image of those cold, unfeeling eyes from the chaos on the 28th floor flashed before her, sending a shiver down her spine as she instinctively tightened the thin blanket around her. Zhang Liang scratched his head in frustration, his lips moving as he struggled to find the right words to convince her. He had already come to realize why Elder Song Wanshan had volunteered to handle the gruesome task of dealing with the corpses. It was an effort to curry favor with that terrifying young man, essentially spending effort, or rather, capital, to secure their safety. If they did not take the initiative to show goodwill, what if that killer decided they were a nuisance and eliminated them too? The memory of the gruesome scene on the 28th floor made his legs feel weak with fear, and he wished he could sprout wings and fly to the rumored safe zone guarded by the military. Yet, his strong sense of pride prevented him from admitting his fear was driving him to flee. Instead, he attempted to persuade her gently. We have already overstayed our welcome. We can't just keep living here. Besides, I've noticed that people outside are starting to form teams to clear out the zombies. The route from here to the suburban safe zone should be less crowded than it was a few days ago. If we are careful, we should be fine. He discreetly observed Zhou Xiaolan's expression, tentatively adding, or if you're worried about being hungry on the way, we could take some food and supplies with us when we leave. Take some, steal their things. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Xiaolan immediately perked up, abruptly sitting up in bed, causing the thin blanket draped around her to slip away and reveal her exquisite figure. Zhang Liang's eyes widened in astonishment, his throat involuntarily moving as he stammered, I mean. His gaze faltered, and his cheeks flushed, seemingly realizing that this suggestion was rather indecent. Attempting to salvage the conversation. However, Zhou Xiaolan appeared to have been suddenly awakened, not only feeling no sense of impropriety, but rather her eyes sparkling with excitement. Let us do it. We will go to the Anshuan Shu. When we leave, we will take half of the supplies from this room. That way, even when we get there, we will be affluent, not having to bow to anyone. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, even grabbing Zhang Liang's shoulder, shaking him vigorously. Zhang Liang, remember, once we reach the Anshuan Shu, We will claim this house as our own. It was our kindness that allowed that old man and child to stay temporarily. Did you understand? Zhang Liang, overwhelmed by this unexpected thrill and the close proximity to her, felt a surge of joy at the thought of finally leaving this place where death could strike at any moment, nodding eagerly. Yet soon, worries about reality crept back in. Can we really do this? And how can we carry so much? Last time, we barely moved a little and almost got surrounded by the undead. Zhou Xiaolin immediately shook him off, her expression filled with disdain. Look at you. This idea was yours. And now you're backing down? You're not a man at all. Enough. Get out. Don't delay me from watching my show. I'll think of a way. After shooing Zhang Liang out of the room, she promptly locked the door. Then, she quickly searched her phone for a number she had saved long ago, took a deep breath, and dialed it. Once the call connected, her voice transformed into a soft, yet urgent tone. Hello? Is this the command center of the Anxuan Shu in Jinji City? I have important intelligence. It concerns a dangerous underground organization. I can send you the specific information and my location, but you must send someone to safely escort us to the Anxuan Shu and ensure our absolute safety. I am at Hamlin Xiaoziu. There is a very dangerous person here. He has killed many. He is on the top floor of my building. You must act quickly, otherwise I fear he will escape if he notices. All right, I'll wait for your news. After hanging up, a triumphant smile emerged on Zhou Xiaolin's face, confident that once the troops from the Anxuan Shu arrived, she wouldn't have to worry about help to move their belongings. Silly Zhang Liang, his mind just doesn't work. Inside the Anxuan Shu of Jinji City, Kai Shuming received this sudden intelligence, his brow instantly furrowing. The officials currently took these organizations very seriously. Regardless of the truth of the information, someone had to be dispatched to verify it. Kai Shuming promptly convened the Yizhan team, which had undergone several days of training. A full 100 members swiftly assembled in the open space outside his office, silent as the grave. Kai Shuming stood at the front of the line, his gaze sweeping over each face, his voice grave. We just received a tip-off. A high-risk target has been identified at Hamlin Xiaoziu, suspected to be connected to a malignant organization. Now, it is time to test the results of your training. He succinctly outlined the tasks. There are 2 objectives. First, safely retrieve the informant. Second, scout and verify the target location. If resistance is encountered, the use of force is permitted, and if circumstances allow, we should strive to capture living subjects. We need intelligence. 5 individuals would be dispatched alongside a soldier team to execute this operation. Participants could advance 5 crystal cores as a reward, with additional rewards based on their performance. Who is willing to participate? A profound silence fell over the group. No one immediately responding. Suddenly, someone broke the silence, their voice clear yet somewhat youthful. Report, Commander. I wish to join this mission. Fang Mingming stepped forward from the ranks, her eyes resolute. In this vast assembly of 100, nearly 80% were men, mostly adults. Yet, the first to step up was a young girl barely in her teens. This scene caused Kai Shuming's expression to darken, and many in the ranks showed signs of embarrassment and displeasure. Commander, I will also participate. A young man quickly followed suit. Soon, 3 others stepped forward in succession. Very well, just the 5 of you. The rest of you are dismissed. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Fang Mingming and the other 4. Kai Shuming approached them, his expression serious. This mission bears high risks. Utmost caution is imperative. I will assign a special operations team to accompany you. Here is your advance reward. He placed 5 crystal cores into each person's hand. 5 crystal cores were far from sufficient for them to progress from level 1 to level 2. However, for Fang Mingming, they were just enough to elevate her from level 1 to level 2. She tightly grasped the crystal cores, her eyes shimmering with determination as she silently vowed, Great deity, Mingming will become stronger, strong enough to protect herself and those she cherishes. She understood that this path was fraught with challenges, yet she felt no fear, for she had already seen her direction clearly. Fang Mingming and her 4 fellow Yizhan team members joined forces with a 5-member special operations unit, and the 10 of them departed the Anxuan Shu with light gear. Just beyond the safety line, the 3 volunteers from the Yizhan team instinctively gathered together, whispering to one another. Along the way, Fang Mingming quietly absorbed all 5 crystal cores. Thanks to her rapid growth trait, the energy required for her upgrade was only half of what an ordinary person needed. The 5 crystal cores were just enough for her to break through to level 2. The moment her upgrade was completed, a surge of significantly enhanced strength coursed through her body. Fang Mingming's physical prowess now rivaled that of seasoned warriors, even surpassing the other 4 teammates who were still at level 1. Her ability, Metal Spike, was also strengthened. Clenching her fists, she suppressed her inner excitement. heeding the great deity's warning, ensuring not to reveal this transformation. Meanwhile, the others in the group remained fully alert, oblivious to the metamorphosis occurring in their petite companion. Nearly 3 hours later, the team reached the entrance of Hanlin Fuyuan Xiaoziu, one of the Yizhan team members, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle. Relaxed upon realizing the journey had been rather smooth, remarking casually, "There aren't too many undead. This task seems quite easy." The Special Operations Team leader immediately cautioned in a low voice, "Stay vigilant. Most of the undead are trapped in the buildings. Once we enter the community, maintain silence." The Mediterranean-haired individual fell silent. The group quietly entered the community and soon arrived at the base of Building 9. Song Wanshan's residence is situated on the 23rd floor. Recently, apart from the group led by the scar-faced man, neighbors occasionally visited to borrow food. Therefore, when a knock resounded at the door, the elderly man, seated in the living room, merely furrowed his brows before rising to check the surveillance. On the screen, 10 soldiers, fully armed and clearly adorned with official gear, stood in an orderly fashion outside the door. A wave of uncertainty washed over Song Wanshan, given the efficiency of official rescue operations. It was rather unusual for them to arrive at their neighborhood so swiftly. "Who are you?" he inquired through the intercom. "Greetings, we are from the official safety zone, dispatched to assist residents in evacuation." The presence of firearms implied that if they intended to force entry, there would be no need for further words. Despite his profound doubts, Song Wanshan opened the door. "Are you here to escort us to the safety zone?" "Indeed. May I ask if you provided any intelligence regarding the underground organization?" "Underground organization? What intelligence?" Song Wanshan was taken aback. At that moment, Zhou Xiaolan, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the room and attempted to pull open the door, only to be intercepted by Song Wanshan, who stood sideways to block her. "What are you doing? Clarify this. Did you call these people?" Song Wanshan fixed his gaze upon her, his brow furrowed tightly. He could understand Zhou Xiaolan's desire to reach the safety zone, but why had it attracted an official team? Song En and Zhang Liang also emerged from their rooms upon hearing the noise. Yet, Zhou Xiaolan seized the opportunity to forcefully shove Song Wanshan aside. The elderly man, caught off guard, fell heavily onto the tiled floor. "Grandfather!" Song En's eyes widened in fury as he rushed forward. Zhou Xiaolan, seizing the moment, flung the door open, anxiously ushering the outsiders inside. "Please come in. It was me. I provided the information." The Special Operations Team leader cast a glance at the 4 individuals within. Noting discrepancies with the instructions they had received, he inquired in a low voice, "Who contacted the safety zone?" "It was me. And him. He is my husband. We are in this together." Zhou Xiaolan hurriedly pointed at Zhang Liang. "Please elaborate on the situation on the 28th floor and how you determined its connection to the underground organization." Zhou Xiaolan's eyes darted as she prepared to fabricate a story, only to be forcefully interrupted by Song Wanshan, who, despite the pain, shouted, "Do not believe her nonsense. The person on the 28th floor has no ties to any underground organization. This is slander." Shock and anger surged within Song Wanshan. He could hardly fathom Zhou Xiaolan's malicious intent, which not only aimed to leave, but also sought to unjustly label someone with baseless accusations, attempting to condemn them to death. "Old fool, you shut your mouth," Zhou Xiaolan screeched. "Sir, what I say is the absolute truth. The person on the 28th floor not only colludes with unknown individuals from outside, but also commits murder without hesitation. Just today at noon, under his coercion, we buried several corpses in the flower bed downstairs. If you don't believe me, you can dig it up and see. You are talking nonsense." Song En helped his grandfather up, filled with a desire to eliminate Zhou Xiaolan. However, Zhou Xiaolan defiantly raised her chin towards Song Wanshan and his grandson, declaring, "Whether it is nonsense or not, just arrest him and interrogate him, and you will know. Sir, please apprehend him quickly, or he will surely flee." Then she recalled something more pressing. "Oh, you must escort us to the safety zone first. Come help us move some things. This is my home, and I have many belongings to take to the safety zone." "Wretched woman, what are you blabbering about? This is clearly my home." Song En realized the situation was amiss. "Little brat, I took you in out of pity for you and your grandfather, and now you wish to usurp my home? Husband, quickly tell the officer whose home this is." Afterward, Zhou Xiaolan turned to Zhang Liang, waiting for his compliance in her charade. The Special Operations Team leader's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the fervent Zhou Xiaolan and the furious Song family, seemingly weighing his options. Meanwhile, Fang Mingming and the team suddenly lowered her head, her small hands quietly clenching. In her mind, the voice she had long awaited reemerged. "Divine being, is it you? Have you come to see me again?" Indeed, Lin Yan's consciousness quietly established a connection with Fang Mingming at that moment. Chapter 39. Are you the person they are discussing? As Fong Mingming advanced to level 2, Lin Yan immediately sensed it. The divine card sent back a surge of 4 points of willpower, and the 6 points of divine power previously expended to eliminate the scar-faced man were restored by 4 points. Lin Yan had originally planned to utilize Fate's guidance for other purposes, but this commotion diverted his attention, prompting him to pause and assess the situation concerning Fong Mingming. To his surprise, he discovered that Fong Mingming was indeed on a mission, and it was directed towards him. Key information such as Hanlin Fuyuan, Building 9. The underground organization transmitted through Fong Mingming's memories, and Lin Yan instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had been reported. Without a doubt, it was one of the individuals who helped him transport the corpses today that had summoned the officials. His first encounter with the authorities was under the guise of a suspect. Yet, Lin Yan felt no trepidation. If the officials behaved reasonably, he could divulge intelligence regarding the night organization. If they did not, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding abilities. Sparks of electricity flickered between his fingers. Sensing that Fong Mingming and her companions had entered the community, Lin Yan focused his consciousness and directly linked with Fong Mingming's perspective. Inside Song Wanshan's residence, the atmosphere was tense to the point of stagnation. Fong Mingming excitedly reported the situation to Lin Yan in her heart, while Lin Yan's attention coldly scanned the group. Zhou Xiaolan, the informant, remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Yan was already aware of her identity. She continued to vehemently argue with Song Yan, insisting that she was the rightful owner of the house. Song Wanshan, having lived a long life, had witnessed countless storms and had long seen through Zhou Xiaolan's clumsy schemes. He gently patted his grandson on the shoulder, signaling him to refrain from further argument, before turning to enter the inner room. From the safe, he solemnly retrieved a reddish-brown property deed and an identification card, directly handing them to the Special Operations Team leader. Zhou Xiaolan instinctively attempted to pounce and snatch them away, but was deterred by a cold, piercing gaze from a team member. The team leader opened the property deed, revealing the owner's name, Song Wanshan, clear and unambiguous. Zhou Xiaolan's lies crumbled to dust. Zhang Liang, witnessing the scene, felt a flicker of relief, silently grateful he had refrained from speaking. Seeing her plan unravel, Zhou Xiaolan quickly devised another scheme, raising her voice in a brazen manner. Fine. I admit the old man is the owner, but I have married his son for so many years, raising his grandson without any recognition. This home should rightfully include my share. Her words pierced like venomous thorns, deeply embedding themselves in the hearts of the Song family. The elderly man clutched his chest in anger, breathing rapidly, realizing he had rescued 2 ungrateful wolves, only to find that the wolves had transformed into venomous snakes. Song Yan's eyes blazed with fury, veins throbbing at his temples, and he roared, "You wicked woman! It was my grandfather and I who kindly rescued you, allowing you to stay without cost. How dare you insult my parents? I will end you." Special Operations Team members hurriedly stepped forward to restrain the nearly out-of-control Song Yan. Meanwhile, other members of the Extraordinary Combat Team watched with great interest, as if they were attending a riveting family drama. The Special Operations Team leader's brows furrowed deeply, his expression growing increasingly grim. He was there to execute a dangerous mission, not to mediate familial disputes. As the captain pondered on how to decisively resolve the chaos, Fong Mingming suddenly stepped forward, her voice ringing clear as she addressed Song Wanshan. "Grandfather, you must still have photos of your son and daughter-in-law at home, right?" Song Wanshan, suppressing the agony in his heart, dared not dismiss the young girl clad in military attire, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, they are all stored in the safe. I will retrieve them now." Fong Mingming then turned to Zhou Xiaolan, and with a sudden burst of laughter, she quickly covered her mouth, though the mirth in her eyes remained unhidden. "Auntie, you claim to be the daughter-in-law of this family. Yet surely you must have a photo of your husband on your phone, perhaps a picture together?" Zhou Xiaolan, sensing trouble from this impudent girl, immediately felt her temper flare. "Who are you calling auntie? What business do you have here, you little brat? The person has been dead for years. How would I have any photos?" "Oh," Fong Mingming elongated her tone, mimicking the divine manner taught to her by Lin Yan, articulating every word. "So, only grandfather can prove you are not part of his family, while you possess no evidence at all. Thus, auntie, you are lying again, are you not?" The captain's gaze towards Fong Mingming brimmed with admiration, acknowledging the effectiveness of her sharp mind. Unbeknownst to him, these words were all imparted to Fong Mingming by Lin Yan. At that moment, Song Wanshan emerged, holding a picture frame. His eyes reddened as he carefully handed a family portrait to the captain. In the photograph were Song Wanshan, his son, daughter-in-law, and the young Song Yan, all smiling with warmth and happiness. Everything was self-evident. The captain's expression darkened as he decisively instructed Zhou Xiaolan and Zhang Liang. Since the house is unrelated to you, you are not to touch any resources here. Now, tell me the situation on the 28th floor, and my team will escort you to the safe zone. Zhou Xiaolan's chest heaved violently. Realizing that her attempts to confuse the matter were futile, she could only glare viciously at Fang Mingming. It was all this wretched girl's fault that her plans were thwarted. As she calculated her revenge, she suddenly noticed Fang Mingming smiling at her. A grin that sent a chill through her heart. Annie, if you continue to glare at me like that, I might perceive it as a threat to my safety. And I may take action. Fang Mingming's voice remained bright, yet carried an unmistakable warning. Zhou Xiaolan was so furious she nearly spat blood. Yet she was genuinely intimidated by this inexplicable aura and dared not act recklessly. She could only grit her teeth and respond, "Fine. We will go to the safe zone now. Is that acceptable?" "Wait," Fang Mingming called out, halting the captain who was about to assign personnel. "Captain, this woman is full of lies. What she said about the 28th floor is likely fabricated to deceive us." Song An immediately stepped forward to corroborate. "She is lying. During the day, 5 intruders stormed the 28th floor and were killed. We went up to help, and she was with us the entire time, never even setting foot on the 28th floor. How could she possibly know the identities of the people upstairs? She is merely concocting a story to trick you into coming to rescue her." Zhou Xiaolan's face flickered with evident guilt, but she would not concede easily. After all, they were about to leave, and she felt no concern about the people on the 28th floor seeking her out. She seized Zhang Liang, who had been pretending to be meek, and sternly commanded, "Zhang Liang, tell them the truth. Am I lying? Are the people on the 28th floor not ruthless killers?" She glared at Zhang Liang, her eyes filled with a menacing threat should he dare to oppose her. Zhang Liang, realizing he was also loathed by the Song family, felt compelled to support Zhou Xiaolan, but just as he was about to nod, a calm yet chilling voice unexpectedly resonated from outside the open doorway, clearly reaching each person's ears. "Is the person you are discussing about me?" In Chapter 40, "You are simply wicked." All present in the room turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. There stood a tall, slender figure, having quietly leaned against the doorframe of Song Wanshan's home, as if he had always been there, unnoticed. His attire was unremarkably simple. A tousled mane of black hair fell across his forehead, casting a slight shadow over his eyes, which seemed to hold a playful glimmer. Despite merely surveying the room with calmness, he emanated an aura that set him apart from the rest, as though he were a deity overlooking an anthill, commanding an air of authority that made the surrounding space and light instinctively yield to him. The captain and his team tensed at the sound of his voice, some even raising their weapons. With their professional acumen, none had detected when he arrived. The members of the opposing team reacted more slowly, their faces shifting from confusion to surprise and wariness. Was this person truly the one from the 28th floor? Was he not the dangerous individual Zhou Xiaolan had spoken of? The Mediterranean man instinctively recoiled, seeking refuge behind the special forces. Song Wanshan and Song An exchanged a shocked glance, equally bewildered as to when Lin Yan had descended. As for Zhang Liang, who had just prepared to join Zhou Xiaolan in slandering Lin Yan, he found himself abruptly silenced by the appearance of the very subject of their discussion. Choking on his own words and breaking into a fit of coughs, Zhou Xiaolan's reaction was the most intense, as if she had seen a ghost. Pointing at Lin Yan by the door, "You, how are you here?" Lin Yan ignored her, his gaze shifting away from Fang Mingming and focusing on the captain of the special forces. Just moments ago, he had personally verified this fact, regardless of distance. The believers would remain oblivious to his divine presence. Although he and the believers did not share a traditional master-servant relationship, there undeniably existed a more distinct hierarchy between them. This relationship resembled an insurmountable barrier between high status and lower status. He could sense Fang Mingming's presence at any time, yet even if he stood directly before her, she would never recognize him. She would not even be able to discern his voice. The reason was simple. For his communication with the believers was never conducted through conventional vocal channels. Instead, it was transmitted directly via thought. Indeed, upon Lin Yan's arrival, Fang Mingming merely cast a glance in his direction before redirecting her attention back to Zhou Xiaolan, seemingly awaiting further instructions from her divine mentor. "I reside on the 28th floor of this building. When you entered the community, I happened to be on the balcony, enjoying the breeze, and thought to come over to see if there was anything I could assist with regarding the official actions." However, Lin Yan's gaze subtly shifted to Zhou Xiaolan's pale face. "Madam, I do not even know you. Why do you slander me as a ruthless killer?" Upon hearing Lin Yan utter the phrase ruthless killer, Zhou Xiaolan was instantly reminded of the horrifying scene she had witnessed at the stairwell, causing her to tremble. nearly collapsing from fear. Lin Yan, however, seemed to be merely conducting a routine confirmation, continuing, I am curious. Did you witness me committing murder with your own eyes? Or did you see me interacting with some organization? Or rather, are you merely malevolent? Or do you seek to defame others for your own gain? As Lin Yan's words fell, the brows of the Special Forces captain furrowed once more, his gaze piercing as it rested upon Zhou Xiaolan. Their time was invaluable, with countless survivors awaiting their aid. Had it not been for the intelligence provided by Zhou Xiaolan, they would have been in a place far more desperate for their assistance. The earlier farce surrounding the property had already cast a shadow over the credibility of Zhou Xiaolan's information. Now, Lin Yan's calm demeanor further corroborated the suspicion that Zhou Xiaolan was lying. If Lin Yan were indeed a member of some nefarious underground organization, he would have fled the moment they entered the community. How could he remain so composed, even choosing to step into the line of fire? Coupled with the stark contrast between the testimonies of Song Wanshan and Song En, the situation was becoming increasingly evident. Are you a resident of the 28th floor? The Special Forces captain's brow was nearly knotted in a shape as he inquired of Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded, declaring, I am a tenant residing alone on the 28th floor. At this juncture, the captain maintained his rigor and caution, turning once more to confirm with Zhou Xiaolan. Comrade, is this indeed the individual you are accusing? In front of this comrade, please reiterate the relevant information you previously provided. Rest assured, we are here to ensure your safety. This implied that Zhou Xiaolan need not fear threats. If her prior claims were genuine, they would certainly protect her. Zhou Xiaolan could no longer exhibit the brazen arrogance she had moments ago. Upon seeing Lin Yan, her sharp tongue seemed to vanish, replaced by fear and guilt. This sensation resembled that of witnessing a wanted criminal's announcement on television. Many would mock the bounty and curse the villain. Yet how many would dare to confront the criminal if they stood before them? I. At this moment, Zhou Xiaolan's throat felt as if it were constricted, struggling to produce a few incoherent syllables before she could utter not a single complete sentence. Observing Zhou Xiaolan's panicked and evasive demeanor, it was clear to those present what was unfolding. At this moment, Song En's voice rang out, clear and resolute as he defended Lin Yan. Sir, this brother resides on the 28th floor, hence we have crossed paths before. When that group stormed in armed and menacing, it was this brother who stepped forward to halt their advance, preventing a greater commotion. As for this woman, he pointed at the trembling Zhou Xiaolan. His tone laced with unabashed disdain. She was present throughout the ordeal. What she claims is nothing but fabrications, baseless nonsense. By this point, even the dullest among them realized they had been thoroughly deceived by Zhou Xiaolan. Although the Special Forces members felt a surge of anger, their strong sense of discipline kept their discontent confined to their thoughts. The members of the other combat team, however, were far less restrained. They had initially believed this mission would be an opportunity to earn merit and crystals, only to find themselves manipulated by a shrewish woman. Slap. The Mediterranean man could no longer contain himself, charging forward and delivering a forceful slap across Zhou Xiaolan's face. How dare you play us? Do you even know who we are? I almost thought we were up against some formidable foe, only to find it was all your fabrication. The force of the blow sent the bewildered Zhou Xiaolan staggering, nearly toppling over. The two other combat team members closed in, their expressions dark, clearly ready to unleash their pent-up fury. Enough, the Special Forces captain barked, halting this farce. He cast a disdainful glance at the weeping Zhou Xiaolan. Having arrived at a resolution within himself, he turned to Lin Yan, his demeanor considerably softened, and then regarded the pale-faced Song Wanshan and his grandson with an apologetic gaze. I apologize for our oversight. We have disturbed you. We shall take our leave now. Would you like to accompany us to the safe zone? The captain's inquiry was directed towards Lin Yan, but also towards Zhang Liang, Zhou Xiaolan, and the Song duo. Although it was a misunderstanding, part of their mission was to escort survivors from this area. This proposition sounded like divine music to Zhou Xiaolan and Zhang Liang. Zhou Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback, but then her face erupted with disbelief and the euphoric relief of near escape. Zhang Liang had feared that this official group, angered by Zhou Xiaolan's actions, would refuse to escort them to safety. He exhaled a long breath, hastily exclaiming, Yes, I will go to the safe zone. In their excitement, neither noticed Lin Yan regarding them with a peculiar gaze, a look reserved for those who had met their demise at his hands. It was akin to the gaze cast upon a dying man. Lin Yan had no intention of going to the safe zone, even under the officials' seemingly favorable disposition. He would not provoke them publicly. He gestured for the Special Forces captain to step aside for a moment. Although the captain was slightly taken aback, he followed Lin Yan to the side. Lin Yan spoke in hushed tones, the content inaudible to others. The captain, upon hearing, nodded gravely. When the two returned, it was somewhat unexpected that Song Wanshan, after a brief hesitation, chose to remain. Thank you for your kindness. But we are still safe here for the moment and do not wish to burden the organization. Since the three had opted to stay, the Special Forces captain did not insist, merely nodding silently as he signaled Zhang Liang and Zhou Xiaolan to proceed with their team. At this moment, Zhou Xiaolan, clutching her stinging cheek, felt that the pain was overshadowed by the relief of having escaped a dire situation. Even as her fear dissipated, she covertly cast a quick glance at Lin Yan, a secret sense of triumph and relief creeping into her heart. Humph, no matter how formidable you are, what does it matter if you can kill without blinking? In front of the officials, you must still obediently watch us leave. As long as you do not dare to act now, once we reach the safe zone, the skies are high and the seas vast, and you will no longer be able to touch me. Zhang Liang also shot a furtive glance at Lin Yan, his expression complex, revealing more than just goodwill, but rather a sense of relief at escaping his clutches and a hint of veiled resentment. After all, the thought of going to the safe zone had arisen from fear of Lin Yan. The two nearly rushed to tightly align themselves behind the Special Forces members. Their footsteps hurried as they descended the stairs, as if lingering even a second longer would invite the nightmare to consume them. Only upon exiting Building 9 and inhaling the fresh air outside did they feel as though they had shed a tremendous burden, becoming lighter in spirit. Zhou Xiaolan greedily took a deep breath, as if embracing a future brimming with hope. Zhang Liang, similarly stirred by emotions, recalled the days of living under the roof of another, constantly on edge, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. The two instinctively slowed their pace, creating distance from the front line. Zhou Xiaolan, still holding her flushed cheek, leaned closer to Zhang Liang, her voice barely above a whisper, yet failing to mask the venomous hatred within. Once we reach the safe zone, I shall ensure that all who laughed at us today, especially that one from the 28th floor and those two old wretches from the Song family, will kneel and clarify today's events. Zhang Liang's eyes flickered with a blend of trepidation and a hint of belated resentment. He moistened his parched lips and murmured in agreement, indeed. Once we reach the safe zone, find a solid backing, and establish our footing, we must reclaim our grievances with interest. At that point, it will be far more than mere venting. I have heard that the safe zone has amassed numerous crystal cores. If we can secure a position of authority there, who would dare to humiliate us? Zhang Liang felt a surge of warmth at her words, the remnants of fear entirely quelled by a fervent anticipation of the future. However, just as the grand vision unfolded in their minds, a thunderous roar erupted without warning, startling both into a violent shudder. Just hours prior, continuous rumblings had been heard, and Zhou Xiaolan, having just escaped danger, was now intent on venting her frustration. Startled by the thunder, she pointed at the ominous sky and, in a shrill voice reminiscent of a scolded woman, cursed, "What do you want? Do you dare to look down on me, you wretched sky? If you have the power, strike. Come down and hit me on the forehead. Let's see if I'm afraid of you." Zhang Liang was taken aback by her sudden outburst, instinctively following her pointed finger to gaze upward. The other team members, upon hearing her reckless tirade, also glanced skyward, only to witness a horrific scene that would haunt them forever. The once merely overcast sky seemed to tear asunder, revealing two blinding streaks of white light. The brilliance surpassed any fireworks they had ever witnessed, more dazzling yet fleeting, too brief for anyone to react. At least, Zhou Xiaolan and Zhang Liang could not. With perfect precision, the twin bolts of lightning consumed their forms without a trace. Zhou Xiaolan's curses, her triumph, and Zhang Liang's ambitions, all their unexpressed thoughts and emotions were obliterated in that instant, rendered void by an overwhelming force. To the members of the Special Operations Team and the Alien Warfare Unit, after the piercing white light flashed, only two charred, blackened silhouettes remained in their vision. Then came the dull thud of two bodies collapsing to the ground. It was the sound of two charred corpses hitting the earth with a heavy thump. A pungent aroma, mingling the scent of charred flesh with that of burning protein, wafted through the still air, quickly spreading like smoke. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All the team members stood rigid, their faces behind armed masks reflecting only shock and bewilderment. They stared blankly at the two smoking human-shaped charcoals, then incredulously turned their gazes back to the now darkened sky, which seemed to have returned to normalcy, as if nothing had occurred. Heaven's wrath. Someone, in an altered tone, hoarsely managed to utter these words. Some members of the team weakly collapsed to their knees, hands clasped in prayer, incessantly beseeching the sky for mercy, muttering incoherently about divine anger. At that moment, no one doubted that Zhou Xiaolan's reckless curses had summoned the thunderous wrath of the heavens. Otherwise, How could the lightning have struck those two precisely? Let us go. Quickly leave this place. The captain of the special operations team snapped back to reality, immediately ordering all members to disperse and hastening their exit from the compound. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, concealed behind a water tower at the edge of the rooftop, finally withdrew his hand. In the home of Song Wanshan and his grandson, the two streaks of lightning that had rent the sky were equally vivid in their eyes. The blinding white light even briefly illuminated the room, casting a glow upon Song Yan's face, which was etched with horror. He remained entranced, fixated on the direction where the lightning had struck, his voice trembling slightly. Grandfather, was that truly divine retribution? Song Wanshan's pallor had somewhat faded. After a moment of silence, he did not respond directly, but instead posed a solemn question. Anon, do you recall our earlier examination of the 5 corpses upstairs and your hypothesis regarding their cause of death? Song Yan paused, forcibly pulling his thoughts back, struggling to remember. They bore no obvious external injuries, yet each corpse had a peculiar charred mark, emitting an odor reminiscent of undercooked meat. I speculated that the one upstairs might possess some ability to control high temperatures or flames. Do you think those 2 bolts of lightning were closer to the marks found on the corpses? Song Wanshan's voice was low, guiding his grandson's reasoning. Lightning. Song Yan gasped sharply, his pupils dilating as he nearly exclaimed, are you suggesting that the lightning was manipulated? How could that be possible? What kind of ability would it require to achieve such a feat? Moreover, the 5 individuals did not create such a commotion when they perished. Their bodies were not charred. Song Yan was utterly astonished by his grandfather's audacious and nearly insane hypothesis. Did beings capable of wielding such celestial power truly exist in this world? Song Wanshan shook his head. He had not witnessed Lin Yan in action, but he had meticulously examined the details of the 5 corpses. The injuries were not those that could be inflicted by ordinary flames or temperature control abilities. Conventional powers could not silence a scream, leading to death so swiftly and directly. If earlier, upon seeing those 5 corpses, Song Wanshan had merely speculated, now, having witnessed Zhou Xiaolan and Zhang Liang struck down by lightning, his speculation had transformed into certainty. In this apocalyptic world, with zombies, card draws, abilities, and NPCs, things they would have never believed before, had now become reality, making the emergence of an individual capable of summoning thunder and lightning not impossible. Perhaps due to his advanced age and approaching mortality, the elder Song Wanshan was more composed in accepting these extraordinary phenomena than the younger Song in hearing this. Song Yan slowly lowered his head, his voice muffled. Grandfather, why did you tell me to go to the 28th floor when I found myself in dire straits? Good child, I cannot be by your side forever. Song Wanshan's eyes glistened with reluctance, wishing to pat his grandson's head as he had in childhood. He raised his hand, but found it could only reach his grandson's shoulder. He gently patted Song Yan's shoulder, his tone filled with a depth of wisdom. In this world, being part of a group is not necessarily safer than walking alone. Sometimes, the treachery of the human heart is far more terrifying than the dangers visible on the surface. The individual on the 28th floor, I have observed, is not a bloodthirsty person. Just now, I acquired his contact information. I will visit him in due course. Anan, I only hope you can live well. Remember, yielding to the strong is not shameful. When the winds of fortune arise, and the strong soar to the skies, they may also lift you to great heights. Grandfather, the young man, Song Yan, now spoke with an unprecedented quaver, nodding heavily. I understand. I will prove my worth to that brother. After eliminating Zhou Xiaolan and Zhang Liang and ensuring that those from the official ranks did not suspect foul play, Lin Yan returned indoors. In truth, even if the captain of the special operations team had suspected him, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. As long as he did not openly confront the authorities and did not fall into the category of indiscriminate slaughter, those within the ranks would probably turn a blind eye. Given the current situation, it was likely that even the local authorities were too preoccupied to deal with the case at hand. In the midst of an apocalyptic world, the authorities likely understand better than anyone else that certain orders have become relics of the past. Lin Yan is not overly concerned about revealing his ability to control thunder and lightning. Even if someone discovers his power, they would merely regard him as a wielder of a formidable supernatural ability. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the divine card to inspect it. Previously, he had expended merely 2 points of divine power in dealing with the scar-faced man. However, to accurately unleash a bolt of lightning from a distance, obliterating Zhou Xiaolan and Zhang Liang, while also testing the might of his new ability, he had unhesitatingly invested a full 10 points of divine power. Even accounting for the 4 points of willpower feedback from Fang Mingming's upgrade, he now had only 7 points of divine power remaining. At this moment, His strength was sufficient for self-preservation. In terms of both offense and defense, he should not fall short of the most elite players among the authorities. Lin Yan calmly assessed his own condition. Yet, it was still not enough. His focus must now shift towards garnering more followers. Only with a substantial number of devotees can he ensure a continuous flow of willpower to support the growth of his divine power. Propelling the divine card to further advancement and acquiring additional divine power. With an unending source of divine power, Lin Yan could not only continuously recover from injuries, but also unleash lightning strikes without restraint. The mere thought of such a day ignited a fervor within him, even one as composed as Lin Yan. Simultaneously, his defensive capabilities required refinement through divine power. Otherwise, should he face an instant defeat, all efforts would be in vain. Lin Yan pondered deeply. Beyond his physical form, when invoking fate's guidance to descend elsewhere, the flow of time remains synchronized with his original body. This implies that if someone were to take advantage of his absence of consciousness to infiltrate and pose a threat, although he could abandon the descent and return instantly, it would result in a waste of divine power and opportunity cost. Such a loss was something Lin Yan wished to avoid. To preemptively prepare defenses was the prudent course of action. Moreover, another pressing issue surfaced. Previously, utilizing the barricades set along the safe passage to the 28th floor, the residents below had not disturbed him. However, from this day forth, that might no longer be the case. Even the venerable Song Wanshan had borrowed provisions several times. It was likely that those individuals would not overlook Lin Yan, who was akin to a fish slipping through the net, in his quest to restore divine power. Lin Yan contemplated these matters while taking a moment to rest. Just then, his phone buzzed, revealing a message from Song Wanshan. Chapter 43. Power outage. When Lin Yan departed from Song Wanshan's residence, the elderly gentleman had politely inquired if he could have a contact number. Lin Yan harbored no ill feelings towards the sensible elder, and since his number was newly acquired and his contact list was empty, he readily shared it. Before long, his phone vibrated gently, displaying a new message from Song Wanshan. Young brother Lin Yan, I apologize for the intrusion. Some neighbors in our building are planning to organize a cleanup operation to eliminate the zombies within. Although the number of zombies roaming the community has decreased, many households still have a significant number trapped inside. According to the authorities, these zombies gradually evolve over time, which ultimately poses a risk. I wanted to ask if you would be willing to participate tomorrow. Lin Yan contemplated the message for a moment. When he had dealt with the scar-faced man's gang, he had not obtained any zombie crystals from them. It was likely that these individuals absorbed the crystals immediately upon acquiring them to upgrade their identity cards. Although he relied on the divine card to upgrade through the absorption of followers and willpower, the restoration of divine power was not solely dependent on natural weighting and willpower conversion. Followers could generate energy points through business operations and convert them into divine power as offerings to him. Thus, it was plausible that zombie crystals could similarly be transformed into divine power. This presented a valuable opportunity to experiment with zombie crystals, and it was time to familiarize himself with close combat against zombies. Setting aside his ability to manipulate thunder and lightning, his current defensive capabilities were sufficient to withstand even a blade's edge. Ordinary zombies would hardly breach his defenses. Cleaning up zombies within the building posed little threat to Lin Yan. Furthermore, since the incident with the scar-faced man, his existence as a tenant on the 28th floor was no longer a secret. Even if he desired to remain discreetly hidden, others would likely seek him out. After a brief consideration, Lin Yan replied succinctly with 2 words, I can. Song Wanshan's response was almost instantaneous. Great. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yan was added to a WeChat group for residents of Building 9. The community was designed with a single unit per floor, limiting the number of residents in the entire building. Including Lin Yan, the group comprised only 16 individuals. Of course, there were originally more than just these few. Each person had labeled their respective floor numbers, and Lin Yan added a note indicating his own, 28. After joining the group, Song Wanshan was the first to speak. For this cleanup operation, due to my advanced age, I will not be joining to avoid causing trouble. My grandson, Songan, will represent our family. He is still young and inexperienced, so I hope all neighbors will take care of him. Following this, Songan sent a polite expression sticker requesting their support. The group was soon filled with courteous responses. Song Wanshan then privately messaged Lin Yan to provide a brief introduction to the small group of 13 individuals. He also cautioned Lin Yan, do not trust anyone. The agreed-upon time for the cleanup was set for noon the following day, a time chosen for adequate lighting, allowing everyone to gather in the lobby after lunch. It was currently just 6 in the evening. After confirming the time and location, Lin Yan muted the group notifications and turned his attention to dinner. As he opened the refrigerator door, a cold white light spilled forth, but the next moment, darkness engulfed him. The hum of the refrigerator and the subtle buzz of other electrical appliances in the room vanished in an instant. The refrigerator's power indicator, the ceiling light in the living room, and all devices plugged into the outlet went dark simultaneously. A power outage had occurred, without any alternative light sources. The entire safe house was plunged into an impenetrable darkness, where even a hand could not be seen. The only sound remaining was Lin Yan's own breath. The abrupt power failure momentarily halted Lin Yan's actions, yet he showed no sign of panic. He retrieved his phone, activated the flashlight, and swiftly gathered the ingredients needed for dinner from the refrigerator. After verifying that the issue was not due to a tripped circuit or short circuit, he activated the backup battery system he had long prepared. A low, soft hum filled the air as the pre-planned circuitry restored power first to the refrigerator, kitchen lighting, and essential appliances like the rice cooker. The gentle light gradually dispelled the darkness. For Lin Yan, this power outage posed little significant impact. He had anticipated such a day, and with ample preparation, the outage did not even dampen his mood for preparing dinner. After a series of calm and methodical washing, chopping, frying, and cooking, the aroma of food soon permeated the room. However, for some, this sudden power outage felt akin to a catastrophic second blow. Those reliant on modern technology found themselves abruptly thrown back into primitive darkness, their first reactions being panic and anxiety rather than adaptation. The apocalypse has only arrived for a few days, yet most households still have ample food reserves. Particularly in refrigerators and freezers, they are filled with perishable meats and vegetables. The sudden interruption of electricity signifies that all fresh food is now on a countdown to spoilage. On the 19th floor of building number 9, a man in his 40s frantically pounds on the completely dark television remote, desperately flicking the light switch. What is going on? How can there be a power outage at this time? He roars in frustration, then violently flings open the refrigerator door, feeling the cold air dissipating rapidly. Gazing at the overflowing stock inside, a wave of profound despair and anger surges within him. It's all over. How can one survive like this? It seems that when the floors are cleared tomorrow, he will have to search other households for more easily preserved food. On the 11th floor of the same building, a couple is embroiled in a heated argument illuminated by the light of a flashlight. Why didn't you plug the power bank back in after using it last? What good does it do to say that now? Hurry up and check how much battery is left on the phone. Only 15, my phone is about to die. The woman screams. Had I known, I would have gone to the safe zone with those officials today. Why did you stop me from going out then? How was I to know the power would go out so quickly? You keep saying you want to go to the safe zone. Who is even there? You need to explain this to me clearly. At this moment, the entire building 9 is engulfed in a state of anxious chaos due to the unexpected power outage. Those who were previously hesitant and fearful about the clearing operation the next day have quietly shifted their mindset. It has transformed into a more urgent and primal instinct for survival. The following morning, Lin Yan's divine power has quietly restored to 16 points. A night of rest has replenished 6 points, and a generous offering from Kong in the early morning has further restored 3 points. The accumulated willpower has also reached 39, not far from the next level of 60 points. The long-dormant ability, Fate Guidance, has quietly activated. Chapter 44, The Fourth Believer Fate Guidance, Activate. Lin Yan's will, akin to a bolt of lightning that rends the darkness, instantaneously pierces through space, arriving in a remote village at the intersection of Fengming City and Jinjishi City. At the moment of arrival, an indescribable stench assaults him. The suffocating odor of decay, excrement, and mildew almost solidifies as it pierces his nostrils. Immediately following this is the sticky, unusual sensation beneath his neck. This body lies on a damp, sticky bed, the bedding seemingly never washed, saturated with a nauseating stench of spoiled food, fermenting feces, and the growth of mold. Worse still, the body feels heavy as if filled with lead, entirely devoid of sensation from the neck down, as if the head and torso have long since separated. In stark contrast to this broken shell is the furious and indignant blaze within the chest. Player name, Xiao Wu, Level 1. Initial ability, Unyielding Guardian, 55. Accumulated Crystal Energy, 0-10. Identity trait, Growth Potential. Self-awareness, Special. Memories associated with his obsessions flood in like a tide. Xiao Wu, a former Special Forces soldier, was injured in the line of duty, rendering him paralyzed. He returned home with generous disability compensation, retirement pay, and survivor benefits, expecting to find solace in familial bonds, only to be met with the cold calculations and greed of his brother and sister-in-law. They squandered his money on cars and houses in the city, while he was left in the woodshed under the care of his elderly mother. Yet, his frail mother could hardly manage, merely ensuring he did not perish from thirst or hunger. Each time she fell ill from exhaustion, Xiao Wu cursed himself for returning, wishing instead he had died on the mission. As the apocalypse dawned, Xiao Wu thought he would finally find liberation. However, fate played him the cruelest joke. His wolf-like brother and sister-in-law, along with their pampered son, all fortuitously drew player cards and gained power. Meanwhile, with their assistance, he received a zombie card. If he were to perish, perhaps the hatred would not be so consuming. But his sister-in-law cruelly forced the player card drawn by his elderly mother onto him, reviving him in the most brutal manner. "You must live, a Wu," as his brother poisoned him. That hypocritical sigh still echoes in his ears. "You are the hero of our family. Without you, how can we explain to the military? Mother is old and will pass away sooner or later. Although her card is of little use, it can keep you alive. You must be grateful. Mother loves me the most. You should consider your brother more." Xiao Wu could only watch helplessly as they continued to prosper. His malicious sister-in-law, fearing he would starve or die of thirst, often advised him, "A Wu, mother died for you. If you starve yourself to death, wouldn't tea that make her death in vain?" Xiao Wu could only live in humiliation, becoming the hypocritical decoration for their supposed righteousness, drained of every last bit of value. Endless humiliation, anger, hatred, and an unquenchable desire to rise up, cleanse the filth, and make those who oppress the weak pay the price, formed the last flicker of flame within this body. Just as Lin Yan descended, Xiao Wu overheard the two outside whispering, "The benefits from the military are nearly exhausted. I've heard that one of his comrades is inquiring about this place, planning to take him away. He knows everything we've done. If the military heals him, will we have any way out? In that case, we must hasten the plan to lure a zombie in and eliminate him. After all, he was meant to die. Let us not wait until tonight, lest the night grows long with dreams. We should go find one now." After integrating the player card, Xiao Wu's senses surpass anything he has known. They believe he cannot hear, yet every word pierces his heart like a knife. However, while the integration of the player card can improve his physique, it is insufficient to restore a body paralyzed for years unless he continuously levels up. But his brother and sister-in-law will not grant him that opportunity, and he cannot wait for military rescue. Throughout his life, he devoted his prime years to the nation, returned home, and used his achievements to support his family. Unfortunately, now that chaos has arrived, he has become a useless shell. If only he could live for himself once more, to uphold justice, punish evil, and eradicate wickedness. It was in this moment of despair and unwillingness to await death that Lin Yan's will completely took over this lifeless and resentful shell. Undoubtedly, this Xiao Wu possesses value as a believer. His identity as a former Special Forces member inherently provides him with a certain level of combatability. Coupled with the suffering he has endured, once he commits to a person or cause, he is unlikely to waver. Though Lin Yan's identity is that of a deity, he is no saint. His primary objective in accepting followers is to gather their willpower, thus upgrading his divine card. Nevertheless, during this process, he has rescued a few souls worthy of salvation. Thus far, the guidance of fate has not led him to the most nefarious individuals. Should that day arrive, Lin Yan will still assess the usefulness of that person before deciding to expend his divine energy to fulfill their obsessions and claim them as followers. Lin Yan's cold and majestic voice resonated within Xiao Wu's consciousness like an oracle. "Believe in me, and I shall grant you the strength to rise anew and accomplish all that you desire." As Lin Yan's words echoed, the once lifeless and murky depths of Xiao Wu's eyes seemed to awaken with a sudden surge of thunderous power. "I am willing." A hoarse and resolute response escaped his poisoned throat. In the next moment, an unprecedented force surged from the depths of his decaying body, fervently washing over every inch of bone, muscle, and nerve, responding to the deepest obsession of this vessel. "As you wish. Rise. It is time for you to reclaim your debts." Lin Yan observed the player information of this body and returned control to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu rose from the filthy bed and, without hesitation, activated the special ability he had previously dreaded using. Self-awakening. Self-awakening, special. This ability can be actively triggered once, enhancing the potential of one's powers. Upon activation, it will vanish. The cost of self-awakening is profound and burdensome. Originally, Xiao Wu's ability was Unyielding Guardian. Designate one or more friendly units within a specified range, transferring a portion of damage they receive to himself. Now, however, the 4 characters of Unyielding Guardian on the player identity card began to slowly dissipate, replaced by Eternal Barrier. During the activation period, all damage received is immune, with an active duration of 5 seconds. Chapter 45. Lin Yan's intelligence network Xiao Wen and his wife, Li Tsuhua, genuinely wished to end Xiao Wu's life. While Xiao Wu was undergoing his transformation at home, they cautiously traversed the village's outskirts, deliberately creating noise in an attempt to attract wandering corpses. This small village, located at the junction of Jinji City and Fengming City, was sparsely populated, and the military had previously conducted a sweep, forcing them to venture further afield to lure the undead. Over here, make some noise, Xiao Wen whispered, striking a roadside metal mailbox with a metal rod. The clang echoed through the mountain path and the woods, yet there was still no sign of the undead. Hey, Li Tsuehua shouted towards the forest again. They thought it was only a matter of time before a lone corpse would be drawn in. However, a rustling sound emerged from the trees. Something feels off. Li Tsuehua was the first to notice the unusual commotion in the woods. Xiao Wen looked up, his face turning ashen. Look over there. There are so many corpses. Hurry, run back. They could no longer consider their plan to lure the undead and fled towards the village in a panic, seemingly oblivious to the potential danger their actions posed to the remaining survivors. Outside the village, a horde of corpses, led by a slime creature, was advancing towards the settlement. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, still residing within Xiao Wu's consciousness, received 2 messages from his followers. In the safe zone of Jinji City, at the training area of the Yijian District, Fang Mingming had just completed her morning warm-up and was polishing her weapon. After several days of honing her skills, the youthful innocence in her demeanor had given way to a maturity and sharpness far beyond her years. No one would consider her a mere child anymore. As she was preparing to join her squad in hunting the undead, she reflected on the previous day's mission, which, though not fully successful, had yielded 2 crystal cores as spoils. Her identity card was now level 2, requiring 10 energy points to reach level 3, while others needed 20 points. Fang Mingming was acutely aware that her exceptionally rapid upgrade pace was another secret she had to keep hidden, second only to her divine patron. However, the distribution of crystal cores within the team was recorded, making it easy for those with ulterior motives to uncover her unusual advancement. To safeguard her secret, the wisest course of action would be to leave the team and act independently. She sheathed her sword and stood to exit the training grounds when a voice called out to her. Mingming? You are called Mingming, right? Turning to see an unfamiliar older woman, she prepared to nod and move on. Having learned to maintain distance from those with unclear intentions, she was startled when the woman persisted in following her. I am from Qingshan village. My surname is Xia. Mingming, do you not remember? A few years ago, your parents brought you to our village to buy a house, and I even gave you a chicken egg. Hearing her parents mention brought back memories of when they first arrived in Jinji City, causing her to unconsciously halt. Xia Wan, seeing her words had an effect, smiled warmly, reminiscent of the times she had faced Lin Yan and Lin Zimao. Later, I heard your family moved to another village. Just now, when I saw you from afar, I felt a sense of familiarity. How you've grown, I hardly recognized you. A fleeting glimmer of something inscrutable passed through Xia Wan's eyes as she activated her ability once more. Insightful Eye. This ability allows one to see the information of identity cards that are not higher than their own tier. At that moment, Xia Wan perceived Fang Mingming's identity card information as follows. Player name, Fang Mingming, level 2. Initial ability, Metal Spike, 1010. Accumulated crystal energy, 210. Identity trait, rapid growth. Xia Wan was somewhat surprised that Fang Mingming, at such a young age, possessed such immense potential. Even her level was among the highest of all members of the Yijian District. It was evident that Xia Wan intended to cultivate Fang Mingming as the next target for development after Lin Yan. Unfortunately, she was oblivious to Fang Mingming's additional trait, which included not just rapid growth, but also the title of Divine Follower. Before Fang Mingming could respond, a teammate rushed in, breathless. All units assemble. The captain just received urgent news of an unusually large horde of corpses appearing at the junction of Jinji City and Fengming City. The new mission is to scout the area immediately. Prepare yourselves if you wish to go. Fang Mingming promptly headed towards the assembly area, clearly ready to accept the task. Observing this, Xia Wan's eyes flickered as she quickly followed suit. In the Fengming City safe zone, at Yukang's supply shop, he had just opened for business when an unfamiliar customer arrived. The player, looking weary and anxious, purchased a healing capsule. You look new here. Did you come from outside? Yukang inquired casually while counting crystal cores. The player sighed, still shaken, and complained, Alas, boss, I fled here from Sanjia City. You cannot comprehend the dreadful nature of our abode. It is a veritable den of horrors. Yukang momentarily paused, his fingers barely perceptibly halting as he recalled the divine directive regarding the gathering of intelligence. Silently, he returned one of the 4 crystalline cores he had accepted and inquired. Oh, what manner of undead are we speaking of? The player, upon encountering a discount, was instantly filled with joy, and his tongue was loosened. In our vicinity, there are two mutated undead, nearly sentient. One is perpetually accompanied by a smaller undead, hunting relentlessly. It can reattach its severed limbs, which is quite terrifying. The other is even more absurd, with a body akin to slime. Bullets are utterly ineffective against it, and it can expel corrosive slime bombs. Recently, these two have begun to amass hordes of corpses. To avoid them on my way here, I deliberately took the winding path around Fengming Mountain, only to catch a distant glimpse of a dark mass, which terrified me so much that I turned around and fled. At this rate, Fengming City may be in grave danger. I must seek another location. Jinji City seems promising. By the way, do you know any other trustworthy NPCs like yourself? Would you kindly make an introduction? Yukong shook his head, concluding the conversation, and silently committed the information to memory as he watched the player depart. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed a multitude of teams mobilizing from Fengming City's safe zone, with many rushing into Yukong's item shop, hastily placing crystalline cores before him to purchase healing capsules. Yukong swiftly completed the transactions and then relayed this information, along with 30 energy points, to his deity, Lin Yan. Chapter 46 Li Jianjun Level 4 Lin Yan's consciousness concurrently detected two messages from his followers. One message originated from Fengming in the Jinji City safe zone, while the other came from Yukong's item shop in Fengming City. The core content was strikingly similar, an abnormal horde of undead. Moreover, there were two waves. Coincidentally, they were situated near the village where he had just arrived. A leader among the undead capable of summoning and gathering its kin undoubtedly surpassed ordinary undead in level, likely by 2 levels or more. Lin Yan immersed his consciousness into the faith connection, pinpointing the location of his follower, Li Jianjun. Indeed, the source of one of the reported hordes of corpses was none other than Li Jianjun. Just as Lin Yan established a connection with him, a surge of overwhelming and pure willpower flowed into his divine card. Follower Li Jianjun has ascended to level 4, granting 12 points of feedback willpower. Has he truly broken through to level 4 so swiftly? What then of the other undead capable of manipulating slime, which is also gathering power? He conveyed this inquiry through the faith connection directly to the distant Li Jianjun. Soon, Li Jianjun's thoughts returned, intermingled with a chilling, bloodthirsty desire. His purpose in gathering the horde was both singular and efficient, to command lower-tier undead to seek out and present crystalline cores. Should they encounter solitary players, his subordinates would likewise bring them as offerings. Though Li Jianjun still retained memories of his humanity, his thoughts grew increasingly cold and efficient with each level gained, evolving closer to that of a pure predator. Through the faith connection, Lin Yan could vividly perceive that in Li Jianjun's awareness, the act of consuming players was no different from a wild beast in nature preying upon lambs. The survival of the fittest was the natural order. Humans transformed by the undead were undergoing a profound species-level metamorphosis. My God, that slime undead first appeared in Sancha City 2 days ago. I have yet to encounter it, but I have sensed its presence. It should be aware of mine as well. Li Jianjun's response concerning the slime undead carried a hint of cold hostility and the thrill of the hunt. In Li Jianjun's perception, the energy level of this newfound adversary was comparable to his own. Thus, he regarded this suddenly emerged formidable counterpart as a threat that needed to be eliminated and a source of nourishment for his ascension. Devouring a being of equal level would yield energy far surpassing the consumption of numerous lower-tier undead. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by the heavy sound of a door being slammed shut. Xiao Wen and Li Tsuowa tumbled back into their home, frantically securing the courtyard door. Leaning against the cold door panel, their chests heaving violently as they gasped for breath, their faces still etched with the terror of the distant horde. However, before they could catch their breath, a chilling, hoarse voice that sent shivers down their spines emerged. "Brother, sister-in-law, you have returned." Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Wen and Li Tsuowa's eyes widened in horror, their bodies rendered immobile as if frozen in the depths of winter, their blood running cold. Standing in the shadows of the courtyard was Xiao Wu, the very person who had been bedridden and awaiting death, now standing upright like a spear. He wore the same filthy clothes he had donned since their mother's passing, exuding a foul odor. Yet, his eyes glimmered with an unsettling brightness, swirling with an incomprehensible coldness and deathly stillness. Gazing at his brother, Xiao Wen's pupils constricted sharply, his face draining of color. More terrified than he had been by the throngs of undead outside. His teeth chattered, his tongue knotted, unable to utter a coherent word. "Aowu, why are you out?" Beside him, Li Zihua was so frightened that her soul seemed to leave her body. She let out a short, sharp scream, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. How could Xiao Wu, who had been paralyzed for years, suddenly stand? This was utterly impossible. Xiao Wu slowly stepped forward. His movements were somewhat stiff, yet each step felt like a weight upon the hearts of Xiao Wen and Li Zihua, constricting their ability to breathe. He regarded the pair, their faces pale and filled with fear. Observing the ghostly shock on his brother's face and the unabashed terror on his sister-in-law's, Xiao Wu let out a hoarse laugh, the sound dry and grating like sandpaper. What? Brother, sister-in-law, are you displeased to see me standing? No, not displeased. Of course, brother is happy. Xiao Wen suddenly regained his senses, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Wu, you're well? This is truly a momentous occasion. Heaven has opened its eyes. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Li Zihua also came to her senses, hurriedly shedding a few tears that trickled down her chubby cheeks, her voice trembling as she echoed. Yes, yes. Wonderful. Wu, I knew you would surely be blessed. You would recover. We cannot express how happy we are. Happy. Xiao Wu took another step forward, and Xiao Wen and Li Zihua caught a whiff of the odor emanating from him, fighting back their nausea while attempting to feign joy, looking utterly ridiculous in their charade. Were you not just discussing how to lure the undead in early, to grant me, someone who should have long since perished, complete liberation? Where are the undead? Have you successfully lured them? Xiao Wen nearly lost his footing. He had heard everything. No, you misunderstood, Wu. Terrified, Xiao Wen's heart raced, hastily waving his hands, incoherently defending himself. Brother, how could we do such a thing? We have cared for you for so many years. Yes, Wu. Li Zihua collapsed onto the ground with a thud, tears streaming down her face as she wailed. Sister-in-law was wrong. She was blinded by greed. Don't believe her. We are family. Family? Xiao Wu interrupted her, his voice icy and devoid of warmth. Is this how you treat family? Casting me aside like refuse to fend for myself? Is this what it means to be family, draining my hard-earned money for pleasure? Silencing me and seizing the card my mother acquired at the cost of her life. Also, I could live like a beast for your benefit? And now, you wish to summon the undead to destroy me, claiming we are family. Chapter 47. The speed of upgrades accelerates, each accusation struck like a heavy hammer, leaving Xiao Wen and Li Zihua pale and shivering, gazing into Xiao Wu's emotionless eyes. Imbued with murderous intent, they recognized that further excuses were futile. After all, they were acutely aware of their own deeds over the past years. Xiao Wen suddenly seized a wooden stick from the ground and, attempting to appear fierce, pointed it at Xiao Wu, shrieking, "Don't come any closer. Just because you think you are all right, you feel superior? I tell you, the undead are everywhere. If you dare to harm us, you won't survive either." Li Zihua, clutching at the last shred of hope, screamed, "Yes. The troops will arrive any moment. If you dare to do anything to us, the army will not spare you. You are a hero. How can a hero kill?" As death loomed, their minds were not on repentance but rather on threats, attempting to invoke a moral high ground to coerce Xiao Wu. Observing their grotesque display, Xiao Wu felt the last vestige of emotion within him fade into stillness. He slowly raised his hand. Once robust and powerful, it now appeared frail, like a desiccated branch stripped of moisture, the skin taut against prominent bones, revealing a network of visible veins. Such a hand looked so weak, as if a mere breeze could topple it. Yet, at that moment, an unprecedented power surged within him, bestowed by a mysterious presence. Xiao Wu had never believed in deities. Yet, during countless stinking, dark, and helpless days and nights, he genuinely yearned for the existence of a divine being. And now, he had indeed found one. Hero? Xiao Wu rasped, repeating the word, his tone rife with endless mockery and sorrow. You are unworthy to utter those two syllables, even less so to inhabit this world. Seeing the unabashed murderous intent in Xiao Wu's eyes, Xiao Wen and Li Zihua crumbled completely. Xiao Wen violently shoved Li Zihua forward, turning to flee through the door, shouting frantically, "It's all her fault. It was this venomous woman's idea. She swapped the card. She wanted to summon the undead. It has nothing to do with me." Li Zihua, pushed aside, was momentarily stunned before erupting into a more venomous scream, reaching out to grab Xiao Wen, who was trying to escape alone. "Xiao Wen, you heartless bastard. Most of the money from selling the house went to your son's gambling debts. And now it's all my fault. If we are to die, let us die together." Their final words were devoid of remorse, marred only by despicable blame and evasion, exposing the most loathsome facets of human nature. Xiao Wu coldly observed the scene, as if watching a farcical play that had nothing to do with him. Then he acted. The strength within his tall, gaunt body erupted as he charged toward the two scoundrels who had led the undead to the village. The air filled with the chilling cries of despair, echoing within the courtyard that Xiao Wen and Li Cuihua had constructed to fend off the undead. Soon, silence descended. Only the distant, increasingly clear, chilling roar of the approaching horde remained. Standing in the blood-stained courtyard, Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, savoring the mingled scents of blood and decay. His debts had been repaid. Outside the door, countless undead awaited him. Xiao Wu seized an axe from beside the woodpile and opened the heavy courtyard door, stepping resolutely into the outside world. It was evident that Xiao Wu intended to protect this village. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's consciousness returned to the Hanlin Fu Yuan community as Xiao Wu executed his second kill. Lin Yan glanced at his divine card. Originally possessing 16 points of divine power, he had expended 8 points for fate guidance and identity bestowal, along with 2 points to restore Xiao Wu's body, totaling 10 points. He then received 5 points from new followers and 12 points from Li Jianjun. Now, his divine power exceeded the morning's total by 7 points, surpassing the original cap of 20 points. Unnamed deity. Initial stage level 2, divine power capacity, 2,320, inherent powers, fate guidance, identity bestowal, elemental mastery, divine authority development, number of followers, 46. Accumulated willpower, 5,660, divine traits, formless, luck bias. The identities of players and undead might become increasingly difficult to upgrade in the later stages. Yet, currently, it seemed the opposite applied to my divine card. The speed of upgrades appeared to be accelerating. With each new follower leveling up, Lin Yan would garner increasing amounts of willpower. He pondered that among his followers, Li Jianjun was progressing the fastest. Meanwhile, Fang Mingming, who had the greatest potential, had yet to fully unleash her power. Starting today, Fang Mingming would join the team in hunting the undead, which meant she would soon begin to provide Lin Yan with willpower. As for Yukong, Lin Yan had no concerns. Yukong regarded him as an absolute faith, continually contributing energy through managing the item shop. The newly joined fourth follower, Xiao Wu, with his immortal barrier, ability, and resilient character, was destined to grow at a pace comparable to Li Jianjun. At that moment, the divine card before Lin Yan trembled slightly, reminding him that if he did not consume his divine power exceeding the limit soon, it would gradually dissipate. Lin Yan glanced at the time. There were 3 hours until noon. He then resolutely activated fate guidance once more. Perhaps if he acted swiftly, his divine card could level up again today. With this thought, Lin Yan's consciousness plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, outside Jinfeng village, Li Jianjun approached the village's edge with his son Li Xiaobao and a group of subordinates. When he beheld the scene within the village, he could scarcely believe his eyes. A human was brazenly battling amidst a horde of undead, surrounded by the fallen bodies of dozens of the undead. More astounding was that this individual faced a special level 3 slime zombie, seemingly unperturbed. The corrosive slime spewed by the slime zombie was largely avoided by Xiao Wu, with the few that could not be dodged completely blocked by the suddenly raised, immortal barrier. Immediately thereafter, Xiao Wu charged forward, daringly advancing toward the special zombie. Several of Li Jianjun's subordinates, sensing the abundant energy from the crystal cores strewn about, stirred restlessly. But he quickly silenced them. He recalled the deity's instructions. This mission was solely to eliminate the slime zombie, and they must not engage the humans. Stand by and protect Xiaobao, Li Jianjun commanded, before rushing out alone toward the slime zombie. At that moment, Xiao Wu also noticed the newly emerged horde, especially the leading undead charging directly toward him. Xiao Wu Fei, far from being flustered, resolutely took a step back to observe the unfolding events with keen anticipation. The divine being had previously informed him that if another wave of ghouls invaded the village, it would be in pursuit of the initial wave that had entered. Truly, such foresight is the hallmark of a deity. At that moment, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with unusual brilliance, and his reverence for the divine being who had aided him in rising once more intensified. Chapter 48. Surrender the crystal cores. The battle among the ghouls was far more primal and brutal than that between humans and ghouls. There was no finesse, only the raw collision of power and the instinct for survival. Li Jianjun, transformed into a patchwork ghoul, did not flinch or evade. He forcefully barreled through the splattering viscous fluid. One massive hand seized the neck of the gelatinous ghoul, while the other brandished a bone blade, mercilessly striking at its joints with a sickening crunch. The gelatinous ghoul howled in agony, its body secreting a highly corrosive liquid in a desperate attempt to dissolve its restraints. Yet, Li Jianjun's form exhibited an extraordinary resilience to corrosion, emitting wisps of smoke while remaining undeterred in his ferocity. Xiao Wu stood aside. calmly witnessing this extraordinary and intense scene. Seizing the moment while the two ghoul leaders were locked in a fierce struggle, he hastily shed his tattered, slime-covered garments. Retreating indoors to don a relatively intact outfit he had found in Xiao Wen's wardrobe. Although it did not fit perfectly, it at least appeared clean and presentable. To his astonishment, in the brief span of time, the tide of battle outside had shifted. The gelatinous ghoul managed to break free from its constraints and, in a pitiful state, fled towards the outskirts of the village. Meanwhile, the leader of the patchwork ghouls pursued after it. Before departing, Li Jianjun cast a murky glance at Xiao Wu, raising his arm to gesture at the hundreds of ordinary ghouls that roamed aimlessly, disoriented by the loss of their leader. Xiao Wu instantly understood the implication of this peculiar ghoul. These remnants now belonged to him. Please, he intoned gravely, cautiously retreating to the side as he began to collect the crystal cores from the dozens of ghouls he had previously slain. One by one, he extracted the glistening cores. As he gathered the cores, he simultaneously focused on the bizarre internal conflict among the ghouls, feeding the 50 or so cores he had acquired into his identity card. Energy coursed through him rapidly, causing the level indicators on the card to flicker in succession. Transitioning from level 1 to level 2 required 10 cores. From level 2 to 3 necessitated 20, and advancing from level 3 to 4 demanded 40. Ordinary individuals lacked the martial prowess and courage that Xiao Wu possessed. Even if some had it, few could emulate his audacity in charging into a horde of ghouls with the absolute defense of Immortal Barrier for 5 seconds. Coupled with the preliminary enhancement of his physique from Lin Yan's residual divine energy, Xiao Wu transformed into a highly efficient killing machine, resulting in his impressive achievements. When Xiao Wu absorbed the last crystal core and stabilized his level at 3, the cleanup effort on Li Jianjun's side was also nearing completion. Nearly half of the ghouls he had brought had perished, culminating in the resolution of the remaining ghouls. Surprisingly, before departing, this group of ghouls left behind 2 ordinary ones, cornering them near Xiao Wu's courtyard, seemingly as a parting gift for him. Following this, they departed with their vast numbers. The 2 abandoned ghouls, drawn by the scent of fresh blood and flesh from Xiao Wan and Li Zihua within the courtyard, rushed forward heedlessly to feast. Xiao Wu made no attempt to intervene, allowing them to satiate themselves before he dealt with them. Not long after Li Jianjun's horde had departed, the sound of an engine echoed from the village entrance. 2 armed off-road vehicles emblazoned with a striking phoenix insignia entered Jinfeng village. The vehicles screeched to a halt in the center of the blood-strewn village path, their tires crushing the muck beneath. A sharp-featured man leaped from the passenger seat, followed by a dozen others. Their hawkish gazes swept over the desolate village, ultimately settling on the lone human figure standing, Xiao Wu. At the very moment this group arrived, they witnessed Xiao Wu swiftly severing the head of the last ghoul within the courtyard. The leading man approached Xiao Wu, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and inquired, "I am Wang Lei, captain of the 3rd squad of the Yizhan team in the Fengming City safe zone. What transpired here? Are you a villager? Did you slay these ghouls?" His questions were direct and laden with scrutiny, particularly emphasizing the word you. The hundreds of ghouls littering the ground certainly did not seem to have been dispatched by someone who appeared as slender as Xiao Wu. Nonetheless, Xiao Wu met his gaze calmly, shaking his head, his voice hoarse yet clear. "I am Xiao Wu, a retired member of the former Blade Special Forces. Only a small portion of the ghouls here were slain by me. The majority were killed by another group of ghouls that suddenly appeared. When I emerged, the battle was already nearing its conclusion." Another group of ghouls? Wang Lei's brow furrowed deeper, skepticism etched across his features. "Are you suggesting that 2 waves of ghouls emerged in this village, engaging in combat, while you merely reaped the benefits?" As he spoke, he subtly signaled to his team behind him. One of the members, understanding the cue, quickly began to survey the area. Soon, that team member returned, whispering in Wang Lei's ear, "Captain, we've checked. The crystal cores within the ghouls have all been extracted cleanly, and the technique is quite deft. There are dozens of ghouls with fatal injuries caused by sharp instruments, very recent. This must be his doing." Upon hearing that the cores had been excavated, Wang Lei's countenance darkened immediately. They had come on a mission, not to play the role of voluntary cleanup crew. They had arrived to confront a large gathering of ghouls in anticipation of a significant haul of crystal cores. Wang Lei fixed his gaze on Xiao Wu once more, his tone turning stern. "Where are the crystal cores? Those belong to us, the spoils of the Fengming safe zone. Hand them over." Xiao Wu's brows knitted tightly. Having endured the greed and scheming of those dear to him, he harbored no illusions about human avarice. However, he had never anticipated such blatant directness from those hailing from a safe zone. "I have no crystal cores. They were all taken by that group of ghouls," Xiao Wu insisted, shaking his head. One of Wang Lei's team members immediately pointed at Xiao Wu, exclaiming, "Captain, he is lying. We clearly saw him killing ghouls and extracting the crystal cores when we entered the village. The captain, there have been numerous injuries in the village caused by sharp weapons. The only living person capable of inflicting such damage is him. The cores must be on him." Wang Lei's expression turned decidedly unfriendly. "Xiao Wu, is it? Former special forces? I respect that you were once a man of valor, but do not overstep your bounds. We came to risk our lives, not in vain. Hand over the crystal cores, and join us in the foaming safe zone, and I may even grant you a title of honor." Should you refuse this offer before he could finish? Several team members had already raised their weapons, targeting Xiao Wu. If you refuse the offer, eliminating you and reporting that the villagers were slain by ghouls would be a trivial matter. Think carefully. Do not let your actions jeopardize the entire village. Wang Lei's words dripped with a practiced menace, clearly not the first time he had employed such tactics. Xiao Wu's fury ignited in response to Wang Lei's threats. He detested nothing more than the despicable, shameless scoundrels who prey upon the weak. Even when he sensed that several individuals within the opposing team possessed energy signatures comparable to his own, Xiao Wu felt no fear. His only hesitation stemmed from the fact that these individuals hailed from the safe zone. He had once been a member of an elite special forces unit. Had he not been incapacitated and retired, he might have stood alongside them. It was as if the divine presence sensed Xiao Wu's inner conflict. He felt the will of the deity reconnect with him, a chilling and authoritative thought resonating in his mind, commanding him with 4 simple words: eliminate them. Chapter 49. The connection among believers. The last remnants of Xiao Wu's hesitation dissipated under the divine will, transforming into an unwavering desire to kill. Since the deity had deemed these individuals worthy of death, they were undoubtedly deserving of it. With a slight lean forward, Xiao Wu propelled himself towards Wang Lei and his companions. A fool's errand. Witnessing Xiao Wu disregard their threats and charge forward, Wang Lei coldly commanded his team, "Open fire. Eliminate him." The players had limited energy reserves. They would not squander them on matters that could be resolved with bullets. Without Wang Lei's orders, the members of the third squad of the Yijanduri unleashed their weapons as Xiao Wu launched his attack, their sinister laughter echoing as one taunted, "Ha! This kid must be insane, thinking he can face bullets just because he has powers. Die." Most of humanity's physical defenses were insufficient to withstand the firearms of the pre-apocalyptic world. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that Xiao Wu was the exception. Clang, clang, clang. As the ability, Immortal Barrier, activated, all bullets aimed at Xiao Wu were deflected. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the mocking squad member, his axe slicing through the air to sever the man's head from his body. Blood gushed from the headless corpse, splattering the other team members. Before they could react, another head flew into the air and landed heavily on the ground. It was at this moment that the remaining members realized their bullets inflicted no harm whatsoever upon Xiao Wu. Even Wang Lei was taken aback, urgently shouting, "Stop using guns. Use your abilities." Upon hearing this, the remaining team members hastily discarded their firearms to unleash their powers. Fireball. Die. Airbind. Several energy attacks struck Xiao Wu, yet all were thwarted by the invisible barrier. The player card, now upgraded to level 3, indicated that the Immortal Barrier could last for an astounding 7 seconds and be activated 15 times. This meant that unless these individuals could deplete Xiao Wu's nearly 2-minute invincibility, they stood no chance against this blood-soaked instrument of slaughter. As the 5th victim fell to Xiao Wu's might, the remaining 6 members of the team began to crumble, scattering in panic. Yet the more they ran, the quicker they met their demise. The only combat experience these Yijanduri members had was derived from days spent battling zombies and ruthlessly slaughtering other human players. Furthermore, the foaming safe house had only provided them with a day's training, leaving them ill-prepared to face Xiao Wu. Even Wang Lei felt fear creeping in. He was a level 3 player with the ability Speed. However, facing Xiao Wu, whose defenses were impervious to blades and energy alike, his power was rendered useless. Wang Lei activated his ability and sprinted towards the approaching off-road vehicle. He quickly made it inside. Just as Xiao Wu was poised to eliminate the remaining team members, Wang Lei managed to turn the vehicle around, flooring the accelerator to retreat. "Xiao Wu, you dare to kill me? Prepare to be hunted by the authorities. I will return with reinforcements to finish you." Wang Lei growled, gripping the steering wheel. However, as soon as the vehicle sped away, a loud bang echoed, and the car began to veer out of control. Wang Lei was nearly thrown from the vehicle. He tumbled out, only to discover that a blood-stained axe had lodged itself in the rear wheel. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had already twisted the neck of the last surviving member of Wang Lei's team a full 180 degrees. This gruesome sight sent Wang Lei's soul fleeing in terror. He abandoned the vehicle, using his powers in a frantic attempt to escape. But then came the sound of a silenced gunshot from behind. Wang Lei felt a sharp pain as a bullet struck the back of his knee. The force of the impact sent him sprawling. In a desperate scramble, he grabbed a grenade from his waist, turning to see Xiao Wu wielding what should have been their firearm. A mix of fear and rage surged through Wang Lei as he threatened, "If you dare to shoot, I will detonate this grenade, taking those zombies and you with me. We deployed 3 squads for this mission. If the grenade explodes, they will come for revenge. If you let me go now, I will pretend today never happened." Wang Lei held the grenade defensively in front of him. Clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet, he felt confident that he could pull the pin before Xiao Wu fired. Seeing that Xiao Wu had indeed ceased his advance, Wang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Assuming it was reinforcements from the safe zone, he called out, "Help! Help me! This maniac has slaughtered our team and intends to kill me. Quickly eliminate him." The figure approached steadily from behind, revealing itself to Wang Lei. He blinked in disbelief upon recognizing the newcomer. When did the safe zone acquire such a diminutive member? Fang Mingming was clearly still a child, and the altered size of her bulletproof vest made her appear even smaller. The brutal scene before her momentarily stunned Fang Mingming. Nevertheless, she drew her pistol. Witnessing this, Wang Lei felt a surge of hope, believing he had found a chance for survival. He prepared to flee, abandoning the deranged Xiao Wu to this little girl, indifferent to the newcomer's fate. Just as he managed to rise, a gunshot rang out. A volley of bullets shot up through Wang Lei's jaw, delivered by Fang Mingming's pistol. In his final moments, he could not fathom why one of his own would turn against him. As Fang Mingming approached, her gun lowered, she greeted Xiao Wu. "Hello, uncle. I am Fang Mingming. Are you also a follower of the great deity?" For reasons unknown, a connection formed between Fang Mingming and Xiao Wu, akin to that shared among human believers. Meanwhile, Li Jianjun continued to pursue the slime zombie. To his surprise, the creature suddenly shrank and became remarkably agile as it dove into the thicket. Li Jianjun realized he was losing ground. At that moment, the deity issued a command to him. If he could not catch it, he should drive it away. Though perplexed, Li Jianjun complied. Soon, upon detecting the presence of numerous humans and the scent of gunpowder ahead, he obeyed the divine directive and ordered the horde of zombies to retreat into the woods. Just 1 kilometer away from Li Jianjun's withdrawal point, a figure, previously driven away by him, suddenly appeared before the members of the Jinji City Security Zone action team involved in this mission. Their abrupt emergence startled the team. Upon realizing that it was a human with a normal complexion, they quickly ceased their attacks. At that moment, an incredulous voice rang out from the group. "Guangshan? Is that really you?" The person stumbling out of the forest was none other than Lin Guangshan. Ability, special, mimetic disguise, capable of temporarily reverting to human form, with duration dependent on one's energy levels. Hearing that hauntingly familiar voice, Lin Guangshan abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the woman who had spoken, Xia Wan. Chapter 50. This is Xia Annie's husband. One of our own. Xia Wan pushed through the crowd, her disbelief palpable as she took a few steps closer. Her eyes fixed intently on the face she knew so well. Clearly, she had not anticipated seeing Lin Guangshan here. She had believed him to be dead. "Guangshan." Upon hearing that poignant voice, Lin Guangshan swiftly raised his head, his murky eyes turning towards Xia Wan. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged, as if he were too overwhelmed with emotion to respond. Once Xia Wan confirmed that the tattered figure before her was indeed her husband, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. The shock of their reunion far outweighed any joy she felt. She suddenly recalled that their only son had been killed by her own hand on the day the apocalypse began. Xia Wan had also heard from others that Lin Yan's claims were true. Those who had been transformed into ghouls retained certain memories, which would gradually resurface as the ghouls evolved. This realization deepened her resentment towards Lin Yan and intensified her regret for having killed Lin Zimao. Seeing Lin Guangshan now inevitably brought that painful memory rushing back. As Xia Wan hesitated, contemplating whether to approach, Lin Guangshan, upon spotting her, excitedly lunged toward her. A young member of the action team, also from Qingshan village, quickly intervened, soothingly calling out, "Everyone, stay calm. This is Xia Annie's husband, one of our own." Upon hearing this, the group lowered their guard, sheathing their weapons, with many faces displaying signs of emotional relief. Xia Annie is truly fortunate to reunite with her husband. Indeed, she had witnessed her husband transform into a ghoul on the day of the apocalypse, a fate she had inflicted upon him. What a significant source of solace in such dire times. However, no one could have anticipated that this seemingly heartwarming reunion would swiftly devolve into a bloody tragedy. As Lin Guangshan lunged toward her, a sudden feeling of dread gripped Xiaowan. Instinctively, she turned her head slightly. This minor movement caused Lin Guangshan's bite to miss her neck, instead landing on her cheek. The stench, the pain, the terror. As Xiaowan's expression shifted in shock, a horrifying sound of flesh tearing echoed through the air. The members of the Jinji City Security Zone action team bore witness to the gruesome sight of Lin Guangshan tearing away a large chunk of flesh from Xiaowan's right cheek. Amidst the spraying blood, Xiaowan let out a shrill, inhuman scream. Simultaneously, she caught sight of the hatred in Lin Guangshan's eyes, along with a savage intent to kill. "Ah, my face, my face." This sudden, grotesque scene left everyone present in stunned silence. Just moments ago, it had been an emotional reunion, and now it had transformed into a horrific display of carnage, the stark contrast rendering them momentarily speechless. It was unfathomable that a ghoul could disguise itself so convincingly as a human. In the midst of their shock, Lin Guangshan seized the opportunity for a second attack. With a significant portion of her cheek bitten away, Xiaowan was left bleeding profusely, exposing parts of her bone. Her own abilities held no offensive power. She had merely accompanied the mission out of loyalty to Feng Mingming. Before leaving, she had inquired about the presence of special forces and the protection afforded to reconnaissance-type abilities, believing her role would be to assist occasionally. Little did she know that mere moments after arriving at the mission site, she would encounter Lin Guangshan, who, upon seeing her, seemed frenzied with a desire to consume her flesh and drink her blood. "Help me. Someone, save me." He is killing. As Xiaowan retreated, she fired her weapon in a panic at Lin Guangshan. Yet, the shot merely halted Lin Guangshan momentarily before he continued to charge at her. In a frantic bid for safety, Xiaowan hid behind a young team member and activated her abilities to look at Lin Guangshan. The sight made her blood run cold. Ghoul, Lin Guangshan Level 3, Special Mutant, Traits, Flesh Devouring, Mucus Symbiosis, Ability. Mimetic Disguise, Special, the young team member, mistakenly believing there was a misunderstanding, instinctively stepped forward to separate Lin Guangshan from Xiaowan, attempting to reason with him. "Uncle Lin, calm down." She asked Xia Auntie. However, before he could finish, he witnessed Lin Guangshan, like a beast, pounce upon him. In an instant, Lin Guangshan sank his teeth into the young man's neck. The sickening sound of tearing flesh accompanied by the dull thud of ruptured arteries echoed as half of the young man's neck, along with his carotid artery, was violently torn apart, sending blood gushing several meters high. His eyes widened in shock. He gasped for air, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Xiaopeng, get back." He is not human. Everyone scatter. Use your abilities to attack. Don't use guns to avoid friendly fire. The captain, finally snapping out of his shock, shouted orders with urgency. A barrage of abilities surged toward Lin Guangshan. Yet, in mere moments, Lin Guangshan, like a ravenous wolf among sheep, claimed 2 more lives. As he lunged towards a third victim, 2 Level 3 Special Forces members finally unleashed their abilities. A razor-sharp wind blade sliced through the air, severing one of Lin Guangshan's arms, while a searing fireball swept across, amputating his left leg at the knee. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Guangshan, instead of collapsing, began to swell violently. With a roar that defied human sound, his skin rapidly turned a grotesque gray-black, his form swelling until he transformed into a horrific, mucus-laden ghoul. The expanding mucus seemed on the verge of bursting forth, and his murky, ferocious eyes remained fixed on Xiaowan, the murderous intent within them surging even more fiercely than it had been towards Li Jianjun. At that moment, Xiaowan found herself utterly alone, every soul retreating in terror. "Why do you want to kill me?" "Lin Guangshan, look closely, I am your wife." Xiaowan, bloodied and disheveled, with half of her face missing flesh, retreated with a twisted expression of fear, appearing almost as monstrous as Lin Guangshan himself. The team leader's pupils constricted as he finally recognized Lin Guangshan's identity. Roaring in a panic, "It's the mucus ghoul that escaped from Fengming City. Take it down. Its mucus will splatter." Before he could finish, he was the first to charge forward. In the next moment, a cacophony of hissing erupted as countless sharp black arrows formed from viscous liquid erupted violently from the center of Lin Guangshan, shooting outwards in all directions. Among them, several liquid arrows accurately struck Xiaowan, who found herself with no escape and no time to react. Chapter 51, A Relentless Struggle. Xiaowan was instantly pierced by these liquid arrows, her body riddled with multiple gaping wounds, from which a thick, corrosive fluid emitted a faint, yet horrifying hissing sound. Each wound continued to expand. As Xiaowan realized her life was ebbing away with the excruciating pain, She uttered a desperate and terrified cry. No, I cannot die. I refuse. Transformed into a gelatinous abomination, Lin Guangshan staggered towards Xiaowan, each step causing the decaying liquid to drip to the ground, releasing a noxious white smoke. At that moment, Lin Guangshan's murderous intent towards Xiaowan surpassed all else. You deserve to die? Why? Xiaowan gasped, each word accompanied by blood. Her gaze fixed on that once familiar, yet now grotesque visage. I did not abandon you. There is a misunderstanding. Why must you seek my death? A broken laugh emanated from Lin Guangshan's throat, his murky eyes locked onto her. The recording. You confessed to killing our son. You are the one who deserves to die the most. Years ago, it was due to Lin Guangshan's issues that Xiaowan could not conceive and resorted to adopting a child from the mountains, hoping to give birth to another. Thus, Lin Zimao came into existence. With her clever calculations, Xiaowan knew she should nurture her son well. Yet Lin Guangshan was excessively indulgent towards Lin Zimao. As Lin Zimao matured, he indeed inherited much of Lin Guangshan's temperament. Xiaowan, though disappointed in Lin Zimao, knew that Lin Guangshan viewed him as his sole heir. The word recording acted as a key, instantly unlocking Xiaowan's memories. She suddenly recalled the phone call initiated by Lin Yan. A hatred more intense than the corrosive liquid surged from the depths of her heart, akin to a poisonous flame. Lin Yan. It must be Lin Yan. At this moment, fragmented memories of Lin Yan's peculiar behavior flickered through her mind like a lantern. From the first time Lin Yan struck Lin Zimao, to leading them to borrow money, to later blacklisting them, yet not changing her number, claiming to draw cards for them. None of these were mere coincidences. They were all meticulously orchestrated acts of revenge. She, Lin Guangshan, and Lin Zimao were all lambs awaiting slaughter in this grand scheme of retribution. Xiaowan finally realized that since the day they exited that dilapidated inn, Lin Yan had harbored animosity towards their family, methodically enacting her revenge with a dull knife. Yet, until her final moments, a singular question lingered in Xiaowan's mind, unresolved even in death. How did Lin Yan uncover that she was not her biological mother? And why did she harbor such deep-seated hatred, willing to construct an unending cycle of vengeance? She had always carefully played the role of a loving mother, never revealing a flaw in front of Lin Yan, unless a terrifying thought flashed through her mind like lightning. However, Lin Guangshan offered her no time for contemplation. A decayed, gelatinous hand suddenly seized her throat, lifting her off the ground. Listen to my explanation. Cough, cough, cough. It's Lin Yan. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaowan struggled desperately, attempting to convey the truth, but in her fury and anguish, blood surged into her nasal passages and throat, choking her words into fragmented, despairing coughs. She would never have another chance to express her thoughts. Accompanied by a sickening tearing sound, Xiaowan's body was violently ripped in half by a terrifying force. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground, contrasting with Lin Guangshan's brutal gaze. In her final moments, Xiaowan could not reveal her suspicions to Lin Guangshan. The Lin family, consisting of Lin Zimao, who perished at Xiaowan's hands, and Xiaowan herself, ultimately met her end at the hands of her husband, Lin Guangshan. In Lin Yan's cold revenge scheme, only one pawn remained. Other team members had been struck by liquid arrows, helplessly witnessing Xiaowan's tragic demise at the hands of the gelatinous abomination. They had thought themselves doomed as well, but unexpectedly, the creature seized Xiaowan's severed corpse and fled into the distance, quickly disappearing from their sight. Having narrowly escaped death, the group had yet to exhale a sigh of relief when a new wave of footsteps echoed from another direction. Oh no, not again. Are we destined to die today? One team member, injured in the leg, collapsed backward, resigning himself to fate. However, this time, the figures emerging were not the undead. Fang Mingming led the way, followed by Xiao Wu, and in their midst were over 20 survivors from Jinfeng village, carrying bags or sacks. This group appeared before the action team. Simultaneously, as Fang Mingming's group returned, Lin Yan completed the acquisition of this new follower. Player name, Lu Yuan, level 1. Initial ability, digging, 55. Accumulated crystal energy, 410. Identity trait, growth potential, stealth. Thank you, divine being. Thank you for your immense grace. I, Lu Yuan, shall repay you by working like an ox or horse. In the dark, damp sewer, a filthy, odoriferous man repeatedly bowed to the void, his voice trembling with excitement. The target of Lin Yan's descent was this man named Lu Yuan. At that time, Lu Yuan, severely injured, had barely managed to escape into the sewer with his digging ability, yet he was on the brink of death, his sole desire being to survive. Lin Yan expended minimal divine power to heal his wounds, effortlessly making him her follower. Cowardly and timid, terrified of death. Lin Yan had sensed Lu Yuan's innate character the moment she descended. Such a disposition would inevitably hinder proactive engagement in the apocalyptic world, leading to a slower progression compared to other followers. Lin Yan had never been a benevolent savior. Nevertheless, with 2 follower slots still available and ample divine power remaining, she chose to recruit him to expedite the elevation of her divine card's level, fully aware of Lu Yuan's shortcomings. Since this descent did not consume much of her energy, Lin Yan could also maintain awareness of the movements of Li Jianjun and Fang Mingming. After imparting the urgency to level up to Lu Yuan, she withdrew her consciousness to the safe house, her primary focus remaining on the Jinfeng village side. Upon learning that Xia Wan was accompanying Fang Mingming on a mission, Lin Yan recognized a prime opportunity to eliminate her. Initially, Lin Yan had intended for Fang Mingming, whom Xia Wan viewed as a new target, to catch her off guard. However, upon witnessing Lin Guangshan's appearance through Xiao Wu's perspective, a more intricate plan for revenge took shape in her mind. She deliberately had Li Jianjun drive Lin Guangshan towards the task force near Jinji City, orchestrating an encounter with Xia Wan to verify whether the seeds planted by that phone call recording had begun to germinate. At this moment, upon hearing from the noisy recounting of the team members surrounding Fang Mingming that Xia Wan had been torn in half by her husband, Lin Yan's lips finally curled into a cold and satisfying smile. Xia Wan, you have finally received the retribution you so rightly deserve. Chapter 52. The card drawing machine, restart? To meet one's demise at the hands of the divine Lin Yan, for Xia Wan, could it not be deemed a form of retribution? After issuing instructions to Li Jianjun to pursue Lin Guangshan, Lin Yan redirected his attention from Fang Mingming and Xiao Wu. With the formidable combat awareness of Xiao Wu, who possesses nearly unparalleled defensive abilities, it appeared that Fang Mingming's advantage in upgrading might finally be realized. However, the faint connection of faith that existed between Fang Mingming and Xiao Wu took Lin Yan by surprise. It seems that only between humans and their followers does such an affinity exist. The divine card provided no indication of this information, suggesting that the identity of a deity conceals many rules yet to be explored by him. Upon receiving the new follower Lu Yuan, Lin Yan expended 10 points of divine power and gained 5 points of will. Initially, Lin Yan's divine power was to remain at 18 points. However, with Xiao Wu consuming the crystal core and ascending 2 levels, Lin Yan's willpower increased by 12 points. Thus, Lin Yan's divine card currently displayed: Nameless God, Level 2, Divine Power Capacity, 3020, Inherent Abilities, Destiny Guidance, Identity Bestowal, Elemental Domination, Divine Authority Development, Number of Followers, 56. Accumulated Will, 7,360. Divine Traits, Formless, Luck Bias. The divine power capacity exceeded its limit once more, and the accumulated will had reached a staggering 7,260. Yet, upgrading required the acquisition of 6 followers. Presently, with Lin Yan and Lu Yuan combined, they still numbered only 5, leaving 1 follower short of an upgrade. Observing the time remaining until noon, Lin Yan resolved to initiate Destiny Guidance once more. Lin Yan uttered a soft gasp. The activation of Destiny Guidance failed. The divine card relayed feedback, indicating that a level 2 divine card could only activate Destiny Guidance twice daily. With the number of followers and daily activation limits, any surplus divine power could potentially be wasted if it exceeded the threshold. Realizing the urgency of upgrading the divine card was not immediate, Lin Yan patiently commenced his daily training to expend some divine power. However, today's training, which would have been considered high intensity in the past, felt excessively effortless, failing to reach the previous training limits. Halting his training, Lin Yan discerned the issue. Following the elevation of his divine card level yesterday, his body had undergone a qualitative leap through the tempering of lightning and divine power. The mere exercise on indoor equipment could no longer induce the previous state of overload in his now enhanced physique. It seemed that to continue breaking through his physical limits, he might have to engage in real combat outside. As the time approached the designated noon hour, Lin Yan decided to have lunch first. He currently lacked better methods to expend divine power. Should he bestow a bit upon his followers? Would this make him appear excessively accommodating as a deity? While dining, Lin Yan subconsciously contemplated the current status of his identity card. With the existence of divine power, my physical prowess could actively consume divine energy for enhancement, rather than relying solely on the upgrade of the identity card. The degree of improvement was evidently greater than that of ordinary human players. Taking Xiao Wu as a reference, the composite physical attributes, defense, speed, strength, of a level 3 player were equivalent to my state at level 1. Currently, My physical capabilities might already rival those of level 5 or 6 players. Moreover, the lightning abilities I wield were not fixed outputs, but could be freely adjusted in intensity according to divine power input. In this regard, I possessed a distinct advantage in delivering unexpected strikes during attacks. Additionally, divine power facilitated rapid recovery of vitality, energy, and even injuries, a survival advantage utterly unmatched by ordinary players. The more Lin Yan pondered, the more he felt that the advantages of the divine card were overwhelmingly immense. With a single draw, he could leap ahead, progressing steadily. If this trend continued, he would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of humanity. Was all of this merely a result of good fortune? Suddenly, Lin Yan was struck by a revelation, a paradox he had overlooked. If this were a global survival game, the existence of identity card holders like myself or others with hidden identities could be considered a glitch within the game, a complete disruption of balance. Moreover, there was the power of the officials. If the initial strength of the zombies was deemed low, with the firepower reserves of the officials, eradicating them would merely be a matter of time. Even in the face of high-level special zombies, the officials could swiftly assemble an elite combat team through the use of crystal cores for targeted elimination. What, then, was the true significance of this? Was it merely a transient slaughter game designed to reduce the population? What had become of the animals that had all but vanished in the wake of the apocalypse? These questions, Lin Yan realized, could not be answered in isolation. Gazing at the divine card before him, his thought process shifted abruptly, elevating him to a higher dimension. What if I were the architect of this apocalyptic game, the one capable of deploying card-drawing machines globally and forcibly initiating the end times? Then, what could be the purpose behind such elaborate machinations? Lin Yan's gaze grew profound and icy, as if he had transcended human perspective to observe everything with a near-divine indifference. To an exalted being capable of such feats, humanity was but insignificant insects. If it were merely a whimsical game, the known conclusion would be devoid of allure. If it were indeed divine punishment, the protracted nature of it fell short of the efficiency of outright obliteration. Yet, I chose to employ the mechanism of card drawing, laden with mockery and guidance, meticulously arranging the machines to forewarn humanity of the impending apocalypse, allowing them to gradually complete their transformation of identity. His tone deepened, tinged with a chilling sense of amusement. Thus, to render this game intriguing, I could subvert the rules when these insect-like players believed they had mastered them, or lead them to horrified revelations of their misdirection. Such reversals would align perfectly with my malicious amusement. Upon this reflection, Lin Yan abruptly detached himself from this godly perspective, a shiver coursing down his spine. This was not a reflection of my inner thoughts. Yet, following the train of thought, Lin Yan recognized that if his initial assumptions were correct, then this painstaking global deployment of card-drawing machines must hold some further significance. As this notion arose, he promptly set aside his bowl and chopsticks, unhesitatingly opening the door to the rooftop, once more standing before the card-drawing machine connected to the water tower, which had lain dormant for several days. Lin Yan extended his hand, touching the screen of the card-drawing machine. The screen remained pitch black, the surface still icy to the touch, akin to a television that had been disconnected from power and left unused. In fact, after the countdown to the apocalypse ended, the entire screen had gone dark. In the final days preceding the apocalypse, when electricity and the internet had yet to fail, there had been individuals who approached these seemingly defunct card-drawing machines, attempting to touch them. Yet, the machines, as though they had fulfilled their purpose, remained unresponsive to any touch. This occurrence had been extensively studied by many and shared online, leading others to abandon further inquiries in favor of focusing all their energy on survival. However, upon realizing the recent predicament, Lin Yan was suddenly engulfed by a wave of profound unease, as if an impending crisis loomed on the horizon. Was the Chokaji truly inoperable, or was it merely lacking a crucial triggering condition? His eyes flickered with curiosity as he tentatively channeled a modicum of divine energy into the machine. A hum resonated, and in the next moment, the screen of the Chokaji unexpectedly illuminated. Chapter 53, Provision Card, Provision Rules. At the instant the screen flickered to life, Lin Yan acutely sensed a rapid depletion of divine energy from the Shinminka, at an unprecedented pace. The familiar shuffling animation vanished, replaced by a symbol that mirrored the one on the Shinminka. Subsequently, the symbol faded, revealing a deep, enigmatic Choka Aniu that starkly contrasted with the previous design. In that fleeting moment, various conspiracy theories and hypotheses raced through Lin Yan's mind. Did the Chokaji have a connection to the Shinminka? Was his acquisition of the Shinming car a serendipitous coincidence or a predetermined manipulation? Was his rebirth merely a cog in a larger scheme? Without further contemplation, and witnessing the continuous depletion of divine energy, Lin Yan swiftly pressed the Shu Ka button. With this action, the remnants of his divine energy were abruptly exhausted. On the Sunming Ka, the ability, Lucky Tilt, flickered with a ghostly light as Lin Yan remained oblivious. In an instant, the once vibrant screen of the Kukaji dimmed once more, while in Lin Yan's grasp, a pitch-black card materialized. Upon grasping this card, its name and purpose manifested directly within Lin Yan's consciousness. Yudri Ka, Yuji Ka, Special Type. A unique card that allows one to foresee the rules for the next Jokar round. Foreseeing the next Jokar? Without hesitation, Lin Yan activated the Yudri Ka. The card transformed into a cascade of black shimmering light, and a chilling mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Second round Jokar rule prediction, next Jokar time. In 72 hours, 32 minutes, and 17 seconds. The Chokaja, may choose to expend at least 100 points of crystal energy to participate in the new Jokar round, with the newly drawn identity forcibly overriding the previous one. The more energy expended, the higher the probability of acquiring a high-rarity identity card. Alternatively, one can choose to draw a fixed identity task. Upon completion and submission, the current identity can be sustained. The Jokar deadline is 10 days. Failure to complete the identity task or participate in the new Jokar round will result in a forced transformation into a mindless undead. From the fleeting information, Lin Yan quickly deduced that the new Jokar time point, 72 hours, 32 minutes, and 17 seconds, corresponded to noon 3 days hence. This marked the 10th day since the apocalypse had descended. Indeed, this aligned with the creator's intentions. A smile of realization crept across Lin Yan's face. A 10-day Jokar cycle. Those who had drawn rare NPC cards or had acquired formidable abilities would need to draw fixed identity tasks to maintain their current identity. For those dissatisfied with their current identity card's abilities, gathering sufficient crystal energy to draw again was an option. However, 100 points of crystal energy was merely the threshold for Jokar. The previous round had relied solely on luck, while this second round appeared to establish clear objectives. Yet in reality, it depended entirely on strength and influence. If the Jokar probabilities remained unchanged, the likelihood of drawing an undead card with 100 crystal energy was 90. Thus, this Jokar was likely not an opportunity to reverse one's fate, but rather a gamble with one's life. To avoid misfortune in this round of Jokar, the optimal strategy was to amass as many crystal cores as possible to facilitate the Jokar. A chill coursed through Lin Yan as he reflected. According to the existing resource allocation in the safe zone, once the new rules were announced, internal strife would be virtually inevitable. Most crystal cores were currently held by the authorities, leaving players with scant resources. The challenge of collecting 100 crystal cores within 10 days was formidable. Unless one possessed the prowess of individuals like Li Jianjun or Xiao Wu, it was nearly impossible for most players to achieve this through team hunting. Furthermore, with the initial ratio of 90 undead to 10 players and NPCs being 9:1, the new rules demanded players gather 100 points of crystal energy, making it unlikely for every player to have a chance to draw again, even if many had perished. Given the evident difficulty of the second Jokar round, it was prudent for those who had already drawn player or NPC cards to maintain their current identities. Yet, would the creator allow the holders of these identity cards to pass so easily? The answer was, of course, negative. Nevertheless, Lin Yan felt a surge of uncontrollable excitement at the thought of his Shinming Ka possibly leading to a highly challenging fixed identity task. How intriguing. This was indeed fascinating. Amidst his low laughter, Lin Yan's eyes ignited with a frenzied anticipation, coupled with the joy of rediscovering a purpose for survival. Yes, in his previous life, when he had been schemed against and learned the truth, he had already avenged himself upon Lin Guangshan, Xia Wan, and Lin Zimao. Upon his rebirth, he had refrained from immediate retribution, not due to adherence to any order or principle, nor because he lacked opportunities, but rather because he had spent the first half of his life living for that so-called family. Yet, what would life entail after eliminating them? What was the purpose of survival? Merely to exist? And the end of existence was simply destined death. He sought revenge in the most extreme manner. Yet after truly killing Xia Wan, where would his journey culminate? Lin Yan had always hesitated to ponder this question. Lin Guangshan was still alive. But what if he were to die too? Living for oneself? The very thought felt foreign to Lin Yan. The concept of self had never graced his lexicon. He had existed for that so-called family, for a false sense of duty, and even in his rebirth, he remained ensnared in the cycle of hatred and vengeance. Yet at this moment, standing upon the silent rooftop, confronted by a cold and enigmatic Hokage, Lin Yan distinctly sensed something long dormant stirring within the depths of his heart. In this absurd and brutal apocalyptic framework, he had discovered a new objective that transcended revenge, even exceeding survival itself. A hope potent enough to ignite his entire will. He vowed to grow stronger throughout this series of games until one day he could personally unearth the puppeteer manipulating destinies. Lin Yan raised his hand to shield his eyes. His fingertips cool against his brow, gradually suppressing the tumult of madness surging within. When he lowered his hand, his expression returned to its customary calmness. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was nearly noon. It was the appointed hour for the survivors of Building 9 to gather and commence the clearing of the floors. Today's task would begin with the collection of crystal cores. He murmured to himself, his gaze lingering one last time on the now dormant Jihaji. Though I do not wish to change identities, the unpredictability of life necessitates preparation for any eventuality. After confirming the Jihaji could not be reactivated, he turned and descended the rooftop without hesitation. Chapter 54. Gathering at Building 9. Lin Yan arrived at the lobby of Building 9, where approximately 10 individuals had already assembled, including Song In, who had also arrived early. A meticulously dressed, slightly portly middle-aged man stood at the center of the crowd, speaking with fervor. Dear neighbors, today's cleaning task bears great significance. This is but a small step towards the revival of Hanlin Fuyuan. Yet it is a crucial stride in reclaiming our home and embarking on a new life. Before his words could settle, several eager individuals nearby chimed in. Mr. Ma is absolutely right. It all hinges on your leadership. Having Mr. Ma among us is indeed a blessing. Mr. Ma, you have connections with the officials. Could you possibly arrange for the safety zone to send someone to repair the electricity? I couldn't get through to the power bureau yesterday. The man referred to as Mr. Ma Guodong clearly reveled in this adulation, raising his hand with a flourish and elevating his voice. This is precisely the focal point I wish to address. Rest assured, we are fortunate to have a home in Hanlin Fuyuan. Who would want to squeeze into the safety zone's communal dormitory? The electricity will certainly be restored. All present here are now players endowed with extraordinary abilities, rare talents. We are fully capable and deserving of a better living environment. Upon noticing Lin Yan's arrival, Song In discreetly approached him and whispered, Brother Lin, that man is Ma Guodong, a well-known developer in this area, with some connections to certain officials in Jinjishi. However, the safety zone in Jinjishi is now entirely under military control, and Ma Guodong has no say in the matter. He is merely spinning tales for these people. Lin Yan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the hall, taking in the well-dressed survivors, each still bearing faint marks of their former social status, and understood the situation. All right. Ma Guodong signaled for silence, then pulled over a young man clad in sportswear, exuding an air of defiance. Most of the people are here, so let me formally introduce you all. This is my nephew, Mali. The young man is fiery and will bear the primary responsibility for today's task of clearing the floors. Others immediately echoed their support. However, the young man, Mali, appeared distinctly impatient, shaking off Ma Guodong's hand. Are you done? Enough with the chatter. Can we get started already? I'm eager to slay some zombies and level up. What time is it to still be going on about your attempts to win hearts? You'd think you were performing a comedy routine. His blunt remarks caused Ma Guodong's face to flush, leaving him somewhat embarrassed, while those fawning around him fell silent. Fine, let us get started. First, let us discuss the process. Ma Guodong attempted to regain control. All right. Can you just be quiet for once? Let me speak. Mali pushed his uncle aside and addressed the 13 individuals in the hall. Do as I say. We'll start by breaking down the doors on the second floor to clear out the zombies. Now, everyone, state your abilities, and I'll assign you tasks accordingly. At once, some of the older individuals voiced their discontent. What gives you the right to command us? What gives me the right? Simply put, my abilities. Mali displayed his identity card to the crowd. Player name, Ma Li, level 2. Initial ability, Blade Burst, 1010. Accumulated Crystal Energy, 120. Identity trait, Growth Potential. The name of his ability, Blade Burst, sounded inherently aggressive, explaining how Ma Li had quietly advanced to level 2. He surveyed the crowd, satisfied to see expressions of apprehension and fear. I'll be blunt. My Uncle S ability is lockpicking. Without him, who knows how much trouble we'd attract by forcibly breaking down doors. My ability is offensive. I'm responsible for clearing the zombies and bearing the greatest risk. Thus, of the supplies we find, my uncle and I will take 70%, and all crystal cores will belong to me. At this declaration, an uproar erupted. 70%. You two want to take 70% of the supplies? The crystal cores too? There are 14 of us here. Ma Guodong. Is this what you meant by distributing according to contribution? You're treating us like free labor. Molly smirked, his eyes scanning the faces filled with indignation, yet lacking conviction. Not satisfied? Then tell me, what use are your abilities? Can you open doors silently, or lead the charge against zombies? If you're not willing to cooperate, then leave. My uncle and I can handle it ourselves. But at that point, you won't get a share of anything. Were it not for the need for some expendable manpower, Molly would have preferred not to associate with such a group of incompetents. The crowd exchanged glances, filled with reluctance, but seemingly without alternatives. Had their abilities been formidable, they would have ventured out to slay zombies alone or joined an elite combat team. Why endure such humiliation here? Yet, most present lacked both the strength and the will to abandon their accustomed comforts, unwilling to be trapped among other survivors in a safety zone like refugees. They merely sought to form a team to gather resources. Nevertheless, some could not swallow their pride. A middle-aged man from the 19th floor suddenly slammed the bone cleaver he had brought against a nearby pillar, the resounding crash silencing the room. Damn it. I'm not teaming up with you. I'll kill them myself. Is that all right? With that, he turned and strode towards the staircase. Molly's expression darkened instantly. With a fierce glare, he swung his right hand, unleashing a flash of cold light from his palm. A flying dagger, accompanied by a sharp slicing sound, swiftly caught up with the middle-aged man's retreating figure. With a sickening thud, the dagger pierced the middle-aged man's back. He barely had time to scream before collapsing, blood pooling rapidly on the floor. The room fell silent. All eyes were fixed in horror on the corpse. Then on Ma Li, who nonchalantly flexed his wrist. What kind of fool dares to publicly defy me? Ma Guodong's face turned pale, his voice trembling. How could you just kill him? Ma Li spat, his gaze cold as he surveyed the now silent crowd. What? Did you really think my patience was boundless? I'm not here to negotiate with you. My strength is more than sufficient to join an elite combat team. I'm here out of respect for you. Those who obey will follow my lead. Those who do not will meet the same fate. I have no qualms about treating you all like zombies. Under the threat of blood and death, those who had previously shouted the loudest now dared not voice their dissent, leaving only the sound of suppressed breaths and fearful glances in the hall. Even Song and S expression shifted. Only Lin Yan, suddenly intrigued as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery, regarded Ma Li with keen interest. Chapter 55. Kid, do you also seek death? Lin Yan had just been contemplating the rules for the second round of the card machine. Although the new rules had yet to be announced, he seemingly held an advantage in terms of information. However, the current zombie crystal cores were equally vital for players. Hunting zombies solely with personal strength would ultimately prove limited, especially since most zombies were trapped indoors. To hunt them, one must first break through the doors. Nowadays, every household had installed sturdy security doors, and his lightning ability, being an energy attack, possessed limited destructive power against such barriers. To swiftly acquire a large quantity of crystal cores, unconventional methods would be necessary. And at this moment, was it not an exceptional opportunity? A laborer skilled in lockpicking, Ma Guodong, an assailant with decent offensive capability, Molly, with a group of thoroughly frightened laborers present. Did you truly wish to court death? Upon witnessing yet another challenger to his authority, Molly instantly conjured a poised flying knife in his grasp, exuding a palpable threat. However, this statement would soon become the most regrettable of his life. Lin Yan cast a fleeting glance at the glinting knife. Its velocity rivaled that of a bullet from a firearm. For an ordinary individual, or even a level 1 or 2 player, evading such an ability would be nearly impossible. Yet, Lin Yan's physical prowess had already reached the caliber of a level 5 or 6 player. Thus, he strode forward calmly towards Ma Li, seemingly inviting the challenge. It appeared others were eager to test whether he would dare to kill. Rather than showing anger, Molly laughed. I shall send you to meet the king of hell. Before the words had left his lips, he flicked his wrist, and the knife flew through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed directly at Lin Yan's face. A gasp escaped the crowd, as they envisioned Lin Yan's imminent demise. However, the scene that unfolded next left everyone utterly astounded. Just as the flying knife was about to strike, Lin Yan's figure transformed into a blur, evading the attack at a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the onlookers. The knife zipped past him, embedding itself deep into the wall behind. Even more astonishing, before anyone could fully comprehend what had transpired, Lin Yan had appeared beside Ma Li like a specter. Too slow, too inaccurate, came a chilling voice, barely a whisper against Ma Li's ear. What? Ma Li's pupils dilated in shock, his sinister grin frozen in place, leaving him no time to react. Lin Yan's fist struck his abdomen like a hammer. Had I wielded a weapon, you would already be dead. Ma Li doubled over, propelled backward as if bent like a shrimp, yet suspended in midair. He was horrified to see Lin Yan's figure following him closely, delivering another punch aimed at his face. Ma Li gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, attempting to gather his flying knife to counterattack. Your ability can be wielded with one hand, can it not? As Lin Yan's words fell, his fist accurately collided with Ma Li's arm, where he was gathering his power. The sound of bones cracking echoed sharply. Ma Li let out a piercing scream, his right arm twisting grotesquely, the nascent flying knife disintegrating instantly. The entire sequence was too rapid. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, their gazes filled with shock and fear at Lin Yan's terrifying combat prowess. Against Ma Li, they felt utterly powerless. Anyone who could inflict such damage on him was a formidable force. Ma Guodong, witnessing his groaning nephew on the ground, turned to Lin Yan, who stood beside Ma Li with an imposing aura, and urgently pleaded, "Esteemed hero, please show mercy. The child is ignorant. You, as an adult, should be magnanimous." Lin Yan cast a fleeting glance at Ma Guodong, then lightly nudged Ma Li's pained cheek with his toe. "You wish to kill me? And you think merely claiming ignorance suffices? Indeed, at such an age, he still requires others to apologize for him. He hardly seems like a mature individual." Song chimed in, swiftly joining Lin Yan's side while mocking Ma Li. Unable to bear such humiliation, Ma Li gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. Facing Lin Yan so closely, he felt that if he unleashed his power now, this person might evade it. But he dared not take the risk. For Lin Yan's gaze was unervingly calm. It was a tranquility that implied should he attempt any minor movement, the next moment, that calm gaze would be fixed upon his corpse. Ultimately, Ma Li forced out an apology through clenched teeth. "I'm sorry." Lin Yan flashed a smile, one that appeared serene but struck terror into Ma Li's heart more than a demon's glare. "Now, I shall send you to slay the ghouls. The crystals belong to me. You have no objections, do you? I am to slay ghouls. Me." Ma Li could scarcely believe his own ears. The manpower his uncle had painstakingly gathered, the authority he had wielded through his powers, and now he was to be reduced to mere labor? Lin Yan ceased any further conversation, producing a finely sharpened steel spike, its cold tip barely discernible as it pointed menacingly at Ma Li. Ma Li swallowed hard. He could perhaps endure a few punches, but he dared not gamble on the steel spike. I will go." A wise man recognizes the moment. Ma Li instantly grasped the reality of his predicament. Lin Yan's gaze swept across the room, and each person who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads. "Does anyone else have objections?" The hall fell silent, no one daring to speak. Under the absolute dominion of martial might, the cleansing operation commenced swiftly. It must be said, having powers proved to be remarkably efficient. Ma Guodong, wielding an unlocking ability, effortlessly opened a normally impenetrable security door. The ghouls behind the door were swiftly dealt with by Song, and Ma Li in unison. Song involuntarily participated, clearly stating he would only take supplies, not crystals, and Lin Yan was more than pleased to accommodate this. Throughout the afternoon, they meticulously cleared each level, with all crystals collected into a bag held by Lin Yan, while supplies were stacked for uniform distribution once the task concluded. In Building 9, aside from the occupied units, they cleared a total of 14 residences. The consumption of several crystals to restore Ma Guodong's abilities left 25 crystals entirely in Lin Yan's possession. As they exited the final unit on the 27th floor, Lin Yan waved his hand. "That will suffice. Bring me the designated supplies, and you may divide the rest." Gazing at the alluringly glowing crystals within Lin Yan's bag, the others, though envious, understood that the spoils far exceeded the 30% Ma Li had initially claimed. Furthermore, most had merely assisted in searching and transporting. Thus, they expressed their gratitude towards Lin Yan. Among the most dissatisfied were undoubtedly Ma Guodong and Ma Li, the uncle and nephew duo. They had exerted the most effort aside from Song and should have been the primary beneficiaries. Yet they had emerged as the greatest victims of this venture. Just as the group was about to depart, Lin Yan called out to them, "Tomorrow, we will scour other buildings in the neighborhood for ghouls. You, and you will continue to accompany me." Lin Yan specifically named Ma Guodong, Ma Li, and the three individuals who had diligently contributed without slacking off today. Ma Li's eyes widened in disbelief. After a day of grueling labor, he was to continue? Chapter 56, The Devotee to Kong, presenting you with an offering. Under the pressure of Lin Yan's demonstrated power, the Ma family uncle and nephew had no choice but to nod in agreement. Yet, their eyes flickered with resentment. Song had already taken his share of supplies back to his home on the 23rd floor. After everyone else had departed, he approached Lin Yan and quietly said, "Ling Gu, I will head up first. Call me again when you need assistance." He paused, glancing back towards the direction in which the Ma family had vanished, adding, "Those Ma family members are not to be trifled with. You should remain vigilant." Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement. He was merely utilizing them and could never truly trust these two. After all, it was they who initially conceived the idea of enslaving others to gather crystals. Although Ma Guodong seemed accommodating, he had simply offered verbal support when Ma Li was about to kill, never actually intervening or reprimanding him. Certainly, Lin Yan did not consider himself to be significantly more noble than them. He simply felt no pangs of guilt regarding his exploitation of their circumstances. Upon returning indoors, once the personnel responsible for transportation delivered the supplies, Lin Yan meticulously accounted for today's harvest. A total of 25 crystal cores had been acquired, a quantity not particularly abundant. The residential complex featured a layout of 1 unit per floor, with a limited number of occupants, primarily middle-aged and elderly individuals. After excluding the floors where the living residents resided, the number of units available for clearance was indeed restricted. Next came the supplies. Lin Yan did not require much. Yet among the items he found were those of considerable value, such as canned fish and meat with extended shelf life, canned fruits, and everyday items like power banks. In one household, he discovered a considerable portion of a tuna that had already been cut and packaged. Fortunately, the power outage last night had allowed the refrigerator to maintain a certain temperature, and the tuna had not yet thawed. Lin Yan took the fish, storing a portion in his refrigerator while the remainder was left to thaw for dinner. As his consciousness delved into the divine card, the divine power that had been depleted due to drawing the foreknowledge card had restored itself to 8 points over the course of the afternoon. Believer Fong Mingming has reached level 3, granting her 8 points of willpower. Fong Mingming had finally leveled up. Now, among the 5 believers under his command, 3 had achieved level 3 or above: Xiao Wu, Li Jianjun, and Fong Mingming, alongside a unique NPC, Yukong, while Lin Yan glanced at Lu Yuan's status, which remained at level 1, without even a single point of crystal energy gained. In the dimly lit, damp cave, Lu Yuan had hastily excavated this hideout, using his tunneling ability. Leaning against the cold, moist earth, the rapid beating of his heart had yet to fully subside. He seized a flatbread scavenged from a nearby residence and devoured it ravenously, the dry crumbs choking him, compelling him to hastily wash them down with a gulp of beer. Cough, cough, cough. Choking on his hurried meal, Lu Yuan emitted a violent cough. However, he quickly covered his mouth and nose, stifling any further sounds. After a lengthy moment, reassured by the lack of noise outside, Lu Yuan instinctively touched his neck. Although the authorities had repeatedly stated that zombie bites were not infectious, the memory of that foul-mouthed corpse pressing against his carotid artery, the warm breath, and the horrifying sensation of teeth sinking into flesh still sent chills down his spine. What a day of utter misfortune. I nearly met my end. To be bitten by a zombie on the neck, it was a narrow escape from death. Those damn zombies. And those bastards who abandoned me. Why am I the one cursed with such misfortune? Lu Yuan muttered curses under his breath while tearing at the flatbread. Earlier that afternoon, he and his companions had ventured out in search of supplies, intending to gather crystal cores from zombies to upgrade their identity cards. However, they were ambushed by a zombie that pounced unexpectedly, biting his neck. Lu Yuan had called for help from his teammates, but they had fled in panic. Exhausting his last ounce of strength, he had used his powers to burrow into the nearest sewer. Yet, the severed artery continued to bleed profusely. And no matter how hard he tried, he could not stem the flow. In that moment, he truly believed he was about to die. An overwhelming sense of panic and dread of death engulfed him. Lu Yuan thought that if someone could save him, he would be willing to give anything. Then, that cold, authoritative voice echoed just as his consciousness began to wane. The entity claiming to be a god used a warm current to mend his wounds, pulling him back from the brink of death. Reflecting on that moment of miraculous survival still filled Lu Yuan with trepidation. At that instant, the chilling, commanding will reappeared, causing Lu Yuan to drop the flatbread he was holding. Quickly level up, gather crystal cores? Yes, I understand. Great deity, rest assured. I will certainly do so tomorrow. Upon hearing the divine command, Lu Yuan hastily responded, pledging his loyalty. Once that will faded, Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief, picked up the flatbread from the ground, brushed it off, and resumed eating. Who would have thought that deities truly exist? Whatever, at least I'm still alive. He touched the wound on his neck, which, while healed, still ached faintly. His gaze held no gratitude, only the relief and lingering fear of having survived. As for the talk of servitude, it was merely desperate blather. Lu Yuan scoffed internally, recognizing that this deity seemed somewhat capable. He might as well stick around for the time being, for one should seize advantages where they arise. Once he found a better ally or became strong enough himself, he would have no need to regard this entity. Collecting crystal cores from zombies nearly cost him his life today. He had no intention of complying. All these thoughts were confined to Lu Yuan's mind. He believed that as long as he kept them unspoken, they would remain undiscovered. In this world, notions of gratitude and loyalty were utterly trivial. Preserving one's life took precedence. A deity? If it could assist him, then he would entertain the idea. If not, he had no interest. With these thoughts, Lu Yuan bit into the flatbread with determination. In the distance, the muffled growls of zombies reached his ears, startling him into retreating deeper into the shadows of the narrow earthen cave. Lin Yan transmitted the urgent need for his believers to level up and collect crystal cores. Li Jianjun, the zombie, felt somewhat perplexed by this directive, yet under Lin Yan's prior kindness and lingering influence, he chose to comply. In truth, Lin Yan was uncertain whether the zombie could draw a new identity. If a new identity were acquired, would the previous level be lost, and so forth? When the card-drawing machine reintroduced its rules, he hoped that these assertions would enhance his image as an omniscient deity in the minds of his believers, which sufficed for now. Fong Mengmeng and Xiao Wu, both equally alarmed, accepted this divine mandate, their emotions clearly heightened compared to Li Jianjun. As for Yukong, shortly after the divine will was imparted, the divine card relayed a response. Believer Yukong requests to present you with 55 crystal cores. Yukong's faith in Lin Yan was undoubtedly the most fervent and unquestionable among all believers. Lin Yan's original intention was for the believers to safeguard the crystal cores for emergencies. However, upon receiving the divine command, Yukong promptly offered all the crystal cores he could spare. The divine card transmitted the 55 cores offered by Yukong to Lin Yan, who extended his hand to receive them. Yukong's speed in collecting crystal cores far surpassed Lin Yan's. However, Lin Yan did not display excessive joy. Given the rarity of the NPC card, it would likely be challenging for Yukong to maintain his current identity when the second round of card rules commenced. Nevertheless, he lacked the knowledge of the difficulty of his identity's fixed task and possessed no capacity to worry about others. After securing the crystal cores, Lin Yan washed up and rested, hoping that upon collecting his final believer the following day, the upgrade of the divine card would grant him new and useful abilities. The next morning, Lin Yan was promptly awakened by his biological clock. Without the slightest delay, he concentrated and activated his Fate Guidance ability. However, the moment the ability was initiated, Lin Yan sensed something amiss. In the past, merely 3 points of divine power were required for the Fate Guidance. Yet this time, it inexplicably drained him of 8 points. In the urban area of Jinjishi, several kilometers away from the Hanlin residential community, there lies a dilapidated housing district. The surface-level residences have long been abandoned, enveloped in a profound silence. However, below ground, in a transformed, concealed basement, an atmosphere of despair permeates the air. The musty scent of damp mold mingles with the heavy tang of rust and a faint hint of blood, fermenting in the darkness of this subterranean space. In this murky gloom, a young couple is bound at either end of the cold water pipes by thick nylon ropes. The boy, named Fong Mo, appears to be in his early 20s, yet he is now covered in wounds. His white short-sleeved shirt is soaked with blood, clinging to his chest and back, darkened in hue. His head hangs limply, and each breath seems weak and laborious. The girl, in a slightly better condition, has her hands and feet bound. Deep crimson lines etched into her limbs, and her mouth is tightly gagged with a filthy cloth. Tears streak her face, and her once clear, bright eyes now resemble extinguished stars, filled only with boundless despair. Fong Mo, wake up. Don't sleep. Chun Wan's voice emerges from her throat, muffled and frantic, as tears mix with the grime on her face. She seems terrified that if Fong Mo succumbs to slumber, he may never awaken again. Fong Mo appears to hear the call of his beloved, summoning the last of his strength to lift his head toward Chun Wan, managing to force a smile that is more agonizing than tears in the darkness. Xiao Wan, don't cry. I'm sorry. I may not be able to dress you in a wedding gown myself. The sacred image he had envisioned countless times in his mind now serves as the sole beacon guiding Fong Mo through innumerable hardships. Yet at this moment, he feels his body growing heavier, and darkness closing in around him, not merely the absence of light, but an overwhelming shadow that seems to consume him entirely. Don't give up. Chun Wan shakes her head vigorously, tears cascading down her cheeks. Witnessing her beloved's life ebb away, a resolute determination to die arises within her. If he is not to be, she shall not survive alone. Just then, a thunderous crash reverberates as the heavy iron door of the basement is thrust open. Blinding beams of flashlight pierce through the darkness. A figure stands in the doorway, a lean middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s. With an unhealthy waxen pallor and sunken eyes that glint coldly like a serpent's. This man is Zhu Yichun, a small leader of the Dark Knight organization in this locale. Behind him follow several men who resemble the scarred-faced individuals who had previously sought Lin Yan, each exuding an air of menace. Kid, got a tough bone, huh? How about this, one last chance? This here is a healing capsule stolen from Fengming City. If you and your little girlfriend agree to join our organization and follow our orders, I can not only heal you but also provide you with countless resources and connections. Zhu Yichun brandishes the healing capsule before Feng Mo, his impatience and irritation palpable. Had it not been for the exceptional powers of the duo, Zhu Yichun would have obliterated these two obstinate individuals long ago. The Dark Knight organization has recently suffered considerable losses, and Zhu Yichun desperately needs their strength to regain control. Chun Wan's ability, known as information deduction, allows her to uncover any genuine information about a target, be it a name, a code name, blood type, a past experience, a personal item, or even a photograph or recording. She can then use this information as a key to deduce the target's entire profile, from their whereabouts and weaknesses to past events. The terrifying aspect of this ability lies in its almost rule-like probing capacity. Feng Mo's causal curse kill, on the other hand, is even more formidable. This ability enables him to execute a long-range assassination without needing to confront the target face-to-face. Its power and success rate depend directly on his knowledge of the target's information and his own rank. When the ranks are closely matched, the more detailed his understanding of the target's experiences and information, the higher the success rate of the assassination. Once all conditions are met, he can achieve a distant, traceless kill, effectively taking a life in complete silence. The combination of their abilities is nearly flawless. Fortunately, Feng Mo and Chun Wan were discovered early, and both are only at level 1. Even so, when one deduces the information while the other carries out the curse kill, they have already caused the Dark Knight organization to lose several members. In Zhu Yichun's eyes, this duo is practically tailor-made for the organization. A blade sharp enough to gradually seize control of the entire nation. Yet Feng Mo's resolve is unyielding. Zhu Yichun has exhausted all means over the past few days. Yet this lad remains obstinate. If he can pry one open, the other will surely follow. One last chance. Obey and bring your little girlfriend to join us. Use your abilities to help me eliminate Kai Shuming, the head of the safe zone in Jinjishi. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to prove yourselves later, and you'll have access to crystals and supplies. Feng Mo lifts his head feebly. Under the flashlight's glare, his youthful face reveals hollow eye sockets devoid of eyeballs. Summoning all his remaining strength, he spits out a mouthful of blood towards Zhu Yichun. His voice, though weak, is resolute and unyielding. Get lost. I, Feng Mo, would rather die than serve you fiends in your treacherous dealings against the nation and our fellow countrymen. Zhu Yichun's expression shifts to one of terrifying malice as he suddenly raises his foot and delivers a brutal kick to Feng Mo's abdomen. The latter emits a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He can no longer utter a word, only heavy breaths echoing in the basement. Seeing her beloved in such a state, Chun Wan weeps uncontrollably. Zhu Yichun, ignoring Feng Mo, turns his gaze to the corner where Chun Wan stands, his eyes glistening with malevolence. Kid, you brought this upon yourself. He approaches Chun Wan, roughly grasping her face with his calloused hand. She attempts to evade, but it is futile, her eyes filled with revulsion and a furious desire for vengeance. Since you refuse to be reasonable, once this kid breathes his last, I and my brothers hold back. We will take good care of you until you learn to obey. He emphasizes care, eliciting a chorus of lewd laughter from his subordinates. Beasts, dare to lay a finger on her and see what happens. Feng Mo erupts with a final surge of strength. Straining against his bonds, the nylon ropes digging painfully into his flesh. Meanwhile, Chun Wan trembles violently, her face as pale as a ghost, her eyes wide with sheer terror. Tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Dare to try? Ha ha ha. Zhu Yichun laughs as if he has heard the greatest joke. Behind him, a henchman with a face marred by excess flesh rubbed his hands together, leering as he approached Chun Wan. Boss, why waste words? Let's give this kid something to really listen to. You bastard. Let her go? Come at me. Feng Mo, consumed by rage, struggled desperately, only to be met with more brutal punches and kicks. Zhu Yichun's 3 subordinates had surrounded Chun Wan like hungry wolves, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent, their intentions unmistakable. One of them even reached out, attempting to tear at her flimsy collar. Although Feng Mo could see nothing, he could hear the desperate whimpers of his beloved. At the moment when she needed protection the most, his dwindling strength was slipping away, drop by drop. An endless darkness was consuming Feng Mo's final consciousness. The sounds around him growing increasingly muffled, as if filtered through a thick curtain of water. But he felt rage. Rage at his own naivety and carelessness. Fury at the vile and cruel nature of these scoundrels, wishing nothing more than to see them torn to shreds. Blood tears streamed from Feng Mo's eyes as he expended the last remnants of his life force, his voice a feeble whisper reminiscent of a dying elder. "I'm sorry. Xiaowan, I'm afraid I will have to take you with me." Feng Mo had intended to use his powers for one last desperate act, but at that moment, he proclaimed, "I, Feng Mo, curse my wife." Before his words could finish, an indescribable, vast, and icy will descended upon him like a torrent from the heavens. On the brink of total oblivion, Feng Mo glimpsed a blinding ray of light piercing through the darkness, igniting his very soul. This force abruptly interrupted his final attempt to wield his powers. At the moment of descent, despite the darkness enveloping Lin Yan's vision, he could vividly sense the overwhelming emotions surging within this body. The unwavering dedication to protect his beloved, the deep-seated hatred for his foes, and the guilt and determination to drag his beloved into the abyss with him seethed within him. These extreme emotions swirled like a violent vortex, threatening to tear the battered body apart. Simultaneously, with the fragmented memories from the arrival, Lin Yan understood the heart-stopping combination of abilities possessed by the young couple: information deduction and causal assassination. Even with Lin Yan's resilient character and prior encounters with the might of his divine card, a ripple of astonishment stirred within his consciousness. The realization that deduction and causation were two rule-based abilities was staggering. No wonder merely arriving had drained him of 8 points of divine power. Observing the current state of this body, Lin Yan wasted no time, his voice resonating like a divine oracle within Feng Mo's consciousness. "Follow me, and I shall grant you the power of vengeance." Hearing this voice, Feng Mo grasped at it like a drowning man clinging to the last piece of driftwood, summoning every ounce of his soul to silently scream. "Whoever you are, be you god or demon, I believe in you. Please grant me strength. I am willing to offer my entire soul and life force. Take whatever you wish, as long as I can save Xiaowan." This blood-soaked plea, wrapped in tears and determination, reverberated violently within the depths of his soul. In that instant, Lin Yan distinctly perceived an increase of 3 points in the willpower of the divine card, a gift derived from Feng Mo's desperate offering of life and soul. This reckless resolve required no words for validation. "As you wish." The surging divine power flowed into Feng Mo's nearly collapsing body, taking control of it. In the next moment, a loud crack, the nylon ropes binding Feng Mo snapped apart. The grievous wounds, visible to the bone, began to heal at an astonishing rate, vibrant health returning to his pale skin. His eyes, once hauntingly hollow, restored, though the clarity of his gaze had been replaced by an abyss of darkness. Lin Yan discovered for the first time that divine power could mend injuries but could not regenerate severed limbs. Thus, Feng Mo's gouged-out eyes did not return. As Lin Yan took command of Feng Mo's body, he slowly stood upright. He gently flexed his newly healed wrist, experiencing the discomfort of reconnected tendons. With a mere thought, a faint surge of electric power emanated from Lin Yan, enveloping the entire basement, serving as his eyes. Everyone in the basement felt a slight tingling sensation wash over them. The 3 men preparing to assault Chun Wan froze mid-action, turning back in shock. Zhu Yichun's pupils constricted as he barked. "What is happening? Restrain him." The 2 closest henchmen lunged at Feng Mo. Chapter 59. Surviving the aftermath, 2 minds as the electric power spread, even in the darkness. Lin Yan felt the number of people in the basement and pinpointed Chun Wan's exact location. Therefore, he casually raised his hand and waved it as if sweeping away debris. With a crack, the leading assailant was struck by an invisible force, sent flying back to crash against the concrete wall, the sound of shattering bones echoing clearly as he fell silent. Another man, his hand not yet touching Lin Yan, suddenly had his eyes bulge, trembling uncontrollably before collapsing. In mere moments, 2 lives were extinguished. "What is this ability?" The others stared at Feng Mo in disbelief, unable to comprehend why. Despite having rendered him blind and silenced Chen Wan, he now unleashed electric powers. This was utterly beyond their comprehension. Yet, they would have no opportunity to uncover the truth. Divine power erupted once more. A stronger current surged through the basement, enveloping everyone except Chen Wan. Cries of alarm, shock, and screams ceased abruptly, the air thick with the stench of charred flesh. All this transpired within mere moments of Lin Yan breaking free from his bonds. In the basement, The only one still conscious. Qinyuan gazed in disbelief at the familiar, yet now utterly alien figure before her, her eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, there was still one survivor. As a level 4 player, Zhu Yichun barely withstood the earlier electric shock, though he was severely injured. While his wounds were not fatal, his body was paralyzed. The lightning enhanced by divine power was beyond the resistance of a level 4 player. Unless Zhu Yichun possessed a defensive ability like Xiao Wu's, he might withstand Lin Yan's onslaught for a while. However, Zhu Yichun's power was offensive. His ability to unleash his powers was clearly slower than the speed of lightning. Sensing his dwindling divine energy, Lin Yan bent down and picked up a fallen stainless steel dagger from beside the twitching henchman. The Dark Knight organization had its own grudges against him. Before Zhu Yichun could recover from his paralysis and stammer out a plea for mercy, Lin Yan struck. Thud. The dagger plunged precisely into the location of Zhu Yichun's heart. Ugh! Zhu Yichun's eyes widened, seemingly wanting to say something. Lin Yan did not hesitate. He drew his knife and swiftly struck again on the right side. He then swung the blade fiercely at the neck until Zhu Yichun's head rolled onto the ground. The short knife in his hand chipped in the process, and only then did he cease his assault. Having neutralized all threats, Lin Yan approached Qinyuan, removing the rag from her mouth. You are not Xiao Mo. Who are you? Qinyuan gazed at the unfamiliar aura emanating from Fang Yamo. Her expression filled with uncertainty. Lin Yan offered no response. He relinquished control of the body back to Fang Yamo, though they shared the same physical form. The moment Lin Yan returned control, Fang Mo's demeanor underwent a sudden transformation. He staggered, as if awakening from a protracted nightmare, and then, disregarding everything, lunged towards Qinyuan. Xiaowan, it's me. Fang Mo's voice was hoarse, trembling with the relief of survival as he urgently and awkwardly attempted to untie her bonds. Once freed, Qinyuan threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Is it really you, Xiao Mo? Her voice trembled with the emotion of having survived. Her hand reaching out to gently caress Fang Mo's cheek, her fingertips carefully avoiding the dried blood near his eyes. Feeling the warmth of his skin and the reality of his touch. You seem like a completely different person just now. Fang Mo held her tightly, burying his face in her neck, the familiar scent momentarily calming his frayed nerves. It's me, Xiaowan, it's me. I'm so sorry, I almost killed you. His voice cracked, body slightly trembling, as he realized just how close he had come to losing her. Qinyuan shook her head vigorously, wrapping her arms around his thin, yet presently sturdy back, her gaze resolute. There is no need to apologize. In that situation, I wished you had killed me. If you died, I would never live on alone. After a long moment, Fang Yamo gradually released her, gathering his thoughts, attempting to explain the incomprehensible experience he had just undergone. Warner, listen, what I'm about to say may be hard to believe. Just as I was on the brink of death, it felt as though I prayed to an unfathomable entity, offering everything, my life, my soul, everything, in exchange for the power to save you. He paused, sensing the remnants of an unfamiliar presence within him, his tone tinged with awe and confusion. And then, it responded to me. It healed my wounds and lent me strength. Everything that transpired was orchestrated by it. Qinyuan listened quietly. Her acute intuition as an information projection ability user far sharper than most. She had indeed sensed an extraordinary, transcendent quality in the Fang Yamo from moments before. At that moment, hearing her beloved's sincere description, feeling the lingering aura of formidable majesty within him, she held no doubts. I believe you. She clasped his hand, her eyes unwavering. Without him, we wouldn't be here right now. She did not need to finish her thought. Both understood the grim fate they had narrowly escaped. It was he who saved us. Fang Yamo gripped her hand tightly, his strength palpable. I do not know if he is a deity, a devil, or something else entirely. But he answered my prayer, granted me a second chance at life, allowing me to embrace you once more. For this grace, Fang Mo's expression was one of gratitude, awe, and determination. I am willing to give everything I promised, to believe in him and follow him. Qinyuan gazed into Fang Mo's hollow eyes, nodding vigorously, tears welling once again, this time more from relief and the joy of survival. No matter what he is, he saved you, saved us. This belief, I will share it with you. The two nestled against each other, silently pledging their most sincere gratitude and vow. Meanwhile, upon returning to the safe house, Lin Yan discovered that after fulfilling the destiny's guidance, 2 points of consciousness had emerged next to the divine card, awaiting him to bestow the identity of a believer. Chapter 60. Upgrading, Faith, Judgment. 2 distinctly different consciousnesses traversed the divine card, subtly connecting with Lin Yan's awareness. One was from Fang Yamo, who had just been redeemed and possessed. The other stemmed from Qinyuan, who possessed the information projection ability. Chen Wan's consciousness was imbued with gratitude, reverence, and a sincere willingness to open her soul, entirely entrusting herself. This was the first time Lin Yan had encountered a situation where a connection of faith was established proactively, even before the assignment of identity. Such heartfelt belief was remarkably different from a submission born out of power or transaction, surprising him with its novelty. Through the fragmented memories conveyed by Chen Wan, Lin Yan quickly grasped the poignant history of this fateful couple. Both had grown up in an orphanage, experiencing the vicissitudes of life. After leaving the orphanage, these two lonely souls leaned on each other in the cold city, seeking warmth, and had long viewed each other as their sole reason for existence. Their recent ordeal stemmed from the kindness that had never truly faded from their hearts. When the apocalypse struck, they took the significant risk of returning to the dilapidated orphanage to rescue a few children who had miraculously avoided zombification. However, a member of the local dark organization possessed the ability to glean information about others' abilities. Fang Mo inadvertently exposed himself while searching for food for the children, and the extraordinary synergy of their abilities immediately attracted the greedy eyes of the dark organization, leading to their current calamity. If Lin Yan had not fortuitously descended upon Fang Mo, these two would have Lin Yan silently retracted his consciousness. At present, there remained only one slot available for a believer. Without hesitation, he wielded his authority, officially granting the identity of the sixth believer to Fang Mo. The moment Fang Mo was marked with the divine seal, the divine card in Lin Yan's palm emanated a gentle warmth, delivering a sense of completeness. He flipped it over and found that the information on the card had been updated, finally meeting the long-anticipated conditions for an upgrade. Unnamed God. Initial stage level 2, divine power capacity, 620 inherent powers, destiny guidance, identity assignment, elemental dominion, divine authority development, believer count, 66. Accumulated will power, 8,460, divine characteristics, formless, lucky bias upgrade. Lin Yan silently thought, without hesitation. Unlike the previous tumultuous experience rife with ominous clouds and thunder, this ascension was subdued and profound. A wave of divine power, far purer and more potent than before, surged from the void, gently yet irresistibly integrating into his every limb and sinew, nourishing each particle of flesh and soul. He could distinctly feel the essence of his life tier undergoing a fundamental leap. As the divine card was enveloped in a layer of profound shadowy light, new information emerged. Unnamed God. Initial stage level 3, divine power capacity, 4,040 inherent powers, faith judgment, destiny guidance, elemental dominion, divine authority development, believer count, 612. Accumulated will power, 84,120, divine characteristics, formless, lucky bias. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened, resting upon the foremost entry in the powers section. The original power of identity assignment had vanished, replaced by a new ability radiating an aura of solemn authority, faith judgment. Merely sensing the name of this ability invoked a formidable divine might that transcended all beings, commanding rewards and punishments, startling Lin Yan's very spirit. Faith judgment. Faith is a divine gift, and betrayal demands a price. Below, 3 application branches are clearly delineated. Identity bestowal. This allows one to mark all who worship and acknowledge your divine name with a unique divine brand, transforming them into your followers. Identity revocation. This grants the ability to strip betrayers of their follower status, severing their connection to the divine realm. Divine wrath. When executing identity revocation, one can, according to their will, forcibly extract a core power or trait from the betrayer as a price for blaspheming the divine, reclaiming it for oneself while simultaneously branding them with the mark of the damned. All followers bestowed with identity will receive the characteristics of divine follower, significantly enhancing their physique, strength, and mental resistance. In stark contrast, the damned brand brings about a decline in these attributes, ensnaring them in misfortune. Can the wrath of the divine be borne by mere mortals? Lin Yan could hardly believe the magnitude of this upgrade. The faith judgment not only refined the management of the faith system, but also granted him absolute authority to punish betrayers, greatly enhancing his control over his followers. It also led Lin Yan to realize that with each level increase of the divine card, a transformative leap is achieved. This filled him with heightened anticipation for the forthcoming second round of card draws and the unknown fixed identity task. Observing the expansion of his follower quota to 12, Lin Yan decided to bestow the identity upon Chen Wan, who had yet to receive a brand. Thus, he now possessed 7 formal followers. 7 followers may seem meager for a deity, yet their quality was exceptional. Lin Yan consoled himself with this thought. Whether it was the fiercely combat-capable Xiao Wu, the potentially powerful Feng Mingming, the devout Yukong, or the recently acquired strategic talents Feng Imo and Chen Wan, they were indeed of high caliber. With this in mind, his consciousness delved deep into the divine card. At that moment, the card's surface was quietly surrounded by 7 minute but distinct points of light, akin to stars encircling a center, representing his current 7 followers. Among them, one point of light was particularly dim, weak enough to seem on the verge of extinguishment. This represented Lu Yuan. A chill flickered through Lin Yan's heart. In his haste to meet the upgrade requirement, he had taken this person as a follower, thus saving his life. Yet, through the connection established with his followers, Lin Yan clearly sensed that this individual harbored no gratitude. He disregarded Lin Yan's words, appearing compliant on the surface while secretly plotting against him, treating his divine edicts as mere whispers in the wind. Since becoming a follower, he had not even slain a single zombie. His cowardice and desire for self-preservation were laid bare. A cold smirk crept onto Lin Yan's lips. The newly acquired faith judgment had just provided him with his first test subject. Chapter 61. Executing Divine Wrath. In a shadowy corner of a dilapidated residential building in Jinji City, the frail Lu Yuan stood stealthily, slightly hunched as if a rat poised to steal. After confirming that no zombies or signs of life were present, he withdrew his vigilant gaze. Create a hole for me. A faint glow emanated from his palm as his digging ability activated. In the blink of an eye, a circular hole appeared in the formerly smooth wall. Once the hole reached an appropriate size, Lu Yuan quickly curled his body and nimbly slipped through. The entire process was remarkably swift and silent. My ability is truly effective, capable of penetrating not only soil and rock, but also reinforced concrete. Lu Yuan reveled in his success. While others might have multiple hideouts, he could create passages at will, providing escape routes or access to places otherwise inaccessible. However, just as he steadied himself, an indescribable stench assaulted him, compelling Lu Yuan to stifle a gag. The room was dimly lit, devoid of illumination, but the faint light filtering in through the window revealed a sight that nearly terrified him. Lying haphazardly on the floor were several small corpses, unmistakably children. Their faces were contorted in agony, having endured immense suffering in their final moments, and their bodies had begun to decay. The foul odor emanated from this grim scene. It was unclear whether all the nearby zombies had perished or if the room's ceiling was particularly effective, preventing any from entering despite the long decomposing bodies. What a cursed place! Lu Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, his immediate instinct being to flee. This location was too sinister. Yet, just as he prepared to retreat through the hole, something suddenly fell to the ground in the room, producing a barely audible sound. Lu Yuan paused, alert. To his surprise, his gaze met a pair of terrified eyes. A thin, gaunt boy, around 7 or 8 years old, stood behind the curtain, his large eyes reflecting fear and hunger. The boy's face was dirty, lips cracked, tightly clutching unopened packs of cookies and bottled water. Clearly startled by Lu Yuan's sudden appearance, he dropped one pack of cookies, which caught Lu Yuan's attention. Evidently, this boy was the sole survivor, subsisting on these meager provisions and excellent hiding skills. Their gazes locked, and Lu Yuan initially anticipated danger, only to find a child posing little threat. The initial shock was swiftly replaced by another feeling. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the boy's food, and he instinctively licked his cracked lips. The flatbread from yesterday had done little to stave off hunger, and he was now famished. Hand over the cookies and water. Lu Yuan lowered his voice, advancing toward the boy. The child trembled in fear, shaking his head vigorously, clutching his food tighter, whimpering like a frightened animal. Damn it! Refusing a toast only to receive a penalty. A flash of malice crossed Lu Yuan's eyes as he stepped closer, reaching out roughly to snatch the food. Although the boy was frail, he displayed an unexpected strength, fiercely protecting his provisions. Still daring to resist, Lu Yuan's anger boiled over as he lifted his foot and brutally kicked the boy's frail chest. The boy let out a pained scream, falling backward and striking his head against a sharp hook on the wall. Blood immediately poured from the back of his head, and the boy's grip on the cookies slackened. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but then, devoid of guilt or compassion, he swiftly bent down, deftly collecting the cookies and water to stow them away. Cursed, he spat, not sparing the injured boy another glance as he turned to leave through the hole he had created. At this moment, a cold and imposing will emerged without warning. Just as it had before. Lu Yuan, save that child. The clear and unmistakable divine command bore an undeniable authority. Lu Yuan's body stiffened suddenly. a flicker of panic crossing his face, only to be quickly overshadowed by a surge of intense resistance. Save someone? What nonsense! He himself was on the brink of death. How could he afford to concern himself with the life of another? Moreover, the boy appeared to be beyond saving, so why waste his efforts? He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Great deity, it is not that I refuse your command, but that child seems beyond help." He fell inexplicably. "And I possess neither medicine nor bandages." Lu Yuan attempted to fabricate an excuse. However, unbeknownst to him, after becoming a believer, his consciousness was intrinsically linked to the divine card. His true thoughts were utterly transparent before Lin Yan. Lin Yan issued a second divine command. Immediately, heal him. This command was even colder than the last, sending a shiver through Lu Yuan. Yet at this moment, his deep-rooted cowardice and selfishness took precedence. And Lin Yan's repeated insistence on actions he was unwilling to take ignited a rebellious sentiment within him. Lu Yuan not only disobeyed, but retorted, "No, I will not save him. Why should I? I am on the verge of death myself. You are a god, yet you do not care if I am fed and clothed. On what grounds do you command me? I refuse." As soon as these words fell, Lin Yan, far away in the safe house, observed impassively as the point of light representing Lu Yuan flickered violently around the divine card, its brilliance fading into a murky haze, exuding an aura of betrayal and blasphemy. "Indeed, one cannot raise mud from a wall," Lin Yan murmured, his eyes devoid of surprise, only a cold indifference. It was time to cleanse the ranks. With a thought, the newly granted power of the level 3 divine card, Judgment of Faith, was invoked for the first time. "In my name, I enact the power of judgment." Lin Yan's icy voice echoed across the space, resonating deep within Lu Yuan's consciousness. "Believer Lu Yuan, you have forsaken the divine command, harbored malevolent thoughts, and blasphemed the divine grace. Henceforth, your status as a believer is revoked." As the last word echoed, Lu Yuan felt an important connection within his soul severed in an instant. A wave of unprecedented weakness and emptiness washed over him, as if a core part of his being had been forcibly extracted. The physical enhancement he had gained from becoming a believer vanished in an instant. Yet this was merely the beginning. Execute the wrath of the divine. Lin Yan, without hesitation, unleashed the harshest punishment within the judgment of faith, deprivation of core abilities. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally realized the gravity of his situation, his eyes widening in terror. On the card's surface, the ability he had once taken pride in, digging, began to blur before his very eyes. "No, do not take my abilities." As he grasped the magnitude of what he was losing, Lu Yuan finally let out a scream of sheer horror. "I will save him. I will save him now." In that instant, Lu Yuan seemed to finally comprehend the situation, throwing aside the bag stained with the boy's blood and rushing to the child's side, frantically attempting to staunch the flow of blood from the gaping wound at the back of the boy's head. The boy's skull bore a horrific hole, a testament to the brutality of Lu Yuan's earlier actions. The child had long succumbed to deep unconsciousness from blood loss and trauma, his breath faint. Yet Lu Yuan feigned deep sorrow and anxiety, clumsily tearing a strip of cloth from nearby in a desperate attempt to bandage the boy. His voice tinged with exaggerated emotion. "Wake up. Child, wake up. Oh heavens, how could you be so careless and hurt your head? Great deity, are you not able to save me? Please save this child as well." He cried out, performing for an audience, fervently praying that the deity would be moved by his contrition and restore his abilities, believing that gods were inherently compassionate and merciful. Thus, Lu Yuan had acted with reckless abandon, feeling entitled even in the face of salvation. He clung to the hope of displaying his loyalty, unaware that his abilities had already vanished from his player card with the activation of Lin Yan's powers. As his abilities faded, the enhancements brought by the believer trait receded like a tide. In their place emerged a negative trait reeking of ominousness and frailty, manifested on Lu Yuan's player card, Sinner. Player name, Lu Yuan, Level 1. Initial ability, none. Accumulated energy crystals, 410. Identity traits, growth potential, concealment, sinner. Cursed by the divine, physical strength and mental resilience diminished. Calamity ensues. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's desperate cries went unheard, as outside the room, 2 faint footsteps approached. Lu Yuan, driven by fear of death, had sought food in this desolate building, unaware that he had stumbled into the very place where Fong Mo and Chun Wan were harboring a group of orphans. Captured by the Dark Knight organization, these children were not spared, meeting their demise. Yet one child, who had a habit of hiding to sleep, managed to escape the grim fate. Upon awakening, he discovered his companions had perished and his older siblings were nowhere to be found. Clinging to the last remnants of food in the room, he awaited Fong Mo, and Chun Wan's return, stifling his fear and trepidation. However, instead of their return, Lu Yuan, a man who would spare no child, appeared. After escaping the clutches of the Dark Knight organization, Fang Mo and Chun Wan hurried back with a glimmer of desperate hope. As the doors swung open with urgency, light flooded the room, revealing the silhouettes of a young man and woman outside. The man had his eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale, seemingly unable to see. The woman clutched his hand tightly, a handgun gripped in her other hand. They were none other than Chun Wan and Fang Mo. Rushing back in haste, the sudden commotion startled Lu Yuan, who instinctively pushed the barely conscious boy away and scrambled toward the hole he had created in the wall. Ironically, the door to this room had been ajar all along, yet Lu Yuan, driven by a habitual darkness, preferred to enter others' homes stealthily. At that moment, Lu Yuan realized his body felt inexplicably heavy, yet there was no time for contemplation. He dashed to the wall, intent on escaping through the hole he had made. However, whether due to the sinner trait weakening his physical prowess or sheer misfortune, Lu Yuan, in a moment of panic, stepped on the water bottle he had just discarded, crashing heavily to the ground and biting his tongue painfully as his chin struck the floor. This incident robbed Lu Yuan of his chance to flee, leaving him writhing in agony, clutching his mouth. Bang! A gunshot rang out near Lu Yuan's feet. Chun Wan, having spotted a shadow of an adult in the room, presumed it to be a zombie or a member of the Dark Knight organization and fired without hesitation. The first time Chun Wan used a gun, her aim was not particularly accurate. The bullet, initially aimed at Lu Yuan's body, merely grazed his arm as it passed. The hellish scene before her instantly shattered all the hopes Chun Wan had harbored on her hurried journey back. Her gaze swept over the multitude of small, lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, the blood-stained biscuits and bottled water scattered about, finally settling on the boy lying in a pool of blood, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Her eyes reddened, and she pressed one hand tightly over her mouth, stifling her cries. Xiaowan, what is it? What about the others in the room? What has happened to the children? Fang Mo could not see, but the overwhelming stench of blood and decay made everything painfully clear. Don't move. If you so much as twitch, I will kill you. Chun Wan aimed her gun at Lu Yuan and rushed to the side of the unconscious boy, dragging Fang Mo with her. By feeling around, Fang Mo had located the boy on the ground, and he recognized him by the stone bracelet he had once gifted him. Upon touching the blood-soaked, warm, and sticky rag that was hastily wrapped around the boy's head, Fang Mo shouted, Xiao Feng, what has happened to you, Xiao Feng? Xiaowan, Xiao Feng is hurt. Chun Wan, with her tear-filled eyes, glared at Lu Yuan. Who are you? What were you doing in the room just now? Lu Yuan, after enduring immense pain, finally regained his composure. He averted his gaze, waving his hand in a desperate denial. I was just bandaging this child's wounds. I meant no harm. Look, I wrapped that injury myself. Chun Wan furrowed her brow, feeling a deep-seated mistrust for anyone other than Fang Mo. Yet, upon seeing the makeshift bandage on Xiao Feng's head, she hesitated, considering the unlikely scenario that someone intending to harm would have taken the time to bandage him. However, Lu Yuan was not acting voluntarily. He was coerced. This misled Chun Wan. Just as she believed she had mistakenly harmed an innocent, Lu Yuan stealthily concealed one hand behind his back, instinctively preparing to unleash his digging ability, hoping to escape through the ground as he had done previously. Yet, his concentration faltered, and the power failed to manifest. Lu Yuan then remembered something. Staring incredulously at his player card. Where's my ability? He fixated on the ability section of the card. It was gone, truly gone. The pain from biting his tongue rendered his mutterings unintelligible, but his expression revealed his overwhelming panic. Without his ability, how could he escape? How could he survive in this apocalyptic world? In that moment, Lu Yuan finally grasped the true meaning of divine wrath. The divine was not something he could easily deceive. However, he was not merely acknowledging his wrongs. He was terrified. Ignoring Chun Wan's threats, he crawled to the ground, fervently bowing his head to the air in supplication. Great deity, supreme deity, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. I was blinded by my own greed. I was heedless. Please, I beg you, spare my wretched life. I should not have disregarded your words. I should not have acted hypocritically. I should not have abused the weak. I should not have harbored resentment against you. I am but an ant. I am a pest. I do not deserve your grace. Yet, I am willing to repent. I truly wish to repent. Lu Yuan's incoherent cries echoed in the room, filled with a nauseating blend of humility and despair. Yet, this futile performance failed to sway Lin Yan, who had long since seen through the duplicity of his heart. Meanwhile, as believers of the divine, Chun Wan and Fong Mo began to sense the pervasive aura emanating from Lu Yuan that evoked profound repulsion and disdain deep within their souls. Observing Lu Yuan's pitiful state, Chun Wan activated her ability for information deduction directly against him. With the onset of information deduction, the first level Lu Yuan was entirely exposed before Chun Wan. His social information, along with details from his player card, flooded her vision. She even witnessed how ruthlessly he had seized food, how he had kicked the frail Xiao Feng in the chest, how the boy's head had struck a sharp object, blood gushing forth, and Lu Yuan's cold, greedy demeanor during the theft. Since these events had occurred so recently, Chun Wan vividly perceived them. Alongside the unmistakable criminal trait marked on his identity card. It was you. Chun Wan's voice trembled with seething rage. You nearly killed Xiao Feng. Bang! The gunshot rang out once more, the bullet striking Lu Yuan's thigh with precision. He let out a piercing scream, realizing that his pleas to the divine would likely fall on deaf ears. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lu Yuan argued desperately, "It wasn't me. It was an accident. He just fell. He lost his balance. I just wanted to take some food. Don't kill me. We are all human. It's hard to survive in this apocalypse. Please, show mercy and let me go. I promise to disappear and never show my face to you again." Chun Wan regarded his pathetic performance and listened to his shameless lies, infuriated as she stepped closer, aiming the gun at Lu Yuan's head. "I saw it clearly. You kicked Xiao Feng with all your strength. Did you ever consider his humanity when you robbed him of the food he relied on to live? Are you even human to treat a child like this?" Lu Yuan, realizing that this woman possessed some strange ability to know the truth of his actions towards the boy, struck his forehead against the ground repeatedly, harder than before, until blood streamed down. He then looked up, attempting to feign pity and remorse. "I'm sorry. It was my fault. I will never do it again. I vow to atone for my sins. Please, spare my life. Spare my life, please. Otherwise, you can beat me. Just beat me. I beg you." Tears streamed down Lu Yuan's face. Fong Mo, who had remained silent, though unable to see, pieced together the truth through Chun Wan's words and Lu Yuan's deceitful pleas, along with the loathsome aura surrounding him, cradling the faintly breathing Xiao Feng. Fong Mo turned towards Chun Wan and coldly stated, "Xiao Wan, kill him." Chun Wan, resolute in her intent to not let Lu Yuan escape, pulled the trigger directly in the face of his terror-stricken eyes. With the gunshot, Lu Yuan's lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground. In the moment Chun Wan fired, the last thought that flashed through Lu Yuan's mind was, how did I, whose life was spared by the divine, become so foolish as to ignore their words? Alas, by the time he realized this, it was already too late. After killing Lu Yuan, Chun Wan found herself momentarily stunned, her mind lingering on the two characters, Zue 2, she had just seen on Lu Yuan's player card. However, she had only glimpsed this trait without comprehending how Lu Yuan had been branded with it. It seemed that everything pertaining to that individual could not be deduced, obscured by some invisible rule. "Xiao Wan, what's wrong? Did that person die? Come quickly to see Xiao Feng. He has lost so much blood." Fong Mo, blinded, could only urge Chun Wan. Regaining her senses, she hurried to assess Xiao Feng's condition. Fortunately, despite the depth of his wound, the enhanced resilience typical of players aided in his self-healing. Chun Wan retrieved medical supplies she had scavenged from the Dark Knight organization's hideout to tend to Xiao Feng's injury. After witnessing the bleeding cease, she breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had returned in time. Xiao Feng was no longer in immediate danger. Had they arrived even a moment later, he might have bled out like the other children, failing to await their return. With tears in her eyes, Chun Wan recounted the harrowing scene from the room to Fong Mo. Once she steadied her emotions, she discussed the recent events and the Zue 2 trait she had observed on Lu Yuan. "A sinner, you say? He must have once been a believer of that great being. It seems that the being is just in rewarding and punishing, and such individuals truly deserve their fate," Fong Mo remarked. Chun Wan nodded in agreement, recalling the bandage atop Xiao Feng's head. The scene of Lu Yuan bowing in repentance had unfolded right before them, indicating that Lu Yuan had recently lost his abilities, only just realizing it himself. Such a despicable individual, who had harmed Xiao Feng yet stayed behind to staunch the bleeding, was likely under the influence of that divine being. Chun Wan's reverence and gratitude towards the deity who had saved both her and Fong Mo, as well as Xiao Feng, grew even deeper. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, safe within his hideout, had also witnessed Lu Yuan's demise. At that moment, a faint yet peculiar power was merging with Lin Yan's body. It was the Da Dong ability that had been stripped from Lu Yuan. Chapter 64. A Gentleman's Revenge. The yellow bird lurks behind this ability. Having been severed from Lu Yuan, did not manifest on the divine card, but instead integrated directly into Lin Yan's being. As the fusion concluded, Lin Yan felt a new essence within himself. He immediately descended the stairs to a floor that had already been swept clean and facing a wall. He utilized the ability of Dadong. A flicker of light danced in his hand, and an opening large enough for passage suddenly appeared in the wall. Perhaps influenced by divine power, Lin Yan found the execution of this ability far more effortless than Lu Yuan had, consuming minimal energy while creating a wider and sturdier passage. From now on, he could employ this ability at will, even without the need for the divine card as a conduit. This could indeed serve as a means to disguise his identity. Lin Yan was quite pleased. In a world where most were bound to player cards, his divine card was extraordinarily unique. He bore no fear of being underestimated, for those who did would meet a grim fate. However, should anyone discern his exceptional identity and harbor ill intentions or plot against him, the situation could become perilous. The saying, "The wood that stands out will be blown down by the wind," holds truth. Furthermore, there is another saying, "It is easy to dodge an open spear but hard to guard against a hidden arrow." The elemental sovereign ability was too formidable and too conspicuous. Conversely, this Dadong ability perfectly enabled him to conceal his true strength and the peculiar identity of his divine card. Lin Yan then glanced at his divine card. The number of followers had diminished from 712 to 612. The light representing Lu Yuan had vanished completely. His gaze remained unperturbed, as if Lu Yuan's punishment and death were merely the flicking away of a speck of dust. This execution of faith judgment, the first instance of reclaiming a follower identity and successfully collecting the cost, deepened Lin Yan's understanding of his divine identity. The divine being's grace and severity were evident in the clear distinctions of reward and punishment. As the sun grew fiercer, the midday rays struggled to penetrate the sparse clouds, barely illuminating the desolate Hamlin community. Unlike the previous day, during today's sweep, when Ma Guodong's unlocking ability was depleted, Lin Yan refrained from using crystals to restore it. Instead, he took over the door-opening task himself. Approaching a securely locked security door, he did not attempt to unlock it, but merely pointed his finger at the wall beside the lock. A faint light flickered in his palm, and the solid concrete wall silently dissolved as if it were soft sand, instantly forming a smooth-edged circular opening, revealing the interior. "Go in." Lin Yan's voice was calm as he bent to enter. This scene caused Ma Li and Ma Guodong, following closely behind, to twitch at the corners of their eyes. It was their first time witnessing Lin Yan utilize his ability, far more efficient than Ma Guodong's unlocking skill, and deepened their wariness of him. Meanwhile, a flicker of astonishment crossed Song En's face. Previously, he and his grandfather had speculated that Lin Yan's ability was related to lightning, yet now, he exhibited an ability akin to dissolving or creating holes. Compared to their earlier assumptions, Song En was naturally more inclined to believe what he witnessed, especially since his grandfather, Song Wanshan, had not seen Lin Yan commit murder but had inferred his powers from the corpses. Little did Song En expect that even his grandfather could err in judgment. Thanks to the convenience of the Da Dong ability and the experiences accumulated from the previous day, the efficiency of this sweep was markedly improved. As the team exited Building 8, Lin Yan counted his spoils, totaling 30 gleaming crystals that fell into his bag. Adding to the 25 from yesterday's sweep and the 55 graciously offered by Yukong, his total count of crystals had reached 110. Standing at the exit of Building 8, Lin Yan paused, casting a glance at the 4 individuals behind him, each displaying varied expressions. "All right, this will suffice. From here on, if you wish to continue sweeping, you may proceed independently. I shall not partake any longer." Upon hearing this, Ma Li and Ma Guodong were momentarily taken aback. Exchanging swift glances, Molly could not help but exclaim, "We're done? It's not even 3 o'clock yet." These past 2 days, the uncle and nephew had toiled tirelessly, yet most of the crystals had found their way into Lin Yan's pockets. They had long harbored a grudge, privately contemplating whether to abscond to the safety zone for a chance at loot from missions. To their surprise, before they could make their escape, Lin Yan, the employer, had called it quits first. A forced smile crept across Ma Guodong's face as he cautiously inquired, "Mr. Lin, are you dissatisfied with the gains? If we search a few more buildings, perhaps." Lin Yan cast a mild glance at them, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating their very thoughts, causing Ma Guodong to swallow his words. "The gains are adequate," Lin Yan replied, his tone still flat, "but I have my own plans." He would not elaborate. With less than 2 days until the announcement of the second round of card draws, this methodical sweeping approach was still too sluggish for him. Possessing the almost inexhaustible Da Dong ability, he could easily adopt a more aggressive and efficient strategy in solitary action. In stark contrast to the uncertainty exhibited by the Ma family duo, Song Un and another survivor, who sought only provisions, displayed a remarkable calmness. Song Un merely nodded, acknowledging Lin Go, and stated, "Understood, I shall take my leave." The other survivor quickly echoed his sentiment, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for guiding us these past 2 days. I have gained quite a bit." Lin Yan chose not to prolong the conversation, securing the bag containing the crystal cores and turning towards his apartment building, leaving the Ma family, with their complex expressions, and the composed Song In behind. Ma Li, with one hand bandaged and secured by a wooden splint, gazed begrudgingly at Lin Yan's retreating figure and complained to Ma Guodong, "Uncle, what does he mean by this? After using us as laborers for 2 days, he just walks away?" Ma Guodong shook his head, "Don't meddle. His ceasing to sweep the building is not a bad thing for us." Eyeing the bulging bag of crystal cores in Lin Yan's possession, Ma Guodong greedily remarked, "In just 2 days, he has amassed so many cores. Without him, all the cores would belong to us. Come, let us find others and sweep the remaining buildings." Indeed, the majority of the zombies I dispatched were dealt with by me. Yet all the cores have ended up in his pocket. Now that he is gone, the cores from the zombies I slay will all be mine. Molly pondered how to once again rally a team through force and his uncle's cunning, excitement coursing through him as he clenched his fist, only to be reminded of the pain in his fractured arm. "You on the 28th floor, just wait. When I level up, I shall take my revenge." A gentleman's vengeance is never late. The uncle and nephew were lost in dreams of monopolizing resources, oblivious to the fact that Lin Yan had no intention of letting them off the hook. Upon returning home and standing on the rooftop, Lin Yan cast a cold glance at the Ma family duo actively gathering manpower below, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Why toil alongside others to sweep the buildings, sharing the spoils while being wary of treachery, when I could simply collect the rewards once they have completed the task? However, relying solely on the Ma duo to gather crystal cores would ultimately prove inefficient. The usage of players' abilities is limited by energy, and they would inevitably expend some cores to recover during their building sweeps. To accumulate a sufficient number of crystal cores before the arrival of the second round of rules, Lin Yan realized he must take matters into his own hands. Believer Fong Mo has reached level 2, granting 4 points of willpower. Believer Chun Wan has reached level 2, granting 4 points of willpower. These two have indeed leveled up quite swiftly. Had they not been delayed by the forces of the Dark Knight organization, their capabilities might have allowed them to level up much earlier. Lin Yan glanced at the divine card, noting the willpower figure had risen to 92, a mere 28 points shy of the 120 required for the next level. Upon reaching level 3, the divine card would grant him the ability to invoke fate 3 times daily. With meticulous planning, it was not impossible to achieve another level within 2 days. Currently, there were still 6 vacancies for believers remaining. If he could successfully recruit 3 believers each day, the slots would be filled in just 2 days. Lin Yan was uncertain whether the fixed tasks in the second round of rules would increase in difficulty due to rising identity levels. Yet, one cannot allow the uncertainty of the future to paralyze them, relinquishing all choices to fate. The divine card must be upgraded, and a substantial collection of crystal cores was imperative. With a few hours of afternoon light remaining, Lin Yan quickly prepared a backpack, filling it with essential food, water, and emergency supplies. He secured the bag containing 110 crystal cores tightly at his waist and proceeded to exit Hanlin Community. The street outside the community was eerily silent, an emptiness that sent shivers down his spine. Scattered remains of zombies lay strewn about, their congealed black blood staining the pavement. Yet there were no signs of large-scale zombie activity. It seemed the safety zone's troops had already cleared the wandering zombies. The rental property I chose for its tranquility was inherently secluded. Most zombies must still be trapped within various buildings. As such, scenes reminiscent of horror films, where a mere sound or drop of blood could attract hordes of zombies, were absent. To efficiently gather crystal cores, it was essential to target densely populated older neighborhoods. With this realization, Lin Yan turned the corner and headed straight toward the nearest aged residential area to Hanlin Community. Unlike Hanlin's spacious layout, this neighborhood featured tightly packed buildings, resembling a dense beehive. Each floor housed at least 3 households, with windows closely set and many still displaying laundry left out to dry. Lin Yan commenced his operation at the building closest to the entrance. The safety passage was obstructed by makeshift barriers of tables and chairs, which he cleared with swift, precise strikes of his axe. The sound of splintering would echo sharply in the stillness of the corridor, inevitably alerting the survivors within. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, the survivors' curiosity had long been stifled by fear, leaving no one daring enough to open the door. Beginning on the second floor, Lin Yan adopted the most straightforward approach, knocking on each door in succession. Thud, thud, thud. He patiently awaited a response. Silence within usually indicated the absence of zombies. Lower-tier zombies lacked rationality, instinctively drawn to sound, creating scratching, banging, or growling noises behind closed doors. Conversely, survivors typically hid in fear or cautiously checked who was outside. At that moment, as Lin Yan faced a particular door, he heard irregular dragging footsteps from within, followed by the sharp sound of nails scraping against the door. It was a zombie. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his burrowing ability, and in an instant, he was inside the room. After a brief struggle and the sound of a heavy object falling, silence returned. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yan emerged from the room, his axe stained with dark brown blood, and the bag at his waist now contained 3 faintly glowing crystal cores. His expression remained unchanged as he proceeded to the next household, repeating the knocking routine. Inside, there was only silence. Yet, the subtle shift of light through the peephole and the feeling of being watched did not escape Lin Yan's keen perception. His cap and mask concealed his features perfectly. Confirming that there were indeed living individuals inside, he turned without hesitation to proceed to the next door. Within, a middle-aged couple huddled together, only daring to breathe heavily once the footsteps faded. "Dear, was the person outside a zombie?" the middle-aged woman asked, trembling. The man shook his head, his furrowed brow betraying anxiety. "It was a person, and not one from the safety zone. I thought they were supposed to send someone to retrieve us soon. Why hasn't anyone come yet?" "Dear, I just heard some noise from next door. Our walls are connected. Do you think that person might have gone in there? What if he was looking for someone?" The family of 3 next door was confirmed to have turned into zombies days ago. If it were a relative, how could he have come out so quickly? "I just hope he wasn't killed." "Right? You should quickly notify the group. Someone has entered the community. They need to be cautious and not open the door." "Ah, I will send the message, but with the power out for 2 days, many phones have likely run out of battery. There's nothing we can do about that. This is all we can manage." The middle-aged man sighed heavily, a sense of helplessness washing over him. If only someone could clear out these monsters from the community, we wouldn't have to live like rats every day. The woman sighed and clasped her hands together, murmuring to herself, "If there truly exists such a remarkable individual, I, Humyarom, would certainly erect a longevity tablet for him, offering incense and reverence daily, treating him as a deity." Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, Xiao Wu and Fong Mingming were steadily clearing the undead along the designated route released by the safe zone. Ever since they discovered they were both believers in the divine, they naturally formed a steadfast team. The advantages of this arrangement were evident. Fong Mingming no longer had to force herself to integrate into other groups, nor did she have to worry about being underestimated or sabotaged due to her youth. "Uncle Xiao," Fong Mingming inquired curiously, lifting her small face as she wiped the blood from her short blade. "The divine has instructed us to collect more crystal cores for storage. Is there a specific purpose behind this?" Over the past few days, she had learned a considerable number of combat techniques from Xiao Wu, and with the upgrade of her identity card enhancing her physical attributes, Fong Mingming was no longer the little girl who would cry when bullied. Xiao Wu also felt a curiosity regarding this divine edict, but his temperament was far more composed than Fong Mingming's. Since the divine has bestowed this directive, it must carry profound significance. We need not speculate excessively. We shall execute it accordingly. He paused, asking, "How many crystal cores do we currently possess?" "Let me check," Fong Mingming replied, counting the contents of the bag at her waist. Her small face displayed a clear reluctance. "After 2 days of clearing, plus the previous ones, we now have a total of 132. However, according to the regulations of the safe zone, we must submit half." "No need," Xiao Wu interrupted her decisively. "Before we return to the safe zone today, aside from the minimum requirement of 10 cores for the task, all remaining cores shall be offered to the divine." Chapter 66. Divine, grant me a woman. "Huh." Fong Mingming's eyes widened, not out of dissatisfaction, but surprise. "Is that permissible?" According to the stringent regulations of the safe zone, teams utilizing official equipment for missions were required to surrender 90% of their haul. Even for those like them using their own weapons, they were still obliged to submit half. Xiao Wu countered, "Do you think other teams do not secretly retain and privately use crystal cores? Aside from those who are officially part of the safe zone and maintain strict discipline, other civilian combat team members will, to some extent, conceal portions of the cores for personal use. Of course, hoarding carries significant risks. The most prudent method is to absorb them on-site for upgrades. We are using our own equipment, so according to the minimum task requirements, submitting 10 cores suffices." Xiao Wu calmly analyzed, "The rest shall be wholly offered to the divine." Retaining the crystal cores poses a danger. Should we require them in the future, we can beseech the divine for blessings. Fang Mingming blinked her large eyes. Although she was unsure how to ask the divine for them back, her trust in both Xiao Wu and the divine was absolute. She obediently nodded. All right. I will listen to Uncle Xiao. As night fell, Lin Yan returned to the safe house, stepping through the last rays of daylight. The bag at his waist felt notably heavy, the number of crystal cores having increased from 110 at departure to 180 now. The thick, dark red bloodstains and the unmistakable stench of the undead almost permeated his coat. Upon entering the house, his first action was to step into the bathroom, allowing the warm water to wash away the nauseating odors. As he emerged from the bathroom, shrouded in steam, his divine card emitted a faint pulse. Believer Fang Mingming offered 140 crystal cores. Lin Yan paused for a moment, not yet processing this, when another pulse followed. Believer Yukong offered 50 crystal cores. In an instant, the total number of crystal cores in Lin Yan's possession surged to 430. The sparkling crystal cores formed a small pile on the table, radiating an alluring soft glow. Such a quantity of crystal cores, if concentrated on a single individual, would be sufficient to elevate a level 1 player directly to level 5. With less than 48 hours remaining until the new card draw rules took effect, Lin Yan pondered quietly. This heap of crystal cores instilled in him an inexplicable sense of responsibility. He currently had 6 believers under his command, all of whom possessed impeccable potential and loyalty. Should anyone fail to complete the unknown identity fixation task, he must be prepared to offer assistance at a critical moment. Today, he had 2 opportunities to guide fate. It was time to commence today's fate guidance. With a sufficient number of believers, should troubles arise, I can direct them to resolve matters amongst themselves. So far, the quality of believers discovered through fate guidance has been commendable. With this thought, Lin Yan activated the fate guidance. As his ability manifested, divine power rippled through the air like a stone cast into a still lake, creating invisible waves. Lin Yan's will detached from his corporeal form, penetrating the mist toward an unknown fate coordinate. However, this descent was anything but smooth. The process of consciousness transmission was fraught with chaotic noise and distorted light, as if the signal had encountered severe interference. When Lin Yan's will finally broke through the barriers and landed with difficulty, he was met not with clarity, but with a fragmented, chaotic, and despair-laden spiritual realm. This was a soul on the brink of total collapse. Through the fragmented remnants of memory, Lin Yan pieced together information. Zhang Hao, male, 27 years old, programmer. After the apocalypse descended, he had locked himself inside his rented room out of extreme fear, surviving on a meager stockpile of food. However, 3 days prior, his food supply had run out. Intense hunger and the terror of the undead outside tortured him day and night. Unbeknownst to him, the prolonged pressure had driven Zhang Hao into a state of madness, exacerbated by the hallucinations induced by hunger and despair. He firmly believed he had discerned a flaw in the world and sought to use his life as a sacrifice to mend this flaw and bring an end to the apocalypse. Lin Yan attempted to convey his will to Zhang Hao through the chaos, striving to awaken him. Zhang Hao, believe in me, and you shall find redemption. However, what responded to Lin Yan was a hysterical scream of rejection from the depths of Zhang Hao's soul. Get away. False god. Hallucination. I see through you. You are an interference sent by the world's flaw. You shall not prevent me from fulfilling my sacred mission. I must mend it. Mend it. Yes, that must be it. I will kill you. No, I will perish with you. No one shall stop me. No one. Ha ha ha. I, Zhang Hao, shall become the hero who saves the world. Zhang Hao's mental realm resembled a dilapidated lighthouse amidst a tempest, filled with illogical madness and self-destructive tendencies. Lin Yan's appearance not only failed to serve as his salvation, but was also deemed an interference to be eliminated by Zhang Hao's distorted perception. As Zhang Hao suddenly charged toward the wall, a powerful force of rejection surged forth, violently ejecting Lin Yan's will from that chaotic spiritual realm. Back in the safe house, Lin Yan abruptly opened his eyes, a frown creasing his brow. This attempt at fate guidance had consumed divine power, yet yielded nothing, or rather, it could be deemed a complete failure. Due to the considerable distance of the descent, 5 points of divine power had been expended. It appeared that not all souls on the brink of death or consumed by obsession were worthy of salvation, or perhaps, had any possibility of being saved. Lin Yan concluded softly. Zhang Hao's obsession, rooted in collapse and madness, stood in stark contrast to the instinct for survival, having severed all paths for external aid. This experience of failure has bestowed upon Lin Yan a renewed understanding of his identity and abilities. The grace of the divine requires the outstretched hand of mortals to grasp it. Today, Lin Yan initiated the final guidance of fate. This descent unfolded smoothly and steadily. However, as Lin Yan assumed control of this new body, an intensely striking image manifested within his perception. Heavy curtains obscured the entire floor-to-ceiling window, completely isolating the external light. The opulent suite was enveloped in a sweet, yet peculiar atmosphere. Within his line of sight, on a lavish bed adorned with a disheveled silk quilt, 3 pale bodies curled up like sacrificial lambs. At the foot of the bed, a corpulent man knelt in supplication to the void. His greasy visage bore a blend of piety and greed. "Oh, great deity of the apocalypse, grant me women, the more, the better." Chapter 67. Just to make up the numbers while Lin Yan endured this mental torment, in the neighboring Fengming city, after several days and nights of chaos and adjustment, a new commercial ecosystem gradually formed around the perimeter of the safe zone. Along the main road leading to the Fengming safe zone, numerous shops owned by NPC identity card holders emerged. These establishments ranged from food production to beverage crafting. Among the more prosperous was Old Li's weapons shop, newly opened next to Yukong's. Old Li, glistening with sweat and bare-chested, hammered a piece of unknown metal into a dagger under the glow of the forge. Each strike emitted sparks, and the intense heat radiated towards him. Noticing a figure lingering at the entrance, he called out in a hoarse voice, "Custom machetes, 20 crystal cores. Orders placed now will be ready in 3 days. Guaranteed to cleave through the skulls of the undead." His confident proclamation elicited envious glances from the nearby shop owners. Having only opened for 2 days, business had already booked 3 days in advance. Who would not be envious? Yet, the most acerbic envy was not directed at Old Li. The owner of the food store, while munching on sunflower seeds, lamented, "The lines at U's are almost bursting. Old Li here is toiling away. With profits as thin as paper, how can he compete with the medicine seller?" This sentiment resonated instantly. Their deepest envy and resentment were directed towards that so-called Yukong. The seamstress rolled her eyes, her hands busy with needlework, her voice dripping with jealousy. Who can deny that? No matter how fine the weaponry. Can it compare to the value of his healing capsules? They are all NPC cards, yet not all NPCs share the same fortune. Among the already rare NPCs, those capable of creating effective items were exceedingly scarce. Consequently, Yukong's business had consistently been the most prosperous on the entire street. Furthermore, today Yukong unexpectedly launched a promotional event. A prominent sign at the entrance proclaimed, "Healing capsules for fractures. Buy 2 or more, just 3 crystal cores each." This led to a throng of customers, with queues stretching from Yukong's shop to the street corner. A single small capsule could save lives. Bypassing the treatment and recovery phases, a miracle beyond even the medical standards of the pre-apocalyptic world. One shop owner, eyes filled with a mix of greed and helplessness, muttered, "Damn it. Today I saw that crowd inside the Fengming safe zone carrying several heavy boxes into his shop. How many crystal cores must that be? If we weren't all tied to our shops and absolutely secure here, I would seriously consider robbing him." The others, silent, had eyes that told the same story of longing and discontent, ultimately culminating in a collective sigh. As night fell, Yukong meticulously closed the shop door, isolating himself from the external clamor. He poured out all the crystal cores he had acquired from those in the safe zone who purchased healing capsules from him. 3 full wooden boxes, totaling no less than 600 cores. The soft glow of the crystal cores shimmered under the shop's light, producing a delicate sound as they clinked together. Yukong extended his hand, reverently caressing each core as if he could touch the divine will through these cold crystals. "Not enough, not enough," he murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze with an almost obsessive fervor. The divine oracle had commanded him to hoard crystal cores. Thus, he must offer all he could muster, even beyond his limits. He grasped one core, holding it in his palm to absorb it. The energy value on his player card flickered slightly, and he subsequently invested that energy into the production of healing capsules. The creation of a healing capsule required merely 1 point of energy. Previously, Yukong had sold these capsules for 4 crystal cores each, netting a profit of 3 cores per sale. However, in an effort to sell more, he reduced the price by 1 core. While this appeared to diminish his profits, the sudden promotional discount sent the people of Fengming Safe Zone into a frenzy to purchase healing capsules, even drawing the attention of the Safe Zone commander, who came with crystal cores in hand. Yet, the shop could not produce so many healing capsules at once, and Yukong could only accept the crystal cores and begin production. After all, with the absolute rule of fair trade governing NPCs, the residents of the Safe Zone had no fear of Yukong reneging on his promises. A sleepless night ensued. As dawn broke once more, A multitude of freshly crafted healing capsules filled Yukong's workspace, far exceeding the usual quantity. Yukong appeared drained, with sunken eyes and cracked lips. Yet his gaze remained piercingly bright, filled with a sense of fulfillment. The second day of the promotion saw the shop bustling with customers once again. Yukong mechanically repeated the actions of collecting crystal cores and dispensing medicine. All profits and crystal cores flowed into the wooden boxes like rivers converging into the sea, causing the boxes to swell. By the end of the day, as Yukong gazed at the mountains of crystal cores accumulating in the box, the quantity had reached an astonishing level. He retreated to the inner chamber, trembling as he extended his hand over the cores, his face alight with reverence. Great deity, I humbly present this meager offering from your devoted servant, Yukong. Please accept it. In the next moment, the towering pile of crystal cores vanished before his eyes. As he beheld the now empty boxes, the joy and satisfaction on Yukong's face surpassed all else. Little did he know that only a few hours remained before the second round of card drawing rules would be revealed. While his deity was tirelessly slaying the undead in preparation for the new round set to commence at noon the following day, another day of bloodshed and clearing came to an end. Lin Yan returned to the safe house, invigorated, carrying a bag filled with crystal cores retrieved from Ma Li and Ma Guodong, totaling 32. Originally, Ma Li had intended to absorb them all at once, only to be intercepted by Lin Yan. Meanwhile, Yukong had just transmitted a staggering 420 crystal cores. Adding to that, Lin Yan had also hunted down 78 cores today. Now, the total number of Jinghu crystals in Lin Yan's possession has reached a staggering 960. In stark contrast to the smooth collection of these crystals, the acquisition of followers has proven to be far more challenging. Perhaps it is due to the high caliber of the two followers, Fang Imo and Chun Wan, collected yesterday. Among the two remaining opportunities for destiny guidance, one ended in failure, while the other saw an individual beseeching him to bestow a woman upon him. Lin Yan, with a voice steeped in sternness, resolutely rejected the delusional Wang Detsai. He initially believed that this would result in a failed attempt to gather followers, yet unexpectedly, he succeeded in acquiring a new follower. However, Wang Detsai's abilities left Lin Yan somewhat disconcerted. Even if Wang Detsai were to become a traitor one day, Lin Yan was reluctant to accept his powers. He decided to regard it as a mere number. Rubbing his temples to alleviate a non-existent headache, Lin Yan commenced the collection of followers for the day. Chapter 68. Promises and Deceit. 500 kilometers away from Jinji City, the landscape appeared as if ravaged by artillery fire. Amidst the ruins of the city, the air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and decay. Chu Qingshang, dragging his weary body, leaned against a crumbling wall, gasping for breath. His left arm hung limply, a bite wound exposing bone on his shoulder. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Beneath his tattered clothing, layers of old and new scars were evident, the most recent one stretching from his collarbone to his waist, flesh torn and blood gushing forth. Almost there, he murmured to himself, trembling fingers stained with blood fumbling to open a hidden pocket. Inside lay a heavy cloth bag, and as he loosened the mouth of the bag, the shimmering glow of the Jinghu crystals illuminated half of his handsome visage. 122, 123, 124. Chu Qingshang repeated the count obsessively, each crystal polished to a radiant shine. With the 875 crystals he had concealed, he had amassed a total of 999. This number sent tremors coursing through his body. Suyu had promised him that if he could gather 1,000 Jinghu crystals, she would be willing to be with him in this chaotic and desolate world. He envisioned the smile that would blossom on her face when he presented her with the 1,000 crystals. For this moment, he had transformed into a relentless killing machine since the day the apocalypse had descended. He had not ceased his slaughter of the undead, day or night, perpetually on the hunt. With trembling, weakened hands, he retrieved his phone and pressed the power button, leaving bloodied fingerprints on the screen. When the call connected, his voice, charged with fervent anticipation, was distorted. Xiao Yu, I did it. You said that as long as I gathered 1,000 Jinghu crystals, you would agree to be with me. The girl on the other end erupted with a delighted scream, followed by urgent inquiries. As he revealed his location, the gentle concern emanating from the receiver finally coaxed a smile of happiness from the cracked corners of his lips. A sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting his fallen black hair and exposing a visage marred by flames. The twisted burn scars resembled uneven wax melted by fire, creating a harrowing contrast against the beauty of the other half of his face. Chu Qingshang's lips curled into a near-manic smile. Soon, he would be with his beloved Xiao Yu forever. In his consciousness, this singular thought resonated like a haunting spell. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength. striving to prop up his broken body to fulfill that longed-for rendezvous. However, merely lifting his head drained him of every ounce of energy, plunging his vision into darkness. Simultaneously, Lin Yan's will, guided by obsession, descended into this dying body. As a deity, each time he inhabited a target's body, he could access the memories and obsessions of the guided individual. This instance was no exception, but something felt distinctly out of the ordinary. How could this be? Lin Yan pondered, and had he the ability to frown, his brow would surely have furrowed tightly. From Chu Qingshang's own recollections, he recalled a devastating fire in his childhood that claimed his parents, while he was saved by a neighbor girl, Suyu. Thus, Suyu was not only his savior, but also the sole girl who had grown up alongside him, one who would never disdain his ugliness. She was his light, his only salvation in this world. Hence, it was understandable that Chu Qingshang was so obsessively determined to fulfill her wishes. Yet, Lin Yan glimpsed memories that Chu Qingshang himself was unaware of. Lin Yan glanced at Chu Qingshang's identification card information. Player name: Chu Qingshang, level 4. Initial ability: spatial movement, 020. Accumulated Jing energy, 2100. Identity trait: growth potential, spatial movement. Anchor to a visible coordinate within the field of vision or perception, allowing oneself to transcend spatial constraints and arrive instantaneously. What a formidable ability! Although it currently bore certain limitations, if this power were to be wielded by Lin Yan, he could reach any location within his electromagnetic field without relying on sight. Thus, Lin Yan resolved to keep this follower. Chu Qingshang. A cold and authoritative voice resonated directly within his soul, compelling his scattered consciousness to coalesce once more with undeniable force. Who? Chu Qingshang abruptly opened his heavy eyelids, his blurry vision searching desperately, yet only revealing the outlines of the ruins. I am the deity who can grant you rebirth. Lin Yan's will echoed like ancient ice. Follow me, and you shall not only heal, but also perceive the truth. Realizing that the voice emanated not from the external world, but from within his mind, Chu Qingshang managed a bitter smile. A deity? I do not believe in gods. Is this merely a hallucination born from my near-death state? Xiao Yu, I am afraid I cannot fulfill my promise to you. Are you speaking of the promise concerning 1,000 Jinghu crystals with Suyu? Lin Yan's voice carried a chilling omniscience. Are you truly willing to perish here for someone who caused your family's ruin? What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Qingshang erupted in agitation, attempting to rise, but he lacked the strength to do so. His body was on the verge of collapse from prolonged exhaustion. His injuries were too grave to withstand. I will not allow anyone to slander her, not even my own hallucination. Foolishness. Allow me to show you. As Lin Yan's words fell, a memory, sealed within the confines of Chu Qingshang's mind for 20 years, pierced like an arrow through his consciousness. The desolate ruins dissolved, replaced by the infernal afternoon of 2 decades past. He beheld a young Suyu, who recoiled from his family's orange cat, the once sweet expression on her face morphing into one of spoiled petulance and resentment. He watched as Suyu pulled a box of matches from her pocket. She had secretly taken them from home, hoping to mimic the adults in lighting fireworks. With a flick, the match ignited, the feeble flame illuminating the vengeful glee in her eyes. Without hesitation, she directed the tiny flame towards the soft, dry bedding of the cat's nest. Don't. At the tender age of 4, Chu Qingshang emitted a terrified scream, rushing to extinguish the flames with his tiny hands, only to be forcefully pushed aside by Suyu. In an instant, the fire surged upward, greedily licking the curtains, transforming the entire living room into a raging inferno. He witnessed his parents rushing in, their faces etched with fear. His father scooped him up, while his mother frantically pulled the stunned Suyu along. The last image seared into his memory was of his parents exerting every ounce of strength to push their 2 children out through the smoke-filled doorway, their figures swiftly consumed by the encroaching flames. The despairing and anxious expressions on their faces became the final echoes of his parents in his mind. He was soon engulfed by a long darkness, awakening to find that he had forgotten this harrowing memory. This phenomenon is medically referred to as PTSD, characterized by dissociative amnesia following trauma. Chapter 69. It is time to atone for your sins. Upon awakening from his coma, Chu Qingshang, suffering from trauma-induced amnesia, embraced the fabricated tale of Suyu as his savior as truth. Little did he know that for the past 20 years, he had revered his enemy as a deity. He regarded Suyu as his cherished moonlight and the embodiment of his life's faith. A hollow laugh escaped Chu Qingshang's lips, gradually escalating into a cacophony of manic laughter. Ha! Ha! This laughter reverberated through the ruins, imbued with blood and tears, and the agony of being deceived for 2 decades. culminating in the madness that followed the collapse of his faith. Yet, abruptly, the laughter ceased, replaced by an icy resolve that penetrated the soul. Very well. You, the deity. I beseech you to grant me life and strength, so that I may cleanse the sins of my past with my own hands. Several kilometers away, in an apartment fortified against the outside world, Su Yu, with her cherubic visage, had just concluded a call with Chu Qingshang. The feigned concern evaporated from her face as she leapt into the arms of the half-clad Zhao Juan, her countenance radiating uncontainable greed and triumph. Akuan, that ugly creature has actually amassed 1,000 crystal cores. A whole 1,000. Her voice pierced the air with excitement. Zhao Jun's eyes ignited with a predatory gleam, as if envisioning the mountain of crystal cores. Where is he? Did you ascertain his location? Fear not. I arranged to meet him at our old haunt. That park near our previous residence, Su Yu boasted, though a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. But he must possess formidable powers to have slain so many ghouls. How shall we deal with him after deceiving him? What is there to fear? Zhao Jun's face twisted with a sinister calculation. Are you not his cherished moonlight? His unwavering faith worth protecting? When he sees you, his guard will surely drop. He drew Su Yu closer, whispering malicious plans into her ear. Listen, darling. When he arrives, smile at him as you did before, draw near, and I will provide you with a weapon, an NPC-produced dagger. It can pierce through even iron. When he is lost in his emotions, deliver it straight to his heart. Zhao Juan mimicked a brutal stabbing motion with his hand. Su Yu's pupils constricted slightly, her face betraying a flicker of instinctual fear. Yet, visions of the luxurious life that 1,000 crystal cores could afford, coupled with the power to escape the terrifying visage of Chu Qingshang, swiftly extinguished her hesitation. Very well, she affirmed, her eyes gleaming with a venomous light that belied her innocent exterior. For our future, it shall be done. The pair swiftly prepared for the encounter. Su Yu concealed the dagger within her sleeve, making her way to the designated park, while Zhao Juan stealthily positioned himself in a concealed corner within the park. Upon Su Yu's arrival at the rendezvous point, she confirmed Zhao Jun's readiness. A bloodied Chu Qingshang, burdened with a large cloth bag, made his appearance at the park entrance. Qingshang, over here. Su Yu instantly donned a saccharine smile, waving energetically, her other hand tightly gripping the concealed dagger. Her voice rang out sweetly, reminiscent of the innocent girl she once was. Chu Qingshang approached with a steady gait, half of his face obscured by cascading black hair. Zhao Juan, lurking in the bushes behind him, fixated on the bulging bag, his eyes gleaming with avarice, poised to seize the 1,000 crystal cores once Su Yu accomplished her task. Qingshang, you finally arrived. Su Yu hastened to greet him, her tone excessively saccharine. Did you bring the crystal cores? Habitually, she reached out to clasp his arm, as she had done countless times before. However, this time, Chu Qingshang merely regarded her in silence, his once affectionate gaze now a void of desolation. Here, he shook the bag in his hand, yet did not extend it toward her, instead letting it drop to the ground. The crystalline cores within clinked together, quickening Su Yu's heartbeat. Do not rush, he interrupted as she instinctively bent to retrieve the bag. Before you see the crystal cores, I wish to show you something. Su Yu's gaze remained fixated on the bag of crystals, though she feigned patience, leaning closer to Chu Qingshang. What do you wish to show me? He slowly raised his hand, gently brushing aside the hair that concealed his left cheek. Su Yu was taken aback. The grotesque scar she had anticipated was conspicuously absent. Before her stood a flawless, handsome visage, more exquisite than she remembered from their childhood, a face so striking that even she, accustomed to pride in her beauty, felt dwarfed by its perfection. What is happening? Su Yu stammered, her steps faltering. Your face? The scar on Chu Qingshang's face had vanished. Are you surprised? His voice, like a chilling gust from the netherworld, resonated, surprised that the scar, a gift from you, has disappeared? Su Yu's complexion blanched, her forced smile faltering. What are you talking about, Qingshang? I saved you back then. Save me? Chu Qingshang's laughter was beautiful yet terrifying. Did you save me by igniting my family's cat's nest? His words struck like thunder, rendering Su Yu wide-eyed with terror. Instinctively retreating. You remember? That is impossible. There is nothing impossible. Chu Qingshang advanced with a chilling intent that paralyzed Su Yu. I also remember how my parents were burned alive by the very fire you set. It is hard to imagine such malice could exist in a child. As he closed in, Su Yu, in a moment of panic, drew the dagger from her sleeve, stabbing fiercely at Chu Qingshang's heart. Yet, her wrist was seized firmly by him midair. In a horrifying instant, the dagger glinted as it was driven into her own abdomen. It is time for you to atone for your sins, Su Yu. Chapter 70. What about that? Do you want the crystal cores? Su Yu clutched her wound, her body swaying precariously. She gazed at Chu Qingshang, whose expression bore shock and disbelief. "Do not fear," he murmured, his hand gently caressing her face, an unsettling tenderness gracing his features. "You will not be alone. Have you heard? Your mother is still alive. I shall send her to accompany you." The excruciating pain in her abdomen paled in comparison to the tumult within her heart. Su Yu laboriously lifted her pale visage, shaking her head in disbelief, her pupils dilated with shock. "Why? I have always treated you with kindness. Why have you chosen to betray me?" She articulated this sentiment with an air of inevitability, as though the deceptions of the past 2 decades were mere figments of imagination. In Su Yu's distorted perception, the benevolence she had extended, the insincere concern she had feigned, sufficed to counterbalance a conflagration that could consume a life. She selectively chose to forget the calamity wrought by the reckless match she had struck, the agonizing cries of Chu Qingshang's parents amidst the flames. The grand deceit she had woven that ensnared the innocent Chu Qingshang for half a lifetime. She had conveniently overlooked how she had shamelessly relished the title of savior, spun from this malevolent falsehood. Had it not been for that fateful afternoon, had it not been for the sins she herself had committed, Chu Qingshang and she ought to have remained 2 parallel lines that would never intersect. He would have grown up in a complete family, leading a life vastly different from her own, and she would merely be a vague memory of a neighborly girl in his mind. Fate had been twisted by her malevolent thoughts, and now it was time for her to atone with her own blood. At that moment, Zhao Jun sprang forth from the thicket, his extraordinary ability being speed. Confident that his strike would catch Chu Qingshang off guard, he swung his machete with deadly intent, aiming for the vulnerable spot between Chu Qingshang's shoulder blades. "You ugly wretch, die." Zhao Jun's expression was a mask of fury, his eyes glistening with greed. Yet, as his blade descended, Chu Qingshang's figure vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Jun's machete found its mark on Su Yu, who remained oblivious, resulting in a gruesome and immediate demise. "Useless. Where is he?" Zhao Jun did not spare a glance at Su Yu's lifeless body, still searching for Chu Qingshang's silhouette. However, a glimmer of cold steel flashed past, and Zhao Jun felt a chill at his heart. Looking down, he discovered that the dagger intended for Chu Qingshang had pierced his own chest, twisting cruelly within him, tearing his body apart. Zhao Jun fell, lifeless. With Zhao Jun's fall, Chu Qingshang's figure emerged from behind him. He did not grant a second glance to the 2 corpses before him. His heart was tranquil, having avenged a deep-seated grievance. "Indeed, faith is far more reliable than the hollow semblance of love," he murmured softly. He bent to retrieve the crystal core pouch, his motions nonchalant, as if merely picking up an inconsequential trinket. These cores had once held more significance than his very life. Yet now, as he beheld the bag, he found it suddenly irksome. "Hey, do you want these crystals? They're yours." After a full bag of 1,000 crystals vanished from his grasp, Chu Qingshang felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He then turned away indifferently, leaving behind the park steeped in sin. Making his way towards the safety zone of the city, Su Yu was dead, and the mother who had conspired with Su Yu against him still lived. He had promised Su Yu that he would send her mother to accompany her. "Do not fret, it will be swift." The 3 descents concluded. Lin Yan successfully collected 2 believers. Aside from Chu Qingshang, Lin Yan's subsequent descent also secured another believer named Xia Lin. Xia Lin's obsession was to protect her family besieged by the undead, and Lin Yan effortlessly fulfilled her wish upon possession. As for the failed attempt, the individual's desire was to receive countless crystals from the divine in order to dominate the safety zone. Lin Yan almost wished to tell him, "How about you swap places with the deity and grant my wishes instead?" With the conclusion of the 3 descents, Lin Yan's number of followers reached 9. The followers included Li Jianjun, undead follower, Yu Kong, NPC follower, and human player followers, Fang Mingming, Xiao Wu, Fang Yemo, Chen Wan, Wang Dicai, Chu Qingshang, and Xia Lin. Unexpectedly, Chu Qingshang transmitted the crystals through the offering channel. Lin Yan gazed at the mound of 1,000 crystals before him, speechless. Now, the total number of crystals he possessed neared 2,000, nearly sufficient to handle unforeseen circumstances. The new rules were set to descend tomorrow at noon. It was now deep into the night, and Lin Yan began to rest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Ma Li and his uncle Ma Guodong, having endured days of oppression from Lin Yan and losing all the crystals they had painstakingly acquired, could no longer bear the strain. Under the cover of night, they fled the Hanlin community, heading straight for the safety zone of Jinji City. Upon reaching the outer checkpoints of the safety zone, they revealed their abilities: Ma Li's Flying Knife Barrage and Ma Guodong's Unlocking. which quickly garnered attention and led to their absorption into the combat team as official members. In their temporary dormitory, Molly slammed his fist against the wall. His eyes filled with resentment. Damn it. We finally escaped that hellhole, no longer needing to endure Lin Yan's disdain. What do they take us for? Just free tools for their dirty work. Ma Guodong, relatively calmer yet equally grim, cautioned, keep your voice down. The walls have ears. But you are right. With our abilities, we could thrive anywhere. Why should we serve others? He approached the window, gazing at the scattered lights and patrolling teams within the safety zone. His tone gradually infused with pride and anticipation. Do you see this, Ali? This is where we belong. There is organization, order, and a future. With our capabilities, we will soon rise here. Once we secure our footing and attain positions of power, we will ensure that Lin Yan pays back the humiliation he has inflicted upon us 100-fold. He will return our crystals with interest. Precisely. Ma Guodong nodded vigorously, ambition gleaming in his eyes. We will accumulate strength here. Jinji City is not vast. We shall meet again one day. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of relief at escaping their captor, hope for the future, and the flames of vengeance. Their entry into the safety zone marked the beginning of their fateful transformation. Chapter 71, Card Machine, New Rules Descend. 10 days into the apocalypse. The world lay shrouded in smoke and gunfire. After various analyses and methods, nearly everyone had come to accept that those transformed by the undead card were irrevocably altered. Beyond any means of reversal, elimination had become the sole option. The global network was severed, and the power systems were largely incapacitated, rendering the communication methods of the old world obsolete. Humanity could only huddle within safety zones of varying sizes, fighting their own battles. Fortunately, the emergence of player card holders and various functional NPCs became a beacon of hope for human civilization. In the face of the overwhelming and largely irrational undead, human players held a significant advantage. Particularly, some players endowed with exceptional talents or fortuitous luck swiftly leveled up thanks to their formidable abilities, momentarily igniting the survivors' hopes for the reclamation of civilization. Yet, the gears of fate never ceased their relentless turning, regardless of fleeting advantages. Far away, thousands of kilometers from Jinji City, in the commercial district of Dawn City, once a bustling shopping center, it now lies stained with blood. 5 figures stand amidst heaps of decaying corpses, exuding an air of dominance. How pathetic, Lei Lai exclaimed, kicking aside a decaying head with a thunderous sound. His muscular torso, adorned with deep scars on his bronzed skin, bore no fresh wounds. Was this the horde that instilled fear in the hearts of those in the safe zone? They were not even worthy of a warm-up. He casually seized the remains of a unique corpse from the ground, his muscles bulging as he effortlessly tore it in half. The foul stench of innards and black blood splattered everywhere, yet he wore an expression of sheer delight. Captain, your strength has grown even stronger, remarked a tall, gaunt youth wearing goggles, darting like a specter through the corpses, decapitating them with such speed that only afterimages remained. It seems that last time's level 4 Ripper Crystal Core has greatly benefited you. No kidding. Lei Lai laughed maniacally, brandishing the massive axe embedded in the ground, its blade glinting ominously with blood. With my current strength, I could overturn an armored vehicle. What a bunch of worthless corpses. They are nothing in the face of absolute power. In a corner, a blonde woman in white slowly raised her hand, ice crystals forming at her fingertips. In an instant, the temperature in the entire mall plummeted, freezing the remaining corpses in place before shattering them into icy shards. Sister Na's ice powers have become increasingly formidable. A boy perched on the counter licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. With the captain's strength and my speed, our Thunder Squad is invincible. The last member, a hulking man who had remained silent, quietly collected crystal cores. With every step he took, the ground trembled slightly. As he clenched his fists, rock-like patterns emerged on his arms. Lei Lai surveyed his team with satisfaction. The extraordinarily swift Jie, the ice-controlling Wei Wei Na, the hardened-skinned Yin Shan, and the shadow-manipulating Yi Xiao. This was his trump card, his capital for dominating the apocalypse. Once I take down the corpse nest in the city center. Lei Lai stood atop a shattered cash register, gazing down at this once prosperous district. The entire Li Ming city, no? The entire Li Ming state shall remember the name of the Thunder Squad. In time, those in the safe zone will kneel and beg for our protection. The world is divided into 120 regions, each classified as a state. Li Ming state is one of them. Just as he reveled in his grand aspirations, a faint yet distinct electronic sound echoed from the corner of the mall. Everyone turned in unison to the abandoned card machine in the wall shadow. This peculiar machine, which had brought forth the apocalypse into this peaceful world, was now splattered with the blood of the wrathful. However, the screen, previously confirmed as inoperable, flickered to life, emanating an ominous glow. Isn't this thing supposed to be broken? A Jie dashed to the card machine, scrutinizing the device that should have long been out of commission. Wei Wei Na materialized an ice blade at her fingertips. The report from the safe zone clearly stated that all card machines permanently shut down after completing a draw. Lei Lai frowned and stepped forward, his massive axe resting on his shoulder. What does it matter? With my current strength, I can smash it. No sooner had he spoken than the card machine's screen erupted with blinding light. Lines of cold text scrolling across the display. Second round draw rules activated. All card participants. Take note, your identities will soon become void. Option 1. Spend 100 crystal energy to participate in the new identity draw. The new identity will override the original. Option 2. Draw fixed identity tasks associated with your current identity. Complete the tasks to retain your existing identity. Failure to complete the identity task or to participate in the new draw will result in the invalidation of your identity card, automatically converting you into a mindless corpse. Countdown begins. 239, 5959. The mall descended into a profound silence. The arrogance on Lei Lai's face froze. The members of the Thunder Squad, who had been envisioning a bright future moments ago, stood frozen in place upon witnessing the new rules displayed by the card machine. What the hell is this second round draw rule? Lei Lai was the first to shatter the silence, unable to accept this sudden variable that could overturn everything. In a fit of rage, he swung the massive axe that had accompanied him through countless battles, pouring all his strength into a powerful strike against the card machine. I refuse to believe this. Clang. A deafening metallic clang reverberated through the mall. The anticipated scene of the machine shattering never materialized. The seemingly ordinary screen remained unscathed, whereas Lei Lai's axe was repelled by an invisible force, soaring through the air and crashing to the ground. Just as the axe hit the ground, it fortuitously landed squarely on one of the options displayed on the card machine's screen. Redraw. Buzz. The screen exploded with blinding light, illuminating the entire mall as if it were daylight. At that moment, Lei Lai was horrified to discover that the crystal cores he had just harvested from the corpses had inexplicably vanished from his possession. In the blink of an eye, a brand new card materialized amidst the radiance, gently floating into his trembling hand. On the card, the grotesque image of a corpse was distinctly visible. It was unmistakably a corpse card. No. Lei Lai let out a heart-wrenching roar, attempting to discard the card, but it was too late. In the next instant, his player card, which represented a level 5 powerhouse, disintegrated into specks of starlight. Under the terrified gaze of his teammates, this once feared leader of the Thunder Squad, who had sent countless corpses fleeing in terror, began to undergo a horrifying transformation, falling from a top-tier powerhouse of Li Ming State to a mindless corpse that they could once dispatch with ease. Chapter 72, Pseudo-Deity, Fixed Identity Task. Jinji City. Ever since waking up in the morning, Lin Yan had remained cooped up at home. He couldn't help it. The crystal cores piled high in his house were too conspicuous to carry outside, and leaving them behind at home made him anxious. Thus, he decided to use today as 3 fate guidance attempts. The process was uneventful, successfully acquiring 3 new followers. Although their quality was average, when combined with the previous 9, he finally gathered a total of 12. At this moment, his accumulated willpower reached 146 points. With a thought, the deity card unfolded before him. Nameless deity. Initial level 3, divine power capacity. 1540, inherent powers. Faith judgment, fate guidance, elemental mastery, divine authority development. Number of followers, 1212. Accumulated willpower, 146,120 divine traits. Formless, luck bias. This time, Lin Yan did not rush to upgrade. He was more concerned about the new rules of the card machine, particularly whether the fixed identity tasks were linked to individual levels. As noon approached, the prediction card had foretold the moment when the card machine would announce the second round of rules. He wasn't in a hurry to upgrade the deity card just yet. Lin Yan ascended to the rooftop, glancing at his watch as it struck 12. Accompanied by the card machine rebooting, new rules emerged. This time, 2 buttons appeared on the card machine. Redraw. Draw tasks. The act of redrawing cards has become a passive choice. Without hesitation, Lin Yan opted for the task draw. As his fingertips made contact and the selection was confirmed, the screen did not illuminate as expected. Instead, it succumbed to a profound darkness. Yet, swiftly thereafter, crimson words emerged like a curse, laden with palpable malice and mockery. Appearing word by word. False deity, your identity fixation tasks are as follows. 1. within a limited time of 10 days. Ensure that all followers remain alive to complete the identity fixation task. 2. Eliminate all infiltrators within the Kunzu base. Failure to accomplish any of the above tasks will result in the revocation of your current identity. To arrogantly claim divinity is to ultimately fall. Remember, I am the one and only. With a chuckle, Lin Yan gazed at the screen, where the mocking text seemed to pulsate with derision. Instead of feeling fear, he found himself laughing softly. The one and only? What does that even entail? A cowardly jester hiding behind the scenes, too timid to show its face? This sudden provocation did not instill pressure in Lin Yan. Rather, it illuminated certain truths lurking in the shadows. He faced the cold card machine, as if confronting an invisible adversary. His voice clear and calm. To claim to be the only one, yet not dare to assume the title of a deity. It appears that the one who issued these rules is not the creator I presumed. Pausing momentarily, the sarcasm in his tone sharpened, merely a dog on a chain, delivering messages for its master. Otherwise, if you truly possess the power to eliminate me, why resort to threats? Would it not be more effective to act directly, thus demonstrating your so-called uniqueness? At the instant his words fell, the crimson text on the screen abruptly vanished, akin to a scream stifled at its source. When the screen illuminated once more, the line, to arrogantly claim divinity, is to ultimately fall. Remember, I am the one and only, had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind 2 solitary lines of cold task information, hanging desolately in the void. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile flitting across his face. I merely sought to test you, and it appears you can indeed hear my words. My suspicions were correct. However, upon the completion of this statement, the card machine screen offered no further response. Lin Yan withdrew his hand, and the screen reverted to the choice page of redraw cards and task draw. It seems that as long as I persist in this game, there will come a day when I can unearth the entity lurking behind the curtain. How intriguing. As for whether the tasks can be successfully completed, the Kunzu base lies at least 1,000 kilometers from Jinjishi. Given the current state of transportation, even if Lin Yan were to sprint with all his might, it would take days to reach the task location. Moreover, this is not a safe zone, but rather a base. The military strength of the safe zone is not something an ordinary player can confront head-on. Not to mention, a place capable of establishing a base is likely teeming with high-level players and armed forces. Furthermore, the task of eliminating all infiltrators within the Kunzu base is alarmingly vague, providing no details about the number of infiltrators or who qualifies as one. Are we to flatten the entire base to complete the task? This mission appears to be an insurmountable challenge designed to trouble Lin Yan. Yet, he seemed utterly unconcerned. This lack of worry does not stem from blind confidence in his abilities, but rather from a sense of near indifference in his gaze. Threats? Revocation of identity? I fear not even death. Would I then fear returning to a mere mortal state? Returning indoors, Lin Yan closed his eyes. This task, based solely on my current abilities, is undoubtedly unattainable. I refuse to believe this is a deadlock. Since the challenge has presented itself, let us begin with the simpler aspects. I wish to see what tasks await my followers. He spread his consciousness like a spider's web, projecting it towards all his followers. Almost simultaneously, the 12 followers connected to Lin Yan's divine card sensed the call from their deity. Li Jianjun, since intercepting Lin Guangshan in Jinfeng village, had been following Lin Yan's instructions, leading a horde of corpses in pursuit of Lin Guangshan. However, unlike him, Lin Guangshan, having lost all his subordinates, became exceedingly agile and stealthy. Coupled with the ability of mimetic camouflage, Lin Guangshan ultimately vanished within the complex terrain surrounding the Blue Way City safe zone. Just then, Li Jianjun received a new directive from Lin Yan to collect crystal cores and decided to linger in Blue Way City, gathering obedient wandering corpses while obtaining crystal cores from those who disobeyed. When Lin Yan's consciousness connected with Li Jianjun, the latter was desperately evading the pursuit of the safe zone's anomaly combat team, accompanied by a considerable number of his fellow corpses in a forsaken industrial area. Upon detecting the scale of Li Jianjun's horde, the Blue Way City safe zone resolved to eliminate the threat at its inception, deploying nearly all high-level players for an unprecedented siege. Quick, they are just ahead, surround them. The low voice of anomaly combat team leader, Lan Yu, echoed through the communicator. The sounds of footsteps and weapons being readied were distinctly audible as the encirclement rapidly constricted. Li Jianjun let out a low growl, urging his chaotic horde to seek an escape route. Just as both sides were on the brink of a direct confrontation, the unexpected occurred. What? Cease the pursuit? We are about to capture that horde of corpses. The leader of the anomaly combat team received an urgent communication from the safe zone, disbelief saturating his tone. The plan has changed. All personnel are to immediately retreat to the safe zone and stand by at the card machine. Understood. Orders received. All units retreat at once. The once bloodthirsty pursuers vanished like a receding tide. Li Jianjun sensed the presence of the pursuers fading behind him. Before he could ascertain their whereabouts, he felt the deity proactively establishing a connection with his will. Chapter 73. The tumultuous chaos. Your will, my God. Upon hearing Lin Yan instruct him to seek the card machine, Li Jianjun turned his neck, now more agile than a low-level corpse, let out a low growl, and summoned the horde toward the location indicated by Lin Yan. Soon, a card machine, just rebooted and glowing with a faint light, appeared before Li Jianjun. The familiar luminescence shattered the cobwebs of his memories. He glanced at his son, Li Xiaobao, a diminutive, level 3 corpse who would never grow up. Were it not for the emergence of the card machine, he and his son would still be living a mundane and warm life, witnessing his son mature, start a family, and live a full life, rather than transforming into a corpse, evading the world's wrath. It is this cursed machine that has ruined everything. The violent red glow flickered in Li Jianjun's eyes as he stiffly raised his arm, forcefully slamming it against the sole option on the screen. Task draw. Indeed, unlike identity-holding players, the card machine presented to all corpses left no room for redraw cards. They had long lost the luxury of choice. They could either fix their identities through tasks, continually evolving to reclaim their sanity and memories, reborn amid destruction, or face total obliteration, becoming mere mindless corpses driven solely by the instinct to kill. With a flash, the card machine screen revealed Li Jianjun's identity fixation task. Identity fixation task. Battle for the Corpse King. Within 72 hours, splice together the limbs of 3 special corpses. Upon completion, one randomly receives the active ability of a unique zombie. Failure results in complete obliteration of consciousness, reducing one to a mindless zombie. Li Jianjun promptly conveyed this intelligence to Lin Yan through the faith link. He was aware of the locations of 2 of the unique zombies. The crux of this mission lay in the element of time. They must locate and eliminate 3 unique zombies within a span of 72 hours to potentially splice their limbs together. The urgency of time was palpable. Moreover, the act of splicing the bodies of 3 unique zombies within such a short time frame posed a significant risk to Li Jianjun, as utilizing other zombies' bodies could compromise his sanity. Thus, careful consideration was necessary regarding which body parts to splice, ideally avoiding any crucial ones. Fortunately, Li Jianjun had already pinpointed the locations of 2 of the zombies. And with numerous zombie subordinates at his disposal, finding the 2 would not prove difficult. Realizing that his assistance was not immediately required, Lin Yan shifted his attention to the other followers. Within the safe zone, Fang Mingming and Xiao Wu faced their own trials. Fang Mingming's mission was to achieve rapid growth, to elevate her level to 8 within 72 hours. Gazing at her player panel displaying level 4, her countenance turned pale. Transitioning from level 4 to level 8 involved crossing 4 levels. Even with the halved energy requirements due to the rapid growth, levels 6, 7, and 8 required 200, 400, and 800 energy points respectively, totaling an astronomical sum of 1,500 points. Even if they had not previously surrendered their energy cores, they could not possibly amass such a quantity within 3 days. Without external assistance, this task bordered on the impossible. Fear not. A warm, heavy hand rested on her trembling shoulder as Xiao Wu's steady voice resonated. We can accomplish our mission together. He revealed his own task, to withstand a horde of zombies, confronting them directly in Fengming City and personally slaying 1,000 zombies. Failure results in the forfeiture of player identity and a return to level 0. They had witnessed numerous individuals with a sufficient supply of 100 energy cores opt to redraw cards, invariably drawing zombie cards and succumbing to their fate. This implied that, despite appearances, they had no real choices left. Xiao Wu's gaze sharpened. This time, we must request heavy equipment from the team. His invulnerable ability, the Undying Barrier, was insufficient to support him in a direct confrontation against the zombie horde to slay 1,000 zombies. Only with formidable firepower could they hope to survive such an encounter and secure the massive energy cores necessary for Fang Mingming to reach level 8. However, upon their arrival at the logistics center of the safe zone, they were met with utter chaos. The logistics center had descended into a frenzied turmoil. Why am I not able to exchange for a flamethrower? My mission requires me to incinerate an entire hospital within 3 days. Without a flamethrower and lacking fire abilities, how can I accomplish this? A burly man bellowed, slamming his palm on the table. Apologies, but the commander has just issued an order. All weapon exchange contributions are now doubled. Your contribution points are insufficient. The young clerk in charge of exchanges turned pale, his voice trembling. Double, why don't you go and rob someone? Give me a machine gun. I need to go out and hunt down 100 zombies. Don't stop me. Another slender man attempted to break through the guard's blockade, his eyes wild with desperation. I have only 24 hours to complete my mission. If I fail, I'm as good as dead. The guards stood firm, their faces betraying their anxiety. Clearly, even the most disciplined wills began to waver in the face of survival instinct. Suddenly, an invisible sharp wind swept through, causing the foremost guard to stiffen, a line of blood appearing at his neck before he crumpled to the ground. This ignited the pent-up panic and frenzy. Who did that? A gunshot rang out, fired by an unknown, tense guard. The bullet whistled into the crowded throng. And moments later, someone screamed and collapsed into a pool of blood. Witnessing the bloodshed shattered the last remnants of rationality. Let us fight back. If we don't get equipment to complete our tasks, we'll all perish. The sounds of anger, screams, the hum of abilities activating, and gunfire merged into a cacophony, transforming the previously chaotic scene into a bloody riot. Shoving swiftly escalated into a brutal melee. The cruelty of the new rules surrounding the card-drawing machine was vividly illustrated through bloodshed and death. In the face of stark crisis, any semblance of order crumbled like fragile parchment. Xiao Wu pulled the pale Fong Mengmeng to a relatively secure corner, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the hellscape before them. He understood that the orderly application process was now utterly inoperative. Stay here and don't run off, he commanded Fong Mengmeng. Taking a deep breath as the unique glow of the undying barrier enveloped him, he then charged into the fray, bulldozing through the writhing mass of bodies with an unstoppable force, making his way toward the depths of the heavy weapon storage. Chapter 74, The Most Malicious Poison Spike. Before long, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the warehouse. Xiao Wu emerged, shouldering a heavy machine gun and securely cradling 4 large crates of ammunition, resembling a mobile armory as he burst forth from the storeroom. His conspicuous appearance and armament instantly captured the attention of the frenzied crowd. He has a machine gun. He got it. Stop him. Take it away. The players, previously cramped at the entrance with nowhere to vent their frustrations, surged forward like sharks drawn to blood, unleashing their abilities upon Xiao Wu. Fireballs, wind blades, metallic shards, and a myriad of colorful attacks rained down upon his invincible shield, creating ripples. Although these attacks were momentarily ineffective against Xiao Wu in his invincible state, the relentless barrage made it challenging for him to break free from the encirclement. Unless he immediately set up the machine gun to fire, time was not on his side. As Xiao Wu deliberated whether to take the risk, a cry pierced through the chaos. Ah, my leg. There's something beneath. Sharp metal spikes suddenly erupted from the ground beneath the assailants, piercing through feet and calves, pinning several individuals in place. A chorus of screams erupted. From the rear of the crowd, Fong Mengmeng shouted, "Those who wish to live, step aside. Xiao Shu, this way." Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu roared, bulldozing through the agonized crowd, reaching Fong Mengmeng in just a few strides. Don't let them escape. They've taken the heavy weapons. Some unwilling individuals attempted to pursue, but Xiao Wu shielded Fong Mengmeng with his broad back, fending off the incoming abilities, ensuring their escape. Before long, they burst out of the safe zone. Let us go straight to Fengming City, Xiao Wu called to Fong Mengmeng, and the two of them leapt into an unreturned off-road vehicle, racing towards Fengming City. Fong Mo, Chun Wan, and the young boy Xiao Feng, who was caught in the middle, strolled hand in hand along a secluded path leading to a card-drawing machine. If one were to overlook certain details, this scene could easily be mistaken for a warm family outing. However, the details could not be ignored. Chun Wan's right hand, appearing to hang naturally at her side, firmly gripped a black handgun, her index finger lightly resting against the trigger guard, poised to fire at any moment. Meanwhile, Fong Mo, his eyes covered by a gray cloth, tilted his head slightly, his ears subtly trembling as he attuned himself to every whisper of the wind and rustle of grass around him, relying on all his senses except sight. Xiao Wanjia, why are we going to find that card-drawing machine again? Xiao Feng looked up, a sense of worry more profound than his years etched on his youthful face. The wound on the back of his head had not yet fully healed, but it no longer hindered his movements. However, the shadow cast by that injury was far deeper than any mere physical scar. The card machine has announced new rules. We need to verify them, Fong Mo explained in a low voice, his tone imbued with a calming steadiness. But didn't we just stay together? Xiao Feng blinked, keenly grasping the crux of the matter. How did Xiao Mo Gu and Xiao Wanjian know there were new rules? The boy, who had grown up in an orphanage and experienced the darkest depths of despair, possessed an astuteness far beyond that of his peers. Chen Wan halted, squatting down to gently wipe a smudge from Xiao Feng's cheek with her free left hand, her gaze soft yet complex. She pondered how to convey her thoughts in a manner that a child might comprehend, and softly asked, Xiao Feng, do you believe there are deities in this world? Deities? Xiao Feng blinked in surprise, a fleeting expression of pain and confusion crossing his features, incongruent with his age. If there are really deities, then why didn't they save Xiao Yuan, Xiao Si, and Tu? The names of his departed companions were wounds that would never heal in his heart. Yes, there are deities in this world, Fang Imo interjected, his voice firm and clear as he gazed into the distance, as if capable of piercing through the darkness before them. But where there is light, shadows will follow. If there are forces that wish to protect us, there must also exist malice that brings destruction. Perhaps the power of justice is simply not yet strong enough. It needs more souls willing to stand on the side of light. Xiao Feng listened, partially understanding. Yet as he observed the unwavering certainty on Fang Mo's face and felt the warmth of Chen Wan's hand holding his, the confusion in his eyes gradually transformed into a resolute spark. He nodded vigorously and clenched his small fist. Xiao Mo Ge, I understand. I will stand by the side of the deities. Once I gain strength, I will punish all the evil wrongdoers. Chen Wan gazed at Xiao Feng's rejuvenated countenance, her heart swelling with mixed emotions. She ruffled his hair affectionately and softly replied, All right, then let us proceed quickly. Soon, the three of them stood quietly before a card-drawing machine that flickered ominously. Chen Wan completed her task first, familiarizing herself with the process, followed by Xiao Feng. Finally, it was Fang Mo's turn, who, with Chen Wan's assistance, pressed the draw task button and gently turned his head to ask her, Xiao Wan, what is our task? Is there danger? Chen Wan's face paled upon seeing her task. Fortunately, Xiao Feng's task was simple, which eased her expression slightly. However, as she caught a glimpse of Fang Mo's task screen, a chill coursed through her veins. Curse rebound. Within 24 hours. Your abilities will autonomously curse the person with whom you share the most accurate information, resulting in their death after 3 fatalities to complete the task. During this period, the curse ability cannot be actively triggered. The person Fang Imo knew best without a doubt was Chen Wan. From the moment they could remember, they had lived in the orphanage together, their memories intertwined, like a book thoroughly memorized, devoid of secrets. Not only were they each other's closest confidants, but they were also lovers deeply in love. Chen Wan could scarcely fathom the madness Fang Imo would unleash if he were to learn that he would cause her demise. Likewise, she could not bear the thought of either of them departing this world first. At that moment, she realized that this so-called fixed identity task was, in fact, a vicious trap designed to doom them both, the most malevolent of stings. Chapter 75, I Am a Believer, Lin Yan. The task aims to kill Chen Wan using Fang Mo's uncontrollable abilities. Deprived of information and sight, Fang Mo would find the curse of causality ineffective, ultimately leading to his silent demise in this apocalyptic world. Chen Wan's task, on the other hand, was another nearly impossible undertaking. Memory recovery. Reconstruct the complete details of a memory that is of utmost importance to you, but has been entirely forgotten. At the onset of the task, all memories related to this matter have been temporarily blocked. You must start from scratch to recover it. Navigating the cognitive barrier of I do not know what I do not know is one of the most challenging directions in information deduction. For Chen Wan to endure the damage of the curse before her death, while seeking a memory she no longer remembered, did that hold any significance? Initially, she believed her task to be merely difficult, but not impossible. Yet, upon witnessing Fang Mo's task, she immediately understood that this identity mission was an unmistakable death trap targeting them both. Chen Wan inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumultuous fear and despair swirling within her chest. She signaled for the equally pale Xiao Feng to remain silent, gently shaking her head. When she turned back to Fang Mo, her voice was tempered to a calmness, even carrying a hint of feigned lightness. Xiao Mo, your task is simple. You must just live well over the next 3 months. Fang Mo, unable to see the second round of rules displayed on the card drawing machine, was blissfully unaware that the task's maximum duration did not exceed 10 days. Really? A wave of relief washed over Fang Mo's masked face, and he made a small jest. It seems this task isn't too difficult. With my Xiao Wan here, it will be a breeze. What are your tasks? Is there danger? Chen Wan reached out, gently smoothing the slightly tousled hair from his forehead, her fingertips trembling imperceptibly. My task is that I must, alone, kill 100 zombies. We still have the weapons and bullets we found at that organization's stronghold. This task is quite simple for me. As for Xiao Feng, his task is even easier. He merely needs to level up to level 3, and we have just enough crystal cores for him to do so. Tears streamed down Chun Wan's face as she looked at Fang Mo with an expression filled with profound affection and reluctance. She paused, summoning all her strength to suppress the lump in her throat, forcing her voice to sound nearly tranquil. However, Xiao Mo, we may need to part ways for a while. During this time, let Xiao Feng take care of you. Before Fang Mo could respond, Chun Wan swiftly shifted the topic, her tone feigning a touch of cheerfulness. This is only a temporary separation. Once I complete my task, I will return to find you both. By the way, you may not know yet, right? I have previously deduced the origins of Xiao Feng, and I have yet to share this with you, so do remember it well. Chun Wan conveyed entirely erroneous information. Pertaining to another child, to Fang Mo listened attentively, nodding earnestly, completely convinced by everything Chun Wan said. If given the opportunity, I will certainly assist Xiao Feng, no, Zhang Zhe, in finding his parents. He turned gently towards Xiao Feng, saying, don't you agree, Xiao Zhe? Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's small body quivered violently, on the verge of crying out the truth, but was swiftly silenced by Chun Wan's firm hand over his mouth. The glaring sunlight illuminated the tear-streaked marks on Chun Wan's face, making them glisten with an almost painful brilliance. As long as the information Fang Mo retained about Xiao Feng was erroneous, then Xiao Feng would naturally be safe. However, she herself could not claim the same. Fang Mo understood her too well. From her preferences to her habits, from her past to her beliefs, there were no secrets between them. She had no opportunity to deceive Fang Mo. If she attempted to do so, his keen perception would immediately detect any anomaly. At that moment, not only would it disturb his uncontrollable abilities, but it could also plunge him into a spiraling chaos of doubt and guilt, dragging all three of them into a more perilous predicament. Thus, at this moment, Chun Wan harbored the thought of sacrificing herself. She intended to weave one final, tender lie for the ones she cherished. Therefore, when Lin Yan's will transcended space to connect with the two, the first emotion he felt was a tumultuous blend of profound devotion and despair, akin to martyrdom. Even Lin Yan, who was typically indifferent to matters of love, could distinctly perceive the weight of this emotion. He silently shook his head, dismissing these unrelated thoughts. It appeared that I was not the only one under special care. However, in Lin Yan's eyes, the deadlock between the two was not insurmountable. The key to breaking the stalemate lay with a third party who transcended both. Lin Yan swiftly deduced the pivotal elements for resolution. Thus, he projected a clear will to Chun Wan. Leave him, now. Go fulfill your own mission. Divine being. This sudden guidance caused Chun Wan, who was prepared for self-sacrifice, to tremble with emotion, nearly unable to speak. In her moment of utmost vulnerability and helplessness, this will emerged as a pillar, supporting her world on the brink of collapse. Trust me, you can all survive. There were no superfluous comforts, only a simple promise. Yet it contained an undeniable power. With the divine promise in her heart, Chun Wan's immense sorrow was instantly transformed into resolute action. She cast a final, deep glance at Fang Mo, suppressing all her affection and concern, leaving behind the simplest farewell before resolutely turning away, heading towards her own battlefield. Subsequently, Lin Yan's will shifted towards Fang Mo, providing a vague directional guidance for him to follow with Xiao Feng. That address was near the location of Lin Yan's own physical form. Indeed, this divine being, who had always operated behind the scenes, was finally stepping onto the chessboard to confront his follower. This task posed greater danger than any assigned to others. Thus, Lin Yan had to resolve the deadlock between the two first, otherwise, his inaugural task, complete the identity stabilization task within 10 days. Ensuring the survival of all followers would be impossible to fulfill, just as Fang Mo was still grappling with the separation from Chun Wan and his ensuing worries. Upon arriving at the location indicated by the divine being, he heard a young man's unfamiliar voice resonate nearby. Follower, Fang Mo? Hello, I am follower Lin Yan. Chapter 76. Lin Yan's strategy, who is it? Initially, Fang Mo was quite vigilant, instinctively shielding Xiao Feng behind him upon hearing Lin Yan's voice. However, upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, his wariness transformed into suspicion. You are also a follower? Fang Mo had arrived here following the divine being's guidance. Thus, had the divine being, aware that Xiao Wan had temporarily departed to fulfill a task, sent another follower to aid him? Forgive my boldness, but can you prove your identity? Why can I not sense the aura of a follower emanating from you? Among human followers, there should be a faint, almost imperceptible resonance. With Chun Wan absent, Fang Mo maintained a heightened caution towards strangers. Lin Yan observed Fang Mo's continued wariness and smiled. The divine being instructed you to come here, did they not? So did I. As for the aura, I possess an ability known as Conceal Aura. If you doubt it, you may inquire with the divine being. Fong Mo chose not to accept Lin Yan's word at face value. Instead, he genuinely sought guidance from the divine being. Unbeknownst to him, the entity he queried stood before him, intrigued by his reaction. Almost as soon as Fong Mo posed his question, a clear divine thought resonated within his heart. Trustworthy. This affirmation bore greater weight than any proof could. Fong Mo's defensive aura dissipated entirely, and he inclined his head slightly in apology towards Lin Yan. I apologize. I cannot see, so I must be cautious. Lin Yan, having completed the groundwork, shook his head with a smile and began his guidance. No worries, caution is prudent. The divine being arranged for you to come here, as I need your assistance in completing a task. Let us discuss as we walk. Is it to utilize my abilities? Fong Mo instinctively sensed his own powers, only to find his expression change subtly. It was then he realized that his ability, Causality Curse, was rendered unusable. Seizing the moment, Lin Yan continued, his tone entirely natural. No need to attempt it. For the sake of the task, your abilities have been temporarily sealed. You even know the details of my task. It really is to survive for 3 months? Fong Mo inquired. Lin Yan glanced at him, offering a reassuring look to Xiao Feng, who was still clinging to Fong Mo's side, his voice devoid of any tremor. No. Fong Mo's footsteps faltered imperceptibly, a frown creasing his brow as unease began to stir within him. He suddenly realized something was amiss. My task is not to survive for 3 months. If my task is not survival for 3 months, then Xiao Wan has been deceiving me? Why would she lie to me? Why did she leave me? In that moment, Fong Mo visibly descended into a state of panic. Simultaneously, Xiao Feng could no longer contain his pent-up emotions and began to cry. Having endured so much, this was the limit of what Xiao Feng could bear. Even if Lin Yan remained silent, Fong Mo would soon sense Xiao Feng's distress. Therefore, Lin Yan opted not to prolong Chun Wan's benevolent lie, instead employing a new narrative. Do not rush. Your task is to use your willpower to transcend this seal and curse 3 individuals, even while your abilities are sealed. Chun Wan feared you might not accomplish this task, which is why she sought to help you find those 3 to eliminate them. So that is the case. Is Xiao Wan in danger? I must go find Xiao Wan. Fong Mo instinctively turned to run back, but Xiao Feng, a mere child, lacked the strength to restrain him. However, Lin Yan would not allow Fong Mo to flee. He swiftly grasped Fong Mo as one would a chick and pulled him back. Do not rush. I have not finished speaking. Observing the struggling Fong Mo, Lin Yan's voice turned frigid. The deity has revealed your task to me. You must heed my words and use your own strength to eliminate these 3 individuals. Only then will Chun Wan remain unharmed, allowing her time to fulfill her own mission. Otherwise, not only will you condemn yourself, but you will also endanger Chun Wan. Do you wish to seek her assistance and become a worthless being who brings ruin to your beloved, or will you follow me? The essence of Lin Yan's plan was starkly clear and ruthlessly pragmatic. He needed to find 3 scapegoats for the impending backlash of Fong Mo's uncontrollable causal curse kill. If, within the limited time available, he could forcibly enhance Fong Mo's familiarity with the new targets to the utmost, the priority of the curse might theoretically be successfully shifted. However, the true challenge lay in the profound bond and understanding between Fong Mo and Chun Wan, an emotional sediment forged over many years. The information Lin Yan provided could not possibly rival the deep-rooted understanding Fong Mo had of Chun Wan in such a short span. Once Chun Wan perished and Fong Mo learned the truth, it was likely he would not survive either. Thus, altering Fong Mo's perception became Lin Yan's pressing concern. Directly dismissing Chun Wan or compelling Fong Mo to forget her was not a viable option. Such actions would breach Fong Mo's bottom line and could lead to a collapse of his faith in Lin Yan as a deity. Consequently, the crux of Lin Yan's strategy was not to erase Chun Wan from Fong Mo's memory, but to instill the belief that she needed to be temporarily overshadowed by a higher priority task. Within this time frame of less than 24 hours, Fong Mo was to wholly concentrate on memorizing the other 3 individuals, leaving no room to reminisce about Chun Wan. Thus, when the rules determined that Fong Mo's intensity of information regarding these 3 targets surpassed his ingrained knowledge of Chun Wan, the target of the curse kill could potentially be successfully transferred. Indeed, as soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, Fong Mo's struggling ceased abruptly. His face subtly turned towards Xiao Feng, his voice trembling with a last vestige of inquiry. Xiao Feng, is what he said true? Is my task truly to curse these 3 people? Otherwise, will it endanger Xiao Wan? The perceptive Xiao Feng, though not fully grasping Lin Yan's intricate plan, recognized the unwavering conviction in Lin Yan's eyes and understood one crucial fact. Only in this way could Sister Xiao Wan survive. It's true. Xiao Mo Gij. Xiao Feng's cries were sincere and poignant as he tightly grasped Feng Mo's garment. Your task is those 3 people. Sister Xiao Wan wants to help you. And Xiao Feng does not want to see Sister Xiao Wan die. No. The child's tears and words were imbued with an unrefined authenticity. He was indeed not lying. The confirmation from the most trusted child shook Feng Mo's deep-seated doubts. Yet, he still conveyed a devout and urgent thought towards the deity for ultimate confirmation. A deity of such stature could not deceive a mere mortal like him. The answer he received was undoubtedly affirmative, with triple confirmation. Coupled with his urgent concern for Chun Wan's safety, Feng Mo decisively chose to trust Lin Yan. Tell me the information about those 3 individuals. I will regard them as my sworn enemies, using all my will to curse them. Chapter 77. Apostle Connection, Chun Wan. I borrow your ability. Lin Yan bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, rapidly confirming the newly acquired abilities within his consciousness. Soon, he addressed Feng Mo. Now? You must remember well. These 3 individuals are all over 60 years old. I will begin recounting events from their births. The first individual, Feng Mo, and Chun Wan shared less than 20 years of common memories. Although the information about others could not surpass Chun Wan's in detail, it could span a longer time frame. By overwhelming detail, he aimed to temporarily overshadow Chun Wan's information. As for how Lin Yan acquired the information about these 3 elderly individuals, it was naturally not through conventional means. Instead, it stemmed from the divine card that upgraded during his wait for Feng Mo. Nameless God. Initial level 4 divine power capacity, 7,880 inherent abilities, faith judgment, fate guidance, elemental mastery, divine authority development, number of followers, 1230. Accumulated will power, 146, 1000 divine traits, formless, luck bias, apostle connection, able to connect through faith, establishing temporary power links with formal followers. The description of the divine card remained succinct, yet Lin Yan, upon completing the upgrade, and through the established faith connections with numerous followers, had clearly perceived the emergence of new connection channels and understood their operational mechanisms. Firstly, the abilities of followers could be temporarily shared with the deity through this connection. This meant that, in this state, Lin Yan could wield a certain follower's ability, though such an act would deplete that ability, rendering the original owner unable to use it temporarily. Secondly, the deity could bestow one of his active abilities temporarily to a designated follower. However, in a shared state, Lin Yan's own abilities would also suffer a degree of diminishment. The disparity in effects between these 2 modes stemmed from the fundamental differences in energy. The divine power was beyond the endurance of mortals. Even if followers could use Lin Yan's abilities, they would only manifest a fraction of their true potency. In summary, this represented a novel trait that connected followers to the divine power. Therefore, it was self-evident where Lin Yan obtained the information about these 3 individuals he was now relaying to Feng Mo. It was derived from the ability information of Chun Wan through deduction. Wang Luhai, whose birth caused his mother to bleed to death, possessed a supermasculine gene and bore an irregular birthmark above his left eyebrow. At the age of 3, he pushed a neighbor into a river after being scolded, resulting in a violent backlash from that family. From that moment, he harbored resentment. At the age of 7, he lured a 5-year-old granddaughter of a neighbor and forced her into an abandoned sewer well. Regarding this individual named Wang Luhai, all significant events related to his life, including physical characteristics, behavioral habits, and even secret preferences, were swiftly and clearly articulated by Lin Yan. Feng Mo listened intently, his expression focused. Immersed in this account filled with malevolence and distortion, even his hand, which hung at his side, unconsciously clenched into a fist. Lin Yan was quite pleased with the current outcome. To ensure Feng Mo could successfully redirect the cursed target, he had been meticulous in selecting the targets. He specifically identified these 3 elderly individuals, whose lengthy lives and heinous crimes were sufficiently egregious. If Chun Wan were to personally deduce such a long and intricate life, constrained by her own energy and mental burden, she would have to cycle through deducing, resting, and deducing again, consuming extensive time and energy to achieve it. However, when this information deduction ability was activated through the apostle connection with Lin Yan's divine power, a qualitative transformation occurred. Lin Yan burned 20 points of divine power in one fell swoop. Refrain from recounting the life summary of this individual, even the minutiae of his childhood, such as the age at which he lost his teeth or when he wet the bed, have long been forgotten by him, lost in the annals of time. Every detail, regardless of its insignificance, is vividly etched in Lin Yan's consciousness, as if he were accessing a backup of information from this world. In the secure zone of Lanwei City, at the resource distribution station, Wang Luhai sat nonchalantly in a chair, casting a cold gaze upon the chaotic scene at the supply depot, where people were in disarray. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips. A bunch of fools, risking their lives for a mere identity task? What's the point? They can just draw cards again. Why go to such lengths? Before him stood a long line of survivors, all waiting to receive or purchase basic supplies and medicine. Brother Wang, I beseech you for a box of anti-inflammatory medicine. My child was bitten by a walker 2 days ago, and the wound has become infected. A middle-aged man, his complexion a sickly yellow, nearly fell to his knees, trembling as he offered 2 crystal cores, his entire fortune. Have mercy. Wang Luhai lazily glanced at him and slowly extended 5 fingers. Are you begging? The price is at least this much now. 5. The secure zone clearly states that basic medicine costs only 1 crystal core. I even brought you an extra as a token of respect. Is this the rule? Wang Luhai scoffed. If it's all the same price, why should I sell it to you? If you can't afford it, move aside and don't block those behind you. A woman clutching a baby could no longer contain herself. 5 crystal cores for a box of anti-inflammatory medicine? The special treatment items in the adjacent district only cost 4. We're all survivors. Are you trying to kill us? Your lives are of no concern to me. No crystal cores, no deal. The man who had been humiliated by Wang Luhai's words had bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth as he cursed. Wang Luhai, you will eventually face retribution. Retribution? Wang Luhai laughed as if he had heard a joke, a look of enjoyment on his face. I have committed countless sins in this life. If there were truly retribution, it would have come long ago. Speak further, and I swear I will ensure your entire family does not survive the night. The surrounding crowd averted their gazes, aware that Wang Luhai held considerable influence in the secure zone, backed by the members of the Yijian Duri, making him untouchable. Ultimately, the woman behind him could only tremble as she handed over the 5 crystal cores, her family's last savings. Although she knew that the healing capsules in Fengming City cost only 4 crystal cores for those with weak abilities like them, who could not even enter the Yijian Duri, it was impossible to traverse the numerous dangers to procure medicine there. Moreover, there were no healing items available for sale near the secure zone of Lanwei City. Wang Luhai relished the expressions of the people, who were filled with rage, yet dared not speak. Just as he reached out to take the crystal cores, a sudden clink echoed. The crystal cores slipped from his fingers, bouncing on the ground with a clear sound. Wang Luhai froze. In that fleeting moment, he felt a warmth on his cheek, as if an invisible blade had grazed his skin. Instinctively, he touched his face, only to find his fingertips stained with warm blood. A slender cut had appeared on his face, slowly oozing droplets of blood. Who? Wang Luhai sprang to his feet, rage and shock coursing through him as he surveyed his surroundings. Which son of a dog tried to ambush me? Before he could identify the perpetrator, a deep gash appeared on his left arm seemingly out of nowhere, blood rapidly soaking his sleeve, and only then did he feel the pain. Ah! Wang Luhai howled in agony, frantically waving his arms. Who is it? Show yourself. Yet no one answered him. All the people in line instinctively backed away from Wang Luhai. Soon, a 3rd, 4th, and 5th wound appeared, each manifesting at brief intervals. Invisible blades, akin to a slow and torturous execution, inflicted wounds upon Wang Luhai, although they did not threaten his life immediately. The pain and fear were beyond what an ordinary person could endure. The man who had been humiliated earlier laughed from the crowd. Old man, retribution has come. No one is attacking you. It is the souls you have condemned seeking vengeance. This statement shattered Wang Luhai's mental defenses. He suddenly recalled those who had perished at his hands. Ghosts do exist. Wang Luhai retreated in terror, his hands flailing in the air as he attempted to repel the non-existent attacks, but it was futile. No, don't come closer. As his expression grew increasingly horrified, he suddenly stiffened and collapsed to the ground, effectively frightened to death. At the moment of Wang Luhai's demise, Lin Yan, situated in Jinji City, immediately sensed the cessation of Wang Luhai's information. Chapter 78. Chu Qingshang comes to the rescue. To be precise, this individual was not entirely slain by Feng Mo's uncontrollable abilities. Rather, he was frightened to death by himself. Having committed many sins and facing Feng Mo's curse, the punishment he endured was akin to being executed slowly. With no visible assailant, only one who could empathize with his plight could fathom such terror. Lin Yan swiftly consumed divine power once more, grasping the information of the second individual and quickly relayed it to Feng Mo. Next, I will share the information of the second person. One of the 3 has perished, but Chen Wan remains in danger. At this moment, Chen Wan bore the scars inflicted by the uncontrollable curse. in a remote cave on a desolate hillside. The air was cold and damp, permeated with the scent of moss and earth. Chunwan sat at the cave's deepest point, leaning against the icy stone wall, concentrating her entire being on information deduction, attempting to capture the most crucial memory that had been obscured in the depths of her consciousness. Fragments of information were tangled like a ball of fishing line, and Chunwan struggled to unravel it, seeking the hidden thread. If she could find even a hint, her abilities would allow her to peel back the layers and recover the sealed memories. However, just as she was about to touch upon a pivotal point, a sharp pain suddenly surged through her left arm. Chunwan was jolted awake, looking down to find a neat cut on her sleeve, the flesh beneath exposed, blood seeping rapidly. It was the backlash from Feng Mo's karmic curse. It had finally arrived. A bitter smile flickered across Chunwan's face as she endured the pain. Attempting to use a cloth strip, she carried to bandage the wound, lest the scent of blood attract attention. Yet, before she could finish wrapping her arm, an excruciating pain ripped through her back. A long gash appeared out of nowhere, blood instantly soaking her clothing. Chunwan's heart sank. Bandaging was futile. The wounds would only multiply, not even granting me time to deduce. An unyielding resolve surged within Chunwan. She forcefully suppressed the dizziness from blood loss and the agony coursing through her body, preparing to concentrate once more. Ignoring the backlash of the curse to continue her information deduction, time ticked away. Just as Chunwan was on the verge of finding that crucial clue, heavy and dragging footsteps echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by a chilling hissing sound emanating from deep within a throat. Walkers. They were drawn by the scent of fresh blood. Chunwan's deduction was interrupted yet again as she struggled to rise, her body nearly drenched in blood. Beneath her tattered clothing, the wounds seemed to threaten her with a slow and torturous demise. Was she destined to perish here today? She gripped the nearly depleted handgun tightly, her gaze filled with despair and determination, ready to make one final stand. Just as she was about to step out of the cave, the space at the entrance warped, as if a stone had been cast into a serene pond. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the void, landing precisely at the cave's mouth. At that very moment, several zombies lunged towards the entrance, their decaying arms reaching out. Without turning back, the newcomer drew a blade with a sharp clang, its glint resembling a crescent moon, and effortlessly sliced through the necks of the approaching zombies. Several heads fell silently, their putrid bodies stiffening for a moment before crashing to the ground. Only then did the figure slowly turn, revealing a handsome yet weary face. It was Chu Qingshang. His eyes swept over Chunwan, who was staring in shock inside the cave, his tone laced with his characteristic nonchalance. Someone sent me to find you and protect you. Sensing the unique aura of a divine believer emanating from Chu Qingshang, Chunwan felt her taut heartstrings suddenly relax, nearly causing her to collapse. Thank you, my lord. Focus on your task. Chu Qingshang interrupted her gratitude, tossing something to Chunwan as he approached the entrance, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the gathering horde of zombies outside. My spatial teleportation has temporarily run out of uses and needs time to recharge. I will guard this place until you complete your deduction. He paused and added, revealing another purpose of his visit. Additionally, my mission requires your information deduction. After I fulfill my guardian duties, you must help me pinpoint the target. Chunwan looked at the item she had received, a healing capsule. Without hesitation, she swallowed it, silently nodding at Chu Qingshang, and closed her eyes once more, forcing herself to ignore the potential new wounds that might appear at any moment and the howls of the zombies outside, plunging her entire focus into the information deduction. Meanwhile, Chu Qingshang stood at the cave's entrance, each swing of his blade efficiently dismembering the approaching zombies. Time passed quietly amidst the scent of blood and the screams of the undead. The number of zombies outside the cave continued to swell, piling up as if threatening to block the exit. This was all a consequence of the ever-increasing new wounds on Chunwan. The invisible torment, though non-fatal, caused her to bleed continuously, transforming her into a blood-soaked figure teetering on the brink of collapse within the cave. Chu Qingshang severed another attacking zombie, casting a sidelong glance inside. Chunwan's face was as pale as paper, cold sweat soaking her hair, her brow furrowed in agony, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet her consciousness remained steadfastly fixed on the deduction, unyielding. Given the rate of blood loss, it seemed she might not endure much longer. Chu Qingshang furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his mind. His task, searching for a needle in the sea, required him to locate a special ring in the vast ocean. Failure would strip him of his player identity and current abilities. Although he had the ability to traverse space, he was not a fish and could not breathe underwater. If the ring lay in the depths of the sea, how could he find it? Initially, he had not decided whether to take on this task. Currently, he had little thought for survival, so why undertake a task that seemed torturous? Until he sensed that imposing while connecting with his mind once again. Chu Qingshang suppressed those extraneous thoughts. What a nuisance. Should I feed her another healing capsule? As his thoughts churned, he noticed the aura surrounding Chun Wan fluctuating violently, clearly reaching a critical point in her deduction. Any external disturbance at this juncture could jeopardize all her efforts. Weighing the pros and cons, ultimately, his cold rationality prevailed. Chu Qingshang redirected his focus, channeling his attention back to the ever-increasing horde of zombies. His blade was precise and efficient, each slash striking a perfect balance between effort and lethality. An unrelated woman's fate was of no concern to him. Let those who should worry about her do so. Chapter 79. I will not leave Jinji City, Lin Yan's residence. The morning light pierced through the clouds, casting a soft golden hue over Hanlin community. The 24-hour limit of Fong Mo's identity task had dwindled to less than 4 hours. In the bedroom, Lin Yan sat cross-legged with closed eyes. His consciousness enveloped all believers like an invisible net, silently encompassing them. Though all believers held him in admiration and dependency, Lin Yan did not seek to complete tasks on their behalf. He preferred to guide and inspire them, helping them to unlock their potential and discover solutions to their problems. Only at critical moments would he act decisively, providing necessary support. This approach not only aided the believers in overcoming obstacles, but also fortified their trust and reliance on Lin Yan, further consolidating the bond between the divine and the faithful. The death of Fong Mo's second target was slower than anticipated, causing the third individual to linger. Not all villains possess a cowardly heart. The second individual, even believing it to be an evil provocation, cursed and was tortured to death by the backlash of the curse before taking his last breath. At that moment, Fong Mo remained sleepless on the sofa, brow tightly knit, lips silently moving as he repeatedly recalled the information about the third individual. Chen Wan, in the cave, was on the verge of collapse, her deduction reaching its final stages. Chu Qingshang, guarding the cave's entrance, began to slow his blade. Yet the roars of the zombies showed no signs of abating. Lin Yan calmly perceived all of this. The malice of the human heart can sometimes be more indomitable than that of monsters. Observing Chen Wan, it was clear she had reached her limit. Nearly 20 hours of curse backlash and intense deduction had brought her to the brink of death. Had it not been for the previous healing capsule that had treated her injuries, combined with her formidable willpower, she would have long since lost consciousness. Outside the cave, Chu Qingshang's strikes also began to wane. It was time. A glimmer of absolute calm flickered in Lin Yan's eyes. Just as Chun Wan was about to falter and her deduction was on the verge of failure, Lin Yan's divine thought suddenly touched her waning consciousness. Following that was a surge of pure divine power, which not only healed Chun Wan's wounds, but also acted like a potent stimulant, instantly revitalizing her faltering spirit, granting her the precious energy to complete the final deduction. Chun Wan abruptly opened her eyes, as the barriers of her repressed memories shattered open in that moment. Identity fixed task, memory retrieval completed. Almost simultaneously, far away in Lanwei City, the third target's life abruptly ceased under Fong Mo's invisible curse. Identity fixed task, curse backlash completed. The sun rose above the horizon. Chun Wan and Fong Mo, nearly in sync, completed their identity tasks. The identity cards before them emitted a radiant glow of upgrade. Both ascended 2 levels, reaching level 5. The surging willpower flowed back like a tide, instantly replenishing Lin Yan's expended divine power. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze devoid of emotion. Henceforth, the identity-fixed tasks of the other believers no longer required his intervention. With a level 5 Fong Mo, a level 5 Chen Wan, and a Chu Qingshang who was already level 4 and had battled zombies for an entire day and night, they were poised to sweep through all other identity-fixed tasks of the believers. Fengming City safe zone, beyond the walls. As far as the eye could see, a wave of desolation sent shivers down the spine. A horde of the undead, thick as a flood from a breached dam, surged from the collapsed urban area next door, seemingly endless in its advance. The crackle of gunfire erupted at the front lines, sending severed limbs flying and toppling bodies, yet was instantly filled by the relentless tide of the undead. The scene resembled the very ground of the city spewing forth corpses. The towering walls, under the ceaseless assault of the undead, swayed like a solitary boat in a storm, threatening to capsize at any moment. On the eastern wall, within the makeshift command point, Captain Qin Feng of the Yijian team had just received the grim news of ammunition depletion. His face turned ashen as he hurried to where Xiao Wu and Feng Mingming, who had taken a brief respite from their battle with the Horde, were stationed. He spoke urgently, yet with a hint of feigned gratitude. Brother Xiao, young lady. The situation is dire. Our ammunition is exhausted, and our supply lines have long been severed. We must evacuate immediately. Your exceptional abilities, particularly Brother Zhao's defensive prowess, are precisely what our retreating team requires. Come with us. It provides mutual protection, and once we reach a new location, the Yizhan team will surely reward you handsomely. However, Xiao Wu shook his head in response. I will not leave. Their mission was only 1/3 complete. How could they abandon it now? Moreover, there were tens of thousands of survivors within the Fengming city safe zone. If they departed and lost their elite strength, no one could withstand the hidden special undead lurking within the horde. A team member named Wang Rui, clad in a leather jacket, spoke derisively. Stay here and wait for the walls to fall. What use will your meager skills be then? Our captain kindly offers you an escape route. Don't be ungrateful. The other members of the Yizhan team gathered behind Qin Feng, their silence thick with a palpable threat. Their lack of absolute defensive power made the presence of Xiao Wu invaluable for their retreat, though their motives were clearly self-serving. Xiao Wu, wiping the blood splatter from his face, glanced at the guards now engaged in direct combat with the undead beyond the walls, then turned his gaze to Qin Feng and the Yizhan team members, slowly shaking his head. Captain Qin, you have your evacuation plan, and I have no right to interfere. However, my mission is to eradicate the undead. I cannot abandon it now. Truly ungrateful. Feng Mingming glared fiercely at Wang Rui. Who are you calling ungrateful? If Uncle Xiao hadn't thwarted that special undead's ambush earlier, some of you would have long since been dead. Now you wish to abandon everyone and flee, yet still have the audacity to criticize us? Wang Rui scoffed dismissively before. Without our support, you would have been devoured by the horde. This is the apocalypse. Only a fool clings to morality. Survival is the only truth. Xiao Wu placed a hand on the agitated Feng Mingming, gently pulling her behind him. Unwilling to engage in meaningless arguments with these individuals, he faced the fiery gaze of Wang Rui and the intangible pressure exerted by Qin Feng and his team, his spine straight as his abilities. Those who walk different paths do not conspire together. Captain Qin, please do as you wish. With that, he and Feng Mingming turned towards the walls. Just then, a tremendous rumble emanated from the eastern wall. One section collapsed. Countless undead surged through the breach. The eastern defense line of Fengming City safe zone had completely crumbled. An uncountable horde of undead poured through the gaping hole, akin to a flood unleashed. The already fragile defensive structures groaned under the strain, the breach widening as dust billowed, culminating in a thunderous collapse. The line formed by the guards was as fragile as paper against the sheer numbers, instantly torn apart and submerged by the gray tide of the undead. Screams echoed as more individuals were dragged into the thrashing horde, vanishing without a trace. Stick close to me, Xiao Wu urged Feng Mingming before activating his immortal barrier. Charging into the undead like a war god against the tide, his steel blade carved a sharp arc, precisely piercing the skull of an approaching undead. His wrist twisting to extract a blood-stained crystal core in a swift motion. Where he passed, the undead fell like harvested wheat, with dozens of corpses accumulating at his feet in a brief span. He also managed to rescue several guards who were nearly overwhelmed by the undead, pulling them back to safety. Meanwhile, Feng Mingming continuously unleashed her abilities, using metal spikes to pin the advancing undead to the ground, providing Xiao Wu with crucial opportunities to strike. This also granted the surrounding guards, who were fighting and retreating, precious moments to catch their breath. Grateful glances were cast towards Xiao Wu and Feng Mingming, but were soon eclipsed by deeper despair. The undead they had slain constituted but a mere fraction of the vast, relentless horde. More undead surged past them, rushing into the inner safe zone to attack the helpless, ordinary survivors. Their primal thirst for human flesh drove the undead into a frenzy of slaughter. With every player they consumed, their clarity intensified, and their strength grew. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and the others, initially prepared for evacuation, were caught off guard by the sudden collapse. Damn it, it's all that fool's fault, Wang Rui yelled, slicing through an undead while casting a furious glare at Xiao Wu and Feng Mingming amidst the horde. If he hadn't wasted our time, we would have been long gone. Before he could finish, a dark, clawed arm, covered in a sinister sheen, shot from the shadows of the horde with blinding speed, instantly piercing the chest of a nearby team member. The unfortunate soul was dragged into the roiling mass of undead before he could even scream. It's that special undead. It has its sights set on us. Qin Feng's scalp tingled with dread as he barked, "Quick! Everyone, gather around Xiao Wu. Form a triangular defense formation. Support the abilities users in the center. Captain, that side is swarming with undead. If we go there, We'll be trapped. Exactly. If Xiao Wu can't hold up, we're all doomed. As doubts echoed, seemingly to validate Qin Feng's fears, two long arms shot from the horde, swiftly seizing two team members attempting to break away, dragging them off with abrupt, muffled cries. Several abilities struck the suddenly elongated arms, producing a metallic, clanging sound. Finally, the special undead revealed itself. It was not particularly large, with grayish-blue skin, and it regarded the Yijan team with a mocking smile, clearly viewing them as its next meal. The ability to express such vivid emotion indicated that this undead surpassed everyone's expectations in terms of power. A level 3 reconnaissance type Yijan team member stared in terror, collapsing to the ground. What type is it? What abilities does it possess? Qin Feng inquired rapidly. I don't know. I can't see its information. Immediately regroup with Brother Xiao. Qin Feng gazed at the relentless tide of corpses surging into the safety zone, ultimately relinquishing any illusions of escape. We have been targeted. Scattering and fleeing leads only to death. He was the first to charge towards Xiao Wu, and the surviving members of the Yijan team could only grit their teeth and follow suit, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance. Fang Mingming immediately noticed that Qin Feng and his group were approaching them, promptly alerting Xiao Wu. Uncle Xiao, they are coming. Xiao Wu cleaved through a nearby corpse with his blade, his gaze sweeping over the disheveled Qin Feng and his companions. He whispered to Fang Mingming, remain vigilant and protect yourself. Fang Mingming nodded solemnly, as Qin Feng and his group squeezed beside Xiao Wu. They utilized him to shield one direction, while the others guarded the remaining two. They exchanged attacks in a desperate attempt to catch their breath. However, the relentless onslaught of corpses from all directions continued unabated, and each assault threatened to topple their fragile defensive circle. Xiao Wu and Fang Mingming stood back to back, one delivering powerful slashes while the other executed precise thrusts, their coordination impeccable. In stark contrast, the others floundered amidst the chaos, facing peril at every turn. The Corpse King seemed to understand the dynamics of strength and weakness, its cold gaze fixated on two sides of this triangular formation. After repeatedly claiming one victim after another, it methodically feasted upon them before moving on to the next target. Xiao. Finally, someone broke, venting their fear and resentment by shouting at Xiao Wu. What the hell do you mean? Our people are nearly dead. Can't you move your damn shield over just a bit? Xiao Wu remained indifferent, his steel blade slicing through a corpse's chest with unerring precision, his movements unimpeded. Meanwhile, Fang Mingming, having learned how to confront others after her last encounter with Lin Yan, found herself no longer timid. Uncle Xiao has already blocked one direction. He is a human, not a deity. Instead of blaming others, why not devise a solution yourselves? Did you not say that in this apocalypse, only fools cling to morality? Surviving is the only truth. The man, Wang Rui, who had uttered that phrase, was left speechless, his complexion turning ashen, unable to refute her. However, extreme fear birthed dark malice. In the crowd, a twisted-faced man, seeing no way out, was consumed by vile intentions. He covertly gathered his powers, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a sharp ice spike towards Fang Mingming, who was absorbing a crystal core to restore her abilities. This ambush from within their own ranks caught everyone off guard. Xiao Wu caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, and his fury ignited. He swiftly yanked Fang Mingming aside with his left hand, while his right wielded the steel blade, transforming into a streak of cold light aimed at the man who had unleashed the ice spike. Stop! With a swift motion, the blade flashed, and a head with an expression of disbelief soared into the air, warm blood splattering those around. The decapitated corpse swayed before collapsing lifelessly. The deceased man's friend, filled with shock and anger, exclaimed, "He was just acting out of desperation. That girl is unharmed. Why resort to murder?" Xiao Wu paid no heed. His attention focused on Fang Mingming. A small gash on her shoulder, inflicted by the ice spike, was not life-threatening, yet it bled profusely. Fang Mingming, perceiving the wrathful glances from the Yijan team, hurriedly covered her shoulder, feigning instability to appear more pitiful, hoping to prevent Xiao Wu from facing their ire. Yet, her naivety was evident. These individuals sought to unleash their darker instincts, disregarding the severity of her injury. To them, the deceased was a familiar face, a friend. While Fang Mingming and Xiao Wu, mere outsiders in this struggle for survival, were targets of their malice. Xiao Wu, with his blood-stained blade held horizontally, cast a cold gaze over the shocked and furious faces, his voice laced with an icy detachment. "Stay away from us. If you fear for your lives, do not come near. Otherwise, I will kill you first." In this life-and-death moment, the Yijan team leader, Qin Feng, attempted to mediate, Let us discuss this calmly and overcome the immediate difficulties together. However, with a swift sound, another member of the Yijan team was taken by the Corpse King. It was evident that once marked by the Corpse King, survival was impossible. The Corpse King savored the hunt, relishing each kill. The majority of the formation directed their powers and weapons at Xiao Wu and Feng Mingming. Xiao, if we are to die, you shall perish with us today. Quickly help block the attacks, or we'll drag you down with us. Everyone, divert the corpse's attacks. Just as chaos threatened to engulf them, a distinct roar echoed from outside the safety zone. The entire horde momentarily hesitated. Emerging from beyond the safety zone was another group of corpses, though fewer in number, each exuding a chilling aura. Leading them was a massive corpse, stitched together from various body parts, fixating on the Corpse King within. It was Li Jianjun, accompanied by his legion of corpses. The Corpse King's attention was abruptly diverted by this unexpected threat from its own kind, unleashing a thunderous roar in response. The horde, accustomed to obeying the commands of stronger corpses, was thrown into disarray by Li Jianjun's presence. Lower-tier corpses continued their assault on the survivors, while some of the more cognitively aware corpses, responding to the sharp commands of the Corpse King, pivoted direction, splitting like a gray tide towards Li Jianjun and his group. The Corpse King itself lunged at Li Jianjun. With the threat of the Corpse King momentarily lifted, the Yijan team's life and death crisis was alleviated, and they no longer had the luxury to pursue trouble with Xiao Wu. Now, seizing the opportunity, Wang Rui shouted, leading the charge to break free. However, they had long been marked as prime targets by the Corpse King. The moment they moved, a swarm of lower-tier corpses swiftly closed in, blocking their escape route. Eliminate them. This is our only chance. Let us fight these damned creatures. This time, they held nothing back, unleashing their powers and weapons upon the obstructing corpses. The intensity of their attacks markedly exceeding previous efforts. Clearly, they had previously held back for their own survival. Xiao Wu cast a cold glance at the disheveled group, distancing himself and Feng Mingming from them. He handed a bag of crystal cores to Feng Mingming, instructing, "Absorb and level up behind me. I will deal with the corpses." Feng Mingming nodded. Each crystal core must be absorbed individually. While the early stages were manageable, the later ones became increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, Feng Mingming's mission was to reach level 8 within 3 days, leaving no room for wasted time. Simultaneously, while absorbing the crystal cores, she remained vigilant, ready to assist Xiao Wu with her powers. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Li Jianjun and the peculiar corpse engaged in a fierce struggle, neither yielding ground. Li Jianjun discovered the peculiar corpse in Lanwei City yesterday. Despite having suffered a severed right arm, he successfully vanquished the creature and affixed its razor-sharp right arm to his own. Remarkably, he had recently completed a consumption, elevating his level to 6. The peculiar corpse before him also boasted a level of 6, possessing an eerie ability known as stretchable tendons. Its muscles and sinews seemed to have transcended physical limitations, allowing it to extend wildly in an instant, rendering its attack range unpredictable. With a thunderous roar, the Corpse King struck first, its right arm suddenly elongating like elastic rubber. Its claws, shrouded in a dark chitinous layer, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at Li Jianjun's head. Li Jianjun remained steadfast, raising his newly acquired blade arm, glinting with a metallic sheen, in a fearless counterattack. The clash resounded with a sharp screech as a gash appeared on the Corpse King's arm. In agony, the Corpse King retaliated, its other arm lunging towards Li Jianjun's ribs. Reacting with remarkable speed, Li Jianjun raised his left arm defensively. The black claws carved deep into the flesh of his arm, exposing bone beneath. In pain, Li Jianjun's ferocity surged. He seized a nearby corpse, hurling it violently at the Corpse King. The impact was visceral, blood splattering as the thrown corpse was impaled by the sharp claws. Seizing the moment, Li Jianjun lunged forward, his jaws wide, sinking them into the joint of the Corpse King's extending arm. The Corpse King emitted a howl, a blend of pain and rage, as its other hand lunged towards Li Jianjun's eyes. 2 level 6 Corpse Kings, devoid of flamboyant abilities, engaged in a brutally savage melee. Each collision sent tremors through the ground, the clash of claws and blade arms producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Each assault was executed with utmost ferocity, as if neither would relent until the other was utterly destroyed. Their roars were filled with a desire for annihilation, instilling terror in the members of the Anomaly Combat Team within the Fengming City safe zone. How terrifying! One team member murmured, his palms slick with cold sweat. One of those is enough to wipe out our entire force. If they team up, 9 lives wouldn't suffice. Fortunately, the 2 monsters were preoccupied with each other. A sigh of relief escaped some, grateful to have survived the encounter, as the Corpse King's attention was fully diverted to Li Jianjun. The onslaught of lower-level corpses around them became disorganized. The pressure on the anomaly combat team diminished, granting them a moment to breathe and even begin clearing a path for retreat. Move quickly. We must escape before they determine a victor, Qin Feng urged. However, some couldn't help but glance at the ground littered with unharvested crystal cores, lamenting, "What a waste of so many crystal cores. We don't have time to collect them." With the immediate danger lessening, thoughts began to stir among the group. Several malicious glances converged on the distant Xiao Wu and Fong Mingming. "Look at that girl. Her bag is nearly overflowing with crystal cores. While we are fighting for our lives, they are quietly amassing wealth. We may not have time to harvest these, but surely we can claim what is readily available?" The hands of these individuals involuntarily tightened around their weapons, exchanging knowing glances as a dangerous consensus began to form. Chapter 82. Leaving behind crystal cores, but not our lives. The group exchanged furtive glances, ultimately fixing their sights on a tall, slender team member. "Old Zhao, it's your turn." The individual known as Old Zhao, with the ability Energy Manifestation, bore a slight resemblance to the Corpse King's abilities, albeit significantly weaker. Upon being addressed, a glimmer of greed crossed Old Zhao's face as he nodded to his companions and softly declared, "All right, watch me." At that moment, Qin Feng keenly noticed the encirclement of corpses ahead loosening. He immediately commanded, "Now, charge out while we have the chance." Before his words faded, the team unleashed their abilities, intensifying their assault. Amidst the chaos, Old Zhao's lips curled into a sinister smile as his entire right arm became indistinct, transforming into an elusive energy limb in an instant. With astonishing speed, it darted through the gaps in the scattered corpses, aiming for the bag of crystal cores held by Fong Mingming. Engrossed in absorbing the energy from the crystal cores while simultaneously assisting Xiao Wu in defense, Fong Mingming was blindsided by the sudden, underhanded maneuver from such a distance. The energy limb seized the bag and yanked it back with force. "Got it!" Old Zhao exclaimed, retracting the energy limb swiftly, bringing back the coveted bag of crystal cores that would incite envy in any player. "Ha! We've struck it rich. So many crystal cores." The group erupted in ecstatic delight, unable to contain their eagerness as they opened the bag, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the shimmering cores. Qin Feng, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow, his lips moving silently, yet he refrained from speaking, merely urging, "Let us move." On the other side, Fong Mingming, momentarily stunned by the loss of her bag, soon trembled with rage. "You are utterly despicable." Upon seeing this, Xiao Wu became infuriated, effortlessly cleaving through two corpses with his steel knife, determined to rush over. However, these individuals had prepared well. They deliberately herded nearby scattered corpses toward Xiao Wu, while those with crowd control abilities deployed their powers to create a muddy terrain. Under the state of the Undying Barrier, their abilities could not harm Xiao Wu, yet they altered the surrounding environment, impacting him significantly. "Die, you bunch of scoundrels!" Fong Mingming cried out in anger, launching a wide-range metallic thrust at her assailants. Qin Feng's expression shifted as a thick mound of earth rose instantly, elevating all team members and evading the metallic barrage. Seeing their captain intervene, the assailants grew even more arrogant. "Hee, little girl, quite the temper you have. We'll gladly accept these crystal cores. If you're capable, come and take them. Too bad you can't reach us. Goodbye." Their mocking laughter and derisive taunts echoed from the ranks of the anomaly combat team, oblivious to the sudden fluctuation in the space before them. In the next moment, four figures appeared unexpectedly along the route the anomaly combat team had retreated. The first on the left was a young woman with a gentle demeanor, her clear, bright eyes seemingly able to perceive all. The second, a stern-faced young man with his eyes covered by a gray cloth, emanated a palpable sense of danger despite his blindness. The third, Chu Qingshang, appeared slightly pale, feeling drained from consecutive uses of spatial traversal. Lastly, the unassuming Lin Yan ambled over, merely curious and ready to claim his followers. This bizarre entrance instilled a sense of dread in all members of the anomaly combat team. "Who are you?" Yet, Captain Qin Feng stepped forward, quickly interjecting, "You four. Have you responded to the distress signal from another safe zone?" "Thank you. But as you can see, the Fengming safe zone has fallen and cannot be defended. Please, join us in our retreat." His tone was earnest, though his gaze inadvertently flickered toward the somewhat disordered Chu Qingshang, a spatial ability user. In this apocalyptic world, this is indeed a strategic resource more precious than gold. If we can win them over, whether for resource relocation or in moments of dire escape, it will yield tremendous results. As for Fang Mo, Chen Wan, and Lin Yan, they have been automatically relegated to insignificant vassals by Qin Feng. The individuals we seek. Could they be those two over there? Lin Yan, filled with calculation regarding Qin Feng's invitation, scarcely bothered to lift his eyelids. As an omniscient being, Lin Yan truly wished not to squander a moment with these foolish entities. His gaze swiftly scanned the members of the Yizhan Dui, bypassing them to point at the visibly enraged Xiao Wu, who was obstructed by a walking corpse, and Fang Mingming. Chen Wan's eyes flickered with a stream of information, instantly matching the details of Xiao Wu and Fang Mingming with the divine guidance they had received. It is them. Although this may sound lengthy, in reality, from the appearance of the four to the identification of the target, it was merely a matter of a few blinks. Xiao Wu, in the midst of a fierce battle, also noticed the sudden emergence of the four. He paused momentarily, but then sensed a clear resonance among believers, akin to what he had felt with Fang Mingming. He immediately realized that reinforcements sent by the divine had arrived. Xiao Wu cast a cold smile at those who were seizing the crystal cores and declared loudly, "You arrived just in time. Their people have stolen our crystal cores." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingshang wasted no time in drawing his blade. His gaze fixed on the individual among the Yizhan Dui, clutching a bag of crystal cores. "Old Zhao, what more is there to say? How shameless of you to seize others' crystal cores at such a time." Fang Mo similarly spoke coldly. "Hand over the crystal cores." Almost instantaneously after Xiao Wu's proclamation, Chen Wan had already utilized information deduction to survey all present members of Yizhan Dui. She noted that several appeared formidable. Old Zhao and his companions anxiously looked towards Qin Feng. "Captain," they did not believe that their group of over 20 seasoned abilities users could not handle these four mysterious individuals, provided they were not abandoned by Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng was about to negotiate, Lin Yan interjected, "Do not waste words with them. Leave the crystal cores, or forfeit your lives." Eluding a glance of disdain towards Lin Yan, Chu Qingshang seemed to imply, "As fellow believers, you dare to give commands?" He had been the busiest person, hardly resting over the past day and night. After completing her task, Chen Wan hurriedly went to retrieve Lin Yan and Fang Mo before arriving here. Yet, despite his disdain, Chu Qingshang's blade moved with even greater speed. Chapter 83. Continue the slaughter. Lin Yan's command to kill them ignited the flames of battle. The members of Yizhan Dui, initially incredulous, soon erupted in furious shouts. How could they be so underestimated by just a few? "Damn it, let us fight back." Did they truly think we were soft persimmons? The battle was imminent. Chu Qingshang was the first to act, though he appeared somewhat fatigued. His movements were the fastest and most direct. Foregoing flamboyant techniques, he resembled a precise killing machine, thrusting his long knife directly at the throat of the nearest Yizhan Dui member. Simple, direct, efficient. Having independently collected 1,000 crystal cores within a few days and elevated his level to 5. He had long since grown accustomed to pursuing the most effective means of slaughter. Seeking death. "Pretty boy, perish." A hot-tempered muscular man from Yizhan Dui bellowed, his arms transforming into stone as he charged at Chu Qingshang like a battering ram. His eyes filled with cruelty as he envisioned Chu Qingshang being turned into mush by his fist. However, he made a fatal error. He did not petrify his own body. With a swish, Chu Qingshang vanished from his original position, appearing beside the muscular man, slashing through the man's unprotected neck. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu let out a furious roar, hacking down the walking corpse before him, freeing his feet from the muck and leaping to pursue the trailing members of Yizhan Dui. Xiao Wu's swordplay bore the unmistakable style of a seasoned veteran, steady and solid, under the invincible protection of the undying barrier. He was utterly unafraid of any attacks landing upon him, as unmovable as a rock. The members of Yizhan Dui found themselves powerless against Xiao Wu, resorting to control abilities in an attempt to halt him. Yet, the true terror still lay with those who had yet to move. When Chu Qingshang made his move, Chen Wan's cold voice resonated in Fang Mo's ear, as if announcing a death list. Target: Zhang Ming, 32 years old, player level 3, ability, sandification, orphaned. Abandoned his wife and child a year ago for an affair. Target: Li Sheng, 27 years old, player level 3, ability, mud, weak vision and left eye. A scar from a wound sustained at age 7 located 3 centimeters below the right rear of his head. With Chen Wan's words, Fang Mo activated his ability, Causal Curse Kill, without needing to witness it firsthand, with Chen Wan as his eyes. The Causal Curse Kill instantly traversed the short distance of mere meters following the line of information provided by Chen Wan, directly affecting the targets. Among the crowd of Yizhan Dui, 2 individuals simultaneously emitted blood-curdling screams. their bodies feeling as if they were being sliced by countless invisible blades, instantly erupting into dozens of deep, bone-revealing wounds, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The damage inflicted was more than tenfold compared to when Feng Mo's ability had backfired previously. In the blink of an eye, the targets were transformed into bloody figures, collapsing and convulsing, clearly on the verge of death. This was the enhancement of the upgraded causal curse kill, as well as the terrifying power of active deployment. Following closely behind Xiao Wu, Feng Mingming wore an indignant expression, her ability also manifesting with equal frequency. Aware that her ability was being countered by Yizhan DUI members, she positioned her ability around them, completely sealing off their escape routes. Witnessing the formidable strength of the opponents, old Zhao and his companions were struck with terror, shouting hoarsely to the other team members and Qin Feng, "Brothers, stand together. If we do not kill them, none of us will survive." Captain Qin. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression had darkened ominously. He had not anticipated such ruthlessness from the opposition. One misstep, and they were ready to resort to lethal measures, employing methods that were both strange and unpredictable. However, it was too late. As captain, if he wished to lead the team, he could not falter now. Otherwise, the team he had painstakingly gathered would disperse. Furthermore, he still believed in their numerical advantage. As long as they dealt with the others, they could exhaust Xiao Wu's abilities, ensuring their chances of victory remained high. Form a formation. Defensive abilities, to the front. Ranged attacks. Concentrate fire on the blind one and that woman. Qin Feng finally ceased hesitating, roaring as he joined the fray, raising a heavy earthen wall to separate Xiao Wu and targeting Chu Qingshang. Close combat members. Eliminate the greatest threat. The spatial ability user. Under Qin Feng's command, Yizhan DUI began organizing a more effective offensive. Various abilities illuminating as they sought to suppress the four through numbers and coordination. Chu Qingshang, possessing near instantaneous movement, was unbothered by the encirclement. Meanwhile, Lin Yan and the others stood their ground, not merely awaiting their fate. As Feng Mo unleashed his deadly incantation, Chun Wan grasped his arm, sensing the surge of power gathering before them. With a light leap, she swiftly took Feng Mo away from their original location. Initially, Chun Wan intended to assist Lin Yan as well. However, when she glanced back, she discovered that Lin Yan had already retreated at a pace far surpassing theirs. 100 meters away, the battle, pitting 6 against over 20, had devolved into a one-sided crushing defeat. How could this happen? Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed his comrades falling like wheat under a scythe, while their opponents remained virtually unscathed. The facade of congeniality that Qin Feng had meticulously maintained shattered in that moment, twisted by fury and incredulity, as turmoil surged within him. He finally comprehended that these foes could not be vanquished merely through superior numbers. Yet now, he found himself in a precarious position, with the enemy's murderous intent resolute, rendering any thoughts of retreat futile. Qin Feng's eyes darted as he contemplated strategies. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Yizhan team also harbored thoughts of fleeing. Just then, a howl filled with agony, ferocity, and finality erupted. Li Jianjun's vicious blade finally cleaved open the chest of the unique king of the undead, violently extracting a crystal core radiating immense energy. The conflict among the kings of the undead had concluded. This was dire. The two kings were about to finish their battle. The undead were coming for them. A voice cried out in terror from the Yizhan team. Qin Feng immediately shouted, "Cease your attacks. We shall return the crystal core to you. We will not pursue the casualties from today. Stand down immediately, or we shall all perish." Maintaining a calm facade, Qin Feng's heart, however, roiled with murderous intent. Observing his remaining comrades, each wounded and filled with animosity and fear, he knew that today's enmity had been forged. Yet, he also understood the principle that a gentleman seeks revenge, and 10 years is not too long to wait. As Qin Feng's words fell, the onslaught indeed slowed. Even Chu Qingshang, previously consumed by bloodlust, swiftly teleported back to Lin Yan and the others, inquiring, "What shall we do? Continue the slaughter or deal with the undead first?" With the attacks momentarily halted, Qin Feng felt a sense of relief and prepared to lead the remaining individuals away from this perilous place. However, the one he had overlooked from the very beginning, the one whose presence was the least felt yet whose words had instigated this massacre, spoke again. Lin Yan's voice remained calm, tinged with an indifference that suggested mastery over the situation, as he stated, "Why stop? Continue the killing. Do not worry about the undead." Qin Feng could no longer contain himself, abruptly turning with fury that marred his features, unleashing his powers towards Lin Yan. "You brat, die first." Chapter 84. Why not attack you? to emerge from the throng of players in the Fengming City safe zone and ascend to the position of captain of the Yizhan team. Qin Feng undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. In addition to his remarkable strength, another of Qin Feng's attributes lay in his cunning. On the surface, he displayed the ability of shaping earth into form, effortlessly conjuring and manipulating soil into various shapes for offense and defense. However, his true lethal trump card was the rarely seen second ability, Sand Explosion. Indeed, Qin Feng was a rare dual ability holder. First, he would entrap his foes within a formidable earthen wall, then unleash Sand Explosion, causing the solid wall to instantly turn to sand, expand, and explode. Its power rivaled that of high explosives. Die! A fierce glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as his palms slammed against the ground. With a rumble, a thick earthen wall surged upward, resembling a massive, airtight tomb, instantly engulfing Lin Yan, Chu Qingshang, Chen Wan, and Fang Yemo. The next moment, a terrifying explosion resounded from within the earthen prison. Boom! The very ground of the safe zone trembled, clouds of dust and sand soaring into the sky. Ha! Captain! Splendid job. One of the team members cackled gleefully, pride radiating from his face. They must never have expected that we have someone capable of detecting player information in our team. As long as their level does not exceed 5, none of their abilities can escape my detection. That one with the teleportation ability was quite the runner, wasn't he? Let us see how he runs now. A cruel smile crept across Qin Feng's face. In the chaos, his intelligence officer had discreetly relayed the detected information to him. The space manipulator's teleportation relied on visual or sensory targeting. This was evidently a critical and lethal weakness. As Chu Qingshang and the other three stood together, it was precisely the opportunity Qin Feng had long awaited. If he attacked, he would ensure his enemies had no time to prepare or react, striking with lethal precision to eliminate any future threat. Now, let us see if you escape this. Qin Feng fixated on the swirling dust, convinced that the four had been obliterated. Xiao Wu, witnessing this scene, felt his vision darken with rage and prepared to charge in. I will kill you all. Other members of the Yizhan team wore fierce expressions, evidently intent on eliminating both Xiao Wu and Fang Mingming. Forget them. Qin Feng, however, remained remarkably composed. There was no time to waste in depleting Xiao Wu's invincible shield. He shouted sternly, "Aren't you all going to hurry and leave? Do you wish to become a snack for the king of the undead?" Hearing this, the group immediately reined in their murderous intent, turning to retreat. Just then, a voice, calm yet chilling, resonated from behind them. Leave? Where do you think you are going? Qin Feng and his companions froze, turning sharply. There stood Lin Yan, unharmed and unperturbed not far from them. Beside him stood Chu Qingshang, Chen Wan, and Fang Yemo, all equally unscathed, not a hair out of place. No, it's impossible. How did you get out? Qin Feng could scarcely believe his eyes. To seal the four within the earthen tomb as swiftly as possible, Qin Feng had exerted all his strength. The intelligence officer gasped in shock. His teleportation shouldn't be able to reach an unseen location, right? This Chu Qingshang's spatial leap indeed required visual targeting, a weakness confirmed by intelligence. As for Lin Yan, who had remained passive and positioned himself beside Fang Yemo and Chen Wan, he was perceived merely as a protective, defensive player. Of course, even if Lin Yan had attacked, they would never have anticipated that among them was another capable of employing the ability, spatial movement. Spatial movement, anchoring a visible coordinate within the field of vision or sensory range, allows one to transcend spatial constraints and arrive instantaneously. The strength of this ability lies in its capacity to traverse space in an instant, yet its weakness and limitation are evident. It must be within the visible or perceivable realm. For Chu Qingshang, this ability indeed had a distinct weakness. But for Lin Yan, as the bearer of the divine card, his perception had long transcended the limitations of the naked eye when he established a connection with his believers. Each believer was an eye through which he surveyed the world. As long as he desired, theoretically, he could arrive at any location within sight, even where his believers resided. The reason he could not teleport across the entire world was another matter altogether. The reason lies in the insufficient number of believers. The so-called deadly cage devised by Qin Feng was utterly ineffectual against Lin Yan. In the fleeting moment before the sandstorm was unleashed, he had already transported himself and 3 others to safety with remarkable composure. Of course, Lin Yan would never admit that the teleportation had been initiated by him. It was solely the divine intervention at play. The team member responsible for intelligence gathering murmured in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. Just as the words left his lips, a flash of cold light sliced through the air. The expression of shock on his face was forever frozen in time as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The assailant was none other than Qin Feng. Useless trash. He spat, reclaiming his bloodied dagger, his face a mask of cold cruelty. Captain. The surviving members of the team gazed in terror at the scene, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Old Zhao and a few others exchanged glances and, disregarding all caution, attempted to flee. Yet, they had scarcely made any distance when a familiar earthen wall abruptly barred their path. In an instant, they found themselves ensnared within a soil prison. The explosion reverberated once more. Qin Feng had resorted to the very tactic he employed against Lin Yan and his group to eliminate old Zhao and the others. I have slain them, will you? The captain of the Yizhan Doi, who typically commanded with authority, now bore a visage of humility and desperation as he pleaded with Lin Yan and his companions. Will you spare me? Lin Yan calmly observed this grotesque tableau. This cat-and-mouse game had reached its conclusion. Eliminate them all, with a single command. The believers sprang into action once more. No one showed the slightest mercy for the pleas and submissions of these individuals. Simultaneously, having utterly vanquished the second unique undead and consumed its core, Li Jianjun unleashed a deafening roar. A chilling event unfolded before the Yizhan Doi members. The undead, previously hunting the survivors, seemed to receive some invisible command, abruptly shifting direction and surging toward them like a tidal wave. The ensuing scene unfolded into a merciless slaughter without any suspense. Initially, Qin Feng harbored a flicker of hope, believing that amidst the chaos of the undead assault, he might find a chance to escape alone. However, his heart shattered as he realized that these undead, as if recognizing their prey, entirely disregarded Lin Yan and his 6 companions, instead charging frantically toward him. The surrounding guards and survivors were either dead, fled, or hiding elsewhere in the safety zone. No one bore witness to this extraordinary occurrence. Why? Why are they not attacking you? This irrational scene shattered Qin Feng's perception and extinguished his last vestige of hope. With a swift motion, a blade arm descended upon Qin Feng with astonishing speed. His incredulous head was severed from his body. As it fell, the cacophony of curses and pleas for mercy evaporated almost simultaneously. Xiao Wu and Fang Mengmeng finally converged with Lin Yan and the others. However, apart from Lin Yan, the remaining 5 regarded the sanguinary Li Jianjun, who had just slain Qin Feng, with extreme caution and vigilance. How many levels does this undead king possess? Zhu Qingshang inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon Li Jianjun. Chun Wan furrowed her brow, her expression graver than when she had received her fixed identity mission. As information flashed through her eyes, level 6, and perilously close to reaching level 7. Zhu Qingshang felt the situation had become rather precarious. Just as she prepared to take the initiative, Xiao Wu abruptly raised his hand to halt her, stating, "Wait, I know him." Xiao Wu had encountered Li Jianjun once before. During the incident in Jinfeng village, where he had witnessed the man, once a paralyzed cripple, rise to his feet thanks to divine favor. At that time, Jinfeng village had been on the brink of annihilation by a horde of undead, and Xiao Wu, then at level 1, had nearly exhausted his powers and succumbed to the undead. It was this very undead that had arrived with another wave, driving away and eliminating the horde. Now, as time had passed, a familiar scene unfolded before Xiao Wu once more. What a remarkable coincidence it was, as if this undead was perpetually aiding him and his companions. Zhu Qingshang and Chun Wan exchanged glances with Xiao Wu. Aware that his conjecture might be somewhat far-fetched, he continued, "I believe this undead can communicate. Let me try. I have a shield, he cannot harm me." With that, he strode toward Li Jianjun. Zhu Qingshang cast a glance at Li Jianjun, but said nothing. Fang Mo, however, cautioned, "Be careful." The bond formed through their shared status as divine believers naturally fostered a sense of intimacy and trust that surpassed that of mere strangers. Fang Mo's concern primarily stemmed from his unfamiliarity with Xiao Wu's abilities. "You 2 older brothers, and this beautiful sister, rest assured," Fang Mengmeng declared with pride. "Uncle Zhao's ability is Immortal Barrier, a truly invincible shield." An invincible shield? A flicker of astonishment crossed Fang Mo's face, obscured by his cloth mask. He had presumed his own causal curse kill to be among the pinnacle of abilities, only to discover that Xiao Wu possessed what was theoretically the strongest absolute defense. In light of this revelation, he suddenly felt his own powers were not as remarkable as he had believed. It seemed that each of his companions was stronger than the last. Even Zhu Qingshang cast a sidelong glance, re-evaluating Xiao Wu's steady demeanor. Chun Wan had already deduced the situation through her analysis, but had refrained from verbalizing it until now, when she conceded. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, perhaps due to the existence of his wuxiang characteristic, was easily overlooked as long as he remained silent and motionless. He stood at the rear, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet his consciousness subtly communicated a directive to Li Jianjun. Just as Xiao Wu took 2 steps forward, preparing to engage with Li Jianjun, the latter let out a thunderous roar. The horde of undead that had filled the safety zone retreated in orderly fashion like a receding tide, leaving behind a throng of bewildered low-level undead standing motionless. Li Jianjun's vocal apparatus seemed somewhat stiff, yet he managed to articulate human syllables clearly. In exchange, help me locate the nearest third unique undead, and I will leave these undead to you. You indeed possess normal cognition and reason. A look of realization washed over Xiao Wu's face, and he promptly inquired, you even know that my mission requires the extermination of undead? Li Jianjun remained silent, merely gazing back. At this moment, Chen Wan stepped forward, hesitating briefly before divulging the information she had analyzed. The nearest unique undead is in Lanwei City. Its specifics are as follows. It is a level 5 undead named Lin Guangshan, with abilities of mucus symbiosis and mimetic camouflage. As she read this, a note of astonishment crept into Chen Wan's voice. This undead can disguise itself as an ordinary person, infiltrating the survivor group. It has stealthily assassinated and devoured many within the safety zone. The authorities were on the verge of tracking it down, but chaos ensued with the release of the second round of rules, allowing it to vanish amidst the disarray. It is currently mingling among the Yizhan Doit, with its position approximately in. Chen Wan detailed a general area. Li Jianjun, upon hearing this, wasted no time and effortlessly hoisted the corpse of the slain zombie king onto his shoulders. With a few powerful strides, his massive form swiftly vanished into the safety zone. Following another roar, the remnants of the horde trailed behind him. In the blink of an eye, the once perilous safety zone was now left with only Lin Yan and his 5 companions, along with over 1,000 level 1 zombies that began to stir restlessly, having lost the control of their high-level counterparts. Was it truly this simple? These zombies sometimes exhibited a loyalty surpassing that of humans. Chu Qingshang finally allowed his tense body to relax somewhat, though he maintained a slight distance from the others. Xiao Wu turned back, expressing sincere gratitude to the 4, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. You need not concern yourselves further. I shall handle this. Once I finish and gather all the crystal cores from Xiaoming, the remainder will be yours as a reward for your efforts." Before the 4 could respond, Xiao Wu charged towards the dark mass of zombies with his blade drawn. Fang Mingming began to efficiently clean the battlefield, collecting the scattered crystal cores and skillfully extracting those yet to be claimed from the zombie corpses. Chu Qingshang, Fang Yamo, and Chen Wan thus settled into a state of idleness. Chu Qingshang casually extracted a few crystal cores, cradling them in his palm to silently absorb their energy, replenishing his nearly depleted powers. Chen Wan remained steadfastly by Fang Mo's side, unwilling to leave the blind Fang Mo alone in this perilous environment. She turned her gaze towards the silent Chu Qingshang and the barely noticeable Lin Yan, initiating, "It seems we should assist the 2 of you in completing your tasks. Who shall begin?" "Whichever you prefer," Chu Qingshang replied succinctly. Lin Yan smiled faintly, his tone calm. "Let us deal with his first. Mine can wait." Lin Yan's task had a deadline of 10 days, while Chu Qingshang's was 3 days. With the second day already upon them, Lin Yan was keen on retaining such a valuable follower. Furthermore, he would require Chu Qingshang's powers to fulfill his own task. However, Lin Yan's words ignited suspicion within Chu Qingshang. "Why are you so eager to assist others? You don't strike me as a particularly warm-hearted individual." Chu Qingshang's voice was low, laced with unabashed scrutiny. "Moreover, I have been meaning to ask, why do I sense none of the connection typical among followers in your presence?" Chapter 86. I am not a follower. Chu Qingshang's suspicion was not unwarranted. In fact, Chen Wan had also harbored doubts regarding Lin Yan's identity. Due to her ability to perform information projection, she had found herself unable to glean any effective information about him. It was as if he were a stone cast into the sea, leaving no ripples. Besides the name he had provided, everything else, his past, abilities, and even basic energy fluctuations, remained an inscrutable void. On their journey, driven by the urgency to complete their divine mission, and influenced by Fang Mo's assertion that Lin Yan was their benefactor and also a follower of the deity, Chen Wan had refrained from further inquiry. She trusted Fang Mo. Yet now, as Chu Qingshang posed his question, Chen Wan turned her gaze toward Lin Yan. The atmosphere seemed to thicken with a barely perceptible tension. Fang Mingming blinked in confusion, her small face shifting between the adults. Fang Mo stepped forward, proactively explaining on Lin Yan's behalf. his tone confident. Brother Lin possesses a unique trait that allows him to completely conceal his information, which is why we cannot sense the same origin of energy. I mentioned previously that my ability to complete this task relies entirely on Brother Lin's unwavering support. Moreover, I have already verified his identity through faith with the deity. There is no room for doubt. Chu Qingshang's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yan. You, speak for yourself. After the incident with Su Yu, Chu Qingshang's wariness had undeniably heightened. Lin Yan, meeting his gaze, was not angered. Rather, a playful smile graced his lips. Fang Mo is correct, though not entirely so. Allow me this opportunity to clarify my identity, so that you may all lay your apprehensions to rest. He paused briefly to gauge the expressions of the group before leisurely dropping a bombshell. I am indeed not a follower like you. Shenwan instinctively took a step back. Chu Qingshang's eyes narrowed, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his weapon. Upon hearing Lin Yan's declaration, Fang Mo spoke in a low voice, despite his blindness. Accurately facing Lin Yan, imbued with a unique trust. Lin Yan was pleased with their reactions and continued, I am the original believer of the deity, the embodiment of the deity's will in this world. In terms of hierarchy, I would be considered an apostle, positioned above mere followers. Apostle? Fang Mingming tilted her head, her innocent face reflecting curiosity. That sounds impressive. Chunwan quickly regained her composure, her cool voice educating the group. I have perused some religious texts from other states. In many belief systems, not all followers are equal. Different ranks are often established based on power, contributions, or proximity to the deity. Titles such as disciples, protectors, and saints exist. An apostle is clearly a rank above that of a follower. Chunwan fully accepted Lin Yan's assertion. So, you are here to lead us? Lin Yan did not respond directly, but merely shifted his thoughts. In an instant, a vast, pure aura imbued with majesty emanated from him, like a slumbering dragon slightly parting its eyelids, filling the air. Though it was but a trace, it was sufficient to send shivers through the souls of all present. Even Xiao Wu, engaged in battle, turned to look. This was the presence of the deity. Chu Qingshang's pupils contracted sharply, and all previous doubts evaporated in that moment. You are. Chunwan's eyes also trembled violently. This familiar aura, the mark bestowed by the deity, was unmistakable. Lin Yan retracted his aura, his tone returning to its previous neutrality, as if nothing had occurred. I chose not to clarify earlier simply to avoid making you feel I was exceptional. Fang Mo affirmed. Brother Lin, we trust you. Fang Mingming immediately nodded vigorously, her small face beaming with the joy of having found a protector. Yes. And I remember now. This impressive brother used to live in Hanlin community. I've seen you before. So, you were following the deity long ago. Shenwan's gaze towards Lin Yan grew complex, infused with a newfound respect. I see. I apologize for our earlier presumptions, apostle. Chu Qingshang remained silent for a moment before finally releasing his grip on the hilt of his knife. Although his tone remained somewhat brusque, his attitude had evidently shifted. I was overly suspicious. Since the deity acknowledges you, I have no objections. Lin Yan smiled nonchalantly. It's all right. In these times, it is wise to remain vigilant. As long as our goals align, that is what matters. You need not be so formal. Simply call me Lin Yan. Lin Yan was only a few years older than Fang Mo and Chunwan. Curiously and directly, Chunwan inquired, Brother Lin, since you are an apostle, do you possess far more knowledge than we do? For instance, what truly is this apocalypse? And what are those card dispensing machines? Lin Yan shook his head, not feigning mystery. Regarding the questions you pose, I do not have significantly more knowledge than you. Fang Mo, although unable to see, nodded seriously in Lin Yan's direction. Brother Lin, regardless of your identity, you saved both me and Xiao Wan. I will remember this kindness. Fang Mingming absorbed the crystal nucleus while gazing at Lin Yan with sparkling eyes. Brother Shirtu, do you often converse with the divine? She asked. Do the deities reside in the heavens? Lin Yan was momentarily amused by her innocent inquiries. Regarding the divine, I possess more knowledge than you, but it is inconvenient for me to disclose it. You may inquire for yourselves, he replied, passing the question to another part of himself. Fang Mo redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. So, Brother Lin, what further instructions does the deity have for us? Lin Yan's smile faded as he surveyed Xiao Wu, who was still engaged in combat with the walking corpses, and Fang Mingming, who continued to absorb the crystal nuclei. Let Xiao Wu deal with the corpses first. Then we shall consolidate our efforts to assist Chu Qingshang in finding the items. Once we complete Chu Qingshang's task, Xiao Wu and Fang Mingming will be nearly finished as well, and you will need to help me with my task. I must forewarn you, my task will be perilous. So prepare yourselves mentally. Brother Lin, You have aided us, and we are also followers of the divine. Assisting you with your task is our duty. Fang Yimou responded with a smile. Chen Wan nodded in agreement, her gaze resolute. As for Chu Qingshang, he had no objections. In truth, there is no need to waste time on my task. We can proceed directly to yours. As for my task, I am indifferent to its completion. My assistance to you is merely to repay a certain favor. Chu Qingshang turned away, not mentioning the severe depletion of his abilities, which would likely take time to recover. However, even without his abilities, he could carve a bloody path with his blade. Lin Yan regarded Chu Qingshang without directly countering his words, but instead calmly posed a question. So, after repaying this favor, do you intend to find a place and continue slaying the walking dead with this very knife until your own demise? Lin Yan's statement pierced through the potential conclusion of Chu Qingshang's despondent state, imbued with a sense of calm understanding rather than criticism. Lin Yan comprehended the reasons behind Chu Qingshang's current demeanor. Having his parents killed by a childhood friend, he remained oblivious, even at times regarding his enemy as a source of support. This profound betrayal of trust, coupled with the anguish of a shattered past, has the power to obliterate anyone's faith. In a certain sense, the isolation that Chu Qingshang experienced, feeling abandoned by the entire world, bore a chilling resemblance to Lin Yan's own past. Thus, Lin Yan understood the numbness and resignation that enveloped him at this moment. Especially since Chu Qingshang had already avenged himself, he was fully engulfed in an existential crisis. Chu Qingshang pressed his lips together, refraining from a response. But the sudden tightening of his jawline betrayed the turmoil within. Lin Yan did not relent. His voice remained steady, yet each word struck with the precision of a hammer. The deity extends a hand to lift you. It is not for you to squander the precious life you have so arduously reclaimed in the service of a task. That is not an act of gratitude. It is an utter waste. Is this how you intend to squander the life you have regained? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Chu Qingshang's expression wavered. Your spatial movement is currently one of the most efficient abilities. We require this power. Do you not find yourself curious as to who orchestrates this apocalyptic game from behind the scenes? Are you not intrigued by the truth behind the card-drawing machine? Do you not wish to confront those who have transformed the world into this state? Once more, Chu Qingshang averted his gaze from Lin Yan, his silence a clear answer. No, I have no interest in such grand matters. Lin Yan understood that although Chu Qingshang claimed indifference, deep within, he held the divine's favor, granting him clarity against his enemies and pulling him back from the brink of death, in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have risked his nearly depleted body to assist Chen Wan and Fang Yimou. Grasping this insight, Lin Yan opted for a strategy of retreat. He ceased to look at Chu Qingshang, adopting a tone that seemed to convey surrender. Very well. Your life is your own. If you insist on rejecting it, no one can compel you. These words struck Chu Qingshang like a needle, pricking at his heart. He instinctively lowered his gaze, his lips pressed tightly together. Complex emotions roiling within him, relief mingled with an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Yet, in the next moment, a vast and imposing will descended without warning, enveloping Chu Qingshang's entire consciousness. It was the divine. Chu Qingshang's body stiffened, his heart racing with a sudden sense of guilt and panic. He had just spoken words nearly tantamount to betrayal to the deity's apostle. Chu Qingshang clenched his fists, his fingertips digging into his palms as he braced for the anticipated rebuke or cold disappointment. However, nothing came. The authoritative will conveyed no words. It merely sighed softly within the depths of his consciousness, a sigh imbued with boundless compassion and understanding. Then, an immeasurable power, pure and warm, enveloped him like a soothing hot spring in winter, tender yet irresistible, wrapping his body and soul completely. In an instant, the abilities he had expended were restored. The fatigue of both body and spirit vanished without a trace. There were no reprimands, no conditions, not even a demand for any promises. The deity, in his moment of deepest uncertainty and self-denial, communicated in the most direct manner. I see your sacrifices, I cherish your existence, and I need you. This unreserved trust and profound gratitude held greater power than any verbal persuasion, striking with the force of a heavy hammer, shattering the hardened shell with which Chu Qingshang had sought to isolate himself. He slowly lifted his head, and within his previously deadened and numb eyes, something fractured, reigniting a glimmer of hope. He looked at Lin Yan, his voice raspy yet filled with a newfound resolve. I understand. He paused, as if making a vow not only to Lin Yan but also to the silent deity. This life is reclaimed by the divine. Until the deity explicitly states that I am no longer needed, I shall live. His gaze swept over Chen Wan and Fang Yimou, finally resting on Xiao Wu. who had just severed the last walking corpse's head. Let us go. Are we not to fulfill my task? His task is complete. My condition has returned. And we may commence now. Though the death wish within Chu Qingshang had not entirely dissipated, it was momentarily suppressed by a more potent reason. He would live until his deity explicitly informed him that his worth had been exhausted. After Li Jianjun withdrew with his horde of corpses from Fengming City, he halted at an abandoned factory workshop on the outskirts. The workshop was permeated with the stench of rust and unknown decay. Li Jianjun discarded the second special walking corpse, one endowed with the ability of retractable tendons, onto the ground. The energy within this corpse king had been completely drained, leaving only its intact left arm, capable of extending and retracting freely. Li Jianjun gripped his left arm, with a tearing sound that made one's teeth ache and the dull thud of bones breaking. He severed his left arm at the shoulder. Thick blood sprayed like a fountain across the dust-laden floor and walls. Yet, Li Jianjun felt no pain. His right hand grasped the arm of the special walking corpse on the ground and forcefully pressed it against the gaping, black blood gushing wound on his left shoulder. A bizarre scene unfolded. At the moment the severed edge of the arm made contact with Li Jianjun's wound, countless delicate, animal-like black granulations surged forth from both surfaces, intertwining, weaving, and merging chaotically. There was no suturing, no healing. It resembled a brutal, forced symbiosis. Just moments ago, Li Jianjun had felt no pain at all. Yet now he let out a roar that was a grotesque blend of excruciating agony and ferocity. The merging did not bring physical suffering, but rather a piercing torment that struck at his very soul, accompanied by a chaotic, murderous, and primal awareness emanating from the remnants of the unique corpse, fiercely assaulting the fragile human rationality he had painstakingly rebuilt. Blood vessels filled his eyes in an instant, the murky whites almost vanishing, leaving behind only 2 points of frenzied crimson. His mouth twisted uncontrollably, drool mingled with black blood dripping down as he emitted a low, threatening growl. He felt his thoughts being torn asunder, an overwhelming impulse to annihilate all living beings before him nearly gaining the upper hand. Just as Li Jianjun was on the brink of succumbing entirely to this frenzied instinct, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his son, who stood quietly in a corner of the workshop, his small, forever 5-year-old zombie, Li Xiaobao. Xiaobao gazed at him silently, and in his hollow eye sockets there seemed to be nothing, yet they reflected Li Jianjun's current twisted and hideous visage. It was in that fleeting moment that the madness and brutality in Li Jianjun's eyes faded entirely. A hoarse, fragmented syllable escaped from the depths of his throat. Xiao, Bao. The merging process did not last long. As the last vestige of flesh granules vanished, the retractable arm from the special corpse king had completely replaced Li Jianjun's left arm, perfectly connecting with his torso. Li Jianjun could feel a new, more ferocious power coursing through his body, yet simultaneously, that maddening will lurked like a parasite, lying in wait. He raised his head, peering through the gaping hole in the factory towards the direction of Lanwei City. In his eyes, once again governed by reason, there remained but a singular target. He let out a roar that was louder and more commanding than before. Outside the workshop, the previously quiet horde of corpses stirred into a frenzy, akin to soldiers responding to their king's command. In the next moment, the tide of corpses turned, surging forth like a gray torrent of death towards Lanwei City. The target was Lin Guangshan. Chapter 88. Lin Guangshan, long time no see in Lanwei City. The abandoned municipal botanical garden. Once a tropical rainforest greenhouse serving as the city's green lungs, it had now transformed into a perilous green maze. A team of 16 from the Lanwei City Zhandoi was struggling to navigate through. The vegetation here had grown wildly. Compared to 10 days ago, it seemed as if an entirely different forest had taken over. Isn't it? I visited here when I was a child. Old Lu, you were here just 10 days ago? The middle-aged man known as Old Lu fell silent at once. Someone next to him nudged him with an elbow, signaling him to refrain from asking further. Many among them were aware that Old Lu had last brought his daughter here before the countdown of the card machine came to an end. Stay close. This cursed place has poor visibility. The squad leader, Wu Quangfeng, instructed. Don't worry, Captain, with Uncle Lin watching our backs, we're perfectly safe. A young team member with freckles turned back, flashing a radiant smile towards the rear of the team. The middle-aged man referred to as Uncle Lin was, in truth, Lin Guangshan, a zombie disguised as a human, who returned the smile with an earnest expression, layered with the unique concern of an elder. Xiaoguang, focus on the path. My old bones are just here to keep an eye on the rear. His tone was light and natural, yet the team members could not muster a smile. The original 30-person team had dwindled to half, a shadow of gloom hanging over each individual. From an unnoticed angle, Lin Guangshan quietly licked his lips, a glimmer of bloodthirst flashing in his eyes. Ajay, how many types have you located for your task? Captain Wu Guangfeng inquired. Ajay was a somewhat reticent young man, whose ability was plant growth, and his mission was to collect seeds from tropical plants. 10 more to go. Captain, this place is too vast. How about we split up? Wu Guangfeng hesitated. Their previous dispersals had led to significant casualties within the team. However, glancing at the time, he ultimately replied, all right, let us split up. Stay safe and maintain a distance where you can hear each other's voices. Don't stray too far, Uncle Lin. Wu Guangfeng looked to Lin Guangshan. Lin Guangshan immediately waved his hand, his expression sincere. I'll guard this intersection. I can alert you in case anything arises. You all go help Ajay complete his task. His time is running short. You've worked hard. This outing has been taxing, and your task is last on the list. In the Lanwei City safe zone, Lin Guangshan had established himself as the amiable figure, and upon hearing this, he waved his hand. My task has ample time. There's no rush. The team members had no doubts and swiftly dispersed into the dense ferns. The kindness on Lin Guangshan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by the cold gaze of a hunter. As the last person's silhouette disappeared behind the foliage, Lin Guangshan's mask of benevolence abruptly fell away, revealing the icy demeanor of a predator. He zeroed in on a solitary team member, gliding toward his nearest target like a specter, who happened to be his most trusted. Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang was crouched down, intently identifying a peculiar fern, when suddenly he felt a weight on his shoulder. Uncle Lin. Catching a glimpse of the familiar clothing out of the corner of his eye, he instinctively turned around. What awaited him was a gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth glinting ominously in the dappled light. Lin Guangshan's hand clamped tightly over Xiao Guang's mouth and nose, the sharp teeth precisely tearing through the young man's throat. The faint struggle was perfectly masked by the rustling of the plants. Lin Guangshan greedily absorbed the life energy, swiftly dragging the still warm body behind a massive thicket of plants. 64 more to go to complete the task. I must hasten. Lin Guangshan licked the blood from the corner of his lips and stealthily advanced toward his next target. Just as he approached the second isolated team member, a piercing sound of shattering glass suddenly rang out. What was that sound? The team member turned alertly, only to see Lin Guangshan silently appearing behind him. Uncle Lin? Why are you? His words were abruptly cut off. Outside, chilling sounds of scraping and the growls of corpses echoed. In an instant, countless zombies surged into the botanical garden through an unknown breach. Someone immediately raised the alarm, and the previously dispersed team quickly regrouped. We're surrounded. Someone screamed in terror. Lin Guangshan, initially furious at having his hunt interrupted, quickly felt a surge of delight. As long as he could control the zombies, he could ensure that none of these people would escape. Little did he know, the corpse's target was not humanity, but rather him. Lin Guangshan stepped forward, emitting a peculiar roar from his throat, secreting pheromones to control the undead. Yet, the horde showed no reaction, relentlessly closing in. Lin Guangshan finally realized that these walking corpses were being controlled by a more advanced entity. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Lin, Uncle Lin? A team member looked at Lin Guangshan with a perplexed expression. Since the pretense had lost its significance, Lin Guangshan shed all disguise. His skin began to twist and change color, a repulsive slime oozed from his body, and he ballooned in size several times over. The game had come to an end, and he expressed gratitude to everyone who had assisted him in completing the task. As soon as he finished speaking, countless globs of slime shot out in all directions, and in an instant, several individuals were pierced by slime-formed arrows. Lin Guangshan lunged at those individuals. The battle proved to be more challenging than Lin Guangshan had anticipated. Several members of the team dealt him considerable damage with their levels and abilities. However, he managed to devour 11 of them, allowing 5 to escape. Are you all dead? Why did you not stop them? Initially, Lin Guangshan had thought that the corpses flooding into the botanical garden would come to fight him for food. But until the battle concluded, they remained standing in a dazed circle. 5 of his prey had gotten away, particularly one 5th-level player, the captain of this small team, whose energy could have elevated Lin Guangshan to at least level 6. This left Lin Guangshan seething at the surrounding corpses. He shouted at them, "Why don't you hurry and disperse?" Yet, the horde remained completely unmoving. In that moment, Lin Guangshan suddenly sensed something was amiss. Something was terribly wrong. Their silence, their encirclement, had their target from the very beginning not been those humans, but him. This thought propelled Lin Guangshan to act without hesitation, preparing to tear through a gap and escape. However, unexpectedly, the space before him rippled without warning. In the next instant, a tall figure stepped calmly out from the undulating space. The newcomer exuded a restrained aura, their demeanor casual, yet radiated an invisible sense of oppression. Lin Guangshan initially believed that a high-level corpse king capable of manipulating space had arrived, instantly feeling a grave sense of danger. The slime around him began to secrete at an accelerated pace as he prepared for a desperate fight. However, upon seeing the figure's face, Lin Guangshan's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. Lin Guangshan, it has been a long time. Lin Yan's silhouette traversed the space, appearing before Lin Guangshan. Chapter 89. Are you blaming me for Xiaowan? Li Jianjun's army of corpses invaded Lanwei City, executing a thorough search within the specific parameters provided by Chen Wan, ultimately surrounding the botanical garden's greenhouse to the point of total containment. Once he sensed that the horde had successfully trapped their target, Lin Yan briefly informed Chu Qing and others that a deity required his assistance with another believer. He then activated spatial movement, precisely traversing space to appear in this location. Lin Yan. When Lin Guangshan recognized that the figure stepping out from the spatial distortion was none other than his son, whom he had long believed to be dead, his face, devoid of any discernible expression, was overtaken by sheer shock and disbelief, even neglecting Lin Yan's casual call of his name. The person before him exuded a profound and restrained aura, their demeanor unhurried, starkly contrasting with Lin Guangshan's memories of his taciturn son. An absurd yet seemingly reasonable thought suddenly surged into Lin Guangshan's mind. Could these unusually behaving corpses be under Lin Yan's control? You are the master of this horde of corpses? Lin Guangshan's voice trembled with uncertainty, his murky eyes fixating on Lin Yan, attempting to discern the truth behind his facade. Are you human or a corpse now? What level of corpse are you? It was understandable that Lin Guangshan found himself ensnared in a web of confusion. He had just discovered himself surrounded by an eerie horde, and almost immediately, Lin Yan had precisely manifested through his spatial abilities. Otherwise, how could Lin Yan have located this place with such accuracy? Since reaching level 5, Lin Guangshan's thoughts had grown increasingly lucid. He understood that the higher a corpse's level, the more it could evolve in the direction it desired. Humanoid corpses were not non-existent. Even his own abilities could allow him to masquerade as a human. In a split second, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Guangshan's mind. Regardless of whether Lin Yan was human or corpse, the pure and immense energy radiating from him was unmistakable. If he could devour Lin Yan, his strength would undoubtedly surge, freeing him from the need to stealthily infiltrate various teams to hunt humans. Despite the murderous intent swirling within him, the cunning Lin Guangshan rapidly shifted his expression. He subtly moved, activating his mimetic disguise ability once more. His grotesque corpse visage receded like the tide, reverting to that of an apparently simple, somewhat weathered middle-aged man. He forced an expression of overwhelming excitement, even managing to squeeze out a few tears, striding toward Lin Yan with palpable enthusiasm. Good, good, how wonderful. You are indeed my Lin Guangshan's most proud son. Again, I knew you would be fine. You are now capable of standing on your own. Lin Yan merely watched him, smiling silently. Lin Guangshan strained to make his voice tremble in an effort to craft a deeply moving father-son reunion, hoping to lower Lin Yan's guard. Your mother and your brother Zimao, if they were watching from above and saw you thriving, they would surely be at peace. Lin Guangshan made a grand gesture of embracing, waiting for Lin Yan to come and share in the joy of their reunion. Heh! Lin Yan let out a soft laugh, as if genuinely finding something amusing, and said, Lin Guangshan, wasn't Xiaowan torn apart by your own hands? Why pretend to be a grieving widower here? Lin Guangshan's expression faltered. Memories of Xiaowan being mercilessly torn apart by him surged uncontrollably in his mind, along with the mixed feelings of hatred and twisted pleasure when he devoured her. At that moment, while Lin Guangshan was momentarily taken aback, a bolt of thunder descended violently from the sky, striking him down. Lin Guangshan was violently hurled to the ground by the ferocious energy of the lightning. Engulfed in black smoke, his body battered and scorched, emitting a pungent smell of charred flesh. You ungrateful wretch! Struggling to lift his head, feeling a wave of numbness wash over him, he bellowed, Do you know what you are doing? Are you attempting to commit patricide? Patricide? Lin Yan slowly crouched down, meeting the disheveled Lin Guangshan's gaze, his eyes devoid of warmth, only cold indifference. You think you are worthy? If Xiaowan had always plotted against Lin Yan, then Lin Guangshan and Lin Zimao had always taken Lin Yan's blood for granted. The look in Lin Yan's eyes at that moment caused Lin Guangshan more pain than the previous lightning strike. It was a profound humiliation. However, the aura emanating from Lin Yan instinctively made him feel overwhelmed. A strong desire to survive prompted him to immediately alter his strategy. His voice laden with feigned sorrow and accusation. Are you blaming me for Xiaowan? You have no idea what that vile woman did. Oh, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, revealing a seemingly intrigued expression. What did Xiaowan do? Lin Guangshan gasped heavily, his anger and pent-up resentment transforming his eyes into a bloodthirsty crimson. It was she. She killed your brother first. Zimao died at her hands. She deserved to die. She deserved it. Until now, Lin Guangshan still believes that everything is the fault of Xiaowan. Since Lin Yan's rebirth, Lin Guangshan has not seen Lin Yan nor heard any news about him. Lin Guangshan even believes that Lin Yan has long since perished. For a son he merely regarded as a tool, Lin Guangshan has shown no concern for Lin Yan's well-being. Instead, he daydreams about how splendid it would be if his biological son, Lin Zimao, were still alive, envisioning the two of them united in their endeavors. If it weren't for that wretched woman, the three of us could have reunited. My abilities, combined with Zimao's, along with you, Ian. The more Lin Guangshan spoke, the more excited he became, as if painting a wildly ambitious blueprint. Together, the three of us could conquer an entire city. In the future, we could even dominate the entirety of Xiazhou. Indeed, it is a promising future, Lin Yan slowly remarked. A look of joy spread across Lin Guangshan's face. However, Lin Yan's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. Unfortunately, I am human, not a walking corpse. Moreover, I am not your son, Lin Guangshan. Chapter 90. You shall also die. Lin Guangshan's expression shifted dramatically, his murky eyes spinning wildly, his voice trembling with feigned urgency. Even if you are not a walking corpse. Ian, for the sake of our father-son bond, you cannot kill me. Once I grow stronger, I will help you seize all of humanity's territory, allowing you to be the king of all. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yan, hastily adding, and how could you possibly not be my son? I raised you myself. Lin Yan slowly stood up, looking down at him from above. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of malevolence flickered in Lin Guangshan's eyes. He struggled to rise, his fingers silently transforming into claws, with dark nails gleaming ominously in the dim light. Boom. The second bolt of furious thunder struck precisely at Lin Guangshan's back as he prepared to bend down. Lin Guangshan let out a chilling wail. Half of his body instantly carbonizing, his facade collapsing completely to reveal the hideous, twisted form of a walking corpse. The charred flesh curled, emitting an unbearable burnt odor. Before the crystal core within his chest could be extracted or destroyed, the vitality of a walking corpse is remarkably formidable. Even with its head severed, it merely loses perception. Not to mention, Lin Guangshan, in his current state as a high-level walking corpse. Yet, being trampled underfoot by Lin Yan, treated like a mere plaything, drove Lin Guangshan to the brink of madness. With a contorted visage, he howled frantically, Lin Yan, you will meet a dreadful end. I will tear you apart and consume you. Even if you know your origins, you do not know where your parents are, do you? Ha! If you kneel and beg me, I might just tell you. Boom. Another ruthless bolt of lightning struck down, the blinding electric light consuming Lin Guangshan's form entirely. As the thunder dissipated, Lin Yan coldly regarded the charred, writhing remnants on the ground, gradually speaking. Lin Guangshan, there is one thing you have misunderstood from the very beginning. What? Lin Guangshan gasped, his remaining instincts compelling him to ask. Lin Yan's voice resonated like a final judgment, piercing through his disintegrating consciousness. Guess who sent you the recording that revealed it was Xia, one who killed Lin Zimao? Did you think you found Xiaowan on your own at that time? Lin Guangshan's fragmented body trembled violently. The recording was sent by me. In fact, I was the one who called those people to inform them that no one would come to rescue you. Oh, and by the way, it was I who provided Xiaowan and Lin Zimao's identity cards. As for how you just happened to appear before Xiaowan, can your pig's brain comprehend that? Lin Yan deliberately paused, and at last, Lin Guangshan's fractured mind pieced together the maddening truth. Ha! Ha ha ha! The ultimate resentment caused Lin Guangshan's remaining form to convulse violently, unable to maintain even a coherent human voice. Observing Lin Guangshan in such a state, a chilling, satisfied smile finally graced Lin Yan's lips. There is only one thing Lin Yan would never reveal to Lin Guangshan, that he was reborn after being killed by them. Lin Yan's gaze swept over the unmoving walking corpses surrounding him. At this moment, he represented only the identity of Lin Yan, not that of a deity. Besides the fact of his rebirth, there was nothing else that needed to be concealed. However, just then, Lin Guangshan's charred form began to swell violently, a chaotic and violent aura surging. The intensity of his hatred was so great that it triggered an imminent mutation. Still yearning for transformation at the point of death? A cold glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Unfortunately, I shall not grant you that opportunity. Boom. The final and most formidable bolt of destructive thunder, like the judgment spear cast down by the thunder god, accurately struck Lin Guangshan's back, piercing through to the crystal core within his chest. Crack! It sounded as if something had shattered. Lin Guangshan's convulsing body abruptly stiffened, the energy of the crystal core rapidly dissipating, the mutation forcibly interrupted. He stared unblinkingly at Lin Yan, and then completely collapsed, devoid of life. At this moment, Li Jianjun's imposing figure finally appeared within the hall. Lin Yan cast a casual glance at the arriving Li Jianjun. Please ensure that not a single bone remains. Lin Yan had crossed paths with Li Jianjun at the Fengming city base, and Li Jianjun had learned from the divine directives that they were all followers of the deity, including Lin Yan. Thus, their meeting was understood without words. After Lin Yan's instruction, his figure vanished amidst a spatial fluctuation, as if he had never existed. Li Jianjun surveyed the large hole above, glanced at the charred corpse beneath his feet, and sensed the soul-chilling aura, nodding towards the void as he began the third fusion. This time, rather than limbs, Li Jianjun chose a relatively intact piece of flesh, affixing it to himself. During this fusion process, Li Jianjun felt an unprecedented murderous intent and brutality, along with an indescribable stench emanating from the flesh. Its malice was even more potent than that of the previous two special walking corpses combined. Fortunately, the amount of flesh Li Jianjun chose to fuse was minimal. As the fusion completed, identity fixation task, Zombie King competition completed. In an instant, Li Jianjun felt a portion of his human awareness return. Simultaneously, he discovered he had acquired an entirely new ability. Mimetic Disguise Special. Li Jianjun glanced at the charred corpse on the ground, grimacing in distaste, and beckoned to the nearby walking corpses. Consume it, leaving not a single bone behind. Identity fixation task, Shop Robbery, Defense, completed. Shop Robbery, defense upon the entry of NPCs opening shops into your shop. Kill that NPC to acquire their shop. Failure results in death. Outside the safe zone of Fengming City, within Yukang's shop, two corpses had already fallen around. Yukang, likewise, was drenched in blood, bearing several deep wounds that exposed bone, all inflicted by the invaders. At this very moment, the small blade in Yukang's hand pierced through the heart of Old Li before him, the warm blood staining his hands crimson. 3 NPCs joined forces, attempting to seize Yukang's shop, yet they were utterly unprepared for his unexpected counterattack. Old Li, the proprietor of the neighboring weapon shop, now stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across his features. However, the dagger in Old Li's grasp was also deeply embedded in Yukang's chest. Did you truly believe you had won? You shall die as well. Such a fatal wound cannot be healed by a healing capsule, can it? Chapter 91. Thank you, my God. With the last vestige of strength, Old Li twisted his wrist violently, attempting to twist the poisoned dagger deeper within Yukang to exacerbate the injury. Yet, Yukang's movements were swifter. He relinquished his hold on the short knife, allowing Old Li to collapse with the blade still in him, while simultaneously seizing the hilt of the dagger embedded in his own chest and yanking it out forcefully. The dagger withdrew with a sickening squelch, and scalding blood gushed forth from the gaping wound, staining Yukang's garments a vivid red. You are mistaken. Yukang's voice trembled with pain, yet his gaze shone with an unusual brightness, imbued with a fervent and seemingly mad devotion. I shall not perish, for I am under divine protection. Bathed in blood, Yukang bore a strange smile, a sight far removed from that of a sound mind. Ha! Old Li lay sprawled on the ground, emitting intermittent, sinister laughter, blood frothing at his lips. I have long heard you were a charlatan, but I never expected you to genuinely believe in that nonsense. His mocking words were abruptly cut short. Before Yukang, the wound that should have been fatal was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The flowing blood was staunched. The dark poison dissipated, and the skin rapidly regenerated, knitting itself together. In the blink of an eye, the gruesome injury on Yukang's body vanished, leaving only a pristine chest and torn clothing as evidence of the recent ordeal. Yukang glanced down at his restored chest, slowly raising his bloodied right hand and pressing it reverently against his heart. Thank you, my God, he murmured, his tone calm, yet fervent, as if he had not just traversed the precipice of death. This task assigned to Yukang was beyond the reach of ordinary players. All NPC item shops were protected by a special barrier, permitting only relevant NPCs to enter after the quest was issued. Thus, Lin Yan could not directly assist, but could only remotely invoke divine power to provide protection for Yukang. Fortunately, the combat prowess of these NPC shopkeepers was generally lacking. What should have been a dead-end task for Yukang was merely a trivial matter for Lin Yan, requiring only a slight expenditure of divine energy to resolve. Opposite him, Old Li's body lay utterly limp, breathless. Until the very last moment, his eyes remained wide open, yet the malicious mirth within his pupils had long since frozen, replaced by an eternal horror and the inability to rest in peace. Once Yukong concluded his silent prayer, an NPC card materialized before him. Among the 3 inheritable shop options, he unhesitatingly selected the weapon shop. Meanwhile, after departing from Lijianjun, Lin Yan reappeared on a solitary island amid the vast ocean. The setting sun painted the sea a resplendent gold and crimson, as the colossal orb gradually sank below the horizon. Chun Wan and Fong Mo stood like statues upon the shore, allowing the slightly briny sea breeze to tousle their hair and garments. "What is the situation?" Lin Yan's voice shattered the silence. Upon hearing him, Fong Mo's face lit up with delight. "Brother Lin, you have returned." "Xiao Wan is currently endeavoring to deduce the situation regarding Chu Qingshang," he added. No sooner had he spoken than Chun Wan emerged from her deep analysis. Her brow furrowed as she shook her head. "It is futile. We still cannot pinpoint his exact location. That ring is ensnared in the silt at the ocean floor. And even with a general idea of its position, finding it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the depth is perilous, and the water pressure is tremendous. His body cannot withstand prolonged searching." She paused, her tone growing more grave. "What is more critical is that Chu Qingshang's spatial mobility is severely hampered in the deep sea. Transitioning from the ocean floor to the surface necessitates multiple successive uses of his ability, which imposes a significant burden on both his mind and body. The descent is equally arduous." As if to affirm her words, the air beside them rippled slightly, and Chu Qingshang's figure staggered into view, collapsing heavily onto the beach. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, curling up as his complexion turned ashen, devoid of the strength to stand. His body trembling uncontrollably from the immense pressure he had endured. "Chu Qingshang." Chun Wan rushed forward to assess his condition. Fong Mo, sensing the overwhelming scent of blood, anxiously inquired, "How is he?" After a swift examination, Chun Wan's expression darkened. His body has suffered from extreme water pressure, causing damage to his skin and joints. It is likely that his internal organs have sustained injuries as well, compounded by the rapid ascent and decompression. His injuries are severe. Immediate treatment is imperative, or he cannot risk diving again in the near future. "I shall take care of it." Lin Yan stepped forward, producing a healing capsule and administering it to Chu Qingshang. The capsule dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, pure healing energy coursing swiftly throughout Chu Qingshang's body. His labored breaths gradually steadied, and his expression relaxed significantly. Though his pallor remained, he had evidently been pulled back from the brink of peril. "Thank you." Chu Qingshang sat up, weakly expressing his gratitude, his voice hoarse. "How effective is the healing capsule? Will it sustain you for another dive?" Lin Yan inquired. As Chu Qingshang sensed the medicinal energy circulating within him, he eventually nodded. "Yes, I can dive again." However, the pallid hue of his face and the tremor in his hands betrayed his true condition. "There is no need to force yourself. In times like these, you may trust in your deity," Lin Yan said, pausing for a moment as if in silent prayer. Before long, Chu Qingshang felt a renewed surge of that pure and powerful energy within him, his injuries dissipating in an instant. "Thank you." Chu Qingshang looked at Lin Yan, solemnly expressing his gratitude. "If you wish to express thanks, direct it towards the deity." Lin Yan replied with a slight nod, accepting this gesture of appreciation. After the elevation of the believer's level, healing injuries now required the expenditure of 2 points of divine energy. This back and forth was not a sustainable approach, prompting Lin Yan to speak. "This time, I shall accompany you. 2 individuals will yield greater efficiency. Task 1, within a 10-day limit. Ensure all believers survive and complete their identity fixation tasks." Of the 12 believers, 8 had already completed their identity fixation tasks. Apart from Chu Qingshang and Fong Mingming, who was still absorbing the crystal core, there were 2 others yet to finish. Although the remaining 2 tasks were somewhat time-consuming, their difficulty was not high, thus requiring no external intervention for the time being. Therefore, Lin Yan's first task, apart from assisting Chu Qingshang, was largely devoid of uncertainty. Once he completed Chu Qingshang's task, he could lead several individuals to pursue his own second task. Task 2, eliminate all infiltrators within the Kunzu base. Chapter 92, What do you mean? After a brief discussion among the 3 present, the action plan was established. Chun Wan reminded them yet again. "The ring you seek lies beside a rock resembling a crescent moon on the ocean floor. Proceed with caution." Lin Yan nodded slightly. His physical strength far surpassed that of Chu Qingshang. If even he could not be found, This task would truly require an alternative approach. The two faced the dim, dark sea, and Chu Qingshang turned to Lin Yan, asking, "Are you prepared?" Lin Yan nodded. In the next moment, their figures vanished from the beach as if by magic. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yan found himself submerged in the frigid waters. Before he could acclimate to the sudden pressure, the light around him dimmed once more. They had reappeared in deeper waters. This sequence of 5 instantaneous relocations finally rendered the contours of the seabed gradually visible. Though this expanse of ocean was not exceptionally deep, it was a perilous zone for an ordinary person. The immense water pressure and lack of oxygen were beyond human endurance. Even Chu Qingshang, a level 5 player, showed a hint of strain, his complexion slightly reddening. He swiftly gestured to Lin Yan before turning to explore the unsearched areas. Lin Yan, however, appeared notably more composed. After surveying his surroundings, he began to meticulously search in the murky depths. The seabed was eerily silent, save for the faint sound of water currents whispering past his ears. The beam of his flashlight illuminated the jagged rocks, their surfaces cloaked in a layer of fish bones and silt-like debris. Distinguishing which rock was crescent-shaped proved somewhat challenging. As time slipped away, Chu Qingshang began to struggle and quickly swam closer to Lin Yan, preparing to return to the surface. At that moment, Lin Yan suddenly noticed a peculiar shadow not far away. He approached swiftly, discovering that the source of the shadow was indeed a crescent-shaped rock, perfectly aligning with Chun Wan's description. A flicker of excitement ignited within Lin Yan as he meticulously searched through the sediment surrounding the crescent rock. The surrounding seawater became clouded by his efforts, yet his fingertips soon brushed against an object unlike the stones around him. Carefully, he extracted it from the sediment, wiping away the adhering mud. A ring lay quietly in his palm. This was it. The ring was neither gold nor jade but resembled a dark, ancient wood, intricately sculpted into 2 slender vines entwined, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. Additionally, Lin Yan inexplicably sensed a conflicting feeling of familiarity and strangeness emanating from the ring, momentarily causing him to lose focus. Just then, Chu Qingshang's figure appeared silently beside him. The two exchanged glances underwater, and Lin Yan nodded slightly. Understanding, Chu Qingshang placed a hand on his shoulder and activated spatial movement. In the blink of an eye, the water rippled, and their figures vanished from sight. Almost instantaneously, amidst the splashing of waves, 2 drenched silhouettes materialized on the beach. The salty sea breeze rushed toward them, carrying the chill of the encroaching night. "Did you find it?" Chun Wan approached quickly, her tone tinged with urgency. Her deduction abilities fell short when it came to Lin Yan, leaving her with no choice but to inquire about the outcome. Lin Yan did not respond verbally, but slowly opened his palm. The ring lay quietly there, emanating a profound sheen under the dimming twilight. This should be it. Lin Yan tossed the ring to Chu Qingshang, instructing, "Confirm whether the task is complete." As Chu Qingshang caught the ring, he sensed that his task had indeed been accomplished. Fixed identity task, finding the needle in the haystack completed. It was done. Simultaneously, Lin Yan received feedback from his belief power. The upgrade feedback from his followers replenished his divine power to its maximum capacity once again. Even without checking the deity card, Lin Yan was aware that his divine power had exceeded its capacity limit. Despite the considerable consumption over the past 2 days, the tasks completed by his followers had provided an abundance of feedback. The accumulation of belief power towards the next level of the deity card was nearing saturation. What remained was the number of followers. However, Lin Yan was not in a hurry to gather more followers, wary of any potential complications in his fixed identity task. Everything would be assessed once his task was completed. Chu Qingshang examined the ring that marked the completion of the task, suddenly tossing it back to Lin Yan. "My task is complete. You found this ring, so you should keep it." After a brief pause, he added, "You seem quite intrigued by it." Lin Yan skillfully caught it, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Thank you." He scrutinized it for a moment before casually slipping it onto his right index finger, and to his surprise, it fit perfectly. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Qingshang's eyes. While Chun Wan couldn't help but laugh softly. "Xiao Wan, what are you laughing at?" Feng Ma, who had been quietly observing, inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing." Chun Wan quickly shook her head, a smile lingering in her eyes. "I just feel as if this ring was meant for Lin Degu all along. Shall we proceed directly to Lin Deji's task?" Chun Wan adeptly shifted the topic. By now, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. The moonlight above the island was chilly, and the only sound was the waves lapping against the shore, rendering the night particularly desolate. "No, we should return to rest first." Lin Yan gazed toward the inky waters. "We will set out early tomorrow morning. For now, let us head to the Fengming City safe zone and rendezvous with Xiao Wu and Feng Mingming." This decision received unanimous agreement from the group. Just as Chu Qingshang was about to activate his ability, Lin Yan raised a hand to halt him. This time, I will take the lead. Long-distance movement at night can be perilous due to limited visibility. The constraints of Chu Qingshang's abilities at night were substantial, but for Lin Yan, as long as he had the coordinates of his followers, he could perform long-distance spatial movement at will. Moreover, he was currently brimming with divine power. When the four figures appeared at the outskirts of the Fengming City safe zone, Xiao Wu quickly sensed their presence and approached with urgency. You're all back. His steady gaze swept over the four. The rooms are prepared. Follow me, leading them through the silent streets. Xiao Wu lowered his voice to report the latest situation of the safe zone. Despite the walls having been hastily repaired after the onslaught of the undead tide, visible signs of damage remained, even under the cover of night. The safe zone felt particularly tranquil, with only the occasional patrolling guards offering respectful nods upon seeing Xiao Wu. This afternoon, I received news from a surviving guard. Xiao Wu's voice dropped further. The commander of Fengming City disappeared on the first day of the card machine's arrival, having led an elite team outside, and has not been heard from since. He glanced around to ensure there were no eavesdroppers before continuing. Most of the members of the abnormal combat team have perished as well. Those members had, in fact, met their demise at the hands of their own. Fortunately, all of this transpired amidst the chaos of the undead invasion. With all guards and survivors either having fled or hidden away, no one witnessing that scene. Those who bore witness to the truth either succumbed to the jaws of the undead or were silenced by their own hands. Otherwise, these guards would not have been so deferential toward Xiao Wu. I've heard that the commander of this safe zone has already detached from official control 10 days ago. Xiao Wu brought Lin Yan and the others to a row of temporary accommodations, coming to a halt, with the commander missing. This safe zone has now fallen into a state of lawlessness. If left unattended, chaos is likely to ensue here. Chunwan furrowed her brow slightly. Sensing Xiao Wu's implication, are you suggesting? Chapter 93, Qiming Jidi. Xiao Wu's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on Lin Yan. What I mean is, after we complete all our tasks this time, I wish to consolidate this safe zone and settle here. This would be far more stable than aligning ourselves with any existing safe zone or relying on other organizations. Following recent events, Xiao Wu has lost much of his inclination to align with a particular safe zone. Previously, he had a natural affinity for the official channels, which led him to choose direct involvement with the safe zone. Now, he does not believe that the official channels are unreliable. Rather, the local divisions have become so severe that they can no longer represent the official stance. The emergence of the second round of rules for the card machine has demonstrated that directives from above fail to reach the local areas, leading to chaos within various safe zones, a glimpse of a larger issue. The situation where local safe zones declare independence will only increase. Xiao Wu analyzed. Given that the card machine has introduced a second round of rules, I suspect there will be a third and perhaps a fourth. By consolidating safe zones and gathering resources and manpower, we could utilize them should any unforeseen circumstances arise. What are your thoughts? Chu Qingshang crossed her arms nonchalantly. Consolidating safe zones is indeed a sound choice, but I have no intention of managing the complexities of such a task. Feng Imo, though unable to discern the specifics, listened intently to the discussion. If we could indeed establish a foothold here, it would be far safer than wandering aimlessly. Feng Mo's opinion echoed Chen Wan's. Both individuals excel in a secure and quiet environment. The collective gaze of the group turned towards Lin Yan, awaiting his response. However, Lin Yan appeared somewhat distracted. Realizing that everyone's attention was on him, he returned to the moment. I have many matters to attend to, so I may not stay here long. Nonetheless, he shifted his focus to Xiao Wu. Regarding the establishment of an independent safe zone, I support this direction. You must already have some plans in mind, correct? Xiao Wu nodded steadily. I possess some experience in management, but what we currently lack is sufficient strength to intimidate other players. After the second round of rules for the card machine commenced, the strong will only grow stronger. With just myself and Xiao Meng, it may be difficult to garner respect. I need reliable allies. After completing the identity stabilization task, Xiao Wu has reached level 6. Most players, upon completing the same task, can achieve level 5. Currently, the difference in levels among players is only 1 or 2, making the disparity in strength less pronounced. It primarily depends on the strength of their unique abilities. At this juncture, Chenwan gently took Feng Mo's hand, silently communicating a few gestures in his palm. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Mo spoke. Our defensive and survival capabilities are limited, rather than continuing to drift. It would be better to settle in a safe zone of our own. Moreover, I am a blind man who relies on Xiao Wan for guidance. Chenwan continued, her tone tinged with regret. However, we may not be able to shoulder many management responsibilities. After encountering the traitors, Chunwan deeply understood that the trust established among believers, bound by their deity, is far more solid than the alliances formed among ordinary individuals in the apocalypse. Ordinary people are no longer constrained by law or morality, whereas we, as believers, at least share a common faith and code. While this is not a guarantee, it is precious. After all, even before the apocalypse, trust among people rarely reached a point of complete openness. Chu Qingshang stood silently for a moment before finally speaking. Then I can also stay. But I must clarify one thing. I have killed people in the Lanwei City safe zone. If someone comes looking for me in the future, it may pose a problem. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu merely smiled calmly, a glint of determination in his eyes. There is no need to worry. If we cannot handle such a degree of trouble, then there is no need for our safe zone to exist. Thus, this matter is settled. By the way, there is something I have yet to inquire. Are you aware of how many believers like us exist? Xiaowu's intention was clear. He wished to gather as many believers as possible to collaboratively establish a truly reliable safe zone. Chunwan shook her head softly. Among those we have encountered, it is just as few. In everyone's understanding and imagination of the deity, believers should be spread throughout the world, at least across an entire state. Unbeknownst to Chunwan, they already constituted half of the number of believers. Among those present, the one most likely to possess more information was undoubtedly Lin Yan, as an apostle. Once again, the group's gaze converged silently upon Lin Yan. Under the moonlight, the vine-wrapped ring on his finger glimmered faintly. Since returning from the island, he seemed perpetually lost in thought, as if something intangible had drawn away his attention. Lin Yan raised his eyes. The total number of believers is likely known only to the deity. From my interactions, there are currently over a dozen scattered across several nearby cities. He paused briefly. I can attempt to gather them. Xiaowu's eyes lit up. That would be splendid. His tone became serious. In that case, let us use this safe zone as a foundation to establish a true base. We shall name it Qiming. What do you think? Qiming, Chunwan softly repeated, her eyes gradually lighting up with agreement. Setting out toward the light also symbolizes the deity's guidance. I think it is excellent. Fang Yimou nodded with a smile, and while Chu Qingshang remained silent, she did not oppose. Lin Yan lightly traced his finger over the ring, his gaze drifting toward the deep darkness of the night, softly stating, "It is a fitting name. May we truly usher in the dawn of the apocalypse here." The night breeze stirred fine dust, and a cold moon silently illuminated the five of them, as if witnessing a promise concerning the future solidifying at this moment. The following morning, before the dawn had fully dispelled the night, Lin Yan, accompanied by Fang Yimou, Chunwan, Chu Qingshang, Xiaowu, and Fang Mingming, embarked on their journey toward the Kunze base. The surrounding scenery blurred momentarily, twisting before suddenly becoming clear again. In the briefest of breaths, they had traversed from the morning mist of the Fengming City safe zone into an entirely unfamiliar neighborhood. Remarkable, to have crossed several hundred kilometers in an instant. Is this already Kunze? This was the first time Xiaowu had witnessed Lin Yan achieve such a distance. Naturally, everyone believed this ability was a request to the deity made by Lin Yan, the apostle. If it were a human player, given their current levels, even exhausting all their energy at once would not allow them to leap several hundred kilometers. Although they had not yet reached Kunze, they were within 100 kilometers of it. Lin Yan stated. At that moment, a clear female voice came from behind them. "Hello, my name is Xiaolin." Chapter 94. Fear Manifested. The group turned toward the voice, seeing a petite figure slowly emerging from the morning mist. She appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing an oversized coat that accentuated her slender frame. What stands out most are her bright eyes, which survey each person with a hint of curiosity. Lin Yan slightly nods at Xiaolin, expressing gratitude for her early arrival. Completing this transcontinental journey, spanning hundreds of kilometers, necessitated precise coordinate positioning. Xiaolin, a devoted follower, was chosen as his anchor point for this endeavor. As Lin Yan's follower after Chu Qingshang, her abilities significantly benefit humanity, yet she lacks offensive power against the undead, rendering her survival capacity low. Previously, she had been surrounded by the undead with her family before being rescued by Lin Yan and brought into his fold. Player name, Xiaolin, level 5. Initial ability, Manifestation of Fear, Accumulated Crystal Energy, 11,200 Identity Trait, Growth Potential. Divine Follower, Manifestation of Fear, transforms the target's deepest fears into tangible illusions for attack. The intensity of the target's fear correlates with the potency of the attack. Xiaolin has completed her identity stabilization task, and her city is the closest to Kunze. Thus, Lin Yan arranged for her to set out ahead after completing her task, allowing him to assist other followers with theirs. This arrangement not only saves time, but also ensures the progress of all followers' tasks. Your Excellency, the Apostle, is too courteous, Xiao Lin remarked, her sweet smile illuminating her face. I am delighted to do anything for the esteemed deity and Apostle. Chen Wan approached warmly, taking Xiao Lin's hand in a friendly manner. Oh, it's Sister Xiao Lin. I am Chen Wan, and I believe I am older than you. So I shall shamelessly refer to myself as your elder sister. This is my husband, Fang Mo. Greetings, Sister Chen Wan, brother-in-law. Fang Mo, standing beside her, blushed as he tightly grasped Chen Wan's other hand. Xiao Wu stepped forward, introducing himself earnestly. I am Xiao Wu, responsible for the team's defense. This is Fang Mengmeng. Hello. Sister, I am Fang Mengmeng. Fang Mengmeng, now diligently absorbing crystal cores, is already a level 7 player, and with only 1 day remaining for the task, she must expedite her absorption. Xiao Lin nodded attentively, noticing the young girl was busy, and refrained from saying much more, her gaze eventually resting on the silent Chu Qingshang. The entire team possessed above-average looks. Chen Wan and Fang Mo were notable, but Xiao Wu also had defined features, exuding a rugged charm. Fang Mengmeng, despite her youth, displayed delicate features. However, in comparison, Chu Qingshang was the most striking in appearance within the group, ever since the divine power restored his facial burns. Not a single flaw could be discerned. His looks would have been deemed remarkable even before the apocalypse. As for Lin Yan, his enigmatic and aloof aura overshadowed even his physical appearance. Xiao Lin blinked, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Who is this?" Chu Qingshang, specializing in space manipulation. He succinctly replied. After introductions were exchanged, Lin Yan suggested, "Let us continue our journey. Chen Wan will lead the way." Having never been to the Kunze base, he was unfamiliar with the route. Chen Wan, possessing information analysis skills, was undoubtedly the living map and readily accepted. The task of spatial movement was then entrusted to Chu Qingshang, with Chen Wan directing the way. Lin Yan deliberately positioned himself at the back of the group. While his navigation would undoubtedly be more efficient than Chu Qingshang's, he opted for the latter due to the peculiar stirring of the ring on his finger. Lin Yan gently rubbed the ring. Since it had adorned his hand, it had been gradually absorbing the divine power from the divine card. He first noticed this phenomenon the previous night, instinctively wanting to remove it. However, before he could act, merely contemplating the thought caused the ring to immediately cease its absorption. After several attempts, he discovered that the ring complied entirely with his will. As long as he permitted it mentally, it would continue to absorb divine power. Any resistance would result in an immediate halt. What intrigued him further was that the divine card seemed to synchronize with the ring's rhythm, gently releasing its power. All signs pointed to the fact that the ring was far from ordinary. As his followers completed tasks and leveled up, Lin Yan's divine power remained in a state of overflow, coupled with the ring's strangely familiar sensation, which felt more like a reunion than a threat. He allowed it to continue absorbing divine power. At that moment, the ring finally underwent a transformation. A fleeting glimmer of pale golden light swept across its surface, vanishing in an instant. Lin Yan, standing behind the group, was perfectly positioned to conceal this detail. No one noticed the brief illumination of the ring on his finger. A message akin to feedback from the divine card appeared in Lin Yan's mind. Beginner divine power unlocked. Divine ring. Jezi space. Activated. Lin Yan looked down at the ring, which now radiated a gentle glow, seemingly infused with life. He could distinctly sense that within the ring, a small space independent from reality had been unlocked. It was not large, yet it undeniably existed. His fingertips absently caressed the ring's surface, feeling the surging waves of divine power within. Clearly, the sustained supply of divine power had awakened its abilities. Jezi space. This power emerged at a most opportune moment. Lin Yan recalled the supplies in his rented room. As the sun rose, the group finally stepped into the territory of Kunzu. Kunzu is not particularly vast, only 1/5 the size of Xiazhou, comparable to 50 Jinji cities. Yet, it is not insignificant. However, upon entering the Kunzu base, the group noticed with surprise that they had not encountered a single person or undead along the way, which was quite peculiar. At that moment, Xiao Lin let out a soft exclamation. "Stop!" Lin Yan called for a halt, prompting Chu Qingshang to cease the spatial movement. "What did you notice?" Lin Yan inquired. Looking at Xiao Lin surveyed her surroundings, a puzzled expression crossing her face. "Is this really Kunzu? Why does it feel so eerily quiet?" Xiao Wu immediately became alert, asking, "What did you discover?" Xiao Lin closed her eyes to sense for a moment, her brow furrowing deeper. "My ability allows me to sense the aura of fear within approximately 1 kilometer, but here it is completely devoid of any presence." Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, Lin elaborated. Fear is not merely about being afraid. Tension, anxiety, and worry can also catalyze fear. In fact, nearly every normal person harbors some fear within them. Some fear losing their life. Others fear losing their wealth, supplies, or loved ones. Such fears can fester deep within, often unnoticed. Chunwan instinctively moved closer to Fang Yimou, asking, "What do you mean? Is there no undead here?" "Not only are there no undead," Lin opened her eyes. Her expression grave. "I cannot even sense the fear emanating from humans. This is highly abnormal." Xiao Wu suddenly interjected. "Can you sense the aura of fear within us?" Lin's gaze slowly swept across the group, finally resting on Lin Yan and Chu Qingshan. The aura of the apostle is completely blank, as if he does not exist. Mr. Chu is similar, with hardly any fear detectable. As for the others, I can sense a trace of fear from each of you. Shifting her focus, Lin concluded. In a normal city, it is impossible for there to be not even a whisper of fear. It resembles a pot of artificial flowers, seemingly perfect, yet devoid of the breath of life. Each time we halted during our spatial traversals, I sensed the atmosphere. Finding no trace of fear. This phenomenon was not confined to a small area. Xiao Wu Dao pondered. Could it be that the official authorities in Kunzu have gathered all survivors at the Kunzu base, eradicating the undead? The moment this thought escaped his lips, it was dismissed by Xiao Wu in the depths of his mind. It had only been a little over 20 days since the arrival of the card-drawing machine. Even with the official forces exerting all efforts for rescue and clearance, such a rapid outcome was implausible. Lin Yan, deep in thought, observed the unusually clean streets. Chunwan. See if you can deduce the situation of several survivors in Kunzu. Chunwan's expression turned grave. I will try. Chapter 95. The Red Paper Man. As Chunwan engaged in her deduction, a few hundred meters away in a tall building, concealed behind a glass window, a streak of red remained unnoticed. It was a palm-sized paper figure, which from a distance might be mistaken for festive cutouts left on a window. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that this red hue distinctly outlined a human form, with its rough limbs twisted and extended, and its head represented by two hollow circles. At this moment, those hollow eyes were fixed intently on Lin Yan and his companions from hundreds of meters away. On the street, Chunwan tightly shut her eyes, her brow furrowing deeper. Suddenly, her body trembled violently as if she had witnessed an exceedingly horrifying scene. Fang Yimou, who had been holding her hand, immediately sensed her unease and called out urgently, Xiaowan? Xiaowan, what is wrong? Chunwan abruptly opened her eyes, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Ignoring Fang Mo's inquiry, she turned anxiously to Lin Yan, her voice trembling slightly. I initially intended to conduct a broad deduction for Kunzu, to pinpoint a few individuals for clues. However, her pupils constricted, her face etched with disbelief and terror. I cannot find a single living person. Not a soul in all of Kunzu. This conclusion left everyone breathless. Either someone had employed some force to obscure all information regarding the inhabitants of Kunzu, or there were no living beings left in Kunzu at all. Chunwan's voice lowered, and she took a deep breath. Forcing herself to remain calm, let me try deducing using the keywords related to the undead in Kunzu. With that, she closed her eyes once more, entering her deduction state. Moments later, Chunwan opened her eyes, appearing much more composed, yet her expression was laden with deeper confusion. All the undead are concentrated at the Kunzu base. What? How can this be possible? Xiao Wu could hardly conceal his astonishment. Is the deduction result confirmed to be accurate? His inquiry was not a challenge to Chunwan's abilities, but rather an expression of disbelief at the absurdity of the outcome. Chunwan began to doubt herself. My information deductions have never been erroneous. Even in the event of a failed deduction, the worst outcome is the absence of information or receiving vague data, but never incorrect information. Fang Yimou tightened his grip on Chunwan's hand. Speaking solemnly, Xiaowan's abilities have yet to fail. If the deduction results are correct, Kunzu likely harbors millions of undead, yet not a single one is seen outside. If they are all at the Kunzu base, it has transformed into a vast nest of the undead. Chunwan's brows knitted tightly. She sensed that something was interfering with her judgment during the deduction process. Just as she was about to speak again, she suddenly paused. She felt a divine presence utilizing her abilities. Instinctively, Chunwan looked at Lin Yan, who was scanning the surroundings and the heights with vigilance. Have you all noticed? It seems something is watching us, Lin Yan suddenly remarked. Seizing the moment when everyone was on high alert, Lin Yan utilized the keyword Kunzu survivors for his deduction. As Chunwan had indicated, the result was a blank void. According to Chunwan's ability, only the deceased would yield no information. Therefore, Lin Yan promptly changed the keyword to Kunzu card drawers. This broader scope encompassed all holders of player cards, NPC cards, and undead cards within the card drawing system. Logically, NPC card holders, as long as they did not actively harm others, should be immune to external attacks, making them the group with the highest survival rate. However, the deduction results were player card holders, blank. NPC card holders, blank. Undead card holders, blank. A single being with a demon card. Lin Yan's eyes flickered. This time, he focused the information on the demon card holder and deduced once more. In an instant, amidst the expected flow of innumerable information fragments, bizarre red paper figures abruptly emerged. Countless paper figures quivered within the information stream, their blank faces splitting into crooked seams, seemingly mocking Lin Yan silently. A sharp pain shot through Lin Yan's mind as the deduction was forcefully interrupted. Frowning, he immediately changed the keyword to infiltrators and deduced once again. Just as the information stream was on the verge of taking shape, the red paper figures reappeared. This time, the paper figures raised their twisted arms, severing Lin Yan's intended deduction like a blade. Meanwhile, the others remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings in search of the entity Lin Yan had mentioned. Lin Yan snapped back to reality from his deduction state. Without hesitation, he lifted his head, his gaze cutting through the distance toward the red figure atop the high building. "We need to find a concealed location, move." Lin Yan's voice remained steady, yet the undeniable urgency in his tone heightened the tension among the group instantly. This way, the group hastily entered a storage room of a roadside shop. The supplies within the storage room had been mostly depleted, leaving behind only a few rarely useful household items. "My lord, have you discovered something?" Xiao Lin looked at Lin Yan anxiously. Lin Yan glanced at her, his gaze sweeping across the varied expressions of the group. "I have realized that we are about to encounter trouble. We are likely surrounded by a swarm of paper figures." Chapter 96. Countless paper figures. The group exhibited astonishment at this bizarre revelation. "Is it a type of ability that manipulates puppets, as my lord suggested?" Xiao Lin responded quickly. Xiao Wu was the first to regain his composure, the golden radiance of the indestructible barrier enveloping him. "Puppets? Let me give it a try." He drew his long knife and stepped out of the storage room. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Wu's gaze met a red paper figure drifting through the shop entrance. The paper figure was merely palm-sized, its rough silhouette swaying slightly in the dim light, its two hollow eyes seemingly conveying an actual gaze. A chill ran down Xiao Wu's spine. This paper figure felt less like an inanimate object and more like a living entity. Without hesitation, he swung his long knife downward with a slicing sound, expecting it to feel as light as slicing through ordinary paper. He was taken aback when the blade met a resistance akin to cutting through flesh. A dark red liquid seeped from the paper figure's crack, transforming its vibrant red into an eerie blackish red. The offensive power was unknown, yet its defensive capabilities were roughly equivalent to that of a level 2 undead. Xiao Wu calmly assessed the situation, stepping back after retracting his blade. The individual threat was insignificant. His words abruptly ceased. When his gaze lifted from the severed paper effigy on the ground, he froze in shock. Outside the shop, a dense crowd of crimson paper figures had amassed, their silent presence surging through the doorway like a tide of blood, quickly engulfing much of the store. Before the paper figures could completely overwhelm them, Lin Yan activated Chu Qingshang's spatial movement ability. A ripple of spatial distortion occurred, and in an instant, the group vanished from the storage room. The next moment, they found themselves on the street outside. However, the sight before them elicited a collective gasp. Surrounding high-rise buildings were shedding countless blood-red paper figures, cascading down like a torrential blood rain. Each paper figure was grotesquely contorted, spinning through the air as they hurtled towards them like sharp red daggers. Meanwhile, the army of paper figures spilling from the shop redirected their course, encircling them in an overwhelming assault. "This is too many." Xiao Lin's voice trembled. "Even if we kill them endlessly, we will be exhausted. These paper figures exhibit no fear. My abilities are ineffective against them." Chen Wan grasped Fang Yimou tightly, her expression equally grave and anxious. It was evident that both she and Fang Yimou were powerless in this dire situation. Fang Yimou had attempted to invoke a curse, but he could not target these non-humanoid entities, lacking any discernible individual identifiers. In truth, his powers were insufficient to curse such a vast and countless horde of paper figures. "Let me handle this." Fang Mingming's youthful voice rang out as she stepped forward, unleashing her abilities. A barrage of metallic spikes erupted from the ground, instantly piercing through hundreds of paper figures. With several rounds of her supernatural prowess, hundreds of paper figures were penetrated. Yet, they faced an unending tide of paper figures. The pierced figures floated gently to the ground, but more continued to descend from above and converge around them. We must go. We cannot linger. Chu Qingshang immediately activated her abilities, executing a series of rapid movements to extricate the group from the encirclement. Remaining in place would only lead to being completely surrounded by the paper figures. When they finally paused again, the entire neighborhood was shrouded in red. The paper figures kept gathering, as if the entire city's populace had been transformed into animated paper figures. Moreover, they seemed capable of sensing their location across distances. No matter where they moved, the paper figures swiftly followed. These paper figures are likely vulnerable to fire, but regrettably, none among us excels in fire-based abilities. Chen Wan stated somberly. Each individual's powers had their strengths and weaknesses, but they were primarily suited for single-target attacks or were more effective against living foes. Against such a multitude of paper figures, even Xiao Wu would likely be overwhelmed. Lin Yan, while perhaps not susceptible to entrapment, found himself equally troubled by the sheer number of paper figures. Xiao Lin turned to Lin Yan. Lord Envoy, is your mission to eliminate these paper figures? No. Lin Yan replied, his gaze piercing through the layers of crimson. My task is to uncover the mastermind behind these paper figures. We must head directly to the Kunze base. To capture the thief, one must apprehend the king. Remaining here to slay paper figures will only lead to our entrapment. Kunze is likely already swarming with them. This suspicion arose from the increasingly intense warning signals within Lin Yan's mind. After the card machine's arrival, the world's network communications had not ceased for 10 days. Kunze should have remained normal at that time. Yet, merely 12 days had passed since the countdown concluded, allowing for the creation of such a vast number of paper figures. Could that individual possess boundless power? Contemplating the absence of any living soul in Kunze, Lin Yan began to form a hypothesis. These paper figures were likely the missing individuals. Whether they were players, NPCs, or zombies, each possessed energy. Thus the power to create paper figures might not stem from the caster, but rather from those transformed individuals themselves. This would explain the staggering number of paper figures. Lin Yan's expression grew serious. While the threat posed by individual paper figures was indeed limited, if they surged forth in the millions, the ensuing peril would far surpass that of a horde of zombies. If not for this mission, if he had not come to Kunze, it would not be long before the threat of paper figures extended beyond this city. Time was of the essence. At that moment, more paper figures began to drift down from above. Chen Wan quickly reassured them. This way, Chu Qingshang activated her spatial movement once more, and the group vanished from their position. As Lin Yan had surmised, all the paper figures in Kunze seemed to have come alive, emerging from every conceivable location. Meanwhile, within the Kunze base, a bizarre man clad in red stood before a mass of zombies. These zombies packed the base so tightly that it resembled fish crammed into a sealed can. Yet, not a single zombie struggled or moved of its own accord. The man merely beckoned with a finger, and a zombie at the front walked towards him stiffly, as if a puppet. He touched the zombie's chest, and a vivid crimson light spread across it as if it possessed life. Within just a few breaths, the zombie slowly flattened and transformed into a small red paper figure, which floated gently to the ground. On the back of the original zombie, another paper figure adorned with a sinister smile silently descended, extending his gaze across the base. It became apparent that each zombie bore a similar red paper figure on its back, resembling countless phantoms parasitizing the zombies, creating a striking visual impact. Chapter 97. Almost there, the peculiar man suddenly halted his actions, as if sensing something, and gazed toward a direction outside the base. His eyes seemed to pierce through space, locking onto Lin Yan and the others. What a most inconvenient timing. Give me a little more time, and I would have converted all the paper figures, he chuckled softly. A dangerous amusement lacing his voice. A spatial ability, a predictive ability, and even a little creature that senses fear. TCH, so many rule-based ability users. It seems our adversary is rather unique. If they manage to locate me, it could indeed pose a significant problem. At that moment, a shadow flickered in the man's eyes. There's another presence that irks me. A strange smile curled at the corner of his lips as he greedily licked them. He retrieved a pitch-black paper figure from his pocket and lightly tapped it with his fingertip. Go, prepare to welcome our guests. The black paper figure's face contorted into a rigid yet sinister smile before silently ascending into the sky. Subsequently, all the zombies within the base seemed to respond to a summons, stirring into motion. As Lin Yan and his companions hastened through Kunze, Lin Yan's consciousness seamlessly connected with the last two followers, aside from Fong Meng, who had yet to complete their identity fixation tasks. Their missions were not complex, but progress had been slow due to their abilities. With a thought, Lin Yan propelled their advancement forward with his divine power. In but a brief moment, For strands of willpower feedback, perceptible only to Lin Yan, surged forth from the divine card. Follower level elevated to level 4. Willpower feedback 16 points. Follower level elevated to level 5. Willpower feedback 40 points. Follower level elevated to level 4. Willpower feedback 16 points. Follower level elevated to level 5. Willpower feedback 40 points. Lin Yan cast a glance at the divine card, observing the values oscillating wildly. The divine power capacity, originally a mere 80 points, had now amassed an astounding 519 points, far exceeding its limits. Even though divine power was dissipating due to surpassing its threshold, and although some had been absorbed by the divine ring, the quantity of divine power continued to burgeon at an astonishing rate. Lin Yan could even sense that the divine card was on the verge of overflowing. Unnamed God. Initial stage level 4 divine power capacity. 51,980 inherent powers. Faith judgment. Destiny guidance. Elemental sovereignty. Divine authority development. Number of followers. 1230. Accumulated willpower. 652,1000. Divine traits. Formless. Luck bias. Apostle bond. In the span of just 2 days, 11 followers had consecutively broken through, with some reaching level 5 and others attaining level 6. The deluge of willpower feedback had propelled Lin Yan's divine power reserves to unprecedented heights. At that moment, a sudden surge of potent energy erupted from Fong Mingming, who had been quietly following them. A faint golden glow enveloped her, and this abrupt energy fluctuation even disrupted the stability of space, causing Chu Qingshang's preparation for spatial movement to be forcibly interrupted. What is happening? Xiao Wu immediately activated the immortal barrier, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. It's Mingming. Chun Wan exclaimed in delight, pointing to the girl cloaked in gold. They beheld Fong Mingming with her eyes closed, surrounded by a tangible flow of energy. The group ceased their vigilance, waiting expectantly. Under their watchful gaze, the radiant energy surrounding Fong Mingming gradually coalesced, and as she opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of gold danced within her pupils. I am now level 8. The girl's melodious voice was tinged with uncontainable joy. My fixed identity task has been completed. Moreover, my abilities have evolved. She excitedly raised her hand, palm facing upward. Look! Suddenly, dozens of metallic spikes materialized in the air, no longer reliant on the ground or walls. They truly appeared out of thin air, suspended in midair, aligning with Fong Mingming's intentions. Previously, the metal spikes had to depend on a physical base for casting, but now, that limitation had vanished. Xiao Wu elucidated the upgrade of Mingming's ability, his tone equally filled with happiness for her. He regarded her with approval. The evolution of abilities bears greater significance than mere level ascension. Congratulations. No sooner had Xiao Wu spoken than the suspended metallic spikes, as if commanded by an unseen force, shot forth with precision, striking towards the red paper figures drifting in from all directions. Chun Wan exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Our ranged firepower has significantly increased." Indeed, Chu Qingshang's assessment remained succinct. Xiao Lin remarked, "This ability is incredibly cool." Even Fong Mo, who was typically indifferent, turned towards her voice, sincerely offering, "Congratulations." However, Lin Yan remained silent. Almost simultaneously with Fong Mingming's upgrade, he distinctly received feedback from the divine card. Follower Fong Mingming elevated to level 8. Willpower feedback 320 points. Although Fong Mingming's abilities were not the most remarkable among the followers, the characteristic of rapid growth, which have the upgrade energy cost, allowed her to ascend at an extraordinary pace, greatly accelerating Lin Yan's accumulation of divine power. This immense influx of willpower instantly propelled Lin Yan's accumulated willpower to 972 points, while his divine power reserves surged to 839 points. Following that, a mysterious force of rules brushed past him. Lin Yan sensed that he had completed his first fixed identity task. Feeling the unprecedented, nearly overflowing divine power within him and the divine card, Lin Yan slowly raised his gaze towards the ever-thickening swarm of red paper figures in the sky, softly murmuring, "It is nearly time." "What do you mean by nearly time?" Xiao Lin inquired curiously, edging closer. She noticed that Lin Yan's eyes resembled an unfathomable lake, undisturbed. Even Chu Qingshang, who was typically fearless, exhibited a hint of trepidation. Yet, Lin Yan seemed unfazed by the overwhelming threat posed by the paper figures. Xiao Lin sensed no trace of fear emanating from him. "The power bestowed upon me by the divine, it is nearly time." No sooner had Lin Yan uttered these words than an unusual sensation of paralysis swept through the bodies of everyone present. The sky darkened abruptly. Thick clouds converged at a visible pace from all directions, rolling in to obscure the light of day. Within the clouds, blinding flashes of lightning intermittently flickered, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. Chapter 98. Thunder and Lightning Descend. As the thunder rumbled overhead, the multitude of red paper figures surged forth like a deluge of blood from the sky, from the streets, and from every corner of the buildings. Chu Qingshang glanced at Lin Yan, his eyes filled with inquiry. Lin Yan gestured for him to look towards the horizon. The Kunzu base is just ahead. There is no need for further teleportation. The group followed his indicated direction, witnessing a dark tide of countless corpses advancing slowly towards them on the horizon. Ahead lay a horde of undead, and behind them, a sea of paper figures. This terrifying and suffocating scene would likely be the stuff of nightmares for any novelist. There is no cover here. Xia Lin's voice quivered uncontrollably as she looked at the others, her eyes wide with fear. Are we just going to stand here? Are we waiting to die? Xia Lin felt an overwhelming surge of fear, more potent than when she had nearly perished surrounded by the undead. Apart from Lin Yan, the others could not suppress their anxiety and terror. Xiao Wu's grip on his sword whitened, while Chun Wan instinctively shielded Fong and Mo behind her. Even the typically aloof Chu Qingshang unconsciously tensed his back. Yet Lin Yan remained motionless. Everyone, from a circle back to back. Xiao Wu shouted, raising his long sword. As the paper figures approached, he prepared to activate the immortal barrier. However, Xiao Wu suddenly froze, sensing that the connection between him and the immortal barrier had been temporarily taken over by a more powerful force. In the next instant, a faint golden shield materialized. Before the paper figures could engulf them, it rapidly expanded into a hemispherical barrier, securely enveloping everyone within. This is... Xiao Wu stared in shock at the familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar shield before him, confirming that this was indeed his ability, the immortal barrier. Yet this time, the immortal barrier was no longer limited to him alone. It encompassed all present. The powerful, indestructible aura caused the encroaching paper figures to momentarily hesitate. But soon after, countless paper figures began to batter against the shield, producing a cacophony of terrifying sounds. This shield, is it trapping us as well? What should we do next? Xiao Wu tightened his grip on his sword, looking towards Lin Yan. Soon, the last rays of light were completely obscured by the dense swarm of paper figures, plunging the interior of the shield into absolute darkness. Wait, Lin Yan felt the magnetic field of the outside world. He also observed the rapid consumption of divine power. However, what he lacked the least at this moment was divine energy. What are we waiting for? Xiao Wu inquired with confusion. We are waiting for all the paper figures to gather. Conserve your energy to deal with the undead. Leave these paper figures to me, Lin Yan commanded. And the others ceased their questioning. Yet, several of them were unaware of how Lin Yan intended to manage such a multitude of paper figures. Judging by the quantities they could see, there were likely at least 10 million of these paper figures. Even if each of them activated their invincible shields and unleashed their abilities, they would probably take days and nights to eradicate them all. Moreover, the approaching tide of undead made the task seem even more daunting. Why was the mission of the apostles so terrifying? Could it truly be accomplished by mere mortals? Xia Lin glanced at Lin Yan and then at the others, but no one could provide her with an answer. Outside the shield, the sounds of the paper figures colliding continued relentlessly. Within the shield, a heavy silence enveloped everyone. Even the unseen Fong Mo's breathing became uncomfortably labored. Amidst this suffocating darkness, the commotion of the paper figures outside gradually subsided. Yet, it was not that the threat of the paper figures had vanished. Rather, outside the indestructible barrier, countless blood-red paper figures surged forward, layer upon layer, forming an impenetrable mass that encased the entire shield and ultimately created an enormous red semicircle with a diameter of over 1,000 meters above their heads. Beyond this semicircle, innumerable paper figures stood ready like soldiers, waiting for the shield to dissipate before rushing in to tear apart everyone inside. Just as the suffocating tension within the shield intensified, Lin Yan softly uttered, "It's about time." With those words, a thunderous bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens as it fell. The blinding electric light descended upon the red semicircle like a roaring dragon, and in an instant, all paper figures touched by the lightning turned to ash, scattering into the air. The previously impenetrable mass of paper figures was forcefully breached, creating a massive gap. A pale light from the heavens burst through the opening, illuminating Xia Lin and the others' astonished and pale faces. Elemental control, thunder and lightning, descend. Chapter 99, Divine Might. The earlier lightning strike was merely the prelude to this divine might. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of thunder reverberated as if the heavens were enraged. The booming thunder shook the earth, and successive purple lightning serpents tore through the sky, striking into the blood-red paper figures. In the moment lightning struck, blinding flashes erupted, and thousands of paper figures disintegrated, some leaving not even ashes behind. Those not directly struck by the lightning at the edges were torn apart by the violent arcs of electricity, transforming into a rain of red fragments. The air was thick with a foul stench mingled with the metallic scent of blood. Faced with this apocalyptic scene, the few standing beside Lin Yan were rendered speechless in shock. Xia Lin's mouth fell agape, her pupils reflecting the wildly flickering lightning. As if she nearly forgot how to breathe, Xiao Wu instinctively reached for his player identity card, once confident that his indestructible barrier could withstand all attacks. But now, confronted with this earth-shattering power, he suddenly felt as insignificant as a firefly in the blazing sun. Was this the power of a deity, or that of an apostle? Within the team, someone with a dry throat tremulously voiced the shared astonishment of everyone. Such power could never belong to mere players. While abilities varied greatly, their potency ultimately relied on the crystalline energy within the identity cards. Yet, the scene before them transcended the realm of ordinary abilities. Did Lin Yan not mention that apostles could harness the power of deities? This must be a fragment of divine power. Previously, Lin Yan could transport us hundreds of kilometers in an instant. That too was a part of divine energy, Chun Wan analyzed. Though she spoke these words, had Lin Yan revealed that he himself was a deity, they would readily believe him at this moment. After all, this cataclysmic storm of lightning was indistinguishable from the divine retribution they had envisioned. However, it was implausible for a deity to masquerade as a mere mortal, was it? At that moment, Lin Yan's silhouette grew infinitely grand in the eyes of the onlookers. Though the tale may be lengthy, the speed at which the lightning struck was astonishing. Under this relentless barrage of thunder, the previously despairing ocean of paper figures was torn apart in mere moments. The remaining paper figures posed little threat to the group. Just then, the dark tide of undead in the distance finally came into clear view, no longer obscured. Prepare for battle, Lin Yan's calm voice cut through the shock, snapping everyone back to reality. All right. Xiao Wu and the others inhaled deeply, resolutely tightening their grips on their weapons, a fierce determination rising once more. They were all ready to fight to the death. Over there, to that bank building. No need to enter, fight against the wall. Xiao Meng, use your abilities to block the other direction. Upon hearing this, the others wasted no time and charged forward. With their backs against the bank building, Xiao Wu activated his indestructible barrier at the forefront. Fang Mingming utilized her metal control, erecting towering metallic walls on either side. Just as they formed their defensive line, the dark tide of undead surged forth like a torrent of filth breaching a dam. Everywhere one looked, the twisted, ghastly figures of the undead pressed tightly together, appearing endless. A sight that filled one with despair. Compared to the undead tide they had faced in Fengming City, this scale was incomparably larger, by several magnitudes. It resembled an ever-advancing wave of rancid water. Kill! Xiao Wu bellowed, wielding his long knife to cleave through the first few undead in the front row. To conserve energy. This time, he only activated his shield at critical moments. Xia Lin moved with agility, her dagger striking like a viper to pierce the eye sockets or temples of the undead, attacking and retreating without hesitation. Chu Qingshang flickered at the edge of the horde. Each time her spatial distortion glimmered, another undead head silently fell, her efficiency astonishing. Even Chun Wan chanted incantations while relaying information about a specific undead, firing her weapon at a distance. Fang Mingming's destructive power was even more formidable. After generating hundreds of metal spikes, they pierced through the horde of undead, each control sending a multitude crashing down. However, the true threat did not originate from the front. Just as Xia Lin sidestepped an undead's lunge and prepared to push one away with a stab to its eye, a flash of red suddenly emerged from the horde. It was a palm-sized red paper figure. The edges of the paper figure, like living blades, lunged straight for Xia Lin's throat. Be careful. Xiao Wu reacted swiftly, deflecting the paper figure with his blade. Although it was sent flying, a gash was still left on Xia Lin's neck, burning with pain. Xia Lin hastily wiped at her neck, her large eyes filled with rage. Cursed creatures lurking in the shadows. Die? She bellowed with fury, her hands thrusting forward with great force. Fear materialization. An invisible psychic assault emanated from Xia Lin, sweeping forward in a fan-shaped wave. The corpses struck by this force instantly froze in their movements, their hollow eye sockets seemingly reflecting the deepest nightmares of their existence, before collapsing en masse like harvested wheat. However, the lethality of Xia Lin's ability proved limited against the corpses, merely serving as a means of control, as they would soon rise again. Fortunately, Fong Mingming could unleash metallic spikes to deliver the finishing blows to these undead. Yet, at the moment the corpses fell, dozens of crimson paper figures erupted from the rear of the corpse horde like disturbed hornets, nimbly weaving through the undead and surging toward the group. Previously, lightning had obliterated most of the paper figures, yet some remained. To their surprise, these paper figures displayed tactical acumen. Xiao Wu cleaved through several paper figures, blood splattering grotesquely. Be cautious, some paper figures are concealed behind the corpses. Xiaoming, focus on dealing with the paper figures. While the individual damage from these paper figures was limited, their elusive nature significantly disrupted the group's rhythm in battle, exhausting their efforts. Leave it to me. Fong Mingming unhesitatingly accepted the task, her face transforming into one of fierce determination as she concentrated on capturing the swirling crimson shadows. Each member of the group exhibited their unique abilities. Despite the intense barrage, they inevitably sustained new injuries, yet their attacks remained steady, staving off wave after wave of assault. However, the overwhelming tide of corpses was beyond what they could withstand for long. Not to mention the corpses the group struggled against in front, on either side. There were already corpses using their fallen brethren as ladders, climbing over one another to breach the metallic wall's defenses. Amid the blood-soaked battle, Lin Yan leaned against the cold wall of a bank building, his eyes gently closed, oblivious to the deafening cacophony of combat outside. His consciousness had already submerged into a profound sea composed of an endless flow of information. This time, free from the interference of the paper figures. The information flowed towards him like a clear stream, unobstructed. All the data ultimately pointed to a singular core. The scene he deduced crystallized. A bizarre-looking, pallid man stood within a sea of paper. Beneath him lay a strange array formed by countless paper figures, and in his hand, he toyed with a card exuding an ominous aura, its edges ablaze with black flames. Holder of the demon card. Lin Yan's eyes flew open. I found you, infiltrator. Chapter 100. Paper figure technique. Lin Yan's figure flickered several times, appearing precisely within the confines of the Kunzu base. Gazing around, he found the entire base eerily empty and profoundly silent. He summoned the information deduced in his mind, locking onto his target. Below ground, his gaze swept over the remaining 312 points of divine power on the divine card, and Lin Yan's thoughts raced. The divine power seemed ample, yet the enemy possessed peculiar abilities, necessitating caution. Lin Yan meticulously cataloged the abilities of all his followers. Li Jianjun, Mimetic Disguise, Fong Mingming, Metal Control, Xiao Wu, Immortal Barrier. Fong Mo, Causality Curse, Chun Wan, Information Deduction, Wang Datsai, Partial Enhancement, Chu Qingshang, Spatial Movement, Xia Lin, Fear Materialization. The remaining abilities of the four followers Lin Yan later recruited included Mark Tracking, Food Duplication, Freezing, and Visual Enhancement. The collective abilities of his followers were now quite comprehensive. The only drawback was that each follower's ability could only be utilized one at a time. After assessing the situation on Xiao Wu's side and confirming that it was manageable for now, Lin Yan informed Xiao Wu that he would borrow the ability of the Immortal Barrier. After enveloping himself in the invincible shield, he activated his tunneling ability, vanishing from the ground. Following the deduced coordinates, Lin Yan soon arrived at the predicted location. The scene before him matched his deductions precisely. On the ground, a colossal and eerie array was traced in blood, at the center of which stood a man clad in a scarlet robe, his visage grotesque. At that moment, the array flickered ominously with red light. The bizarre man slowly turned, as though he had been waiting for a long time. Without uttering a word, Lin Yan unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the array. TSK, how rude. The bizarre man scoffed. The array beneath him flashed red, and a blood-colored barrier instantly sprang forth, precisely intercepting the lightning strike, the energy colliding with a violent hiss. You come in swinging right away. Aren't you pretentious? Lin Yan retorted. Who are you? Now you choose to ask for a name? Who strikes first without knowing their enemy? The bizarre man twirled the demon card in his hand. I would love to converse further, but at my level, few are worthy of dialogue. Unfortunately, to me, you are already dead. Discussing further would be futile. As his words fell, the bizarre man gestured, and countless paper figures instantaneously transformed into a torrent of crimson light, surging towards Lin Yan. However, these crimson beams were completely halted by the immortal barrier surrounding Lin Yan. Huh, another hard-shelled turtle? The bizarre man observed, unfazed, laughing as his attacks grew even fiercer. But how long can you hold out? Aren't your comrades' lives at stake? Your abilities rely on borrowing from your followers, correct? Once you utilize their powers, they cannot wield their own simultaneously. Just as Lin Yan was about to respond, his expression shifted. through the connection of his divine sense. He keenly sensed the onslaught of the corpses and remaining paper figures intensifying abruptly. Without the protection of the immortal barrier, Xiao Wu and the others faced overwhelming pressure from the tide of corpses and the remnants of paper figures, their defenses teetering on the brink of collapse. In such circumstances, hesitation was unwarranted. If Xiao Wu perished, Lin Yan would lose access to the immortal barrier, perhaps forever. Lin Yan promptly relinquished the immortal barrier. Exposed without the shield, he found himself directly engulfed in a storm of death manifested by the paper figures. It seems your comrades need that shell even more. Ha! The bizarre man cackled, intensifying his assault. Yet Lin Yan merely raised his hand, and lightning erupted around him, more violent and concentrated than before. A tempest of lightning erupted fiercely from Lin Yan's center. The bizarre man was taken aback as more energy attacks transformed from paper figures surged toward Lin Yan. Beneath him lay the array facilitating the conversion between paper figures and energy. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderstorm and the tide of paper figures annihilated each other in a frenzy, clashing and exploding in a cacophony of sound. The entire base trembled, the structures above beginning to sway precariously. The bizarre man attempted to consume the lightning with paper figures, but found the lightning too pure and domineering, disintegrating upon contact. Although Lin Yan's tempest could clear swathes of paper figures, it appeared as though the enemy's paper figures were inexhaustible, as one batch was eliminated. More surged forth from the array to replenish their ranks. The scene was momentarily locked in a remarkable war of attrition. The lethality of lightning capabilities is undeniably terrifying. Yet the enigmatic man merely experienced a moment of tension before regaining his composure. Your offensive prowess is indeed commendable, he remarked. But allow me to impart a disheartening truth. Within this state, each and every paper figure is not merely an extension of my assault, but a fragment of my very existence. Do you have any notion of how many paper figures I have transformed since my arrival? Over 90 million. The entirety of this state's populace and the undead have been transmuted into my paper figures. I was on the verge of upgrading my abilities when your insufferable interruption occurred. However, fret not. I shall inevitably convert all living beings and spirits across the globe into my paper figures. No one has ever succeeded in an attrition battle against me. You and your companions will soon become my new paper figures. Lin Yan regarded him with an impassive expression before shifting his gaze to the divine card. The divine power displayed on the card was steadily diminishing, yet Lin Yan exhibited no signs of distress. He communicated a thought to Kong. Before long, the divine card relayed a message to Lin Yan. Believer Kong offers you 1,000 points of energy. With a sudden surge, Lin Yan amplified his lightning power. The structures above the base, unable to withstand the magnitude of his destructive force, began to tremble perilously, accompanied by a series of ominous cracking sounds. The integrity of the upper structures gradually faltered, culminating in a thunderous collapse. Lin Yan, with a swift motion, employed his spatial mobility to vanish from the spot just before the imminent collapse transpired.